Lu Ming has traversed into a realm where he has taken on the identity of a long-lost true heir, bound by a sign and system. With a disdainful sister, indifferent parents, and a wrongly accused brother. Witness how I shall defy the odds and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Of course, that is an impossibility. This young master can choose whomever he pleases, and if you do not wish to keep me, there are others who will. I am the sign and system, initially believing I had merely entered a mundane urban narrative of true and false heirs, yet I soon discerned that something was amiss. What was the situation with that woman in red, her long tongue swirling in the air? And what of that yellow-robed old Taoist, shouting believe in science, while brandishing talismans? Lastly, dear host, what does it mean to be a hero who cannot flee in the face of danger? Where did you acquire those peculiar items? Why does your belt emit a glow? Chapter 1. Crossing over, indeed the familiar trope. Lu Ming, are you not revolting? At the sound of a delicate rebuke, a strikingly handsome youth seated at the dining table abruptly regained his senses. As if awakening from slumber, his gaze bore traces of confusion, curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of anger. Not a bro. No, not a sister either. Do we know each other? You come at me with such accusations. Who is truly revolting here? Faced with the furious glare of a long-haired beauty, Lu Ming widened his eyes, nearly prepared to retort with a rap that would send you flying. In the next moment, a sudden pain coursed through his head, as if an electric current had surged through him. Strange memories rushed forth, and it took several seconds for Lu Ming to piece together the fragmented recollections, leaving his already bewildered eyes even more dazed. From these memories, Lu Ming learned that he had indeed traversed once more, this time into the narrative of a regretful true heir. The individual whose soul he had taken over was also named Lu Ming, a young master of the Lu family from its city in the Dragon Kingdom, albeit a version that had fallen from grace. He had only recently been reclaimed after 2 years. With the existence of this true heir, the false heir, adopted son Lu Jitao, naturally emerged. Furthermore, there were the essential 7 beautiful sisters, as required in every tale of true and false heirs. The Lu family truly produces remarkable offspring. Lu Ming could not help but silently scoff. What secret formula are they using? I would like a share, please. Ahem, but that is a matter for another time. Similarly, like the narratives of true and false heirs, this newly arrived true heir is not favored within the Lu household, compounded by various misunderstandings. He has become the kind of individual that even dogs would turn away from. As for how these misunderstandings arose, do not inquire. They are rooted in fabrication, deceit, and baseless accusations, devoid of reason and utterly hopeless. This includes, but is not limited to, theft, bullying Lu Jitao, and trampling flowers and grass, all discovered under exceedingly unreasonable, yet seemingly coincidental circumstances. One could say it appears incredulous, but alas, this is my daily existence. Just like now, before me stands some 3rd, 5th, oh yes, 6th sister. The 6th sister, Lu Yu, is a year my senior, and alongside myself and Lu Jitao, attends the finest high school in its city, in Yi. Lu Jitao and I are in our 2nd year, while Lu Yu is in her 3rd year. The reason for Lu Yu's current ire seems to stem from her discovery of her undergarments in my room. Lu Ming found himself overwhelmed by similar memories, unable to recall at this moment. Seeing Lu Ming's silence, Lu Yu assumed he was too ashamed to speak, thus solidifying her belief that he was indeed the culprit. With a cold smirk, she remarked, I initially thought you were an honest person, but I never imagined your heart to be so vile, that you would stoop to such filth as to violate your own sister. I truly wonder what father and mother were thinking when they decided to retrieve you from that orphanage. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging this woman. After all, according to the plot of such novels, no matter how one defends oneself, it is a futile endeavor that only wastes breath. Moreover, based on the trope, the genuine protagonist should be making their entrance at this point. Lu Ming took a sip of soup, his gaze subtly shifting to the effeminate youth seated beside Lu Yu. Lu Jitao, the adopted son of the Lu family. As expected, upon noticing the situation, Lu Jitao hurriedly interjected, 6th sister, please do not be angry. I believe Brother Ming is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu affectionately ruffled Lu Jitao's hair, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jitao, you are simply too kind, unlike certain individuals who upon being caught in their misdeeds, lack the courage to admit it. Where is the 6th sister? I just feel. Forget it, for Jitao's sake, let us eat and not allow a certain loathsome fly to spoil our appetites. MMHM. Lu Jitao obediently replied. Then, when Lu Yu was not looking, provocatively arched an eyebrow at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt no stirrings within, even suppressing a laugh. Fool! Having had his fill, Lu Ming casually set aside his bowl and chopsticks, preparing to retreat to his room to thoroughly organize those scattered memories. However, before he departed, his remark stunned both Lu Yu and Lu Jitao. What did Lu Ming just say? No, surely I must have misheard. Although Lu Ming often acted in an off-putting manner, his eloquence was undeniably civilized and proper, making it impossible for him to utter such crude language. Even Lu Jitao felt he must have misheard. The siblings exchanged glances, but did not dwell on it. Lu Ming, guided by the memories in his mind, discovered his room within the Lu household, situated in the basement, a small space transformed from storage room. The area was not expansive, yet was meticulously organized by the original owner. It was remarkably tidy. However, the once orderly bed was now in disarray, unmistakably the handiwork of his dear sixth sister. Lu Ming paid it no mind, for he was not particularly fastidious himself. Just then he inquired, "What are you searching for this time?" Observing a twin-tailed little girl rummaging through a cardboard box beneath the table, Lu Ming furrowed his brow. The little girl lifted her head, regarding him with an expressionless face, and replied in a flat tone, "Searching for figurines," before returning to her search, entirely disregarding Lu Ming. Indeed, to be precise, she regarded no one with any regard. Lu Yi, the seventh princess of the Lu family, younger than him by half a year, possesses a peculiar nature yet extraordinary intelligence, having mastered knowledge from elementary school to sophomore year of college at such a tender age. It appears she is currently delving into junior year material. This fact left Lu Ming, a student who rarely passed exams, in utter admiration. How does her mind function? Does she not fear being dissected for her brilliance? Moreover, Lu Yi is a quintessential homebody, showing little interest in anything outside of the realms of anime and special effects. She spends her days cooped up in her room, binge-watching shows, and even when Lu Jitao attempted several times to forge a connection, he was met with relentless rejection, leading him to eventually give up on this seventh sister. After a moment of reflection, Lu Ming chose to ignore her. Regarding Lu Yi, she was one of the few Lu family members who had not bullied the original owner. Thus Lu Ming held no significant animosity toward her. He simply remarked, "Once you're done searching, please leave," and lay down on the bed to savor this fleeting moment of leisure. When was the last time he felt this relaxed? 5 years ago? Or was it 10? It had been so long that he had forgotten. Lu Yi glanced at Lu Ming once more, a flicker of curiosity in her indifferent eyes, quickly replaced by excitement. "I found it!" exclaimed Lu Yi, joyfully retrieving a figurine of Kamen Rider Kabuto from the cardboard box. After carefully inspecting it for any damage, she finally let out a sigh of relief. This was a genuine collectible from a certain era. It must not be harmed. Kamen Rider Kabuto. Casting a glance at the figurine in Lu Yi's hands, Lu Ming felt a surge of interest. Does this world also possess the existence of the Kamen Rider franchise? As Lu Yi, who was about to depart, heard his words, her delicate frame shuddered slightly. For the first time, she looked at Lu Ming with an expression of disbelief, her voice tinged with an unmistakable tension as she said, "So you also?" "Lu Ming, what is it about me?" Chapter 2. The Sign-In System. Lu Ming had encountered such a gaze before. A sense of profound solitude, seldom met with a kindred spirit's glance. Goodness, could this girl possibly perceive me as a character from the second dimension? Well, I must admit, I was rather immersed in that world at one point. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. I know what you are about to say, but please hold your tongue for a moment. As Lu Yi was on the verge of an outburst, Lu Ming hurriedly gestured for a pause, interrupting her spellcasting. "Right now, at this very instant, kindly take your action figure and leave. I require some solitude, understood?" Lu Yi cleared her throat awkwardly, her expression reverting to neutrality. "I understand, but I shall return to find you." With that, she exited, remembering to close the door behind her. Lu Ming was left speechless. Over the next 2 hours, he gradually pieced together the general circumstances of his predecessor. The conclusion could be summarized in 2 statements. The Lu family was filled with unremarkable individuals, save for the exception of the Otaka girl, and it would be best to depart sooner rather than later. In truth, Lu Ming had already intended to leave the Lu family. For various reasons, this place was ill-suited for him, especially considering he was capable of sustaining himself. However, on a different note, having traversed worlds, shouldn't a golden finger arrive soon? Seated upon his bed, Lu Ming began to summon this so-called golden finger. The next moment, the familiar sound of electric current resonated once more. Beep, detecting a transgressor. The sign-in system is binding. Binding successful. Welcome to the sign-in system. This system will assist the host in overcoming life's challenges and guide the host to the pinnacle of existence. Lu Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Assist me in overcoming obstacles. You say? System. Indeed. Any difficulty? Precisely. Then why not resolve the issues with the Lu family for me? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. System. Is that a reasonable request, my friend? Lu Ming considered it quite reasonable, as his most significant challenge currently stemmed from the Lu family. After a prolonged silence, the system timidly replied, This system is a lawful entity and cannot fulfill requests that violate the law. Then why boast? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. However, he didn't genuinely believe that this system could indeed resolve his family matters. Otherwise, where would the narrative progress? Then, please elucidate your functions. System. This system is a sign-in system. As the name suggests, the host may sign in once each day, receiving legitimate and abundant rewards each time. The system will also randomly issue tasks, completion of which will yield further rewards. And then, that's all. Is that truly everything? Lu Ming's eyes widened. This system seemed rather unimpressive. Never mind. It is what it is. Let us sign in for now. Beep. Host is signed in for the day, receiving 5,000 in cash. Lu Ming. Only 5,000? That's barely enough for a beggar. I am the eldest son of the Lu family. This amount hardly covers the change in my Alipay balance, which stands at 31 yuan. Fine, I'll pretend I didn't say that. It then occurred to Lu Ming that after being brought back home, he had never been given a living allowance due to his unpopularity. This meager sum was all he had earned through diligent labor. This Lu family is truly despicable. Cursing under his breath, Lu Ming tucked away the cash, got up from the bed, and prepared to step outside to deposit the money. Upon emerging from the basement, he unexpectedly collided with a middle-aged couple, his parents, Lu Wei and son Liu. To say they were the epitome of a wealthy family would be an understatement. Setting aside Lu Wei, the head of the household, son Liu, in her 40s or 50s, still maintained the appearance of a youthful woman in her 20s. Naturally, Lu Ming had no intention of offering them any cordiality, especially given their indifference after bringing him back. "What are you doing out so late?" Lu Wei inquired as Lu Ming prepared to leave. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Just out for a stroll." I suspect you are off to meet those dubious friends of yours," Lu Wei replied coldly. "You are, after all, a member of the Lu family now. Mind your image. If outsiders see you, they may spread rumors. You are to remain at home today. You are not permitted to go anywhere." Lu Ming tilted his head. "Are you ordering me around, old man?" As soon as he uttered these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, including Lu Yoyo, who was poised to gloat, and Lu Zhitang, who was merely present for the spectacle. After a considerable pause, Lu Wei seemed to regain his composure, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at Lu Ming. What did you just say? Old man, you must be joking. You dare defy me? Do you not believe I could make your life a living hell?" Lu Ming sneered, turning on his heel and departing the Lu family residence, ignoring Lu Wei's enraged outburst behind him. "This is insurrection. This ungrateful wretch dares to insult me. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Old man, hold on, take a breath first. Father, calm down. There is no need to let this loathsome child provoke you. Yes, Dad, please take care of your health." Meanwhile, as Lu Ming strolled down the street, he stretched lazily, feeling rather elated. The system, however, chose this moment to remind him, "Host, while you may have vented your frustrations, what do you plan to do next? The Lu family is not something you can contend with at present." "The Lu family? What a bunch of nobodies." Lu Ming scoffed, dismissing them entirely. After depositing the 5,000 yuan into his account, he decided to grab a casual dinner at a nearby food stall as nightfall approached. After so many years, he finally savored this familiar taste again. How nostalgic. After devouring 2 servings of fried rice, Lu Ming let out a contented belch. Just as he was settling the bill and preparing to leave, a group of individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses rushed in. "Excuse me, have you seen this person in the photo?" the leader asked, brandishing a phone toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at the image and was taken aback. To his surprise, he recognized the person in the photo, Ning Yuxiu, a beauty from an university. However, as it was currently summer break, he hadn't seen her in quite some time, so he shook his head. The individual did not press further and swiftly led the others out. What could warrant such a large mobilization? Everyone had a penchant for gossip, and Lu Ming was no exception, though he lacked the inclination to meddle. Upon returning to the Lu residence, he found it brightly lit. As soon as Lu Ming stepped inside, he spotted Lu Wei at the forefront of the sofa, his expression dark and menacing, wielding a ruler and glaring at him. Son Liu sat beside Lu Wei, also casting him a disapproving look. Flanking them were Lu Yoyo, Lu Zhitang, and the ever-absorbed Lu Yi, along with 3 stunning women who appeared as though they had been carved from the same mold. Eldest sister Lu Anqing, the current president of the Lu group. Third sister Lu Xinhuan, a medical prodigy. Fourth sister Lu Shishi, seemingly a prominent internet celebrity. The 8 of them formed a circle, and as Lu Ming entered, all eyes turned toward him. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Lu Ming attempted to lighten the mood. Are we holding a family meeting? My apologies. I want to intrude. I'll just be on my way." He turned to retreat to the basement. "Stop," Lu Wei bellowed, fury etched on his features. with that frivolous demeanor. What kind of decorum is this? Do you have any respect for me or the Lu family? Lu Ming paused for a moment, then solemnly replied, None. Lu Wei. Chapter 3. Lu Ming must be ill. You ungrateful wretch. Just wait until I beat you to a pulp. Enraged, Lu Wei stood up, ready to strike Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he narrowed them, saying, Old dang, have I been too lenient with you? If you're not afraid of death, feel free to give it a try. Indeed, Lu Ming's imposing demeanor startled Lu Wei, causing him to hesitate mid-step. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face flushing a deep shade of crimson, and he roared in a fit of rage. Wretch, how dare you defy me? Don't try to stop me. Today, I will teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Lu Anking promptly grasped Lu Wei's arm, understanding his intentions. Dad, don't act rashly. And you, little Ming, how can you speak to your father like that? Hurry up and apologize. Ha! Go tell your mother, you fool. Lu Ming raised his middle finger, clearly unbothered by the potential repercussions. He had forgotten the disdain he had received from that woman upon his arrival. Now, she dared to play the victim. After hurling his insults, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a confident and nonchalant silhouette. He actually dared to insult me? For a moment, Lu Anking was so shocked that she forgot to hold on to Lu Wei, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared in the direction Lu Ming had departed. The expressions on Lu Xinhuan and Lu Shishi mirrored her astonishment. In their memories, Lu Ming was supposed to be the type to endure beatings and insults without retaliation. How had he suddenly become so defiant? When they had heard Lu Wei's claims about Lu Ming's rebellion, they had been skeptical, but now it seemed the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed, I can't believe it. I thought I misheard at noon. This disgusting brat really did insult me? With that, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to confront Lu Ming, but remembering his icy glare, she reluctantly sat back down, muttering, Immature person doesn't hold grudges. I'll let him off this time. The only person seemingly pleased by the unfolding drama was Lu Zhixiao. He had previously worried that Lu Ming would usurp what rightfully belonged to him and had schemed to undermine him at every turn. Now, it appeared he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Lu Ming was self-destructing beautifully. Quite splendid, my foolish older brother. Meanwhile, Lu Anking, Lu Xinhuan, and Lu Shishi began deliberating Lu Ming's situation. Regarding his sudden assertiveness, they unanimously speculated that he must be suffering from some ailment. After all, one does not simply alter their personality without cause. Illness was the only plausible explanation. Now, it was Lu Xinhuan's turn to step into the spotlight as the medical prodigy. She confidently declared that she would handle it. Rising, she made her way to the basement. Upon entering, she was immediately assaulted by the musty odor of the subterranean space. Wrinkling her nose in disgust, is this really a place where someone could live? Best to make this quick and leave before she caught any of that mildew herself. She would need a shower later. With that thought, Lu Xinhuan arrived outside Lu Ming's room. She knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, a visibly irritated Lu Ming opened the door, clad only in his shorts. What the hell? Is the community here to deliver warmth? Seeing Lu Ming in this state, Lu Xinhuan was taken aback, then quickly screamed, covering her eyes. Huh? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lu Ming replied, It's my room. My business whether I wear clothes or not. And if you're here to tell me to get out of bed just to hear you scream, don't push me to slap you. You. Lu Xinhuan shot him an indignant glare, then clenched her teeth, saying, I'm here to check on your health. You should be grateful. Lu Ming, taken aback, asked, Check on my health? What illness do I have? Lu Xinhuan responded earnestly. Your temperament has changed so drastically. The only explanation is that you must be ill. Extend your hand. I'll take your pulse. Fine, go ahead. I'm curious to see what illness you think I have, Lu Ming scoffed, extending his arm with a sidelong glance. As Lu Xinhuan grasped his wrist, she was momentarily stunned. He was so thin. That was her immediate thought. Why was he so emaciated? After placing her fingers on his wrist and remaining silent for a moment, her brows knitted in confusion. How is it possible? You're not ill. Lu Ming shot her a glare. Should I apologize for being healthy? Or do you want me to pretend to be sick for your sake? No, that is not what I meant. Lu Xinhuan was also growing frustrated. She had come out of concern for his well-being, yet he was treating her this way. Feeling wronged, she said, I'm just worried about your health. Is it necessary to be this aggressive? Necessary? It's absolutely necessary. Lu Ming retorted with a sneer. Dear third sister, do you need me to remind you of your past actions? When I was burning with fever, nearly at death's door, what were you all doing? Because Lu Zhixiao had a minor scrape, you left me to fend for myself. If it weren't for my immune system springing into action, you might have been at a graveyard worrying about my health that night. Lu Xinhuan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Because it was the truth. Initially, she had intended to take Lu Ming to the hospital for treatment, But when an unexpected incident arose with Lu's Hishao, she had been preoccupied with him. By the time she thought of Lu Ming again, he had already recovered significantly. It wasn't entirely her fault. She hadn't done it deliberately. Still feeling a bit wronged, Lu Xinhuan was about to voice her thoughts when Lu Ming interjected. At this point, spare me the feigned sympathy. Get as far away from me as possible. Don't come near. If it were the old Lu Ming, he would have never let her stand here and talk to him like this. With that, he made a downward thumb gesture, then slammed the door shut, leaving Lu Xinhuan outside, bewildered. Third sister, what happened? Why are you crying? In the living room, as Lu Anqing and the others awaited news from Lu Xinhuan, they were about to speak when they noticed her face streaked with tears. Everyone was immediately alarmed. Third sister, did that jerk bully you? Lu Yu hurriedly asked. Lu Xinhuan sniffled, feeling aggrieved. I just want to check on him, even if I had wronged him in the past. Setting that aside, he'd be so harsh. That wretch, how dare he defy authority? Even if he were truly ill, Lu Wei, brandishing a ruler, was about to confront Lu Ming when Lu Anqing stopped him again. Dad, don't be angry. Shishi and I will go check on him. There might be some misunderstanding. Yes, Dad, let me and the eldest sister handle it. Don't act impulsively. Reluctantly, Lu Wei set the ruler down, his expression serious. Fine. I'll give him one more chance. I hope he knows how to seize it. Lu Anqing and Lu Shishi exchanged glances before heading back into the basement. Chapter 4 Writer, KICK At this moment, Lu Ming had just laid down on his bed, preparing to sleep, when a knock resounded once more. Little Ming, it's me. Your eldest sister. And me, your fourth sister. Could you please open the door? Lu Ming grumbled, rolling out of bed to answer the door. With a scowl, he faced the two women and spoke curtly. I despise being disturbed while I'm trying to sleep. I hope you both have a valid reason for this interruption before I renovate this space. Lu Anqing was momentarily intimidated by Lu Ming's imposing aura, but quickly regained her composure, adopting a sisterly tone. Little Ming, your fourth sister and I are here because we're concerned about you. Have you not noticed that something is amiss? Lu Ming shot a sidelong glance. No. I'm quite well, able to live long enough to attend your graves, so there's no need for your concern. Lu Anqing frowned and said, Lu Shishi, you weren't like this before. Lu Ming sneered. Then what was I like? Like a dog, trailing behind you, enduring your disdain and insults while feeling grateful? Sorry. That version of me has perished, you so-called idols. Lu Shishi opened her mouth, intending to argue that it wasn't like that, but upon reflection, she realized it indeed was. But that's no excuse for your disrespect towards us. Regardless, we are your elders. Don't you fear the scorn of others for your behavior? Lu Anqing attempted to impose moral standards on him. However, Lu Ming had no regard for such principles. To hell with it. Get lost. If you come again, I swear I'll unleash my wrath. Lu Ming coldly dismissed Lu Anqing and her companion, feeling that this place was no longer bearable. He resolved to find a more affordable place to rent and move out the next day. Lying on his bed, he grumbled about the situation. If I stay here any longer, those people will surely break my door down. System, although the host's actions are quite satisfying, I must remind you that now is not the time to sever ties with the Lu family. It will be prudent to wait until the host has matured before making such a decision. The system fell silent. Just when Lu Ming thought he could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber, an unexpected commotion disrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The already fragile wooden door was kicked down. Moments later, Lu Wei stormed in, brandishing a ruler, his face contorted with fury. You ungrateful wretch. Let's see if I can't beat you to a pulp today. Lu Ming irritably tossed aside the pillow covering his head and retorted, Old man, I'll return the favor. If I don't turn you into a grandson today, I'll consider my life short-lived. With that, he seized Lu Wei's descending wrist and performed a shoulder throw. Smack! Lu Wei let out a cry, taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected strength. As he was effortlessly thrown to the floor, his back colliding heavily with the bed's edge, nearly causing a herniated disc. Old man, how dare you challenge my strength? Lu Ming scoffed, lightly tapping Lu Wei's face with disdain. He then stood up and propped the fallen door back up, sighing, what a pity for this door. What sin has it committed? I wonder if it can still be used after being put back. Fuming with embarrassment and pain, Lu Wei forced himself to rise from the floor. Noticing Lu Ming's back was turned, he seized the opportunity to strike from behind with the ruler. Then came the rider KICK. Lu Ming murmured softly, and in a flash, he executed a swift back kick. Smack! His long leg landed perfectly on Lu Wei's head. Quick, precise, and merciless. It seemed as if he had performed this maneuver countless times before. Even the system was taken aback. Holy crap. Host you. Lu Wei only felt a buzzing in his ears, followed by a whirlwind of confusion, and then darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Old Lu, Dad! Hearing the commotion, Sun Liu and the others rushed over, gasping in shock as they assessed Lu Wei's condition. After a thorough examination, Lu Xinhua sighed in relief. Yes, fine. Dad just fainted. He'll wake up after some rest. Upon hearing this, Sun Liu and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, how could you treat Dad like this? He only does what he does for your sake, and you repay him like this? Isn't that a bit too much? At this moment, Lu's Hitang emerged, indignation written all over his face, where he found the courage to confront Lu Ming. Who could tell? Lu Ming dismissed him with a casual wave of his hand. The slap descends. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the room. It was a close call. He almost sent Lu's Hitang to meet his great-grandmother. Fisk, why do you wear so much makeup, dude? It's so thick. As he wiped the foundation off his palms, Lu Ming expressed his disdain. He detested such effeminate behavior. Lu's Hitang felt his head spin, clutching his face, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. He seemed utterly dazed. Sun Liu, Lu Anking, and the others were equally bewildered, not expecting Lu Ming to strike first. Hitang. It was Lu Yu who first regained her senses, rushing over to check on Lu's Hitang's injuries. Yu, you ungrateful wretch. When did you become so reckless? Sun Liu pointed at Lu Ming, her voice trembling with rage. Lu Ming shot her a glance, a friendly reminder. I despise it when others point at me. Sun Liu instinctively retracted her finger. Though she spoke boldly, she was genuinely afraid. What if Lu Ming, adhering to principles of gender equality, decided to strike her too? That would ruin her meticulously crafted appearance, leaving her with nowhere to cry. As the eldest sister, Lu Anking could only step forward to question, Lu Ming, what on earth do you wish to achieve? Is it your goal to create chaos in this household? Lu Ming glared at her. Come on, are you seriously going to lie through your teeth? I've been minding my own business in my room, yet it's always you all who come looking for trouble. Lu Anking was momentarily struck speechless. Lu Ming continued. All right then, let me clarify my intentions. I don't want to stay in this Lu family for even a second longer. Consider this a plea. Cut ties with me and let me go, will you? What? The room fell silent in shock. Sun Liu stared, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say? You want to sever ties with us? No, that is impossible. Having finally brought back their biological son, the idea of him severing familial ties would tarnish the Lu family's reputation beyond repair. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. You insufferable witch. You brought me all the way from the orphanage, yet you neither nurture nor educate me, and now you refuse to let me go. What? Do you intend to imprison me for a lifetime? Lu Ming, what do you mean by that? What do you mean we neither nurture nor educate you? We provide you with a monthly allowance. Who do you think that's for? Lu Yu retorted defiantly. This left Lu Ming momentarily dumbfounded. You've given me an allowance? Chapter 5. This can't be right, can it? Didn't you get to him, sister? Lu Yu turned to Lu Anking. Lu Anking was equally bewildered. I work at the office every day. I thought you all were the ones giving him money. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Xinhua and Lu Shishi. Seeing both women silent, Lu Anking's heart sank. This was indeed quite awkward. As for her parents, she was certain they could not spare any funds for Lu Ming. Lu Ming smirked. Is this what you call the grace of nurturing? Lu Anking opened her mouth. Realizing this was indeed their oversight, they had assumed others were providing for him and hadn't thought to contribute themselves, and given their already disdainful feelings towards him. They had even asked. Lu Yu murmured softly, well, you could have just told us. It's not that we wouldn't give. Lu Ming looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Did you forget what you all said? I just came from that place. You can't give me too much money, or it might spoil my character. Isn't that what you said? Lu Yu countered. But we still gave you 5,000, didn't we? Lu Ming. By heavens, how could you be so audacious? If you had ever given me even a single coin, I wouldn't be in a position where I lack even a decent outfit. Lu Yu and the others stood momentarily stunned, only just realizing that Lu Ming was still clad in the clothes that Lu Zitao had worn when he was first brought back. Lu Xinhui furrowed her brows in disbelief. How is that possible? We clearly instructed Tower to transfer the bank card to our sister. My head aches and my mind is spinning. Before Lu Xinhui could finish her sentence, Lu Zitao suddenly let out a wail, swiftly clutching his head and collapsing sideways. They had assumed that someone would catch him. But alas, he fell in the direction where Lu Yi stood. Smack! Lu Yi showed no inclination to assist, and Lu Zitao met the unforgiving concrete floor with a resounding thud. Lu Ming grimaced at the sight. That must have hurt quite a bit. Though Lu Zitao felt an urge to curse, the circumstances compelled him to endure the pain. Zitao, the sisters of the Lu family, witnessing Lu Zitao's collapse, immediately changed their expressions, abandoning concerns of money as they rushed to assess his condition. Lu Yu glared at Lu Ming. You are well aware of Zitao's frail health, yet you still resorted to such violence. I warn you, if anything happens to him, We will not let this matter rest. Lu Wei, lying on the ground, interjected. Lu Ming, I didn't see you react this way when I knocked your father unconscious. Lu Ming retorted, you're right. I didn't see such a strong reaction from you then. Soon, Lu Zitao was cradled back upstairs by Lu Yiyu, while Lu Wei was supported by Lu Xinhui and Lu Shishi, awkwardly following behind Lu Anqing and Sun Liu as they exited the basement. Before leaving, Lu Ming felt compelled to remind everyone, don't forget to draft the severance agreement. Otherwise, the consequences may not be as trivial as merely a fainting. Finally, peace was restored. Lu Ming smirked, turning around to find Lu Yi still clutching a tablet, her eyes fixed intently on him. Are you not leaving? Lu Ming asked, arms crossed. After a moment of silence, Lu Yi replied, her tone slightly exhilarated, that back kick you executed, could you teach me? Lu Ming responded incredulously, what nonsense is this? Do you wish to emulate a dutiful daughter? Absolutely not. Go home and sleep. He waved his hand impatiently. I can pay for lessons, Lu Yi persisted. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ming hesitated. After all, he was practically destitute, with only a meager sum provided by the system, hardly sufficient for his needs. Yet, he ultimately declined Lu Yi's offer. This skill was not something one could simply teach. Even if he wished to impart it, he would be at a loss. Disheartened, Lu Yi departed. For reasons unknown, Lu Ming couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yi was concealing something from him. But he dismissed it. It was none of his concern. Glancing at the time, he realized it was past midnight. System, initiate my sign-in, he mentally instructed, hoping for a more generous reward this time. Ding. Host has checked in for 2 days, gaining proficiency in chess. Instantly, a plethora of chess strategies flooded Lu Ming's mind. He grimaced. What use is this? Am I to participate in a chess tournament now? I would prefer mastery in auto chess instead. Frustrated, he decided to sleep. He drifted into slumber until nearly noon the following day. Yawning, Lu Ming rose and headed upstairs to freshen up. Upon emerging from the basement, he discovered the Lu family gathered in the living room. The atmosphere is tense as ever, the arrangement of their seats mirroring that of the previous night. However, there was an unfamiliar man among them. How absurd! Lu Ming silently scoffed, just as he was about to head to the restroom. Lu Wei suddenly spoke up. I hear you wish to sever our parental ties? Lu Ming paused, turning to face Lu Wei. The severance agreement has been drafted so swiftly? Lu Wei countered with a question. I'm merely curious. You are penniless, without power or influence. What gives you the audacity to utter such words? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming grinned. Why should it concern you? Lu Wei smirked. So you've grown bolder? Yet, he refrained from acting rashly, as the spot he had been kicked the previous night still throbbed painfully. Smack! 2 printed documents appeared on the table. This is the severance agreement you requested, Lu Wei stated coolly, gesturing to the lawyer beside him. Care to take a look? Lu Ming's interest piqued. He had expected Lu Wei to drag things out for days. Yet here they were, with the document ready so quickly. He stepped forward to examine the agreement, which merely outlined various restrictions imposed upon him. For instance, after severing ties, the Lu family would no longer provide any assistance. He could no longer claim the title of Lu family's young master, nor could he leverage the family's name to seek aid from others. Lu Wei leaned back, arms crossed, wearing a smug expression. Do you still wish to sign? In his view, Lu Ming's theatrics were merely the result of pent-up frustration, a futile attempt to gain some benefit. He believed that once the family cut off all support, Lu Ming would abandon such unrealistic notions. The sisters of the Lu family shared this sentiment. They had all reached a consensus that Lu Ming would never actually sign. Lu Wei had even signed the agreement in advance as a form of intimidation. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the Lu family, Lu Ming picked up the pen without a second thought and signed his name on both copies of the agreement. All right, since you have provided no care over the years, let us part ways amicably and never cross paths again, Lu Ming declared cheerfully, even foregoing washing his face as he grabbed his copy of the agreement and dashed back to the basement to pack his belongings. Us common folk, oh how genuinely delightful. Lu Wei, Sun Liu, the sisters of the Lu family. Wait, this isn't right, is it? Chapter 6. The trial sleeper of the haunted house father. Did Xiao Ming truly sign? Until this moment, Lu Anqing still found it hard to believe. Lu Wei glared at the agreement bearing Lu Ming's signature, his face darkening with rage. Let him go if he wishes. If he has the guts, let him not return. Lawyer Wu, please bear witness to this. I want to see just how long this rebellious child can persist. Lu Wei seethed. Beside him, Lawyer Wu nodded. Understood, boss. Farewell, everyone. Before long, a beaming Lu Ming emerged from the basement, his belongings neatly packed in a single backpack, comprising only a few clothes he had purchased while working, leaving behind everything that the Lu family had provided, including clothing and bedding. This was an unmistakable declaration of his intent to sever all ties with the Lu family. Xiao Ming, must you escalate matters to such an extent? Lu Anqing could no longer contain herself, rising to confront him. Lu Ming gave her a thumbs up. Yes, you're absolutely right. Lu Anqing was left in stunned silence, her silence deafening. Without a backward glance, Lu Ming pushed open the door and stepped outside. Throughout the entire encounter, Lu Wei uttered not a single word, nor did he spare Lu Ming glance. The sisters of the Lu family watched Lu Ming as he departed, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in their hearts, as if something precious had been lost. However, the one most pleased was undoubtedly Lu Zitai. Though he feigned deep sorrow, internally he was nearly bursting with joy. Finally, he had rid himself of this troublesome presence. Last night's confrontation had not been in vain. Enough with the long faces. Who are you trying to impress? Lu Wei suddenly interjected. It's merely the departure of a calamity. I could see from the start that this wretch would never amount to anything. His presence in the Lu family would only tarnish our reputation. And Qing, remember to tidy up the basement later and check carefully if he stole anything from us. Ah, understood, Dad, Lu Anqing replied, slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Ming strolled down the street, humming a tune as he dragged his luggage, completely untroubled by the severed ties or any sense of melancholy. Now, let me ponder what to do next. I definitely need to make some money, but first, I must find a place to settle down temporarily, Lu Ming mused as he walked. At that moment, a petite figure blocked his path. Lu Ming paused, looking up to discover it was Lu Yi. She produced a stack of cash and presented it to him. Tuition fees. Teach me, is this enough? Lu Ming was taken aback. What? You haven't given up yet? Struggling to divert his gaze from the money in Lu Yi's hands, he replied with a hint of exasperation. Lu Yi stared at him intently. Is it really impossible? No, it's not a matter of money. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. In any case, I have completely severed ties with the Lu family. Don't come looking for me. I fear your family may misunderstand. What they think is of no concern to me, Lu Yi replied, her expression still calm as she uttered the shocking words, leading Lu Ming to suspect she might genuinely intend to embody a dutiful daughter in front of Lu Wei. However, this was not entirely unwelcome, as Lu Yi was, relatively speaking, one of the few individuals in the Lu family he held some fondness for, and he did not wish for her to be tainted by the others. After all, she had shown interest in special effects. How could she harbor ill intentions? Put the money away, there are too many eyes around. Farewell. May fate bring us together again, Lu Ming said, adjusting his backpack and preparing to leave. Lu Yi pressed on, but you have no money. Where do you plan to stay? Ah, good question. Lu Ming admitted he was pondering the same issue. After a moment of silence, Lu Yi said, I know a friend who has a 2-bedroom apartment. If you don't mind, I can ask her. Splitting the rent should make it affordable. Lu Ming's eyes brightened at her words. That sounds splendid. If we share the rent, it should only be a few hundred a month. Exactly what I need. All right, then I'll trouble you with that, Lu Ming replied, smiling. But I'm not one to take advantage of others. In return, if you ever find yourself in danger, just give me a call, and I'll ensure your safety. Lu Yi glanced at Lu Ming's somewhat frail figure, but nodded in agreement. Let's go. We can keep in touch. Lu Ming waved his phone, and with his suitcase in tow, disappeared around the corner. Now, it seems I might have secured a place to stay, but where will I sleep tonight? Should I book a hotel? Sitting at a food stall while having lunch. Lu Ming glanced at his 4-digit bank balance and felt a twinge of pain. In this area, even the cheapest hotels started at 3 figures per night, exorbitantly priced. If only there was a place to sleep that also offered a way to earn money. The system sighed. I'd already advised the host not to act impulsively. This is not the time to sever ties with the Lu family. Moreover, how could there possibly be a place that offers both lodging and income? Who says there isn't? Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting nearby spoke up. Lu Ming eyed the man skeptically. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Young man, you look like you're here from out of town for work, am I right? Well, sort of. Lu Ming nodded and then asked, what about you? Me? The man chuckled softly. I have quite a few names. Some call me Brother Xiao. Others refer to me as Director Xiao, but I prefer to be called Sales Champion. Lu Ming. The system. Where did this social butterfly come from? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming pressed on. I heard you mention a job that involves both sleeping and making money. Ah, you're in luck. I happen to have such a job. But I wonder if you have the courage to take it. Brother Xiao raised an eyebrow. Lu Ming's interest peaked. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Do tell. Brother Xiao snapped his fingers. Ghost house tester. Lu Ming. 2 hours later, in a high-end residential area of an city. Good heavens. Is this really the haunted house the salesperson mentioned? Lu Ming wandered around the house, unable to suppress his sarcastic remarks. It was clean, tidy, and fresh. This was his first impression. Truly, it was a high-end neighborhood. Who claimed this house was haunted? It looked magnificent. System. How long until we can afford such a place? Reclining on the sofa, Lu Ming began to fantasize about a beautiful future. The system's tone turned somewhat somber. Host. Perhaps we should leave. Something about this place feels off. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. What is so off about it? Someone merely hanged themselves. The system erupted. Midnight, wrist cutting. Hanging, red clothes, facing the mirror, candles, hair cutting, infidelity, buff stacked high. Lu Ming stroked his chin. Now that you mention it, that does sound somewhat reasonable. But tell me, is this an ordinary urban novel world? The system confirmed. Yes. Lu Ming. So, there are no cultivators or awakened beings or any such monsters. The system reiterated. Correct. Lu Ming. Then what is there to fear? Ghosts in an urban novel world? It's merely self-scares. Besides, for 10,000 a night, even if a corpse showed up. I praise its feng shui. Chapter 7. Midnight terror. The evening arrived. Lu Ming enjoyed a soothing hot shower and returned to the bedroom. However, perhaps due to the heavy mist, he failed to notice the large clump of tangled black hair at the drain. In the bedroom, both the wardrobe and the bedside were adorned with talismans. According to Brother Xiao, after the incident, the real estate developers had invited numerous sorcerers to perform rituals in hopes of pacifying the vengeful spirit of the woman. However, the feedback indicated that the negative energy was too intense to be dispelled. Especially concerning was the mirror position beside the head of the bed, which was covered in various talismans. If all went well, this should be the very mirror the woman faced when she took her life. As Lu Ming adjusted his hairstyle in front of the mirror, he muttered to himself. The dressing table still bore the wax tears from the candles that had burned. A deep crimson, coupled with the eerie environment, it was indeed unsettling. Lu Ming even felt a chill creep up his back, as if someone were watching him. Yet when he turned around, there was nothing but emptiness. Just a trick of the mind, he reasoned. After all, it was precisely in that very spot behind him where the woman had taken her own life. And faint traces of the stool's friction could still be discerned on the floor. What the hell? Host, look in the mirror. Suddenly, the system exclaimed in a peculiar tone. Lu Ming turned his head back, but he still saw nothing unusual, prompting him to inquire, is there a problem? The system quivered as it responded. Just now, when you turned around, the host in the mirror was grinning sinisterly at your back. Are you serious? Lu Ming scrutinized his reflection once more and made a few silly faces. His reflection mirrored his actions perfectly. Everything appeared utterly normal. System, are you sure you haven't been infected by a virus? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The system fell unusually silent. It made sense. After all, this was merely an ordinary urban world. How could anything supernatural exist here? Seeing that his hair had nearly dried, Lu Ming prepared to retire to bed. Compared to the basement, the bed here was undoubtedly softer and more inviting. It wasn't long before he drifted into slumber. Tick-tock, bong. The clock struck midnight. A sudden and intense urge to urinate jolted Lu Ming from his dreams. Instinctively reaching for the bedside lamp, he flicked the switch multiple times, but it remained unresponsive. Ugh! Out of electricity? Lu Ming couldn't help but grumble. And here I am, the trial guest, and they couldn't even bother to charge it beforehand. How did they earn the title of sales champion? Stumbling in the dark to the bathroom, Lu Ming relieved himself comfortably, shivering slightly as he flushed. Perhaps it was the darkness, but Lu Ming felt the water flow was unusually dark. However, he paid it little heed, yawning as he prepared to return to his room, oblivious to the fleeting figure clad in red that had passed by the bathroom mirror. System. This must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Quick, run a virus scan. Still groggy, Lu Ming lay back down, suddenly sensing something amiss. The object beneath his head didn't feel quite like a pillow, but rather possessed a velvety texture. Reaching out, he touched it. One by one, it felt lifeless and slick, much like a woman's hair. Woman's hair. Lu Ming shuddered, his eyes snapping open to reveal a pale, disheveled face hanging upside down before him. Those icy, unblinking eyes were fixated directly on him. Long hair cascaded down, scattered across the bed, and, judging by its direction, it was likely that he was resting upon. Sorry, miss. Is it too late for me to apologize? Lu Ming forced a smile that was more grotesque than one of sorrow. The female ghost merely stared at him, and then suddenly, her lips curled into a ghastly grin, stretching wider until it seemed as though it might tear her face asunder. Blood tears began to trickle from the corners of her eyes, landing on Lu Ming's face. The chilling sensation jolted him back to reality, and as he gazed into that gaping maw that could nearly swallow his head whole, Lu Ming decided to take a leap of faith and swung a slap at her. Yet, he struck nothing but air. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again, he found that the female ghost had vanished, and even the blood on his face had disappeared. It was as if the previous encounter had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. System, did you see that just now? Lu Ming gulped nervously. The system, equally shaken, replied, "What the hell? How could I possibly be infected? This isn't the wrong world. Why would there be anything unclean in an ordinary city? Could someone be targeting you? That seems unlikely. Such technology doesn't exist yet," Lu Ming thought, finding it hard to believe. The system was on the verge of tears. "What the hell? Why are you still lying there? Get up and run. If you don't, you'll die." Without needing further urging, Lu Ming rolled out of bed, ready to dash for the door. However, anyone familiar with horror films would know that such an escape plan is the least effective. In the next moment, the bedroom door slammed shut with a thunderous bang, and a cacophony of mournful wails filled the air from all directions. "I died so tragically. Why did you treat me this way, you wretched being? Bull. If that's the case, then let us die together." "Host, the mirror!" The system shrieked in alarm. Lu Ming glanced at the mirror, where he beheld a figure with disheveled hair in a red dress, slowly emerging as if reminiscent of Sadako. Creak, crack, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and a pungent scent of blood. Through the moonlight, Lu Ming could vaguely discern a gash on the ghost's wrist. This must be the woman Xiao Ge had spoken of, the one who had committed suicide within these very walls. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming addressed the apparition. "Every grievance has its source, and I am merely an innocent passerby who has coincidentally taken residence here. I harbor no enmity towards you. Why must you seek my demise?" "No enmity? Ha ha ha," came a sharp, piercing laughter. "Not a single man is virtuous. That wretched woman, and those who imprison me here are all the same. You must be in league with them. If so, then do not blame me." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's brow furrowed. "Imprisoned? I thought I came here to exorcise evil." It seemed Xiao Ge was not entirely truthful with me. With a sigh, he maintained a facade of calmness. "I can assure you, I am completely unaware of the situation and wish not to interfere. However, if you fail to comprehend my words, I possess some knowledge of self-defense." The ghost chuckled. "Many Taoists attempted to slay me in vain. What could you possibly do?" "Taoists? Ho, mia shaletens. Aside from a few places like Mushin, I possess some understanding of ghost hunting techniques." Lu Ming smiled slightly, and unbeknownst to him, a white spherical object, the size of a ping-pong ball, had appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, a flash of light ignited around his waist, materializing into a semi-transparent white belt. Lu Ming then pressed a button on the side of the spherical object and placed it into the belt. A booming voice emanated from a belt. Chapter 8. Is this world real? Host, where on earth did you procure that? The system, now devoid of fear, asked in a bewildered tone. Lu Ming smiled faintly. "I retrieved it from the depths of the second dimension." "What depths?" Ignoring the system's query, Lu Ming crossed his arms, striking several poses before pointing skyward. His head slightly bowed. Simultaneously, a cloak emanating black mist and orange light burst forth from the belt, swirling around Lu Ming in a dance, accompanied by an irresistibly captivating melody. "Datiri mina, datiri mina, datiri mina, datiri mina, open yoper eyes, hensin," Lu Ming intoned softly. The black armor enveloped his entire being, and the swirling black and orange cloak settled upon his shoulders. "Kaiganore, open your eyes, my soul. Let's go, Keika. Onward. Awaken. Go, 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 ghost. Go, 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 go." As the background music concluded, Lu Ming lifted the cloak draped over his head, revealing an armored visage adorned with orange and black accents, crowned with a singular horn. "Kamen Rider, Spirit Knight, here I am," he declared, his presence resounding. The female specter gasped in surprise. The system, nearly on the verge of collapse, questioned, "Is this truly correct? Am I genuinely in a normal urban world? It's one thing to encounter a female ghost, but why has my host transformed into a Kamen Rider without my knowledge?" The system lamented, "This is quite the challenge." With a dismissive flick of his arm, Lu Ming retorted, "Enough of that. Let me see what is going on with you." In an instant, he glided forward like a specter, his alien-like black eyes fixed intently upon her. "So, you were the one who threatened my life?" The ghost's fierce demeanor softened, her malevolence dissipating. "I was merely jesting, dear sir. I swear by the heavens, I have never taken a life." Lu Ming scoffed, "Nonsense. Otherwise, you'd have already met your end tonight. Now, enlighten me. What is the situation here? Besides you, I sense an even more sinister presence." The ghost responded earnestly, "Indeed. There is another within the living room, a malevolent spirit who has claimed numerous lives." "Numerous?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "Are they all former occupants of this house?" "Yes. Today it seems to be in a good mood, which is why it hasn't attacked you. I too was once ensnared by its influence, leading me down a dark path," she replied, nodding. Lu Ming chuckled darkly. "A fine predicament, is it? I have no grievances with you, yet you wish to ensnare me? Consider this a debt incurred." He pondered. "However, it would be prudent to ascertain the nature of that vile spirit outside first." Hey system, this is rather intriguing. I never imagined that ghosts could exist in this world. I believe they were mere fabrications of horror films and novels, Lu Ming mused. The system replied, it appears you are not in a much better situation yourself. With a swift motion, Lu Ming opened the door using his spiritual energy and floated out. The spacious living room was eerily silent. Suddenly, a kitchen knife hurtled towards him from behind, aimed squarely at his head. Lu Ming merely turned slightly, evading the lethal strike. And in a flash, he retaliated with a sweeping blow towards the lurking malevolent spirit. With a resounding smack, the spirit's head was flattened. Its body sent crashing against the wall. Green blood splattered across the surface. Yet, the spirit was not finished. It shakily rose and defiantly charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming scrutinized the creature, emaciated, its tattered clothing revealing writhing maggots within. Disgusting, he muttered, with a surge of orange light emanating from his right foot. He executed a powerful kick. Boom! The evil spirit was sent flying through the window. To his astonishment, the creature, upon breaking through the glass, scrambled to its feet and fled without looking back. Lu Ming could almost hear its thoughts. You didn't see this coming, did you? This is my escape route. Clever, but futile, Lu Ming thought. He retrieved the spirit night driver, stowed it within his dimensional space, and raised his right hand high. With a buzzing sound, a crimson stag beetle descended from the sky, landing gracefully in his palm. He affixed the beetle to his waist belt. Henshin. In an instant, gleaming silver armor enveloped him. Kamen Rider beetle armor. Lu Ming then placed his hand on the beetle's antenna and pulled to the side. Cast off. With a deafening explosion, the silver armor shattered, revealing an intricately designed crimson suit. The horn on his chin lifted and assembled upon his face. Change beetle. The Kamen Rider beetle form was complete. With a swift motion, Lu Ming pressed a button on the side of his belt. Clock up. Time seemed to slow around him, as if the world had come to a standstill. He bent low, legs tensed, and propelled himself after the fleeing spirit. Remarkably swift, the spirit dashed into the streets, disappearing from sight. System, can you track its movements? Lu Ming inquired. Certainly. The system is currently scanning. Tracking successful. The data has been uploaded to your Kamen Rider system. The system, now devoid of shock, seemed resigned to its existence in this world. Before Lu Ming appeared a faint green trail, the spirit's escape route. Found you, he smirked, pursuing the path with unyielding determination. Passers-by merely sensed a gust of wind, unaware of the unfolding drama. Where did that wretched creature come from? Thank goodness I am swift. Otherwise, I might have met my end there. In a secluded alley, the spirit leaned against the wall, its face contorted in rage. I will make that fool pay for this. What a significant loss. As it prepared to leave, a red figure caught its attention at the alley's end, standing with its back turned. Who goes there? It growled. The figure slowly raised its right arm, pointing skyward. My grandmother once said, the world is rife with evil that requires cleansing, and I am the one destined to purge this malevolence. I care not who you are. Today, I am in no mood for games. Prepare to meet your end. The spirit snarled, lunging at Lu Ming. Without turning, Lu Ming calmly pressed 3 buttons on the beetle device and pulled the antenna. 1, 2, 3 rider kick. A surge of energy coursed through the antenna, just as the spirit's claws approached his back. In a swift motion, Lu Ming pivoted and unleashed a kick. Boom! In a blaze of fire, the malevolent spirit was obliterated, its essence dissipating into the air. Chapter 9. Do you have a strength? As Lu Ming prepared to conclude his endeavors, the system interjected, Host. A large group of individuals is approaching from not far away. Lu Ming grasped the beetle device, momentarily taken aback. In this remote location, where even a stray dog is seldom seen, why have so many people suddenly appeared? Are they here for me? Sent by the Lu family? Lu Ming slowly retreated into the shadows to observe discreetly. He hoped the Lu family would not be so foolish. He certainly did not wish to bear the title of World Destroyer once more. Before long, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside, followed by the sight of a graceful figure bursting around the corner, swiftly turning and darting into an alley. Upon recognizing the girl's face, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. What's she doing here? From her appearance, it seemed she was being pursued. Ning Yugzu had also spotted Lu Ming and was equally startled, but once she confirmed he was not among her pursuers, she felt a sense of relief. Ignoring Lu Ming, she quickly scanned her surroundings, then gritted her teeth, raising her hands to envelop herself in a decayed, moldy cardboard box, moving to a less conspicuous spot. Leaning against the wall, Lu Ming watched the scene with mild intrigue. Not long after, another wave of footsteps approached, and Lu Ming raised his eyes to see that those pursuing were the same black-clad individuals who had interrogated him the previous night. The leader cast a glance at Lu Ming, a flicker of disdain passing across his face, before coldly inquiring, Hey kid, Did you see a woman run past here? Lu Ming closed his eyes and replied, What woman? I don't know. You're lying. She clearly ran this way, and you still claim ignorance? An angry voice shouted, Tell us, where have you hidden her? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Do you realize how noisy you are? You little brat. One of them rushed forward, intending to teach Lu Ming a lesson, but was halted by the leader. The man, with an expressionless gaze, glanced at the cardboard box behind Lu Ming and said in a calm tone, Kid, that girl is a criminal who has committed serious offenses. If you intend to protect her, you should consider whether you can bear the consequences. Lu Ming once again closed his eyes. Then you need not worry about it. As he spoke, he shook his phone, revealing the emergency services dial screen with the number 110. The man let out a cold laugh, waved his hand, and then departed with his cohort of black-clad individuals. After a few minutes, ensuring they had moved far away, Ning Yuxiu emerged from the tattered box. Casting a deep glance at Lu Ming, she softly murmured, Thank you. In truth, her hiding was a gamble. Had Lu Ming betrayed her, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off. Just a small effort, Lu Ming replied with a smile, showing no concern for the previous events. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuxiu bit her red lip and said, Those people have powerful connections. They are surely keeping an eye on you. You should consider joining me. Huh. If I were afraid of them, I wouldn't have helped you conceal yourself. Lu Ming pointed towards the alley entrance, while they have yet to return. You should leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuxiu ceased her chatter and ran towards the alley's exit. Just as she neared the mouth of the alley, she suddenly halted and turned to ask, By the way, what is your name? Lu Ming chuckled, Me? Just a passing masked rider. Ning Yuxiu departed down the path she had come from, and shortly thereafter, Lu Ming also emerged from the alley, tilting his head to the side. All right, no need to hide anymore. Come out. Doesn't that fellow over there realize half his backside is exposed? After a brief silence, a group of black-clad individuals surged from all directions. Lu Ming estimated their numbers to be around 30 or 40. The leader sneered, Your observational skills are quite sharp. Which faction do you belong to? The Tiger Hall or the Dragon Hall? Lu Ming smirked slightly. Was this a gathering of thugs? Are we playing the roles of gangsters here? Seeing that Lu Ming ignored him, the man's expression darkened, regardless of which hall you're from. I must ask you to step aside, or you may find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Tisk, a beating? Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning with that bravado? Lu Ming shook his finger. You need not waste your breath, regardless of your intentions. That person will either leave or be forced to leave today. Honestly, who can't boast? Can you back it up with strength? Do you recognize this? It's called the ability to summon a formidable power. Are you a gang? You can't even begin to handle it. The black-clad leader, now furious, laughed menacingly. Such a naive fool. I initially sought to avoid complications, but since you're intent on courting danger, let us first cripple him. Yes, a group of black-clad individuals, already itching to unleash their murderous intent on Lu Ming, received the command and wickedly surrounded him. Lu Ming sighed, producing a pink-green box. Today's youth are simply too impetuous. Perfect, I detest being threatened. Let us resolve this here. As he spoke, he positioned the player driver at his waist, and the belt automatically extended and fastened. What is that? The black-clad individuals were momentarily taken aback. Has he suddenly pulled out a toy? Lu Ming then displayed a black-purple cartridge. Remember this well. It is the power of the supreme deity. With that, he pressed the button on the side of the cartridge with his thumb. God Maximum Mighty X. Grade Billion Henshin. A flash of purple light flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he inserted the cartridge into the player driver. Maximum Gas Hat. Gotchin. Not extinguished the highest divine ability, a light curtain swept by, and Lu Ming transformed into Kamen Rider X8. Above his head appeared the god Maximum Armor. In an instant, Lu Ming leaped, merging with the god Maximum Armor. God Maximum X. The armored limbs extended like springs. The nearly 3-meter-tall god Billion landed with a thud. Lu Ming raised his arm. My level is at the Billion grade. The black-clad individuals, witnessing the god Billion before them, nearly had their eyes pop out. Wait, is this real? Is this the world I know? Transformation out of thin air? Summoning armor? Are you a god? Change of scenery. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Ming transported everyone to the ancestral mountain of Toei. The black-clad individuals turned pale with fear. Holy crap, did he just shrink the earth? Or perform some grand teleportation? Oh my god, I see a deity. Chapter 10. The Moonlit Filial Piety, Fist Doin'. Lu Ming leaped into the fray, swinging his arms as he dove into the crowd. Feel my war stomp. Boom. Like a missile hitting the ground. Hit. A massive critical strike effect appeared. The surrounding black-clad individuals were sent flying by the shockwave of the impact. Of course, there were still a few dim-witted individuals who charged at Lu Ming, swinging their knives and axes, only to be met with the miss effect. Can't you apply a bit of force? At this rate, I wouldn't let you scrub my back. Lu Ming taunted, effortlessly seizing one black-clad individual and throwing him into two others preparing to ambush him, sending them crashing away. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of men clad in black lay sprawled upon the ground. Though they were not deceased, they clutched their arms and heads, wailing in despair. The remaining few trembled in fear, huddled around their leader, genuinely terrified. They found themselves ensnared by an unfathomable beast. An extraterrestrial, perhaps? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot. The leader of the black-clad men, fueled by a sudden surge of courage, drew a pistol from his waist, aiming the barrel at Lu Ming's head. However, the tremor in his wrist betrayed his fear. Lu Ming halted his movements. His curiosity piqued as he observed the firearm in the man's grasp. My friend, in a country where firearms are prohibited, do you not fear the police will apprehend you? The leader of the black-clad men was taken aback. Wait, how can you criticize my weapon? This piece of junk barely qualifies as a toy compared to whatever you have. Well, Lu Ming pondered, it seems there are no laws prohibiting one from transforming into a masked hero. Yet, the audacity of a genuine figure infiltrating a crowd of cosplayers is indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming proposed, how about this? We each take a step back. I will throw a punch, and if any of you manage to evade it, I shall let you go. What do you say? The leader fell into silence. Given the current circumstances, refusing would surely lead to their demise, while acquiescing might offer a glimmer of hope. Although the power of his blow was formidable, its size rendered it somewhat unwieldy. If they dodged swiftly enough, it should be manageable. The theory was sound, thus. The practice began. With a grand leap, Lu Ming ascended into the sky. The leader squinted, striving to catch sight of him, only able to discern a mere speck. So we enter a blind spot. How intriguing. But at one team matter, our reflexes are far from untrained. The group of black-clad men commenced a frantic dance of evasion. Meanwhile, high above, Lu Ming showed no intention of descending. Instead, he swung his right arm, which elongated like a spring, reaching a breathtaking length in mere moments. After 2 seconds of stretching, Lu Ming's fist struck the moon, suspended in the sky. Rise, he commanded, and to everyone's astonishment, he lifted the massive celestial body, rotating it around himself before hurling it down towards the earth. The fabled divine 1 billion moon-slaying fist. At that moment, in the hills behind, the group of black-clad men sought refuge. But suddenly, one among them sensed something amiss. Goodness, look at the sky. As they raised their heads, their faces drained of color in an instant. Holy Mary ass uncle, look at what we just witnessed. Lu Ming was indeed dragging the moon down upon them. Is this even human? Is this truly the punch you spoke of? Why not just suggest we take our own lives instead? I must ask, how are we supposed to evade a moon? With what shall we shield ourselves? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me why. As the moon approached ominously, fear was eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of resignation. Despair had reached its zenith. We mere mortals cannot contend with such a formidable force. Our only fault was being born into a world governed by being so outrageously powerful. Resigned, they closed their eyes, standing still, too terrified to look, hoping against hope that it was merely a figment of their imagination. A moment later, the moon made contact with the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that devastated the ancestral hills once more. Game clear. As the screen displaying the completion of the game appeared beside him, the scene of the hills swiftly dissipated and all returned to the alleyway. The alley lay shrouded in silence, devoid of any traces of the preceding chaos, let alone the moon's kiss upon the earth. With a click, Lu Ming removed the divine 1 billion cartridge, casting a derisive glance at the unconscious figures of the black-clad men before turning to depart. An hour later, the alley echoed with bizarre voices. Abba, 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 cow, cow, cow. Patrick Star, let us go catch jellyfish together. Good night, Baka Baka. As the authorities were alerted and the individuals were taken to the hospital for evaluation, the diagnosis revealed suspected brain trauma leading to a state of mental instability, colloquially referred to as idiocy. The lack of surveillance in the alley, coupled with the discovery of weapons and contraband among them, left the police disinclined to pursue the matter further, especially as no relatives could be contacted. However, that was merely an afterthought. After resolving the situation with the group of black-clad men, Lu Ming transformed back into the hero Kaito, returning to the haunted residence. At that moment, the female ghost was cautiously peering from the doorframe into the living room when, in an instant, a red figure emanating blue light appeared before her. Not a ghost, but a person, she shrieked, nearly losing her wits in terror. Lu Ming reverted from his transformation, exasperatedly remarking, "Come now, sister, you are the ghost here." "Why the fright?" The ghost, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Is it not reasonable for a ghost to feel fear?" Lu Ming responded, Your logic is quite sound. Now tell me, what do you know about the happenings here? Share everything you can. As he walked back, his frustration grew. Had he not possessed some means of resistance, he might have already perished at the hands of these spirits. Moreover, given the number of lives lost here, he was unconvinced by any claims of ignorance regarding the situation. Upon reflection, the timely appearance of the rival seemed too coincidental, especially at a moment when he was uncertain of where to take refuge. This matter concerning the Lu family should not involve you, correct? The ghost weakly replied. I only know that the malevolent spirit you pursued should possess more knowledge than I do. Perhaps you could inquire with it? Ah, Lu Ming scratched his cheek awkwardly. It was inadvertently obliterated by my kick. The ghost replied, it seems you truly are quite careless. In the next chapter, the ghost, named Su Shuang, divulged all she knew to Lu Ming. In life, she had been relatively affluent, having purchased the house outright through her efforts. Her husband, Zhu Xian, a former bar employee, met and fell in love with her through a chance encounter, leading to their marriage a year later. They had anticipated a blissful life together, until Su Shuang inadvertently discovered Zhu Xian using her money to support a mistress. Upon mentioning the mistress, the previously subdued, ghostly aura of Su Shuang surged uncontrollably. Lu Ming quietly retrieved the invincible player cartridge. With a click, the ghostly energy calmed instantly. Su Shuang, her gaze clear, continued, out of respect for our marriage, I initially refrained from causing him distress. I merely wished for a divorce. However, in a fit of rage, he sought the aid of a Taoist who, unbeknownst to me, unleashed the malevolent spirit into our living room. That evening, he deliberately provoked me, unwittingly granting the spirit the opportunity to manipulate me, leading to my tragic demise. Lu Ming stroked his chin, contemplating, it seems that it truly has no connection with the Lu family. Nevertheless, the audacity of that so-called sales champion to deceive me is infuriating. He continued, is there anything else you know? Su Shuang shook her head in resignation. After that, Zhu Xian, fearing my retaliation, summoned some old masters to seal me away. Fortunately, I had accumulated quite a few buffs before I attempted to end my life, so they couldn't do anything to me. Lu Ming replied, from your tone, you seem rather proud of that? He pressed further, is there anything else? Nothing more, I'm afraid. I'm unclear about what happened afterward, she said. Lu Ming nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Stretching lazily, he prepared to return to his slumber, feeling quite exhausted from the previous night. Observing Lu Ming's retreating figure, Su Shuang remained silent for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and asking, could you do me a favor? Lu Ming paused, then waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss this tomorrow. He then entered the room. Su Shuang opened her mouth, but ultimately decided against saying anything. Time passed to the following noon. Lu Ming arose promptly at 12 o'clock. After glancing at the numerous missed calls on his phone, he quietly turned up the volume. Thankfully, he had anticipated this. Otherwise, he would have been rudely awakened. System, check-in. Daily check-ins must not be forgotten. System, congratulations, host, on completing your third check-in. You have received 5,000 yuan. Nice, Lu Ming exclaimed, punching the air. Now, this is what I call a good system. He then flipped over, got out of bed, and began his morning routine. As he stepped out of his bedroom, he was startled by Su Shuang, who was sitting on the sofa with dark circles under her eyes. What on earth? Where did that panda come from? Su Shuang, regaining her composure, replied. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ming seemed intrigued. Do spirits also develop dark circles? I thought they were all like those in movies. Naturally radiant, Su Shuang responded in a low voice. Generally, we do not. What you see is not a dark circle, but rather the manifestation of our power, known as ghostly energy. The darker the color, the stronger the power. Lu Ming nodded. Oh, I see. So, you've been burning the midnight oil? A smirk crept on Lu Ming's face. After completing his morning routine, he noticed Su Shuang hesitating to speak. He settled onto the sofa and said, all right, about that favor you wanted from me last night, let us hear it. Su Shuang's eyes brightened, and she quickly replied, could you help me break the seal? Lu Ming gave her a sideways glance. Break the seal? You wish to go out and harm others? No, I lack the courage for that. Su Shuang hastily waved her hands. I only want that scoundrel to pay for his actions. I have no intention of harming anyone else. Lu Ming nodded. While I understand your intentions, ultimately, humans and spirits are on different paths. If I were to release you to cause harm, would I not indirectly become a murderer? That could tarnish my integrity. Su Shuang's expression dimmed. I realize now that I have been inconsiderate, and I apologize for that. However, Lu Ming interjected. My grandmother once said that a true knight must never allow a girl to shed tears. Besides, I have my own grievances with this so-called sales champion. In the name of chivalry, I, Lu Ming, shall assist you. At his words, Su Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Dear sir, I have nothing to offer in return, but I do have a bank card stashed away in the recesses of my vanity mirror, containing some spare cash. If it pleases you, you may take it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Why didn't you mention you had money sooner? I would have agreed last night. Who could resist the allure of wealth? However, he feigned indifference. Ahem, wealth is but a trivial matter. Such words could be seen as an affront to my character. Nevertheless, in our line of work, the greatest fear is owing favors, so I shall accept this card, and we shall be even. Do you understand? I understand. Suswang nadie obediently. Lu Ming then rose and walked into the bedroom, glancing at the vanity mirror, eager to act. So, all I need to do is smash this mirror, right? Watch me, he declared, grabbing a stool and preparing to strike it against the mirror. Wait. Su Shuang attempted to intervene, but Lu Ming was already swinging the stool. Just as it was about to make contact, the runes on the mirror suddenly erupted with countless streams of golden light. The golden light coalesced into a net-like barrier, and Lu Ming felt as though he had struck a spring. The stool flew from his grasp. Wow, this rune has some substance. It even possesses a defensive mechanism? Lu Ming remarked with interest. However, he thought to himself that mere runes would not deter him. With a flourish, Lu Ming produced 2 rings. One ring bore a palm imprint and was worn on his right hand, while the other, encrusted with a red gemstone, adorned his left hand. He then placed his right hand on his abdomen. Activate. With a flash of red light, the palm-shaped device encircled Lu Ming's waist. He then turned the palm imprint. Shabadobi to Henshin. As the background music swelled, Lu Ming placed his left hand before the device. The device and ring erupted in brilliant light, and with a flick of his wrist, a fire elemental magic circle appeared, coursing through Lu Ming's entire being. Fida. Amidst the flames, a figure clad in red armor, with his legs draped in a cloak, materialized in the bedroom. Time for the show. Chapter 12. Regretful Xiao Peng. Though I lack knowledge of incantations, I have dabbled in the arcane arts. I wonder if these low-quality runes can withstand the searing heat of my flames? Lu Ming mused with a slight smile, his palm gliding over the device. Accompanied by the dazzling red light from the ring, a fiery tongue shot forth, instantly incinerating the rune net along with the runes themselves. Collect. Lu Ming snapped his fingers, retracting the flames without damaging the vanity mirror. Simultaneously, Su Shuang felt a lightness in her body, as though something had vanished from within her. Is the seal broken? Su Shuang's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Lu Ming deactivated his transformation, calmly retrieving the bank card from beneath the vanity. At this point, we are even. What you choose to do afterward is no longer my concern. Su Shuang nadie. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the sound of keys jingling at the door interrupted her. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smirk. No doubt, that must be Xiao Ge. He promptly stepped out of the bedroom, with Su Shuang following closely behind. Curious, Lu Ming asked, aren't you afraid of being seen? Su Shuang shook her head. Unless they possess special abilities or the ability to see spirits, ordinary people cannot see me unless I reveal myself. That explains it. Lu Ming nodded, realizing why he hadn't seen Su Shuang or that malevolent spirit upon his arrival. Just then, the front door swung open, and Xiao Ge cautiously poked his head inside. Hey, what are you looking at? Lu Ming emerged from the bedroom, his tone nonchalant. Xiao Ge was startled. Seeing Lu Ming emerge unscathed from the bedroom, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, though he quickly suppressed it. Nothing much. I thought you had left. Little brother, he chuckled awkwardly. After all, you didn't answer any of the numerous calls I made this morning. Lu Ming handed over the payment code. The money hasn't arrived yet. How could I possibly leave? Xiao Ge was taken aback and hurriedly scanned the payment code, transferring the funds while forcing a pained smile. I must admit, I overlooked that. However, I'm a bit curious. Did you encounter anything, peculiar while you were sleeping last night? Not at all. Lu Ming replied while rubbing his neck. I had dinner, took a shower, and went to bed. I slept soundly until just now. I haven't even had lunch yet. Xiao Ge exclaimed. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so soundly? But this shouldn't be, he thought. Didn't the boss say everything had been arranged long ago and that there would be no issues? Why was this kid still? Oh, pardon me. I need to use the restroom. Lu Ming suddenly stood up, smiling at Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge quickly responded, no problem, little brother, take your time. As he watched Lu Ming head into the bathroom, Xiao Ge hurriedly reported to his boss, Zhu Exine. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lu Ming gazed at the reflection of Su Shuang in the mirror. Did you just say that the person outside is one of the killers from that time? Indeed. That person out there is Zhu Exine's most loyal lackey. It was Zhu Exine who allowed that malevolent spirit to enter, Su Shuang said through clenched teeth. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. If that's the case, the nature of this matter has changed. I initially thought it was merely a case of withholding information. I never imagined he was targeting me. Interesting, exceedingly interesting, Lu Ming sneered, then exited the bathroom with an air of feigned ignorance. Upon seeing Lu Ming emerge, Xiaoge quickly tucked away his phone and smiled. You're back, little brother. Lu Ming nodded. By the way, Xiaoge, while I was in the restroom, I suddenly thought that your salary seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Zhu Xin Bao said. What seems unreasonable? Lu Ming settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs with a smile. After all, you had me share a bed with 2 ghosts for an entire night, one of whom has taken many lives. This appears to contradict what you previously stated. Zhu Xian's expression shifted dramatically, but he maintained a facade of calm, forcing a laugh. What are you talking about, little brother? There are no such things as ghosts in this world. You must be scaring yourself. Well, that may not be the case. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Why don't you take a look behind you? Huh? Zhu Xian felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned around. There! He beheld a woman clad in a red dress, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her face twisted in fury, floating in the air and staring directly at him. Oh no! Zhu Xian was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, trembling as he pointed at the ghostly figure. Why you're not supposed to be... A chilling, sinister laughter echoed throughout the room. Xiao Peng. So, you still remember what happened back then? When will this cycle of revenge end? Today. You shall pay with your blood for your sins. As she spoke, Su Shuang's hands transformed into talons, reaching for Xiao Peng's neck. Yet, Xiao Peng's expression shifted from terror to mockery. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, a beam of golden light erupted from Xiao Peng's neck. Su Shuang let out a piercing scream, her hands recoiling as if burned by hot iron, sizzling with the sound of searing flesh. Xiao Peng dusted off his pants. Rising calmly from the ground, I must admit, you did startle me there for a moment. You didn't think I came here unprepared, did you? You beast. Su Shuang glared at Xiao Peng with seething hatred, wishing to rip him to shreds, but Xiao Peng was shielded by a magical artifact, rendering her powerless against him. As Xiao Peng reveled in his bravado, a hand suddenly reached out from in front of him, yanking the protective necklace from around his neck. Well, this is quite well crafted. I'll take it, Lu Ming said cheerfully. Xiao Peng was taken aback. Wait, how did you manage to take my necklace from over 10 meters away? Su Shuang's eyes lit up. Now that he has lost his artifact, let us see how he escapes. I admit I may have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. Xiao Peng began, but he was still reluctant to give up. He turned and lunged at Lu Ming, attempting to reclaim the necklace. Lu Ming merely cast a disinterested glance at him, evading with a twist of his body and effortlessly tripping him. Quite the predicament you're in, Xiaoge, Lu Ming remarked with a smirk. Su Shuang floated beside Lu Ming, her gaze cold and unyielding. Xiao Peng, genuinely frightened now, cried Sister Su. This really has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders for money. It was all Zhu Xian's doing. If you seek revenge, go after him. Su Shuang sneered. No worries, he will soon join you in the afterlife. With that, she plunged into Xiao Peng's body. In the next moment, Xiao Peng writhed as if possessed, frantically clawing at his own flesh until his skin was shredded. The room resonated with blood-curdling screams. Chapter 13. Lu Ming's past life. Xiao Peng pleaded desperately for Lu Ming's help. Save me. I don't want to die yet. Lu Ming crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. From the moment you wish for my demise, you should have anticipated your fate. Xiao Peng, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, threatening. I cannot die here. If the police arrive, you won't escape either. Lu Ming shrugged. Sorry, take that complaint to my minor protection law. The torment continued for over half an hour before Xiao Peng finally succumbed, his eyes rolling back as he fell silent with a final crack. Su Shuang emerged from Xiao Peng's body, dusting off her hands. That felt good. Now it's time for that scoundrel Zhu Xian. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming stepped forward and rummaged through Xiao Peng's phone, utilizing the Time King second-tier dial to revert it to an unlocked state. After some investigation, he discovered that this affair had no connection to the Lu family. The reason he was targeted was merely a coincidence. He had been spotted and intended to be offered up as a sacrifice to that malevolent spirit. Not wishing to dwell further, he tossed the phone onto Xiao Peng's corpse and retrieved the fire element ring. With a snap of his fingers, Xiao Peng's body was incinerated. What a pity. I wonder if I can find a job as easy as this in the future. Lu Ming sighed, straightening his attire before dragging his suitcase out of the room. Su Shuang bid farewell to Lu Ming, embarking on her path of vengeance. He could only wish her luck. As he watched Su Shuang depart, Lu Ming mused. This world is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Wouldn't you agree, system? System, indeed. Lu Ming chuckled. What's wrong, little system? Why the gloom? The system responded, what do you think, host? This system initially believed it was merely entering an ordinary urban world, bound to the life of a mere young master, only to discover that the true fool was myself. Haha, just a minor issue. Lu Ming chuckled. You can't really blame yourself. After all, I've traversed 2 worlds. And one must have some safety measures, right? The system, somewhat astonished, responded, the host has actually traveled twice? What was the last world like? Lu Ming, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia, replied, Ah, that was a realm teeming with peculiar individuals and knights. In that world, slaughter was the norm. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to one's demise. Even though I possessed a system there, it lacked your intelligence, merely serving as a cold, unfeeling task executor. Yet, I met my end several times. The system fell silent for a few moments before inquiring, did the host endure great hardships in that world? Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. One could say that, but fortunately, I made some intriguing friends along the way, such as a self-proclaimed world destroyer, a little president with a penchant for delivering endless dry jokes, and a pediatrician who was also a forensic doctor, along with a genius inventor. Thus, my journey was not devoid of amusement. It was precisely this experience that compelled me to adopt a low profile in this world. I wished to avoid entanglements. I had long been yearning for such a tranquil and ordinary life. The system interjected, speaking of which, have I forgotten something? Lu Ming stroked his chin in contemplation, and after a few seconds, he suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, I nearly forgot to return Lu Yi's call. Gazing at the numerous missed calls from Lu Yi on his phone, even Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips as he hastily dialed her number. Lu Yi answered almost immediately. Hello, is this Yi? Lu Ming awkwardly began. The voice on the other end seemed tinged with a hint of resentment. Yes. Clearing his throat, he continued, I'm truly sorry, I was preoccupied. I finally have time to return your call regarding the co-renting matter we discussed yesterday. What's the status? Lu Ming forced a smile, understanding that in this day and age, one must swallow their pride when seeking assistance. Lu Yi sighed, for a clock this afternoon. At the Latte Cafe outside the school. Please, don't be late. Absolutely, I won't be late, Lu Ming assured her, patting his chest. The system remarked, generally, those who make such declarations are guaranteed to be late. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming scoffed, that's others. As for me, I possess the prowess of a seasoned veteran and the wisdom of a Time Lord. I truly cannot fathom how I could be late. The system replied, you have the final say on that. Subsequently, Lu Ming visited the bank to check the balance on Su Shuang's card. A staggering amount of 100,000. Goodness. Lu Ming's eyes nearly bulged out. Indeed, my sister Shuang is quite generous. Without hesitation, Lu Ming decided to treat himself to a splendid meal to celebrate. He chose the ZY Shao Tower, the largest and most popular restaurant in its city. Even at this hour, upon entering, Lu Ming was informed that there were no private rooms available, and he could only dine in the main hall. He had no objections to this, and casually found a seat to place his order. While waiting for his food, he suddenly overheard a hushed conversation from the table next to him. Brother Long, do you really think we'll be safe on this adventure? I've heard that haunted house is quite sinister. More than 10 people have entered and never returned. Another voice chimed in, exactly. Moreover, we came here secretly, without informing our families. If something goes wrong, we have no escape route. I understand your concerns. While we have brought some protective talismans, it's always better to be cautious. Besides, we don't have anyone capable of fighting here, so escaping might prove difficult. That's why I'm considering hiring a bodyguard. I'll be live streaming the entire event, so if anything happens, our families will surely see it. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was clear these individuals were here for an adventure, complete with the perfect combination of out-of-towners, haunted houses, and live streams, an abundance of buffs indeed. However, he had no desire to intervene. Fate had brought them here, and he was disinclined to meddle. Before long, a server approached with the prepared dishes. At that moment, a child suddenly emerged from nowhere, seemingly oblivious, and collided directly into the server's leg. Hey, the server stumbled, desperately trying to maintain her balance while still holding the tray. Observing the imminent disaster, Lu Ming swiftly positioned himself behind her, supporting the tray with one hand while grasping her arm with the other, simultaneously delivering a kick to the child who had fallen to the ground, preparing to wail. It was a reflexive action. The kick left the child momentarily stunned, forgetting to cry, and after a few seconds of dazed staring at Lu Ming, he abruptly got up and left. Unbothered by the child, Lu Ming turned to the server and asked, Are you all right? The server stared at Lu Ming, her face flushing as she regained her composure. I am fine, thank you. Not a problem. I would prefer not to see all this food wasted. My grandmother always said that wasting food is a terrible thing. Lu Ming offered a mild smile, took the tray, and returned to his seat. As he passed by the table where the adventurers had been discussing their plans, a young man suddenly remarked, Well done. That kick was quite satisfying, brother. Lu Ming was taken aback for a moment before chuckling, just a typical reaction. My brain didn't register it, but my leg acted first. Ha, well said. The young man laughed, but I suppose that child's parents might not share the same sentiment. He gestured disdainfully. Lu Ming followed his gaze and indeed spotted a furious middle-aged couple striding toward him, the child in tow. Who bullied my son? Step forward. The irate man bellowed. The child pointed at Lu Ming, shouting, Mommy, Daddy, it was him. What? You poor wretch? How dare you strike my son? What gives you the audacity? The woman, noticing Lu Ming's humble attire, immediately launched into a sharp tirade. Onlookers, unable to stand by any longer, interjected, Your child was the one causing trouble. Why blame this young man? Exactly. What fault lies with him? It was evident that the apple had not fallen far from the tree. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, the woman's face flickered between shades of anger and embarrassment as she retorted, Well, you know, do you even comprehend who I am? Go on. Inquire about the name of the eldest daughter of the Bai family in An city. At her declaration, the crowd fell silent. Lu Ming rifled through his memory and finally recalled the Bai family of An city, a powerful clan, evidently superior to his own. No wonder she felt so emboldened. Seeing the crowd's sudden submission, Bai sneered, then turned her icy gaze toward Lu Ming, demanding, You, poor wretch, I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me? Fool. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Is it the norm for wealthy families to be this ignorant? I had thought only the Lu family behaved this way. The system chimed in. Isn't this typical in urban novels? Otherwise, how would the protagonist assert their dominance? Lu Ming conceded, that's a valid point. Bai was momentarily taken aback by Lu Ming's rebuttal, her expression a mix of disbelief. This poor wretch dares to insult me? How audacious. The man's expression darkened slightly as he spoke in a voice imbued with an almost enchanting resonance. Kneel and bow your head. This time, I shall let the matter pass. How ridiculous. Lu Ming sometimes wondered how these people could be so foolish. Do they truly believe this is a novel? The man's countenance grew even more severe, taken aback by the audacity of this young boy. Did he really think himself invulnerable? With a swift motion, the man reached out to seize Lu Ming, only to have his wrist captured in return. In an instant, Lu Ming executed a shoulder throw. Ak! The man hit the ground with a cry of agony. Darling. Bai rushed over to assist the man to his feet. He rose, looking somewhat disheveled, and glared at Lu Ming, saying, Very well, you will regret this. The unruly child also pointed at Lu Ming, exclaiming, Pauper, you're done for. Lu Ming merely smiled, unperturbed. If you continue to point at me, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. The child was so frightened he burst into tears. At that moment, the restaurant manager, hearing the commotion, hurried out. Oh dear, Miss Bai, Mr. Shui, this is all a misunderstanding, You dare claim this is a misunderstanding when they are bullying me? Bai retorted, pointing at Lu Ming. The manager bowed repeatedly. I sincerely apologize. We will certainly provide both of you and the young master with an explanation. Humph. Bai snorted coldly, refusing to speak further. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow and approached Lu Ming, whispering, Young man, if it becomes too difficult, perhaps you should apologize. Their family is influential. It is not worth the trouble. Lu Ming chuckled. So what if their family is influential? Can they boast more foundational power than us, or be less prone to skin ailments? Is their fault? Must I apologize to them? The manager sighed in resignation. Young sir, I understand your grievances, but reality is what it is. An apology from you might quell the matter. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what repercussions their methods may bring. That is my concern. I simply wish to enjoy a peaceful meal. As a customer, I should still possess that right, should I not? Lu Ming replied coolly. The manager's mouth twitched slightly. It became evident to him that this young man was either unyieldingly brave or simply foolish. Yet, his demeanor did not suggest he was from a powerful background. Had he truly encountered a fool? Manager Wong, are we not done here? Almost. Manager Wong hastily replied, then turned to Lu Ming with a pained expression. In that case, I must apologize, but our establishment reserves the right to expel disruptive patrons. So please vacate the premises. As for your meal, I assure you that a full refund will be provided. Lu Ming laughed in disbelief. Are you blind? Or can you not see who the real troublemaker is? Manager Wong feigned ignorance, maintaining a stoic expression. Young man, I have shown you enough courtesy. Should you refuse to leave, do not blame me for calling security. At that moment, Lu Ming realized the manager was clearly attempting to appease the more powerful party. Feeling that he could easily take advantage of Lu Ming's perceived vulnerability, the Bai family also looked at him with derision. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to deliver a forceful retort, a mocking voice floated over from the next table, distorting the truth and expelling customers. Manager Wong. What a grand display of authority you have. Who? Manager Wong turned to see a casually dressed young man reclining in his seat, legs crossed, observing him. In an instant, Manager Wang's complexion paled, trembling as he stammered, Master Gu? Ah, so you still recognize this young master? I would have thought you were the owner of this establishment. The young man replied, standing and walking over to Lu Ming, narrowing his eyes at Manager Wang. Little Wang, do you recall the purpose behind your promotion? Have you completely forgotten it? If so, I believe it is time for a change in management. Please, Master Gu, I have only just reached this position, and my family depends on my meager salary. Manager Wang fell to his knees, tears and snot flowing freely, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Gu Tong patted Lu Ming's shoulder, saying, It seems you have chosen the wrong target for your apology. Manager Wang immediately understood, quickly bowing deeply to Lu Ming, Big brother. Please forgive my earlier insolence. I truly did not mean it. I shall have these 3 troublemakers removed and permanently banned from entering. With a snap of his fingers, the well-prepared bodyguards surged forward, seizing Bai Ku's family and dragging them out. At that moment, Bai Ku and her companions were still in a state of bewilderment. Wait, you got the wrong people. Why us? This isn't how the story goes. What are you doing? I am the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Let go of me. Let go. I will not forget this. Chapter 15. The haunted house and city manager Wang then presented a card to Lu Ming. Sir, this is our VIP card. You will receive a 25% discount on your meals here in the future. Would that be acceptable? Manager Wang's face bore a smile that was more painful than tears. Lu Ming accepted the card and waved his hand dismissively. Given the sincerity displayed, he would reluctantly grant him some leeway. Manager Wang, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanked Lu Ming before departing in a fluster. I sincerely apologize, brother. The management has been lacking. Please forgive me, Gu Tong said with a smile. Lu Ming, intrigued, glanced at Gu Tong and asked, And you are? Gu Tong chuckled. Just a passing young master from the Gu family. This restaurant is a branch of my family's business. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. The Gu family? Is there such a family in city? Noticing Lu Ming's confusion, Gu Tong clarified, I am not from city, pointing to the ceiling above. Lu Ming understood immediately. So, he was indeed a genuine scion of a prominent family. However, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised that a young master from such a background would intervene on his behalf over such a trivial matter. He had expected that such individuals would act like characters in novels, always seeking to challenge the protagonist. Thank you for today. Consider it a favor owed to you. Lu Ming acknowledged with a nod. Gu Tong's eyes brightened. May I cash in on that favor right now? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Following Gu Tong's invitation, Lu Ming moved to the adjacent table, where the remaining 3 individuals seemed to have been anticipating his arrival, all smiling warmly at him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Long. I am Yi Yuxiu. My name is Lin Yi. Lu Ming, he replied. Goodness. Xiao, Yi, Lin, Gu, traditional surnames of web fiction families. How they all come together? Suppressing his curiosity, Lu Ming inquired. I heard you have something you wish to ask of me. I lack both status and wealth, so I'm uncertain how I can assist you. Xiao Long did not hide his intentions, recounting their exploration of the haunted house in city, then added, From what I observed, your skills, Brother Lu, are not those of an ordinary person, are they? Yi Yuxiu stroked his chin. Could you possibly be a legendary master of ancient martial arts? Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. I have practiced a bit, but I am hardly a master. Well, practicing is certainly commendable. Xiao Long chuckled. To be honest, although the 4 of us are bold, we possess little combat prowess. If we were to encounter something truly terrifying, we would be utterly helpless. So, you wish for me to accompany you, in hopes that I might lend a hand in times of trouble? Lu Ming interjected. Xiao Long clapped his hands. Exactly. Lu Ming pondered. If I understand you correctly, then this haunted house is not just your average haunt. My skills are limited to basic martial arts, and if we truly encounter a spirit, I fear I would be powerless. Lin Yi laughed. You need not worry about that. Brother Lu, while we may lack fighting ability, we do possess some protective talismans, which we can share with you. Our concerns lie merely with physical dangers. Indeed, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Noticing his contemplation, Xiao Long hastily added, Furthermore, once we emerge from this venture, we shall reward you with 100,000 as a token of our gratitude. What do you say? Agreed. Lu Ming readily accepted, believing that any hesitation would be a disservice to the money at stake. As long as the payment was secured, he would confront anything, ghosts or zombies alike. By the way, when do you plan to go? Right away, Xiao Long replied. Lu Ming paused, glancing at the time on his phone. Right away? Should it typically be at midnight? Xiao Long, unfazed, responded. Midnight carries the heaviest yin energy. Only a fool would venture then. We must choose a time when the yang energy is stronger. Lu Ming conceded. That makes a fair point. However, I have an engagement at 4, so let us expedite this. The 4 of them quickly assured him there would be no issues. as the haunted house was not particularly large and would not take long to explore. Once everything was settled, Lu Ming followed Xiao Long and his companions as they drove to the haunted house. It was situated on the outskirts of a city, resembling a quaint European villa, surrounded by overgrown weeds that were waist-high, making movement cumbersome, let alone a hasty escape. Lu Ming discovered some footprints amidst the foliage, presumably left by previous explorers. Struggling to clear the weeds, the true visage of the haunted house was finally revealed to the five of them. Crumbling walls, a rusted iron gate, shattered glass, and a mass of climbing vines that nearly enveloped the entire structure, with stains on the walls that could be either paint or blood. Additionally, there were signs of fire damage scattered about. Even in broad daylight, a chill enveloped them. This place certainly has an unsettling aura. Gu Tong shuddered, forcing a smile. Yu Yuxiu added with a grin, of course, I once overheard a master speaking of this. It is said that this villa was built a decade ago for a wealthy family to host parties, hence its remote location. On the night of an event, a fire broke out under mysterious circumstances, and bizarrely, all doors and windows were sealed shut. Due to its isolated location, when the fire department finally arrived, it was too late. Over 60 people lost their lives that night. To this day, the cause of the fire remains unsolved, making it an unsolved case. Recently, with the rise in popularity of haunted house explorations, this place was discovered and has since attracted numerous streamers. Yet, without exception, they all lost signal shortly after entering and subsequently went missing. To avoid public panic, the government has suppressed the news and prohibited anyone from entering. If I hadn't overheard the master discussing it with my father a few days ago, I would have remained oblivious to such a remarkable location. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. Goodness, over 60 souls. If there are indeed spirits, will our talismans suffice against them? Xiao Long rolled his eyes while adjusting the live streaming equipment. Look at you all. It's merely psychological. Ghosts don't exist. Yet you still seem afraid, Gu Tong remarked. What if our talismans are fake? Xiao Long retorted. Then we die. Suddenly, a flash startled the four, and they turned to see Lu Ming, inexplicably holding a pink camera, snapping pictures of the haunted house. Wow, you scare me. Gu Tong exhaled in relief. Old Lu, aren't you afraid? You still have time to take pictures? Lu Ming smiled sheepishly. I'm used to it. My apologies. Yu Yuxia noticed the camera. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Is that the same model as Wang Xiaoming's? Wait, I just realized. Brother Lu, are you also a fan of the Knights? This camera does indeed look quite similar. Where did you buy it? I want one too. Chapter 16. Entering the haunted house in response to the curiosity of Xiao Long and his companions, Lu Ming simply smiled, then revealed the photos he had taken. Unsurprisingly, they were a blur, far less clear than what his own inferior device would capture. Just as he was about to put the photos away, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite the blurriness, he could faintly discern a dark silhouette at the third-floor window of the villa, raising its right hand as if greeting them. Lu Ming immediately looked up at the window, but it was empty. There was nothing there. This place definitely has an eerie vibe, he mused. The system, seemingly apprehensive, suggested, host. Perhaps we should leave? Following the tropes of horror films, one does not tempt fate. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, bemused by the system's cowardice. He hadn't even felt fear yet, but it seemed to have already succumbed to trepidation. Meanwhile, Xiao Long and his companions had finally calibrated their live streaming equipment. To conceal their identities, they donned masks, and they even provided one for Lu Ming. All right, the haunted house exploration team is ready, Lin Yi exclaimed, standing outside the wall of the haunted house. Xiao Long activated the live stream, titled Exploring the Legendary Haunted House. Thanks to the account's existing followers and the attention-grabbing title, with a sprinkle of financial prowess, the viewer count swiftly surged into the 5 digits and continued to climb. They're coming. Front Row Brothers. A live stream of the haunted house at noon? How intriguing. Streamer, why not do it at midnight? Yeah, right? If they dare stream at midnight, I certainly would watch. Have you all seen that villa behind the streamer? Of course. To be honest, if this isn't scripted, it's far more sinister than stagnant water. Scripted? This place is the infamous and city haunted house where dozens of adventurous streamers have gone missing. Now that you mention it, I remember. 60 people perished in a fire here, and even the masters shook their heads in disbelief. Is it truly that terrifying? Goodness. I'm home alone during the day. Don't jinx it. The audience began to engage in lively discussions, inadvertently infusing the haunting space with a trace of yang energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Long cheerfully recounted the history of the haunted house. Wow, a haunted house with over 70 souls. Even a titled Deluo has only 9, with the streamer's courage. I've hit the follow button. Are you for real, streamer? Can we get some daytime content? The viewers expressed their fears, yet the numbers continued to rise. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, 5 individuals suddenly climbed through a gap in the wall and entered the courtyard. The yard was quite desolate, apart from a few weeds. There was little of interest to behold. Therefore, after a brief circumnavigation of the courtyard, they prepared to enter the villa. Standing before the charred remains of the door, which had been ravaged by flames, an inexplicable chill ran through them. "Why do I feel as though someone is watching me?" Gu Tong remarked, a hint of anxiety in his tone. "Don't say that. I feel it too," Yu Yuxiu replied softly. Xiaolong took a deep breath and said, "It's merely a psychological effect. Let us proceed inside." With that, Lin Yi stepped forward and gently pushed the door. The piercing creak of the door sent shivers down everyone's spine. Peering inside, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with signs of fire damage evident on the walls and furniture. What was once an opulent decor was now unrecognizable. The floor was covered in dust, its origin unclear. Whether it was merely dust or the ashes of the departed was a haunting thought. Through the sunlight filtering in, faint traces of footprints could still be discerned, leading only inward, leaving much to ponder. Swatting the dust away, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! It must have been a tremendous blaze to leave it in such a state." Yu Yuxiu added somberly, "This is just the first floor. Remember, the party was hosted on the second floor. If the first floor looks like this, I shudder to think of the second." Xiaolong exhaled, maintaining composure. "Let us go in and take a look. We might uncover something extraordinary." "I'd rather not," Gu Tong replied with a wry smile. One by one, they entered. The last to step inside, Lu Ming glanced back at the half-open door. "Lu, is something the matter?" Xiaolong and the others queried with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming turned and delivered a swift kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the already precarious door collapsed to the ground. "All done," Lu Ming said, brushing his hands together with satisfaction. "Now we won't have to worry about being trapped like in some horror film." The others nodded in understanding, giving Lu Ming a thumbs up. The livestream audience echoed their appreciation, exclaiming, "Impressive. Who would think of that? What a genius." The atmosphere in the chat room was filled with amusement. Soon, the five began to explore the first floor. Although it appeared spacious, aside from the living room and kitchen and a passage leading to the basement, there were no other rooms to be found. They casually picked up a stick and prodded the ground, discovering nothing but dust and debris, which quickly diminished their interest in the first floor. "How about we check the basement?" Yu Yuxiu suggested mischievously, pointing to the basement door. The group gathered around as Xiaolong pushed the door open. The basement was a pitch-black abyss, devoid of any light, resembling a gaping maw of an unknown monstrosity, awaiting its prey. As the door swung open, a gust of chilling wind rushed out, carrying with it a nauseating stench of decay that churned their stomachs, nearly causing them to regurgitate their lunch. "That's enough. What does that smell?" Lin Yi exclaimed, pinching his nose as he swiftly shut the door. The remaining members exhaled in relief. Gudong couldn't help but jest, "Who the hell took a dump in there?" Lu Ming, also feeling lightheaded from the stench, remarked, "That aroma could rival a cesspit after a decade of fermentation." With the basement seemingly off limits, their attention shifted to the second floor, site of the tragic fire that claimed over 60 lives. Even with doors and windows open, the light was feeble, and as they reached the stairwell's bend, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Xiaolong led the way, with Lu Ming bringing up the rear. As the five cautiously ascended the stairs, their focus on the second floor meant that none noticed the basement door, previously shut tight, slowly creaking open. As they ascended, the stairs creaked ominously beneath their weight, threatening to give way at any moment. Yu Yuxiu instinctively reached for the handrail, but hesitated, recalling that the dust might contain remnants of ashes, retracting his hand with a scowl. Upon turning the corner, they were plunged into utter darkness, so dense that one could not see their own hand before their face. It was said that the second floor had been remodeled for parties, with no windows to provide escape, aside from a small vent for smoke, even though it was now blocked by fallen debris. Gutong could not suppress his thoughts. Without even a window, if a fire broke out, we wouldn't just be unable to escape. We'd suffocate before we could even run. The others nodded in silent agreement. They then retrieved their flashlights, illuminating the darkness. "Watch your eyes," Lin Yi suddenly shouted. In an instant, a blinding light engulfed them. "What the hell? My eyes! Who threw a flashbang?" Lin Yi cursed. Only Lu Ming managed to react swiftly, dodging just in time, though still catching a glimmer of light. From that moment on, he vowed never to partner with Lin Yi again. After a moment, their eyes adjusted to the brightness, though they still felt a lingering dazzle. "Damn it, Lin Yi, did you bring a flashbang with you?" Gu Tong complained, shielding his eyes. Lin Yi, holding the flashlight, gave them the middle finger. "You don't understand. This is precautionary. To prevent the flashlight from dying at a crucial moment, I specially ordered this high-powered model. It boasts 32 LED sources, a lifespan of 50,000 hours, and an output of 200,000 lumens. Truly a little sun in the darkness. The audience was taken aback. What a character. First kicking down doors, then wielding a powerful flashlight. These guys are either incredibly bold or overly cautious. The chat exploded with reactions. I genuinely felt blinded for a moment, under the intense illumination of the flashlight. The previously impenetrable darkness of the second floor was instantly transformed into a scene of stark horror. The walls were covered with countless black handprints, and debris littered the floor, alongside various dismembered remnants of burnt furniture and appliances, with the occasional charred bone visible. Even after all this time, a faint scent of charred remains hung in the air, a testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. For a moment, the five stood frozen at the top of the stairs, unable to take a single step forward. The chat room was flooded with messages. Why must I witness this in broad daylight? Protect me with the barrage. These handprints look eerily like ghostly impressions. Ugh. I just changed my pants. Host, if things go awry, let us depart. Otherwise, we might truly find ourselves in peril. Even Gu Tong could not suppress his trepidation as he timidly suggested, Brother Long, do we really have to venture inside? Xiao Long swallowed hard, feigning composure as he replied. It's merely a psychological effect. We shall explore the second floor and leave afterward. We come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. Reluctantly, the group suppressed their unease and ascended to the second floor. Well, regardless of the outcome, these shoes are undoubtedly destined for the trash. They all mused silently. However, after a thorough exploration, Lu Ming discovered that aside from the somewhat alarming handprints on the walls, there was truly nothing to fear. There were no ghosts, not even a whisper of breeze. Yet, he did spot a charred piano in the corner. The four companions of Xiao Long also grew bolder as they became accustomed to the handprints on the walls, casually rummaging about on the second floor. Yu Yixiu even tried pressing a few keys on the piano, but it emitted no sound. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Aside from those eerie handprints, everything else seems rather mundane. Lin Yi sighed. Xiao Long chuckled. Thus, it can be said that there are no ghosts in this world. We merely frighten ourselves. Yu Yixiu grinned. So, shall we venture to the third floor? Upon hearing this, the group instinctively glanced at the staircase leading to the third floor. Though the second floor was the site of the incident, they had an unsettling feeling that the third floor would be even more bizarre. The handprints on the walls seemed to lead upward. Gu Tong shrank back. Perhaps we should reconsider. After fiddling with his phone, Xiao Long sighed. What a dreadful place. No signal whatsoever, and the live stream just cut off. How could this be? This isn't even a signal jamming zone. You might need a new phone, Long Xiao. Perhaps one with a folding screen? Someone quipped. Without the live stream, it would be utterly tedious. No one would witness our heroic exploits. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the staircase leading to the third floor. The previously jovial group instantly tensed. Did you hear that? Gu Tong stuttered. Xiao Long gazed toward the third floor, speculating, must be the wind, right? Lu Ming remained silent. That sound did not resemble wind. It was more akin to a rocking chair scraping against the floor. Before anyone could react, they heard the sound of a ball being bounced from above. Clap, clap, clap. The rhythmic noise echoed, as if someone were playing with a ball up there. Should we still go up? The answer was unmistakably. Something feels amiss. Retreat. Xiao Long waved his hand decisively, not even pausing to consider. He was daring, but not foolish. In such a scenario, even the dim-witted would sense something was wrong. Lingering here could spell disaster. Gu Tong and the others had been anticipating this command. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and dashed downstairs. However, as they reached the ground floor, they were left dumbfounded. Outside, flames had erupted, encircling the entire villa in a fierce blaze. The fire stretched beyond their sight, making escape impossible. What the hell is going on? The group exclaimed, bewildered. When they arrived, everything was perfectly fine. How could there be a fire? If it were arson, they would have noticed such a massive blaze beforehand. This fire seemed to have ignited spontaneously. The searing heat that met them was a clear indication that this was no illusion. Oh no, how did this happen? Are we going to burn to death here? Gu Tong exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. As the temperature on the first floor soared, Xiao Long made a decisive choice. We cannot remain on the first floor. We must return upstairs. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar sound echoed from the staircase. Clap, clap, clap. Under the terrified gazes of the group, a pitch-black ball began to roll down from the second floor. Chapter 18. Is there really a ghost? Could this be the very ball we heard on the second floor? Yu Yixiu's eyes were fixed on the ball, hardly daring to breathe. Aside from the crackling of the flames outside, the villa was enveloped in the sound of the ball's descent. Ultimately, the ball rolled to the ground floor, coming to rest at Lu Ming's feet. Is this real? Yu Yixiu could not help but feel a chill. Even if it were the wind, How could it possibly blow a ball from the third floor to the first? Moreover, the second floor was sealed. Where would the wind come from? Just then, an unexpected sound of piano keys being struck resonated overhead. The five of them immediately widened their eyes. Was it the sound of a piano? It had to be. But how could that be? Yu Yuxiu's face turned pale as he stammered. I clearly tested it just now. That piano couldn't possibly produce sound. Lu Ming's lips twitched. Was there even a need for testing? If it could play, that would indeed indicate the presence of a ghost. Though it seemed they might be encountering one after all. Just as Yu Yuxiu finished speaking, seemingly in response to his words, the piano began to play a rhythmic melody. The music was elegant, calm, and soothing. Yet, in this context, it felt like a sinister whisper heralding the arrival of death. Accompanying the piano's tune, the commotion on the second floor intensified, producing a cacophony reminiscent of countless individuals dancing above. The five of them instantly recalled that ill-fated gathering. Their fear caused them to forget the raging fire at the entrance. Gu Tong wore a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Do you think someone is deliberately messing with us? Yu Yuxiu replied in a hushed tone at this point. I almost hope someone is playing tricks on us. The others nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, this indeed seemed the most favorable possibility. Thus, the boldest among them, Lin Yi, bellowed upward. Whoever you are up there, stop with your ghostly antics and dare to come down and face us. The cacophony abruptly fell silent. The piano ceased its playing. An oppressive stillness enveloped them. The five exchanged glances, and just as Xiao Long suggested they ascend to investigate, the piano resumed playing. Unlike the previous gentle melody, this time the music was frantic and aggressive. Moreover, the footsteps above grew hurried and chaotic. Screams, cries, and pleas for help cascaded down from the upper floor, assaulting their ears. The group felt dizzy and weak-kneed, hardly daring to breathe. Before long, the clamoring and hurried footsteps gradually faded until they were entirely gone. The piano fell silent as well. It was as if the harrowing scene of the original fire was replaying before their eyes. Xiao Long inhaled deeply, his teeth chattering. A chill runs down my spine. An icy dread gripped them. They become drenched in sweat without realizing it. Gu Tong was on the verge of tears. Brother Long, you said there are no ghosts, right? Xiao Long replied. Am I still able to retract my statement at this point? Even the staunchest atheist would be frightened in such circumstances. As Gu Tong noticed Xiao Long's prolonged silence, his heart sank further. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the stairway corner. Who is there? Forestry swiftly directed the bright flashlight towards the wall. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, a hand, more accurately, a hand charred to a crisp, materialized on the surface. Almost immediately, with a forceful motion, a grotesquely burned corpse, so disfigured it resembled a desiccated husk, staggered into view before them. Have you seen my ball? A uniquely smoky voice emanated from the corpse's lips. The onlookers felt a jarring buzz in their heads. The corpse moved, and it was speaking. What the hell? The charred figure showed no signs of aggression, merely repeating its inquiry. Have you seen my ball? It was Lu Ming who first regained his composure, snatching up the ball from the ground without hesitation and executing a powerful slam dunk. The swiftly spinning ball tore a gaping hole through the charred corpse, sending ash scattering in all directions. Run! To the basement! Lu Ming shouted, seizing the bewildered Gu Tong and darting towards the underground refuge. Xiao Long and his companions, as if awakening from a dream, quickly turned to follow suit. The charred corpse, despite sustaining the injury, acted as if nothing had occurred, bending down to retrieve the ball and turning its gaze towards the fleeing Lu Ming and the others, ominously declaring, Brothers, don't run. Let us play with the ball together. At the rear, Yu Yuxiu couldn't help but glance back, only to find the once empty staircase now crowded with charred figures, all moving stiffly towards them. A shriek escaped his lips. Damn! They hurriedly dove into the basement, slamming the door shut and locking it behind them. At that moment, they could hardly pay heed to the foul odor permeating the air. All that mattered was to flee as far as possible. Hopefully, there would be another exit within the basement. The basement was deep, and it took them a full half-minute to reach its depths. The powerful beam of the flashlight illuminated the grim scene before the five of them. The shock it delivered was no less jarring than the sight of the charred corpse. The spacious basement was smeared with bloodstains on every wall, some dry to a ghastly dark hue, while others seemed freshly splattered, still a vivid crimson. Scattered throughout were severed limbs and dismembered body parts, remnants of humanity. At the center of the basement lay a blood-painted ritual array. Although Lu Ming was not well-versed in such matters, the bizarre symbols etched within the array and the surrounding human remains suggested it was anything but a benign formation. Before the array stood an iron-long table, reminiscent of a hospital's operating table, yet the saws and axes hanging from the walls nearby lent an air of horror. Particularly unsettling were the bloodstains on these instruments and the remnants of flesh left upon the table. Now, they understood the source of the putrid stench. Except for Lu Ming, none of the wealthy youths had ever encountered such a gruesome sight. One by one, they doubled over and retched, overwhelmed by the urge to expel their last meal. Gu Tong clutched Lu Ming's arm, his face drawn in despair, and asked Brother Long, "Do you think we can survive this?" Xiao Long wiped his mouth, his complexion pale, and replied, "I don't know. If the news spreads quickly, perhaps we'll be saved. Our families might reach us in time to retrieve our remains." Just then, a sound of metal scraping against the floor echoed within the basement, causing their expressions to shift once more. No way, not again. Chapter 19, Rabbit Tank. Who goes there? Lu Ming squinted towards the cabinet ahead. Hee, looks like we have new offerings. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a massive creature clad in a burlap sack, its body marred by various wounds, emerged from the shadows, dragging a heavy axe behind it. Xiao Long and the others felt utterly hopeless. This is just great. We barely escaped one danger, only to stumble into another. Gu Tong had completely given up on resistance. Is this the end? Yu Yuxiu pulled a talisman from his pocket. Brothers, don't panic. Watch my trump card. With that, he hurled the talisman forward. In the next moment, it burst forth in a golden light, transforming into a net that enveloped the butcher. Xiao Long and the others felt a flicker of hope. Wow, impressive, old Yi. I can't believe it actually works. However, their joy was short-lived. The butcher merely paused for a second before reaching out and effortlessly tearing the net apart, as if it were mere paper. The smiles on their faces froze. Good news, it was somewhat effective. Bad news, not completely effective. Well, this time we're truly done for. Gu Tong collapsed against Lu Ming, only to be pushed away in disdain. Xiao Long chuckled through his panic. Lu, it seems we've put you in a tough spot this time. Hey, that's what I've been saying, no risk, no reward. Lu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation and waved his hand. All right, everyone, step back a bit. I'm about to show off. Gu Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Lu, do you have a magical artifact? A magical artifact? Not quite. But what I have should be even more effective. Lu Ming smiled, pulling out a Kamen Rider driver from his pocket. Heroes can't flee in the face of danger. Xiao Long and the others were left bewildered. Are you serious? You really plan to transform into a Kamen Rider? Ignoring their incredulous stares, Lu Ming placed the driver around his waist, which fastened itself automatically. He then produced two small bottles, one red and one blue. Let the experiment begin. With that, he began shaking the bottles. As he did, intricate mathematical symbols and physical equations began to materialize behind him, a spectacle that left Xiao Long and his companions utterly astonished. With a decisive click, Lu Ming turned the bottles upside down, pouring their contents into the driver. Rabbit, tank, best match. Finally, he twisted the side handle of the driver. As he did, energy from both bottles began to overflow, coalescing before and behind him into red and blue armor. Are you ready? Henshin. Lu Ming swung his arms, and the armor enveloped him from both sides. Steel Moon, Space Reflect, Rabbit Tank. Yeah, the Kamen Rider Hyuga Rabbit Tank form made its grand entrance. Lu Ming raised his hand, the rabbit ears atop his head, standing tall. The law of victory has been decreed. Wow, are you serious? This is actually happening. What the hell? Xiao Long and the others finally snapped back to reality. In just 1 hour, they had experienced so much. Charred corpses, dismembered bodies. And now a Kamen Rider? Where was Ultraman? When would the armored warriors make their appearance? The butcher before them seemed equally taken aback by Lu Ming's transformation. But its primitive instincts quickly took over, compelling it to charge forward with its axe raised. Lu Ming leaped into the air, propelled by the agility of the rabbit, and spun around to deliver a powerful kick aimed at the butcher's head. The butcher instinctively raised his arm to block, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick from Lu Ming, toppling a heap of garbage bins and scattering putrid scraps of meat across the ground. Wow, Brother Lu is incredible. Give it to her, Brother Lu. Gu Tong and Lin Yi naturally transitioned to a new form of address, linking arms and cheering for Lu Ming. From this moment forth, Lu Ming was their elder brother. So they declared. Even the presence of their ancestors would make no difference. Yu Yuxiu stood dumbfounded nearby, exclaiming, Brother Long, this 100,000 is truly worth it. Xiao Long could only smile wryly. He had not anticipated that the bodyguard he casually recruited was actually a Kamen Rider. No wonder he had appeared so self-assured at the restaurant. What was there to fear? Just take care of it. The sacrifice must die. The kicked butcher, utterly humiliated, charged at Lu Ming with wild fury, axe raised for a flurry of strikes. Yet Lu Ming merely sidestepped gracefully, evading all attacks. Subsequently, he brandished the drill crusher, effortlessly blocking the butcher's horizontal swing and retaliating with a powerful blow to the butcher's abdomen. Sparks flew as the butcher was sent flying once more, his axe lost somewhere in the chaos, and a gaping wound opened on his belly, green blood oozing forth. However, just as Lu Ming prepared to finish the fight with a knightly kick, a cacophony of roars erupted from the basement entrance. Turning his head, Lu Ming was astonished to see a horde of charred corpses charging towards him. With no choice but to divert his attention to these undead, he found their defenses lacking. The drill crusher could easily pierce their decaying bodies. Yet, like tenacious cockroaches, as long as they weren't completely obliterated, they could continue to fight, which frustrated Lu Ming immensely. Adding to his woes were 4 old fellows who were giving him a headache. Oh yes, I almost forgot about you. After sweeping away a charred corpse with a horizontal slash, Lu Ming leapt back to Xiao Long and the others. What is up, Brother Lu? Gu Tong inquired curiously. Lu Ming replied irritably, seeing you all safe, I thought I'd find you some work. With that, he conjured a dial, spinning it casually. For beams of light shot forth, transforming into 4 suits of knight armor that adorned Xiao Long and his companions. Xiao Long, Kamen Rider Cross Set, Ye Vuxiu, Kamen Rider Grease. Lin Yi, Kamen Rider Build. Gu Teng, Kamen Rider Rogue. You 4 fools, get ready. Wow. Feeling the surge of power within, even Xiao Long couldn't help but curse. Gu Tong continuously patted the armor on his body, overwhelmed by the sensation of living a dream. Is this really something I can wear? He suddenly turned to Lu Ming. Choked with emotion, Brother Lu, without saying much more, if you don't abandon me, I wish to acknowledge you as my adoptive father. Lin Yi, a warrior of few words, could only repeatedly exclaim, so awesome. Yu Yuxiu was so astonished he could hardly find his voice. Observing their expressions, Lu Ming felt a sense of understanding. This was precisely the reaction one ought to have upon receiving genuine Bandai merchandise. He recalled how, upon acquiring the Agito driver, he had transformed countless times in a single day just to discover the most impressive transformation pose. At that moment, the army of charred corpses had surrounded them, prompting Lu Ming to remind, stop dawdling. Come on hand. Upon hearing Lu Ming's shout, Xiao Long and his companions snapped back to attention. Gu Tong was the first to act. Father, I'm coming. All for the sake of Namba Heavy Industries. The 3 others followed suit. With the enhancement of their knight armors, the once grotesque charred corpses now appeared almost elegant. Not a single one could withstand a punch. Awesome. Yi Yuxiu howled with delight. This is no different than playing a game with invincibility cheats. The attacks from the charred corpses felt like mere tickles against them. Seeing how quickly the 4 adapted, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. These children can be taught. You can handle these charred corpses. I'll go deal with that butcher, Lu Ming declared. Xiao Long patted his chest confidently. Leave it to us, Brother Lu. Lin Yi grasped a charred corpse tightly, declaring, we'll make sure they return no more. Lu Ming nodded, then leapt out of the throng of corpses, advancing directly towards the butcher. Upon noticing Lu Ming's approach, the butcher swung his axe in defense. Yet Lu Ming, in midair, retrieved the rabbit tank bottle, swiftly replacing it with a white one and pulling the lever. Harina Zumi, are you ready? Kamen Rider Build. Hedgehog tank form. The once red armor transformed into white, his left hand morphing into a morning star. With a resounding doing, Lu Ming smashed the morning star against the butcher, sending sparks flying. The butcher was pushed down, unable to stand. In the next moment, the spikes on the morning star extended violently, penetrating the butcher's head and arm. The butcher screamed in pain, instinctively releasing his grip on the axe. Lu Ming seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of blows with the morning star. No matter how strong the butcher was, he was still flesh and blood, and soon he was reduced to a bloodied pulp. Yet he still clung to life. We're all striving to live. Lu Ming glanced behind him. With the combined efforts of the 4 fools, the charred corpses had nearly been cleared. He resolved not to waste any more time. Reverting back to rabbit tank form and pulling the lever once more. Doing, Lu Ming retreated a few steps, his foot pounding into the ground. This is very rabbit-like. Suddenly, a near-linear function curve appeared, ensnaring the butcher. Though not as curved as the rabbit's main body, Lu Ming believed it was still superior to a certain little demon king's. Then, Lu Ming leaped from the pit. Ready go. Vortex finish. With his right leg extended, he kicked straight at the butcher. Ha! The butcher endured a devastating kick, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! Flames erupted as the butcher's massive form was shattered into pieces. Awesome, Brother Lu. After dispatching the charred corpses, the 4 fools hastened to flatter him. Lu Ming shook his arms, thinking that should conclude matters, but of course, the answer was a resounding no. Without warning, the blood-red magic circle at the center of the basement erupted with an eerie crimson light. The 4 of them jumped in surprise, quickly bracing themselves. What is happening now? Not sure, but it doesn't feel like good news. Could be a boss battle has begun? Lu Ming squinted at the magic circle, sensing a dangerously ominous aura emanating from it. Be cautious. This thing feels peculiar. Gu Ting chuckled and said, Brother Lu, you're too cautious. You're just some little devils who can't even break through the defense. There's no need before I could finish speaking. A sturdy arm, several meters long, suddenly popped out of the formation and started shooting towards the 5 people at 0 frame. What the fuck? Just as Lu Ming reacted promptly, he extended his arms to block it and squeezed Xia, who was firmly slapped. The intensity was so great that it directly took 5 people out of the basement of the villa, and they stumbled and fell in the courtyard of the villa. At this moment, the fire has been extinguished at some point, and from the outside, there is no trace of burning at all. Are you okay? Lu Ming asked. Coughing is not a big problem, it won't die. Squeezing the 4 idiots struggled to climb up from the ground, thanks to the armor being tough enough. Otherwise this slap would have turned them into minced meat. Yu Yuxiu, who had recovered, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The dog beeped. Who can tell me what that thing was just now? How big is that hand? It's almost half the size of a basketball court, isn't it? Has the giant invaded? Xiao Long made a dry joke. The next second, the ground began to shake violently, accompanied by an almost crazy roar. A black arm lifted the villa and reached out from the ground. Next is the second arm, head and body burnt corpse. How could it be so big? Looking at the charred corpse in front of him, which was several meters high, even Lu Ming couldn't help but slap his tongue. Sacrificed to death. The charred corpse's mouth emitted the hoarse voice of a butcher. Regardless of what he has or not, give him a kick and see his strength first. Without hesitation, Xiao Long turned the lever directly. A giant dragon with blue flames appeared beside Xiao Long. Then Xiao Long took a pose. Ready Geo, the flame dragon roared and swept into Xiao Long's right leg, causing him to leap up. Dragonic finish boom. Amidst a terrifying aura, Xiao Long kicked it away. Long Gu is handsome. Gu Tung and the others exclaimed excitedly. Then Xiao Long was slapped back by Jiao Shui casually. Gu Tung and 3 others. Lu Ming, eating the deflated dragon, lives up to its reputation. Xiao Long pulled his head out of the ground and said in confusion, Isn't that right? Why can't my ultimate move even break through its defense? Lu Ming thinks it's normal. The giant charred corpse in front of us is placed among the knights, which is also the kind of elite monster. Not to mention Xiao Long. It's very difficult to fight on our own. Roar. The giant charred corpse roared and slapped the 5 people again. The 5 people quickly dodged and took the opportunity to attack. Although the giant charred corpse has grown in size, its movement speed is much slower. Vortex finish dragonic finish scrap, finish crack up, finish T-voltic attack. 5 people seize the opportunity and use the ultimate weapon simultaneously. Faced with the deadly onslaught of these 5 people kicking from all directions, the giant charred corpse was momentarily overwhelmed. After struggling to resist for a period of time, it was finally pierced through and let out a painful cry. 5 people landed, and Yu Yuxiu took a breath and asked, Is it over? Lu Ming shook his head, no. As Lu Ming said, the pierced body of the giant charred corpse was rapidly recovering and completely restored in the blink of an eye. Damn it, this ghost is Gue. How can we play with it? Gu Tung stared blankly. Lu Ming Gang was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a strange noise coming from under his feet. His face changed instantly. Quickly disperse. What? Chapter 21. The final strike before Xiao Long and the others could recover. Countless black bone claws suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed the legs of everyone. Lu Ming escaped with high flexibility, while Xiao Long and others were not so lucky. Before they could even lift their feet, they were grabbed by the bone claws below. The 4 of them struggled hard, but more and more bone claws rushed forward. Next second, boom, accompanied by a violent explosion. The location of Xiao Long and others instantly turned into a sea of fire. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. At this speed, even if he wants to lend a hand, he won't have time. A few seconds later, the sea of fire subsided, and the originally flat land had been blasted into a large pit. Xiao Long and his 4 companions covered their chests and crawled out of the pit. Although it did not endanger their lives, they still suffered some injuries to some extent. Damn it, I almost fell. Is it this gloomy, this monster? Yu Yuxiu couldn't help but curse. Lu Ming jumped back in front of the 4 people and asked, Are you okay? Fortunately, apart from slight burn sensation, there's nothing serious. Xiao Long shook his head. Gu Tung gritted his teeth and said, Mata Luga, what should we do now? Our attack on it has no effect at all. Lu Ming sneered and said, This is not simple. It can change its form, and we can also change our form, right? As they spoke, Xiao Long and others snapped their fingers and their upgrade props appeared in their hands. Gu Ting glanced at the empty hands and said, dumbfounded, Brother Lu, where are mine? Lu Ming, I almost forgot. It seems like the War Rabbit hasn't had a chance to research and upgrade the props for the Berserker yet, but it doesn't matter. Lu Ming patted his shoulder and said, Berserker doesn't need props to upgrade. You just need to find your own explosive point and activate it. Its combat power is not weaker than our upgraded form. Explosive point, right? Okay, I see. Gu Ting nodded, firmly believing in Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming pulled out a genius energy bottle. 5 people, led by Lu Ming, stood in a row. Great all, YH Macho Fever welcome unified knot. Prime Rogue the first stage. 5 people simultaneously press the driver and rotate the lever. Genius YH Muscle Galaxy Grease Perfect, our YU Ready Henshin, everyone shouted in unison. The perfect energy bottle warrior. The invincible muscular kid of the Milky Way. Doria the second stage. Various flashy special effects wrapped the bodies of 5 people. Bubble jars, black holes, and flames are flying all over the sky. The giant charred corpse realized something was wrong and wanted to reach out to stop it, but with the setting of transforming into invincibility. The giant charred corpse's arms were directly bombarded by special effects. After a few seconds, the special effects slowly dissipated. And what caught the eye was the final form of the creator-writer and co-writer. Build Genius Craws EVOL Farmers Festival Prime Rogue, Bat Engine Form, Bait Engine. Bat Engine Form. Poor Gu Tung, in a bid to feel a sense of involvement, manually rebooted the evolution driver. Boom. The formidable aura emitted by the 5 knights after their transformation shattered a significant portion of the colossal charred corpse's massive frame. Terrifying energy coalesced within the 5 individuals. Woozy. Tonight, Lu Ming, ever so fittingly, played the theme song of Kamen Rider Rev, Be the One, on the driver. The laws of victory have been established. I am no longer impotent. I am invincible. This is the final revelry. Let us sacrifice for the greater good. Everything is for Namba Heavy Industries. Immediately, the 5 surged forward, their upgraded powers a realm apart from before, each strike rendering the charred corpse utterly defenseless. Lu Ming, filled with energy from the bottles, swiftly delivered a punch that obliterated half of the charred corpse's head. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed that the recovery ability of the corpse had significantly diminished compared to before, instantly illuminating his mind. Oh, so you're not capable of infinite resurrection after all? In that case, brothers, increase the intensity. All right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long and the others promptly drew their weapons and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the charred corpse. The corpse had intended to employ its previous tactic, using bone explosions to severely injure Xiao Long and his companions. However, aside from Gu Tung, the defenses of the other 3 had been drastically enhanced, rendering the explosions ineffective against them. Instead, they grew increasingly exhilarated. Meanwhile, Gu Tung, having entered the second phase, deftly evaded the explosions with agile movements and continued his onslaught, fueled by resentment. Ultimately, the giant charred corpse was riddled with craters, unable to recover even a fraction. It could only roar in a fit of humiliation and rage. Sensing that the time was ripe, Lu Ming and the others synchronously halted their attacks and stood in a line. Then, they activated their drivers. A torrent of ferocious energy erupted from the 5 drivers. The giant charred corpse, upon witnessing the spectacle, was struck with fear and attempted to flee. But its limbs had already been shattered by Xiao Long and his companions earlier, and had yet to heal, leaving it to emit desperate cries. Coincidentally, the song reached its climax. Be the one, be the one. All right, tomorrow, Earth launch. Amidst the background music, the 5 unleashed their ultimate moves. One side, Gyaka side, all side, ready go. One side, the other side, both sides. Prepare. Cross side, EVOL side, ready go. Cross Z power, EVOL power. Prepare. Blue, yellow, red, gold, ready go. Blue, yellow, red, gold. Prepare. GBU, Gab you ready go. Third phase. Charge complete. The 5 leapt into the air, their ultimate prelude effects manifesting. Targeting the giant charred corpse. Be the light, be the light. All right. Strong love, what assistance. Rush forth. Genius finish. Genius finish, galaxy finish. Galaxy finish, perfect kingdom finish. Perfect kingdom finish. Prime scrap break. Prime scrap break. T-voltic attack. Evolution attack. The 5 dazzling ultimate effects thoroughly pierced the body of the giant charred corpse. Subsequently, they landed gracefully, turning their backs to the explosion. True men never gaze at explosions. Be the one, be the light. Resounding, my lord shall surely take revenge for me. The giant charred corpse, struggling with its last vestiges of strength, uttered its final words. Ultimately, amidst the conclusion of the background music and the fierce sounds of explosion, the scene elegantly drew to a close. Chapter 22. New squashed 4 fools gazing at the devastated surroundings. Lu Ming exhaled heavily. Damn it, it's finally over. What a torturous ordeal. Behind him, the squashed 4 fools had commenced their carefree ruckus. Did you see that? My epic galaxy finish that descended from the heavens was absolutely stunning. My assessment? It pales in comparison to my perfect kingdom finish. My crocodile break was no slouch either. It sliced right through. If you ask me, that's all superficial. My fundamental form could directly unleash a bloodbath. If I weren't afraid of dying, I could have soloed it with a full power surge. Shut it, you fool. Not everyone has access to upgrade items. I won't name names. You, the beaten dragon. Don't get noisy. The farmer's revelry is the most magnificent. Lu Ming remarked. For childish fools, how can you make a commotion over this? But to be fair, to utilize the driver for the first time and to have such a performance, even to joke around afterwards, to show a bit of strength. Thus, he joined the fun. All right, everyone quiet down. Kamen Rider Ravi hasn't spoken yet. Kids, did you enjoy my energy bottle attack? Xiao Long and the others, this guy's truly impressive. We dare not make sound. Lu Ming stowed away the Ravi driver and then turned the dial, causing Xiao Long and the others' armors to revert to flowing light, as they sensed the rapidly dissipating power within them. Xiao Long and the others couldn't help but click their tongues. No wonder novels say that the pursuit of power is paramount. That feeling of abundant strength is simply exhilarating. Heh, who would have thought that one day I could transform into a Kamen Rider? Now, I have something to brag about. Gu Tong exclaimed, hands on his hips, his face brimming with excitement. Yi Yuxiu teased, you can transform into a Kamen Rider, but you still can't hold her hand. Oh, come on. Are you really trying to be a buzzkill? Gu Tong retorted. Besides, compared to fighting monsters, are women even a concern? Linny gave a thumbs up. Well said. Xiao Long, arms crossed, declared proudly, all thanks to me. Thankfully, I have the discerning eye to spot Lu Gu among the vast sea of people. Please, that was pure luck. I'm not saying Lu Gu is a rat, though. Yi Yuxiu mercilessly dismantled his claims. Xiao Long, Gu Tong playfully sidled up to Lu Ming. Compared to this, Lu Gu, you really are Kamen Rider Ravi? I thought it was just a special effects show. Lu Ming chuckled, offering no further explanation. Xiao Long and the others did not press for more. Yi Yuxiu sincerely said, ultimately, today our survival is entirely thanks to Lu Gu. Lu Gu, you don't need to say anything. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. Though my family may not be as powerful as these fellows, we still possess some strength. If anything happens, just invoke the Yi family name. Lin Yi scratched his head and said, I'm not very eloquent, but if you do not mind, I would like to acknowledge you as my elder brother Lu. Gu Ting widened his eyes, exclaiming, hey, Lin Yi, with those thick brows and big eyes, you are quite the schemer, aren't you? I was the one who recognized him as Big Brother first, all right? Go on, queue up behind. I don't care, I said first. Damn it. It is well known that when a group of men finds themselves at odds, a certain idea always emerges. Thus, Xiao Long spoke up. Why don't we just pledge brotherhood right here? After all, we have fought alongside each other. This suggestion received unanimous agreement from Yi Yuxiu and the others. Subsequently, they all turned toward Lu Ming, passionately calling out, Big Brother. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. What? Who decided I was the Big Brother? Was my opinion even considered? However, upon further reflection, as a transmigrator, he realized that numerous troubles awaited him down the road. Moreover, while the four fools were indeed a bit foolish, their backgrounds were not ordinary, and their character was commendable. Having them as younger brothers could help share the burdens ahead. Clearing his throat, Lu Ming feigned seriousness. Given your sincere attitudes, I shall begrudgingly accept. However, I have one request. Be discreet, and once more discreet. Do you understand? Understood, Big Brother. The four nodded vigorously, immediately thumping their chests. Rest assured, brother, we will keep your identity a secret and not leak a word. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile, seeing their eagerness to learn. Soon after, the group began bickering over who would be the second brother and who would be the fifth. Ultimately, they decided by rolling dice. Xiao Long rolled the highest, thus becoming the second brother, followed by Yi Yuxiu and Lin Yi, with Gu Tong as the fifth. Gu Tong wore a face that looked as if he had just ingested something unpleasant, for this method had been his suggestion. Thus he had shot himself in the foot. Lu Ming chuckled at the ruckus the four were causing, reminiscent of their foolish antics. Just then, a siren blared from a distance. Lu Ming and the others turned to see several police cars racing towards them, followed closely by a Wuling Hongguang van. Oh no, brother, the cops are coming. What do we do? Gu Tong hastily asked. The others looked at him in unison. Come on, buddy, your words might lead to misunderstandings. Gu Tong laughed awkwardly. I've heard people say that in TV dramas. As they spoke, the police cars pulled up, and a group of officers disembarked, startled by the chaotic scene before them. What on earth happened here? C4 exploded? Did someone step on a landmine? Are there buried potato mines? Is a bomb deployment happening? The officers soon directed their puzzled gazes towards Lu Ming and his companions, as if questioning what had transpired to cause such destruction. After exchanging glances, Lu Ming and his friends cast innocent looks toward the police, as if to say, "We have no idea." The officers appeared skeptical. "I believe you lot. You are the only ones here. Who else could have done this?" Instead of questioning further, the police methodically cordoned off the villa ruins. The van they had seen earlier slowly rolled to a stop in front. The door creaked open, revealing 5 figures stepping out, 3 men and 2 women. One of the girls, a bespectacled lowly, held a laptop in one hand and a lollipop in her mouth, typing rapidly with her right hand. Following her was a chubby boy, struggling to balance a tablet on his head that sported an antenna-like device, moving in a rather comical manner. "Lulu, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer," the chubby boy whispered, fearful of dislodging the antenna. The bespectacled girl cast him a sidelong glance. "This device has an 8-digit code. Have you thought it through?" The chubby boy replied, "I think I can hold it." The remaining 3 approached Lu Ming and his group. One sharply dressed man scrutinized them. His expression peculiar as he remarked, "You must be the streamers from earlier, right? Goodness, you certainly have a death wish coming to a place like this." The group exchanged awkward smiles, but remained silent. Another man, sporting a scarred face, glanced at the numerous craters and joked, "Wow, these youngsters. Did you all unleash such firepower that everything got blown to pieces?" Gutung chuckled nervously. "It wasn't that bad." The leading woman cast a cool glance at the 5. "So you witnessed what happened?" Chapter 23. Unconventional police. The 5 were ushered into the van, which accompanied the police cars into the city. Inside the van, Lu Ming and his companions, like curious children, examined the interior decor. Contrary to its shabby exterior, the interior was surprisingly well equipped. The van had clearly been modified, apart from the driver and passenger seats. The back had been stripped of seats and replaced with a computer desk laden with unfamiliar intricate instruments. Aside from the scarred uncle driving and the chubby boy in the passenger seat, the remaining 3 surrounded Lu Ming and his group from different angles, their gaze fixed upon them. For the first time, the group felt uneasy under such scrutiny, especially since it seemed to come from official personnel. Lu Ming had experienced this before, but it was the first time for the others. After half a minute, the bespectacled girl, finishing her lollipop, pressed the enter key on her laptop. Done. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted from Lu Ming and his companions to the lowly. The leading woman inquired, "What is the situation now?" The lowly glanced at the screen, her eyes widening in disbelief. After glancing back at Lu Ming and the others, she turned to the woman and said, "Sister Jing, the readings show 0. "What?" At this revelation, everyone in the van, aside from Lu Ming and his companions, erupted in incredulous exclamations, even the scarred uncle nearly mistaking the brake for the accelerator. The chubby boy protested, "Lu, you must have made a mistake. The readings can't be 0, especially in a D-class danger zone." The lowly shot him a fierce glare. "Are you questioning my abilities?" "Of course not." The chubby boy quickly shrank back. Sister Jing glanced at the computer screen, confirming what the lowly had stated. The numbers indeed registered as 0. "If it weren't for my trust in little Lu's skills, I would seriously doubt this." The scarred uncle clicked his tongue. 0% ghost energy? "I've been in this business for decades, and I've never encountered such a thing." The sharply dressed man couldn't help but look at Lu Ming and his companions. "What did you do?" Lu Ming and the others exchanged bewildered glances. "What are you talking about? What is this 0 business? We don't understand." Sensing their confusion, Sister Jing cleared her throat and explained, "Since you have encountered that entity, it's time we enlighten you about some knowledge that is beyond ordinary understanding." The 5 exchanged looks, realizing that the entity in question must refer to a ghost. "As you have encountered today, this world, though appearing tranquil on the surface, is, in fact, rife with undercurrents. Some darker forces are quietly rising, unbeknownst to many. These sinister elements often wield incomprehensible powers against ordinary individuals. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom alone, there are no fewer than 1,000 individuals who have suffered from poison." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and the others were immediately taken aback. "So many? No, that can't be right. If such a grave incident occurred, there would surely be some news about it," Xiao Long murmured. The leader of the group sighed, given the sheer absurdity of the situation. If it were to spread, it would only incite societal panic without offering any assistance. Lu Ming cast a glance at her. "However, since you have shared this with us, I presume there must be a solution at hand?" The leader scrutinized him deeply and retorted, "Before we proceed, could you first clarify what transpired in that haunted house? From the moment the live stream was interrupted until our arrival?" Gu Tung, astonished, inquired, "You were able to watch the live stream during work hours?" A lowly girl, having produced a lollipop from who knows where, nonchalantly remarked, "We generally do not watch live streams. but for reckless broadcasts like yours, we might take a peek. If we're lucky, we might even find a complete corpse. Gu Teng shut his mouth in annoyance. Lu Ming directed his attention to the leader, jokingly stating, "Are you asking this because you wish for us to compensate for the villa's repairs?" The leader rolled her eyes. "What do you take us for?" "I'm merely looking to confirm some information. After all, I cannot believe that just the four of you could have caused such extensive damage." Yi Yuxi muttered under his breath. "What if we were carrying C4? Then you wouldn't be sitting here. You'd be in those vehicles behind us," the chubby boy chuckled. Yi Yuxi replied. The leader added, "Moreover, conventional firearms are utterly ineffective against those creatures. Any weapon capable of slaying them would have to possess tremendous power. Otherwise, we would have eradicated the threat long ago." Lu Ming nodded, then sighed. "In that case, you have sought the wrong people. We did not cause this. We thought we were on the brink of death when a masked old man barged in and swiftly cleared those things away, rescuing us in the process." The leader furrowed her brow. "A masked old man? Where's he now?" "I don't know. After he let us out, he left. And we didn't even have the chance to express our gratitude." Lu Ming fabricated the story, his heart steady as if recounting a genuine experience. Although the leader expressed skepticism, upon further reflection, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Why is it impossible for Lu Ming and his companions to have resolved it? It would be akin to someone claiming that a person who cannot even recognize numbers solved the final problem of a national math competition. It is simply inconceivable. As for the masked elder, she speculated that he was likely just a skilled passerby. "You all are indeed fortunate, unlike the earlier group, who entered and lost all contact. Tonight, they may well have been reduced to ashes," the suited man remarked. Lu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "Regardless of whether you believe me, this is all I know. So, who are you?" "We are different kinds of police," the leader smiled, retrieving 2 documents from her drawer and placing them before everyone. "For more specific information, we kindly ask you to sign an agreement first." Lu Ming took the documents with suspicion. "What is this? Why the secrecy?" Xiao Long and the others leaned in to investigate. The documents bore the titles Confidentiality Agreement and Contract for Employment. Before Lu Ming could voice his inquiry, the leader spoke first. "The confidentiality agreement requires your signature before you can leave, but you must keep what you have witnessed today a secret. Any breach will lead to legal repercussions, potentially even criminal charges." "Wow, that's quite severe," Lu Ming exclaimed, then asked, "And what about the contract?" The leader replied, "Join us and become a member of our team." The group exchanged curious glances. "Are you sure you are not here to recruit us?" they queried, surprised at the sudden invitation. "We haven't even discussed what you do." Lu Ming shook his head. "Apologies, but while I am intrigued, I would prefer to feign ignorance rather than join an unfamiliar and peculiar organization." Xiao Long nodded in agreement. "What the elder brother said makes sense." Yi Yuxia chimed in. "The second brother concurs with the elder brother's reasoning." Gu Teng added. "The third brother affirms that the second brother agrees with the elder brother's reasoning." Lin Yi simply babbled incoherently. The leader, suppressing a smile, remarked, "Where do you all get this theatricality?" Struggling to contain her amusement, she continued, "Rest assured, we have official designations. Otherwise, we wouldn't be accompanied by so many police officers." She then produced her identity card and presented it to Lu Ming. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jing Yue, the captain of the first team of the Demon Extermination Society's Enkin branch." Demon Extermination Society? This was the first time Lu Ming and the others had heard of such a profession, and they regarded her with curiosity. However, the official seal on the documents appeared legitimate. Jing Yue explained, "The Demon Extermination Society is akin to the exorcists you see in horror films. But we operate more in the civilian sector, handling most of the supernatural occurrences." "I see." Lu Ming and the others nodded, though they still had their doubts. "So, what is your proposition?" Jing Yue inquired again. Lu Ming stroked his chin. While it sounded intriguing, he preferred to maintain a low profile and avoid entanglements. He shook his head. "Sorry, but my choice is—" "Hold on, big brother," Xiao Long interjected suddenly. "If we join you, what do we gain?" Jing Yue replied, "A formal structure, complete with benefits and insurance." Lu Ming countered, "That doesn't matter. Primarily, what about? The job is relatively easy, and attendance is not mandatory during non-essential hours." Jing Yue interjected. Lu Ming retorted, "It's not really about being easy or difficult. You also get paid leave, with triple pay on holidays," Jing Yue added. Lu Ming snapped his fingers. "Now that's something worth discussing. Salaries are detailed in the contract. Feel free to review them," Jing Yue stated. Lu Ming opened the contract to peruse its contents. Just as she had said, regardless of the nature of the work, this position was one that countless individuals would envy. With a monthly base salary of $35,000 and additional performance bonuses. The performance metrics were calculated based on the number of supernatural entities eliminated and the completion of missions, with no upper limit on earnings. Upon realizing this, Lu Ming felt a pang of regret for not having considered this sooner. If the charred corpses in the villa counted as performance metrics, how much could I earn? As for the additional benefits for family members, Lu Ming deemed them irrelevant for the time being and chose to ignore them. After folding the contract, Lu Ming found himself genuinely tempted. Given his current abilities, he had no fear of any demons or monsters. Moreover, Lu Ming had confidence in his capacity to learn. Although he had forgotten much from his previous life, he now possessed a system, yet he considered himself disinterested in further education. So what do you think? Are you interested? Jing Yue smiled gently. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. From your tone, it seems you genuinely hope for our participation? Jing Yue sighed. To be frank, due to the limitations of our profession, we cannot openly recruit individuals as other professions do. We can only seek out survivors like yourselves. Moreover, a significant number of individuals have opted for confidentiality agreements out of fear, leaving the entire Demon Extermination Society in Longguo with fewer than 1,000 members, including interns. Lu Ming was not surprised by this revelation. After feigning contemplation for a moment, he smiled slightly. Since Captain Jing has expressed so much, I would feel remiss to disturb your kind intentions. Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Jing Yue's eyes sparkled, and she turned to Xiao Long and his companions. And what about you? Gu Teng, without a moment's hesitation, declared, where my brother goes, I go. Lin Yi quickly echoed, me too. Naturally. Xiao Long and Yi Yuxiu had no objections either. Seeing this, Jing Yue's smile broadened. Wonderful. If all 5 of you pass the subsequent assessments, you can form a team. The petite girl cheerfully added, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Li Xinlu, a technical support staff member of the 1st Brigade. The stout fellow quickly chimed in, and I too. I am Wang Shui, an intelligence officer. You can just call me Fatty. Frontline, Sun Luo. The man in a suit also displayed a friendly smile. The scarred older man leisurely parked the van, then said, I am Chun Sijian. Just call me Old Chun. I am currently serving as an intelligence officer in the team. Just as Lu Ming's group was about to introduce themselves, the petite girl Li Xinlu giggled, I know. You are Lu Ming, the heir of the Lu family who recently severed ties with the Ankin branch, and also one of the prominent heirs of the 4 illustrious families of Kyoto, the Xiao, Yi, Lin, and Gu families. What the heck? You know all this? Gu Teng exclaimed, astonished. Lu Ming was equally taken aback. To think that even his disconnection from the Lu family had been uncovered, this little girl is quite impressive. Observing the astonished expressions of Lu Ming and his companions, the petite girl proudly puffed out her chest, only to receive a playful thump on the head from Jing Yue. Xiao Lu, how many times must I tell you not to pry into others' identities? Li Xinlu, rubbing her head, replied with a pout. I just wanted to ensure that if they were to die, we wouldn't be left without a body to identify. So I researched their backgrounds in advance to report to their families as before. The others chimed in, well, you do seem to have a good heart. Chun Sijian laughed. All right, we've arrived. The van is cramped. Let's discuss further in the office. Jing Yue nodded. All right, Lu Ming, come along. Let me show you our headquarters in Ankin. Oh. Indeed, Lu Ming and the others were quite curious about what this mysterious headquarters of the Demon Extermination Society looked like. Being a secretive profession and a state-owned enterprise, one would expect the conditions to be quite exceptional. Thus, the group alighted from the vehicle, only to be greeted by the sight of a dilapidated building, so worn down it could rival the previous haunted villa. Prominently displayed on the roof were 6 large characters. Ankin Mental Hospital. The 5 of them were taken aback. This can't be right. Xiao Long weakly asked, are we at the wrong place? Wang Shui chuckled. Yes, that's the expression I had when I first arrived here and saw the mental hospital. I got used to it later. Working in a mental hospital is quite a delightful experience. Xiao Long murmured, is this kid out of his mind? Chapter 25, Ankin Division of the Demon Extermination Society. Seeing the expressions of the group, Wang Shui could no longer contain his laughter. Haha, I was just joking. Don't let the exterior of our office building fool you. The group brightened at the prospect. Could it be that, like the van, the interior held hidden wonders? Wang Shui continued, the interior is actually even more abstract. The group felt an impulsive urge to turn back. You glutton, are you teasing the newcomers again? Sun Luo remarked, playfully nudging Wang Shui's shoulder while smiling at Lu Ming's group. Don't pay attention to this glutton's nonsense. The reason we chose to set our office in this abandoned mental hospital is primarily to keep a low profile. After all, no sane person would voluntarily wander here, except for those thrill-seeking streamers. Xiao Long and the others nodded in understanding. Lu Ming queried, do you really have nothing else to say? Leading the way, Jing Yue added, as for the second reason, this is Cao's tears. Once you drop in your eyes, you'll see the mental hospital differently. As she spoke, she tossed out a small vial. Lu Ming caught it, and Xiao Long and the others quickly crowded around. Cool. Is this vial really filled with Cao's tears? I recall it's used to awaken the third eye, right? Impressive. I thought it was merely a fabrication for movies. By the way, where do you even get this much cow's tears? Do you squeeze it out of a crying cow one drop at a time? The group chattered excitedly, eager to drop a couple of tears into their own eyes to see what would happen. Seeing this, Jingyue couldn't help but smile and reminded them, make sure you're mentally prepared before looking. What kind of preparation? Xiao Long and the others inquired as they began to drop the cow's tears into their eyes. Lu Ming, intrigued, followed suit. Soon, a warm sensation spread through his eyes, but it was not unpleasant. Rather, it felt quite soothing. As the warmth gradually faded, Lu Ming blinked and raised his gaze towards the mental hospital, only to be met with a gasp of astonishment. Within the mental hospital, countless ghostly figures roamed, howling and wailing, some even crashing against the glass, as if they might break through at any moment. The terrifying aura of these spirits darkened the sky. Above the mental hospital, a colossal golden rune radiated its light, enveloping the entire building. Just how many ghosts are there? Linny exclaimed aghast. Xiao Long gulped, working here. Will we really be safe? Wang Shui chuckled. Rest assured, aside from occasionally hearing those things scream while on duty, nothing else happens. Lu Ming and the others exchanged glances. Nothing else? Jingyue continued. Do you see that rune above? It was personally laid down by our president, designed to trap the spirits inside and prevent them from wreaking havoc on society. Then why not just eliminate them outright? Xiao Long asked. Jingyue replied helplessly. We wish we could, but we are simply not their match. Even the president cannot defeat them. The group was taken aback. Jingyue nodded. Our demon extermination society has only been established for a century. How could we possibly contend with spirits that have cultivated for countless years? Simply managing to seal them inside is already quite an achievement. Gu Tong pressed, but what if they break free from the seal? Jingyue remarked. This is the strongest rune we can currently draw. If it were to be breached, there would be no one left in this world who could withstand them. But it's fine. If that time comes, we can just die. The group responded, you certainly seem to take it lightly. Meanwhile, Lu Ming fell into deep thought, his gaze flickering as if contemplating something. Subsequently, the group followed Jingyue into the mental hospital. The interior of the mental hospital, much like the exterior, is in a state of utter disrepair. Dust covers the floor, and shattered furniture is strewn about, with white flakes of peeling paper and paint adorning the walls. Upon entry, the group immediately notices the seal affixed to the staircase on the second floor, alongside a sign prohibiting entry. As it stands, the first floor is a safe zone, but from the second floor upwards, it is the domain of malevolent spirits. Entry is forbidden without explicit permission, as any mishap will not be our responsibility, Jingyue states. Proceeding to the elevator on the left and pressing the button. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slowly open. Lu Ming and the others are left wide-eyed in astonishment. What the hell? This decrepit elevator actually works? Gu Tong gapes in disbelief. Is it truly safe to ride this thing without the risk of plummeting? Li Xin Lu Shuklas reassuringly. Rest assured, while this elevator may appear somewhat unreliable, the ride itself is rather normal. With her words, the group feels a degree of comfort and steps into the elevator. It is evident that the elevator has been refurbished, its interior space expanded to more than thrice its original size, allowing all to enter simultaneously. Chun Sijian then presses the buttons for the 7th, 4th, and 9th floors. Beep, beep, beep. The doors close slowly, followed by a distinct sensation of descent. After half a minute, the elevator halts, and the doors open once more. Jingyue smiles faintly. Welcome to the Enkin branch of the Demon Exorcism Society. Before them sprawls a grand and opulent hall, nearly causing Lu Ming and his companions to pop their eyes in astonishment. The hall is circular, with a massive 3D projection displaying the very image of Enkin Mental Hospital. Flanking either side are various sophisticated instruments, the incessantly blinking lights and codes suggesting they are quite costly. Beyond the office area lies a lavish lounge, complete with a bar, billiard hall, mahjong room, and even a small internet cafe. What on earth? This completely redefines our understanding. Lu Ming exclaims, is it truly permissible to have such amenities in a workplace? Chun Sijian, now donned in a bartender's outfit, approaches the bar with practiced ease, shaking a cocktail shaker and cheerfully inviting, come on, choose your poison. It's on me. Jingyue and the others order their drinks according to their preferences. Xiao Long inquires curiously, are you allowed to drink during work hours? Just a light buzz. Just a light buzz, Chun Sijian replies with a grin. As long as we don't get drunk, it's perfectly acceptable. Sun Luo adds, in our line of work, we constantly confront negative energies, which can lead to a depletion of our positive energy over time. Thus, a little alcohol helps to bolster our vitality. The group nods in understanding, absorbing this new knowledge. Chen Sijian then turns to Lu Ming and his companions. What will you boys have? Don't be shy. Lu Ming responds with a hint of regret. I'm sorry, but I'm underage and cannot drink. What? You're still not of age? Gu Ting exclaims in surprise. Though he himself is not of age, Lu Ming's demeanor hardly suggests one of immaturity. Lu Ming smiles shyly. I'll only be of age later this year. Such a pity. Have some soda instead. When you come of age, I'll mix you a fine drink. Chen Sijian laughs heartily, retrieving drinks from the cabinet for Lu Ming and the others. Jing Yue then produces 5 documents from a drawer and hands them to the group. They're the contract agreements. Once you sign this, you will officially become interns of the Demon Exorcism Society. After passing the assessments, you can officially join our ranks. Assessments? There are assessments? Xiao Long asks after signing. Jing Yue nods. Naturally. Although our society is small, we do not employ idlers. Otherwise, no amount of funding from above would suffice to cover the chaos. Xiao Long scratches his head. Fair point. What does the assessment entail? Jing Yue explains. If this year's format remains consistent with previous years, the assessment consists of 2 parts, theory and practical application, with theory accounting for 30% and practical skills for 70%. A score of 60 is required to pass. What? There's a theoretical component? Lu Ming and his companions exclaim in unison, exchanging glances of mutual recognition as they realize their academic shortcomings. Wang Shui gives a thumbs up to the group. You guys better hit the books. I believe in you. Li Xinlu shoots him a sidelong glance. You're not exactly a model student yourself, considering you barely passed due to luck. Wang Shui replies earnestly. Luck is also a form of skill. My theory may be lacking, but my practical skills are quite impressive. To this, Li Xinlu refrains from countering. Lu Ming ponders. So, it means that as long as we achieve an overall passing score, we don't have to excel in both theory and practice individually, correct? Exactly. They all nod in agreement. So if we score an 86 in practical skills, we'll be fine, right? Indeed, Jing Yue confirms. Subsequently, Jing Yue outlines the current situation for Lu Ming and the others, granting them insight into the hidden world around them. In contemporary society, lurking beyond the veil of perception, exists a myriad of entities reminiscent of the supernatural horrors depicted in films, collectively referred to as the uncanny on an international scale. As far back as a millennium ago, these uncanny beings posed threats to humanity. However, during that era, powerful sects such as Longhu Mountain, the Yin-Yang School, and the Kunlun sect actively purged these threats, maintaining a semblance of order. Eventually, a king among the uncanny emerged, leading a legion of these beings against humanity. While the sects united to repel this uncanny monarch, they suffered significant losses, with some sects even facing annihilation. In recent years, the uncanny has begun to stir once more. Yet those sects remain withdrawn and their precise locations unknown. In response, the Demon Exorcism Society was established to cultivate new exorcists using ancient texts and powerful beings that traverse the human realm to combat these uncanny threats. The uncanny is categorized into 9 levels. Uncanny level, vengeful spirit level, malevolent ghost level, ferocious ghost level, vengeful ghost general level, ghost king level, ghost emperor level, and ghost deity level. Correspondingly, exorcists are classified into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. Additionally, there exist places where these creatures congregate, known as cursed grounds, which are classified into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D, with S being the most terrifying and D the least. Yet still capable of bringing down a 6th rank exorcist. For instance, the villa Lu Ming and his companions previously visited was classified as a D-level cursed ground. Consequently, when they were seen standing there unscathed, Jing Yue and her team were left astounded. At this juncture, Lu Ming inquires, if I may ask, is this mental hospital also considered a cursed ground? Indeed, a bona fide A-level cursed ground, if you must know, Wang Shui boasts. Why the arrogance? Lu Ming retorts. Xiao Long interjects. If even the president can't handle it, how terrifying must an S-level be? Jing Yue shrugs. I've never encountered one myself. Since the establishment of the Demon Exorcism Society, it seems no S-level cursed grounds have appeared. However, there is no need for concern. The known cursed grounds are exceedingly few, perhaps around a dozen, and they are located in remote areas. Lu Ming's lips twitch in disbelief. In just a few instances, they even collided at one point. Such luck. One cannot discern whether it is fortuitous or otherwise. So, what rank of exorcist is our esteemed leader? Level 7. Jing Yue glanced upward. There was once hope for an 8th level, but alas, a miscalculated move thwarted that ambition. What a pity indeed. Lu Ming and the others expressed their sincere regret. Gu Teng inquired, and what of Sister Jing? Jing Yue extended her 5 fingers. Naturally, I'm a level 5. Otherwise, I would not have attained the position of team leader. Li Xinlu raised her hand. I'm a level 3 and am preparing to advance to level 4 shortly. Wang Shui, draping his arm over son Luo's shoulder, added, both old son and I are level 4, while brother Chun is level 5. Lu Ming nodded discreetly. According to Jing Yue's assertions, their configuration could undoubtedly address a significant portion of the anomalies. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he asked, Sister Jing, how is the classification of danger zones determined? Of course, it is based on this. The ghost energy detector I developed myself. Li Xinlu proudly raised her tablet and antenna. When paired with this Lulu-type signal receiver, it can detect the ghost energy levels in a specific area. Generally speaking, a value from 1 to 20 is considered normal. 21 to 40 is rated D. 41 to 60 is C. 61 to 80 is B. And 81 to 100 is A. Beyond that, detection becomes impossible, and even if it could be measured, it would be futile. We are incapable of resolving A-level danger zones. And if an S-level emerges, we might as well surrender and await our fate. Lu Ming and the others remarked. You truly have a refreshing perspective. Lulu, what about a value of 0? Gu Tung inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Xinlu and the others exchanged peculiar glances. How should one interpret 0? Under normal circumstances, as long as there are people present, there will invariably be some ghost energy, as the balance of yin and yang must be maintained. A ghost energy value of 0 signifies only one possibility, that the anomalies in that area have been entirely eradicated and subsequently subjected to a thorough cleansing with firearms, resulting in a temporary nullification of ghost energy. This is precisely why we were so astonished at the time. Lu Ming contemplated this. After all, with 5 ultimate form knights involved, there seems to be merit in such perspective. At this juncture, Jing Yue retrieved her phone. Let us add each other to the group chat. Notifications will be sent there. A group chat? Lu Ming and the others scanned the QR code, and their phones immediately displayed a group entry notification. 2021 Exorcist Freshman Group, 453. Yi Yuxiu exclaimed, Goodness, don't tell me over 400 people will be competing with us. Jing Yue smiled coyly. So you must exert yourselves. Aside from you all, only 3 groups are being recruited in city this time. Let us see if you can bring honor to your elder sister. Lu Ming, stroking his chin, turned to Xiao Long and the others. I suddenly recall. You foreseen to be from Kyoto. Is it truly all right for you to join the in-city division? The 4 of them waved their hands confidently, proclaiming, Wherever our big brother goes, we shall follow. Whatever he says, we shall do. Fear not, big brother. Your little brothers will always be by your side. After a bit more chatter, Lu Ming saw that the time was nearing and decided to take his leave, for he had pressing matters to attend to in the afternoon. Observing this, Xiao Long and the others also decided not to linger and accompanied him out, since their vehicle had been transported along with them. They did not require Jing Yue and the others to see them off. Travel safely and remember to check the group messages. Certainly. However, just as they were about to depart, Gu Tong suddenly realized something, turned around, and asked, By the way, Sister Jing, does this not constitute employing child labor? The crowd. Hey, you really are quite the talent. Chapter 27. The Thousand-Faced Ghost King upon leaving the mental hospital. Lu Ming found himself surrounded by Xiao Long and his companions, who added him as a friend. Initially, Xiao Long intended to offer Lu Ming a ride, but Lu Ming mentioned he had other matters to attend to, so Xiao Long did not press the issue. By the way, big brother, will there be another chance for us to explore together? Of course, I'm not suggesting it for the sake of experiencing a Kamen Rider adventure. Certainly, but remember to provide compensation. It's all covered, big brother. I'm off now. After receiving Lu Ming's consent, the 4 of them drove away, satisfaction evident on their faces. Lu Ming chuckled and shook his head. He was quite pleased with these 4 younger brothers. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to team up with them. As for the present moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze toward the highest floor of the in-city mental hospital. When he had observed the area while shedding tears, he noted that the ghost energy was most potent there, likely the lair of the anomaly within. He promptly waved his hand before him, and the exclusive spatial wall belonging to Wang Xiaoming manifested. Without a second thought, Lu Ming stepped inside. He was keen to witness the prowess of this anomaly, one that even the Exorcist president could not contend with. Clack, clack. As he traversed the top floor of the mental hospital, Lu Ming observed his surroundings while searching for his target. Perhaps due to the overwhelming ghost energy, even with the windows open, the top floor remained shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Lu Ming carried with him a night vision device invented by Zhang Tu, which, once dawned, rendered his vision crystal clear. It was also equipped with an energy detection function, capable of immediately alerting him to any unusual energy fluctuations, akin to having a wall hack in an FPS game. Thus, Lu Ming was untroubled by the prospect of a ghost ambushing him. and he soon identified the location of the anomaly. At the innermost depths of the top floor, Lu Ming advanced with purpose, taking note of the environment on either side. The top floor was predominantly filled with rooms housing the mentally ill. However, one would wonder why such a large mental hospital would fall into such disrepair if it were not easily closed down. This remained a mystery to investigate. Additionally, Lu Ming noticed something peculiar. The entirety of the top floor seemed to harbor only that one anomaly at its deepest point, with no trace of the supernatural to be found elsewhere. As he pondered this, he arrived at the doorway of the innermost room. Critical care unit for the severely mentally ill entry, forbidden for non-staff. Lu Ming glanced up at the notice affixed beside the door, but he paid it no mind and reached for the door handle. Remarkably, as if anticipating his entry, the door creaked open on its own. Creak. The grating sound echoed through the empty corridor. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Thanks to the night vision device, he clearly observed the interior decor: a rusted surgical table, various discarded instruments, and the ground littered with black, rotting substances of unknown origin. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses, prompting him to wrinkle his nose and wave his hand in front of his face. Goodness, what is that smell? Has someone's septic tank exploded? Bang. Suddenly, the door behind Lu Ming slammed shut. He merely glanced back and chose to disregard it. Familiar horror tropes. There was no need to contemplate. The door would not open. Creak. Creak. At that moment, an odd sound emanated from ahead. It sounded like the rolling of wheels. Lu Ming regarded it with an impassive expression and glanced forward. Not far ahead, a wheelchair had inexplicably appeared, occupied by a corpse clad in a mental patient-esque garb, its body decomposed and its head drooping. It seemed harmless. Yet Lu Ming did not dare to let his guard down. After all, that overwhelming ghost energy emanated from it. Having come this far, there was no need for pretense. Right? Lu Ming remarked nonchalantly. A few seconds of silence ensued. Suddenly, the corpse lifted its head. Its decayed and ghastly visage turned towards Lu Ming, grinning as it spoke. Little imp, I am quite curious. How did you manage to ascend here? I simply walked up, of course. I can't fly, Lu Ming replied, shrugging his shoulders. How amusing. The corpse swayed its neck slightly. Ever since the human arrived over a decade ago, you're the first to come here. Lu Ming chuckled. Well, I suppose I'm rather fortunate then. The corpse returned the smile. Indeed, quite fortunate, as you may avoid decades of detours. Perhaps you shall soon be reborn, or maybe I, in my magnanimity, will allow you to linger here with me, just a soul, for a while. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. You intend to kill me? Aren't you afraid of retribution from the demon slayers? Retribution? Ha ha ha. The corpse erupted in laughter, as if it had heard the most amusing joke, with bits of decaying flesh falling to the ground with each convulsion. After a moment, it stood from the wheelchair, its hollow, lifeless eyes fixed upon Lu Ming. You must be some demon slayer as well, yes? Since you are the first to arrive, I shall generously inform you that, according to your human classifications of power, I am at the level of a ghost king. You may refer to me as the thousand-faced ghost king. Lu Ming gazed at the emaciated figure before him, which seemed on the verge of collapsing, and could not help but mock. Ghost king level? With a condition like yours? That seems rather unimpressive. The thousand-faced ghost king snorted. That is merely because I have not revealed my true form yet. Today, in a good mood, I shall allow you to witness my magnificent corporeal shell. As it spoke, the surrounding darkness thickened until Lu Ming was enveloped within. Boom! In the next instant, a robust figure clad in armor, wielding a massive blade, appeared before Lu Ming. You are the thousand-faced ghost king? Lu Ming assessed the imposing figure and inquired. I must admit, at first glance, there's a certain gravitas to it. However, it is merely that, just a semblance. The thousand-faced ghost king grinned widely. Human, to be fortunate enough to behold my true self, even in death, you should be grateful to meet your end. Is that so? Lu Ming stroked his chin, then suddenly shook his head, retrieving a white dial from his pocket. Unfortunately, I value my life quite highly and am not ready to die yet. So, I suggest you take your leave first. Zio. Lu Ming rotated the dial and inserted it into the time-space driver, which had mysteriously appeared at his waist. Pressing the button atop it, a colossal clock materialized behind him. The thousand-faced ghost king's brow furrowed. What is this? It seems different from the Taoist spells those foul priests use. Yet, it refrained from interrupting Lu Ming, for its pride as a ghost king forbade such actions. After striking a pose, Lu Ming activated the driver. Hen Shin, rider time, Kamen Haider Tset Il, the armor of the Time King, modeled after the dial, enveloped Lu Ming. The surge of power compelled even the thousand-faced ghost king to furrow its brow. This strength was nearly on par with its own. How could this be? Chapter 28, Time King versus Thousand-Faced Ghost King. Well, Well, no wonder you dare to venture in alone. You have quite the hidden card up your sleeve. The thousand-faced Ghost King lifted its massive blade, grinning. Yet it ends here. That human was heavily wounded by me once, and your fate will mirror his. Lu Ming scoffed. Anyone can boast. I could just as easily say that I will knock the very essence out of you today. By the way, can you still relieve yourself? The thousand-faced Ghost King was instantly enraged. It had been a Ghost King for so many years, and had never endured such humiliation. Human, I suddenly find myself less inclined to grant you a swift death. Yet, I also find myself wishing for an end to my own existence. You little. The thousand-faced Ghost King's eyes glowed red with fury. It was determined to torment this human thoroughly, to make him experience true despair. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the thousand-faced Ghost King's massive blade was poised above Lu Ming's head. Without flinching, Lu Ming gripped his time-limit sword, which flashed into existence. Clash! The mighty blade struck against the time-limit sword, generating a dazzling spark. The thousand-faced Ghost King frowned. How could this young man possibly block its full-force strike with but one hand? Impossible. The so-called strongest human had not been this exaggerated. Lu Ming yawned. Did you skip lunch, kid? Can you muster a bit more effort? Damn it. The thousand-faced Ghost King cursed, raising its massive blade for a downward strike. Lu Ming, still unfazed, deftly parried with his sword, then delivered a knee strike that pushed the Ghost King's arm upward, immediately following with a thrust. The blade's edge struck the thousand-faced Ghost King's armor, sending sparks flying, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Habitually shaking off the long sword, Lu Ming chuckled. Oi, oi. This won't do. Is this all the strength a Ghost King possesses? The thousand-faced Ghost King swayed slightly, snorting, I merely underestimated you. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true sense of oppressive despair. Swish! Countless vengeful spirits wailed as they surged into the thousand-faced Ghost King's massive blade, enveloped in darkness. Goodness. Starting with an ultimate move, are we? I can accept such youthful exuberance. Thus, he too removed the Time King dial, inserting it into the time-limit sword. Finish time, Zio, Jirajiri / D. The thousand-faced Ghost King swung its blade in retaliation. The black mist engulfing its massive blade clashed against the time-limit sword, embellished with the colossal clock effect, unleashing an explosion of energy that even dispersed the surrounding darkness. Human, do not resist. Since you have come, would it not be better to accept your fate? I cannot comprehend your drivel. Speak to my time-limit sword instead. Both combatants unleashed their power, and a brilliant light enveloped the entire space. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, both were sent flying. Cough, cough. What on earth is this human? How could he be so powerful? The thousand-faced Ghost King wiped the blood from its lips, its expression grave. Most terrifying was that this human appeared to be merely in his 20s, possessing such strength at this young age. If he were to truly mature, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the entire realm of the uncanny. This child must die. On the other side, Lu Ming also rose somewhat disheveled from the ground. He had to admit, the thousand-faced Ghost King possessed considerable strength, even surpassing the previous giant charred corpse. It would indeed be challenging for a first-stage Time King to take it down. With that in mind, Lu Ming stowed the time-limit sword and reinserted the Time King dial back into the driver, then clapped his hands. Finish time. A flurry of pink subtitles enveloped the thousand-faced Ghost King. What? The thousand-faced Ghost King gasped, instinctively sensing impending doom and attempting to retreat. But its legs were tightly bound by the subtitles, rendering it utterly immobile. In that moment, Lu Ming leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick towards the thousand-faced Ghost King. Time break. The subtitles converged beneath Lu Ming's foot, imbued with immense force, crashing down with devastating impact. Boom! Once again, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Lu Ming landed gracefully, not bothering to look back, declaring, "It is over." However, the response was anything but certain. A sinister laugh emerged from the flames. In the next instant, countless black tendrils surged forth from all directions, ensnaring Lu Ming and binding him firmly to the ground. He attempted to break free, but soon realized that escape was futile. These tendrils were as spring-like as they were relentless, rendering brute force ineffective. Moments later, the thousand-faced Demon King emerged slowly from the thick smoke, its armor shattered beyond recognition, and even the flesh beneath was charred and blackened. Yet, such injuries were trivial to it. The thousand-faced Demon King carelessly tore apart the remnants of its armor and gazed at Lu Ming with a grin. Sing, after all these years, you are the first to shatter my protective armor. Impressive. I have high hopes for you. Once you are transformed into a demon by my hand, you shall undoubtedly become one of my most formidable lieutenants. Lu Ming contemplated the armor strewn across the ground, deducing that it must be a protective shell. Otherwise, considering the force of his previous kick, he would have surely suffered grievously. The power of the first tier still felt somewhat lacking. He mused with a silent sigh. At that moment, the thousand-faced Demon King flashed to his front, wielding a colossal blade that came crashing down with tremendous force. The impact sent Lu Ming flying. Sparks erupted from the Time King armor. Coughing, he grimaced in pain from the crushing blow to his chest, taking a considerable time to recover. Damn it. This bastard is truly serious about killing me. Enjoy the fear of being devoured. The thousand-faced Demon King scoffed, dismissing any further games. With a simple clap of its hands, a multitude of eerie entities emerged from a mist, howling as they surrounded Lu Ming. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ming observed that these apparitions bore an uncanny resemblance to the thousand-faced Demon King, even down to their similar aura and cultivation. The thousand-faced Demon King, confident in its dominion over Lu Ming, proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce. This is my thousand-faced demon realm. Within this realm, I can summon my avatars endlessly." Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. What's the catch?" The Demon King shrugged nonchalantly. "Naturally, I want to divulge that to you." Lu Ming clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. However, he thought to himself, "Don't assume you're the only one capable of tricks. You soulless creature." Rising from the ground, he discovered that he had somehow acquired a fist-sized golden dial. The thousand-faced Demon King narrowed its eyes. "What other tricks do you possess?" "You'll find out shortly," Lu Ming replied with a light chuckle as he pressed the golden dial. Click! The sides of the dial unfolded, revealing the visages of 20 Heisei riders. Grand Zio, Chapter 29. The summoner, the dial of the Grand Heisei King erupted with dazzling golden light. The expression of the thousand-faced Demon King shifted from calm to alarm. An ominous premonition washed over it. Whatever was about to transpire would surely be terrifying. It immediately commanded its avatars to attack Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming had already inserted the Grand Heisei King dial into the time-space driver. With a swift press of the button, a massive golden throne adorned with the dial rose behind him, flanked by statues of various Heisei riders. Lu Ming stood at the center, exuding an aura of royalty. Advent. Complete. Turn up. Change bile. Sword form. Wake up. Come in ride. Cyclone Joker. Takatora Bakya. 3-2-1. Shibadobi. Tich Henshin. Heya. Drive. Kagan. Level up. Best match. Grand time. Henshin. As Lu Ming turned the dial, the 20 riders transformed into golden gates, shrinking and merging with the Time King armor. Hyuga. Aji. Ryaki. Faz. Blade. Hibiki. Kabuto. Dino. Kiva. Decade. OOO. Force. Wizard. GAM. Drive. Ghost. Exade. Build. Rejoice. Kamen Rider Grand Zio, with a thunderous roar, as the final statue of the Time King raised its middle finger. Lu Ming felt an unparalleled surge of power erupt from within, instantly obliterating the nearby avatars of the thousand-faced Demon King into dust. Rejoice. The strongest Lu Ming has emerged with the combined powers of all Heisei riders. His other name is Grand Heisei King. Nanny? The thousand-faced Demon King nearly had its eyes pop out in disbelief. Who can tell me what in the world this is? Staring at Lu Ming, who radiated golden light, the thousand-faced Demon King felt a rare pang of fear. Though it had yet to witness Lu Ming's full capabilities, it sensed that it would be crushed like an ant beneath his might. How could that be? Just scaring myself. It reassured itself. What good is it to be so powerful? This is my territory. Besides, I have the advantage in numbers. Reassured by its own thoughts, the thousand-faced Demon King regained a modicum of confidence, but, out of caution, chose to observe rather than engage immediately. Lu Ming, having stretched his body slightly, adeptly tapped himself 6 times. He was no mere minor Demon King. As a summoner, charging headlong into battle was not his role. In the next moment, 6 golden gates, inscribed with numbers, rose swiftly before him. 2002, 2003, 2004, 2009, 2009, and 2010. The thousand-faced Demon King squinted, pondering what this could signify. Skills? Suddenly, the gates opened, and 6 figures emerged. The survival form of Ryaki, the explosive form of Fuiz, the Lord form of Blade, the Emperor form of Decade, the Fong form of W, and the Dinosaur combo of OOO, all embodying their ultimate or berserk forms. Another new world? Decade, also known as Xiao Ming, glanced around, intrigued. Lu Ming, long time no see. It seems you've been living it up. Lu Ming sighed, this ISNT exactly what I had in mind. Hey, look at all these grotesque monsters. Take it easy. "Philip, don't get yourself dirty," exclaimed Shoutaru. "Don't worry, I've got it under control," Lu Ming assured. W continued to spar with itself, then turned to Lu Ming. "Hey, Lu Ming, good afternoon." The other riders also gathered around, greeting Lu Ming with the familiarity of old friends. The Dragon Knight shook his arm, remarking, "These creatures appear to be unlike the monsters from our world." The Sword Knight, maintaining his usual irritable demeanor, retorted, "Does it really matter? A couple of strikes will reveal the truth." The Dragon Knight replied, "You make a valid point, Sword Kazi." He then silently took 2 steps back. The Sword Knight questioned, "Are you genuinely retreating?" The Emperor Knight tilted his head, cheerfully stating, "Fear not, for this time my role is not that of a world destroyer. However, I am curious to test the might of the King's Sword. What say you? Care to join me?" The Sword Knight quipped, "Should I also take a couple of steps back?" The Emperor Knight scratched his head. "Am I truly that fearsome? I merely obliterated a single world." The Twin Knights chuckled. "Emperor Knight, don't you remember what you did to Senior Sword Knight back in the day?" The Emperor Knight hastily waved his hands. "I did not. That was not me. Stop spreading falsehoods." The Sword Knight lamented. "And who spread the ridiculous rumor that one should never team up with the Sword Knight? Even now, when I receive calls, Senior Tachibana and the others still jest about it." Ahem, both Lu Ming and the Emperor Knight simultaneously turned their heads away. The Sword Knight asked, "What?" On the other side, the faceless Demon King, witnessing Lu Ming and his companions laughing and completely disregarding him, felt a surge of humiliation and rage. After years of reigning as a Demon King, he had never experienced such blatant disregard. He bellowed, "Do not exceed charge." Before he could finish, an energy attack surged forth, grazing his face and crashing into the throng of illusions behind him. In an instant, it detonated like a missile. A searing wave of heat enveloped the faceless Demon King, yet he felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body. 555 brandished the Fui's blaster, coldly stating, "When a master speaks, the child ought to remain silent." The faceless Demon King trembled. "I dare not move. I truly dare not move." He had no doubt that had that shot struck him, he would have been instantly obliterated. The Emperor Knight, rubbing his card case sword, remarked, "Well, it seems now is not the time for reminiscing. Let's first deal with these foes before we chat." "Indeed. Let us have a grand bout," the Sword Knight proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, paused momentarily, then turned to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, how about you knock me out like before and let the AI take over? This form seems to be better handled by the AI." Lu Ming replied, "Are you serious?" AG, Chapter 30. The miserable, faceless Demon King. Now, enumerate your sins. Armfang. The Twin Knights pointed and with a rap, summoned their arm blades, plunging into the eerie horde, leaving no blade of grass unscathed. Despite their utmost efforts, the illusions could not even graze the Twin Knights. "Hey, weren't we supposed to initiate the assault?" The Dragon Knight scratched his rear, dismissing further thoughts as he summoned the Dragon Blade to follow suit. Had no choice but to engage in manual combat, his dinosaur axe slicing through the air. The Emperor Knight turned to the Sword Knight, Sword Kazi. "Are you truly not inclined to collaborate?" The Sword Knight, suddenly trembling, replied, "I am off to fight. You seek out Senior Kubo." Without hesitation, he inserted the card into the King's awakening device, declaring Royal Straight Flush. The ultimate move commenced, and a path was swiftly cleared. That is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The Emperor Knight sighed. He genuinely wished to experience the sensation of the King's sword. Meanwhile, 555 had, unbeknownst to anyone, launched into a crimson 12-hit combo against the demon horde, not allowing the Emperor Knight a moment to speak. The Emperor Knight lamented, "All the sins of my past are catching up to me." Lu Ming patted the Emperor Knight's shoulder, offering a cheerful consolation. The Emperor Knight forced a smile, and together they charged into battle. On the battlefield, the faceless Demon King's illusions were visibly diminishing, the brutality of the scene causing his eyelids to twitch. At that moment, he desperately wished to cry out, "Stop attacking. Please, do not strike any longer. If this continues, there will be nothing left." In truth, summoning these illusions came at a significant cost. He could only conjure an illusion by absorbing a sufficient number of souls. The multitude of illusions present had been summoned from years of accumulated souls. If they were destroyed, they would truly dissipate, necessitating the absorption of souls anew. Yet, in this desolate place, where did he find more souls? Finalement, as the Dragon Knight inserted a card into the dragon summoning machine, a colossal crimson dragon. The Dragon Crimson roared forth. The Dragon Knight was ready to engage. He leaped onto the back of the Dragon Crimson, which then landed and transformed into a motorcycle, unleashing energy projectiles that shattered the illusions into fragments. Witnessing this, Lu Ming and the others naturally joined in. The Twin Knights swiftly pressed the Fong memory King's dragon horn. Fong maximum drive. They leapt into the fray, crossing their legs to deliver a kick. Fong foot blade spin kick. The blue whirlwind similarly reduced a significant number of illusions to dust. 555 and 000 stood back-to-back exceed charge. Pudo Tirano Hisitsu. Boom! Two intense explosions erupted, obliterating the remaining illusions. Finally, it was Lu Ming and the Emperor Knight's turn. The Emperor Knight retrieved his card for a forceful single push, while Lu Ming calmly pressed the dial on his belt. Final attack, RID Decade. Finish time, Grand Zio. All 20 time break. This time, the screen was saturated with effects. The cards and the time gate intermingling, and the silhouettes of the 20 Heisei Knights could faintly be seen. The two launched a kick at the last remaining illusions, the explosion rivaling that of a nuclear detonation. The faceless Demon King, having wisely retreated far in advance, was even swept away by the shockwave of the explosion. Nothing remained, not a single trace. Gazing at the empty expanse of the faceless demon realm, the faceless Demon King felt a surge of helplessness. Big brother, if you're this formidable, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have surrendered right away. 5 individuals had managed to decimate the mighty faceless demon army? Such a claim would be met with disbelief. Wait a moment. 5? Wasn't he at 6? Where had the other one gone? Royal straight flush. In the next instant, a mechanical voice resounded from behind the faceless Demon King. He trembled in fear. Turning around, he beheld the shadow of a playing card materializing behind him. The Sword Knight stood there, brandishing the King's awakening device, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that suggested he was poised to strike at any moment. The faceless Demon King gasped. He is coming for me. There was no doubt in its mind that if struck by this blow, it would surely perish, a fate from which even the divine could not rescue it. Goodness, Brother Jiankai, is it not customary to spare lives under the sword? Or at least the spirits? Lu Ming had not anticipated that this hot-headed Jiankai would charge directly at the faceless Ghost King. It was not his inclination to kill, truly. If he did so, trouble might ensue. Upon hearing this, Jiankai immediately reversed the blade of his sword and struck the faceless Ghost King with the flat side. Howl! The faceless Ghost King let out a tragic cry, the blow sending sparks flying, before collapsing to the ground, teetering between life and death. Jiankai scratched his head. Feeling somewhat awkward, I held back quite a bit. Lu Ming nodded in understanding. Otherwise, that swing would have left the faceless Ghost King in utter ruin. Even so, the faceless Ghost King now lay on the ground, half alive, and Lu Ming could even sense a flicker of red light emanating from its body, making him unable to resist the urge to take a blade to it. Crack! Lu Ming removed the driver and turned to the others with a smile. Thank you all for your assistance. I appreciate you taking the time to deal with such a minor nuisance. The others, including Daiki, promptly removed their drivers and reverted to their original forms. Oh, don't mention it, Lu Mingquan, we're friends after all. No trouble at all, Jiankai replied, waving his hand dismissively. But I can't shake the feeling that your appearance has changed quite a bit, and you've slimmed down too, Lu Mingquan. Philip closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them to reveal a glimmer of astonishment. There is surprisingly no record of this place in the Earth Library. Shotaro jest. Philip, it seems your Earth Library could use an update. Philip, feeling somewhat vexed, ruffled his hair. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Jiankai pondered, moreover. The monsters here do not seem to match those from our side. Their combat and defensive capabilities are significantly weaker, yet I feel a chilling presence. Eiji nodded in agreement. The fact that even the dinosaur module felt this way only underscored how sinister this place must be. Madoi Shiro casually snapped a photo with the camera hanging from his neck, only to find that the image had become utterly indistinct, while previous photos had been slightly blurred. At least some features could be discerned, but now, even he could not make sense of it. Can I not even summon a spatial wall here? Madoi attempted to invoke the spatial wall, only to discover he was utterly unable to do so. Shinji conjectured. Could this be akin to the mirror world? Lu Mingquan, have you been ensnared in some peculiar game? The group turned their gazes towards Lu Ming. He cleared his throat. Well, how should I put it? The circumstances are rather beyond belief. Have you all ever seen a time-traveling drama? The group responded with confusion. Chapter 31. The Faceless Ghost King surrender. Lu Ming succinctly explained the recent events. Philip was utterly astonished. So there truly exists a phenomenon of time travel in this world? Incredible. Eiji approached Lu Ming and lightly thumped his chest. You rascal. We were worried sick about you when we couldn't reach you for days. We almost thought something had happened. Lu Ming chuckled. What could possibly happen to me? After finally achieving peace in the world, how could I not relish it? Matoi laughed. Though your time travel hasn't exactly landed you in a favorable position, has it? You arrived only to be ousted by that Lu family. Shinji spoke up, outraged. The Lu family is utterly unreasonable. How could they treat their own son like that? It's inhumane, Shotaro teased. Hey, Shinji, why not start a rebellion? Matoi snapped his fingers. Easy enough. As long as you, Lu Ming, give the word, we can go kick down the Lu family's door. If that doesn't work, we can always initiate a world reconstruction to create one without the Lu family. Lu Ming interjected. Hold it. I don't share your penchant for such antics. While the Lu family is indeed bothersome, I have no ties to them now. As long as they do not provoke me, I'm content. Matoi appeared slightly disappointed, but smiled nonetheless. After a brief exchange, Matoi and the others transformed into golden light and took their leave. Do come back when you have time. Shogo has been incessantly nagging about treating you to a meal. Sure, got it. Lu Ming smiled and bid them farewell, before turning towards the faceless Ghost King. At this moment, the faceless Ghost King was on the brink of death, Jiankai's blow having cleaved its body in half, leaving only the upper half struggling on the ground. Alas, the poor ghost had chosen to provoke Jiankai, who was known for his quick temper. Lu Ming sighed, expressing his sympathy. The faceless Ghost King was truly in tears. What the hell? Which of your eyes saw me provoke him? I was trying to keep my distance to avoid any trouble, and he didn't even greet me before coming at me with a blade. I am wronged. The nearly expired, faceless Ghost King felt increasingly aggrieved, even entertaining thoughts of giving up the ghost. Damn it, you can't die. Lu Ming was startled and hurriedly took out the Time King 2 driver, skillfully employing the time reversal function to heal the faceless Ghost King's wounds. Preserving the faceless Ghost King was primarily motivated by two considerations. First, he had certain inquiries to make. And second, if the faceless Ghost King perished, powerful beings outside would surely take notice, and it would inevitably lead back to him. He had not yet enjoyed his peaceful life to the fullest. The faceless Ghost King soon regained consciousness. Initially, it glanced up at Lu Ming. But before Lu Ming could speak, the faceless Ghost King hastily fell to its knees, sniffling and weeping. Big brother, great one, father. Had I known you possessed such extraordinary abilities, I would never have dared to oppose you. Now that you've struck and scolded me, can we not treat me as a mere nuisance and let me go? Lu Ming's lip twitched. Is this how cowardly all Ghost Kings are? The faceless Ghost King retorted, somewhat disgruntled. In the realm of cultivation, the longer one lives, the more timid one becomes. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and it seemed to be true. He then said, Now, I would like to ask you some questions, and you will answer me truthfully. Of course, great one, no problem at all. Please ask away. The faceless Ghost King nodded vigorously, eager to comply. At this moment, it would not only answer questions, but would even bark like a dog if Lu Ming commanded it to. Did you not hear what those people said? This is a time traveler. In this day and age, who hasn't read a few novels? The strength and status of a time traveler need not be elaborated upon, right? Those who understand, understand. Initially strong, ultimately invincible beings. Moreover, this individual before it clearly appeared to be in the late stages of development. What ghost would dare to challenge him? Lu Ming was quite satisfied with the faceless Ghost King's response and inquired, Tell me, in this world, how many entities like you, or even more powerful, exist? The faceless Ghost King considered and responded honestly. According to what I know, no, according to what I am mere lower being, am aware of, there are currently over 40 entities at the Ghost King level like myself, 12 Ghost Emperors, and 3 Ghost Gods. However, this is merely information I had before being sealed. I am unaware of the current situation. Lu Ming was intrigued. Are the Ghost Gods truly as formidable as described in novels, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth? The faceless Ghost King scoffed. Not at all. They are merely slightly stronger and longer-lived anomalies. At best, they can destroy nations. Otherwise, we would have already ruled over Blue Star. Lu Ming nodded. Just nations, is it? Fortunately, it's manageable for me to exert a little effort. Now, regarding the second inquiry, what is the approximate strength of the most formidable demon slayers in this world? The thousand-faced Ghost King pondered for a moment. Well, they should be roughly on par with the Ghost Emperor, I suppose. However, those are ancient relics. Whether they are alive or deceased is quite uncertain. In any case, they cannot compete with your esteemed self. Lu Ming nodded, clearly pleased with this affirmation. Now, for the final point. Lu Ming seized the collar of the thousand-faced Ghost King and spoke menacingly, as I am currently taking a break here. You had better keep your subordinates in check. If they dare disrupt my leisurely life, I shall personally remove your head and use it as a ball. The subordinate replied earnestly, Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall remain here, even if it means perishing or choking on water. I will not step outside. The thousand-faced Ghost King thumped his chest in affirmation. Lu Ming shot him a sidelong glance. I hope you remember your words today. With that, he waved his hands, activating the spatial wall, and stepped through, vanishing from sight. As Lu Ming departed, the thousand-faced Ghost King let out a heavy sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. The oppressive atmosphere was terrifying. He fervently hoped never to encounter such a perverse individual again. It seemed wiser to remain here as a local tyrant. After stretching his limbs, Lu Ming felt quite invigorated. Leaving the mental hospital, he strolled through the deserted alley, his spirits notably high. Upon realizing that his combat prowess was now unrivaled in this world, the burden on his shoulders dissipated significantly. No one could hinder his laid-back lifestyle any longer. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on one thing: making money, and more money. However, on a second thought, had he forgotten something important? Damn it. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he glanced at his phone. Excellent. It was 3:55. Checking the predetermined meeting place with Lu, he noted, the cab should take about 30 minutes. Where on earth had he wandered off to? There was no choice but to henshin clock up. Chapter 32. Help me, officer. Meanwhile, in a cafe at the city center, Lu was seated across from silver-haired girl, both of them sharing laughter over 3 cups of coffee. They occasionally checked their watches, seemingly awaiting someone. Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help but notice you've been here for quite some time. Is there anything I can assist you with? A young man with yellow hair approached, wearing an expression he believed to be charming. Raising an eyebrow at Lu and her companion, Lu frowned slightly. I'm sorry, we are merely waiting for someone. Oh, who could possibly make 2 beautiful ladies wait so long? What a cad. The young man flicked his bangs and continued. How about joining me for a drink? My friends are watching. Do me a favor. Hey, young Master Huang is so imposing. Young Master Huang is so powerful. Young Master Huang is so eccentric. Just love how shameless young Master Huang is. A group of boys in flashy hairstyles whistled in agreement. The other patrons in the cafe glanced over, curious about the commotion. Lu's expression darkened immediately. The silver-haired girl opposite her coldly interjected, scram. Unperturbed, the young man chuckled. I admire your assertiveness. But if you make me look bad in front of my friends, I want to know where to put my face. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp the silver-haired girl's hand. At that moment, another hand emerged from behind him, gripping his wrist firmly. Oi! Are you trying to harass ladies in public? Do you not value your dignity? Spotting the newcomer, Lu's eyes lit up. Brother, you're here. The silver-haired girl also exchanged a surprised glance with Lu Ming, both taken aback. Wait, what? It's you? The silver-haired girl was none other than Ning Yuxu, whom Lu Ming had casually rescued the previous night. What a vexing twist of fate. At this point, the young man with yellow hair was equally stunned and instinctively turned to ask, Who are you with? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I am your father. In the next moment, unseen by the young man, a red beetle darted past, knocking him off balance. The young man fell unceremoniously to the ground. Lu Ming chuckled. Oh dear. We've only just met. Why such grand gestures, my brother? This remark elicited a chorus of laughter from those around. Even Lu and Ning Yuxu could not suppress a smile. Did you do that? The young man glared at Lu Ming, his face flushed with embarrassment. His group of flashy companions closed in around him. Brother, Lu called out worriedly, but Lu Ming offered her a reassuring glance. The young man scrambled to his feet, glaring at Lu Ming. You dare make me look foolish in front of everyone? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. So, you come from a prominent family then? Actually, he is from the Jiang family, known as Jiang Huang Shao. One of his companions chimed in. Jiang Huang Shao. This is awkward. I isn't it? Jiang Huang Shao gritted his teeth. You're quite the straightforward one. To answer your question, I'm Zhen Lishi, the companion replied. Jiang Huang Shao snapped. Forget it. Forget it. Even if I'm not a prominent heir, you tricked me on purpose and made me look foolish. This is unacceptable. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. I bear no responsibility. My legs were firmly planted on the ground, unmoving. How can you accuse me? Jiang Huang Shao retorted. Don't play innocent. It's just the 2 of us here. If it wasn't you, who could it be? Lu Ming shrugged. Perhaps it was a ghost? As Jiang Huang Shao prepared to retort, he suddenly felt something push against his legs again, causing him to tumble once more. Lu Ming raised his hands, feigning innocence. See? It truly wasn't me. Are you sure you're not suffering from osteoporosis? That is a condition that needs treatment. Outside, 2 beetles, one red and one blue, collided, flapping their wings as they flew away. Jiang Huang Shao was left bewildered. Was it not this guy after all? Who dares to scheme against me? Frustrated, Jiang Huang Shao seized Lu Ming by the collar. I don't care who it is. I'll hold you responsible. You'll pay for this. Tisk tisk. The youth of today, Lu Ming shook his head, then closed his eyes, shouting, Help me, officer. With a loud clap, 2 strong hands landed on Jiang Huang Shao's shoulders. Let go of that young man. Jiang Huang Shao, already furious, snapped back. What is wrong with you? Are you looking for death? The two patrol officers exchanged glances, their expressions serious. They had received a report of someone causing trouble and happened to be patrolling nearby, so they decided to check it out. Well, if it isn't you again, Jiang Huang Shao. Didn't you have enough last time? Realization dawned on Jiang Huang Shao as he turned to Lu Ming, gritting his teeth. When did you call the police? Since the moment you approached us. Lu Ming smiled cheerfully and said, I'm afraid I'll need a trouble officer for a quick visit. The police officer nodded. It's my duty. This kid is a repeat offender. Next time, just call the police directly. Come on. Let us see how many days we can keep you locked up this time to teach you a lesson. Jiang Huang Shao was led away by two patrolling officers. Feeling utterly despondent, his underlings had already sensed that something was amiss and scattered like frightened birds. Alas, encountering such a scoundrel upon arrival is truly disheartening. Lu Ming, with a hint of disdain, brushed off his collar and turned to smile at Lu Yi and her companion. I apologize for being late. I had to deal with some matters on the way. Lu Yi glanced at her watch, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy, with such a stunning beauty present. How could you possibly be late? Cough, it's a case of unavoidable circumstances. Lu Ming chuckled apologetically. It's all the fault of the faceless demon king. Yes, let's blame it on that. Ning Yuxu burst into laughter. Oh, we meet again, the passing Kamen Rider? Haha, it's been quite some time. Miss Ning, you still remember me. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised to encounter Ning Yuxu here. Didn't we just meet last night? Ning Yuxu asked. Lu Yi, with an expression of curiosity, turned to Ning Yuxu. Sister Ning, do you know each other? Ning Yuxu nodded with a smile. Your brother helped me quite a bit last night. However, he was so aloof that he didn't even leave his name. Lu Yi nodded. My brother has always been like that at home. It's only in the past couple of days that he has started to become more lively. Oh, is that so? The two women exchanged playful banter. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yi with mild surprise. In his memory, Lu Yi had always been a homebody. Even when out, she clutched her phone, rarely engaging with others, let alone laughing and chatting as she was today. By the way, didn't you mention you had news about renting a place? Lu Ming seized a moment in the conversation to inquire. Lu Yi blinked, far away yet so near. Chapter 33. Homebody Ning Yuxu. Lu Ming was taken aback. Instinctively looking at Ning Yuxu, could it be? Ning Yuxu smiled gently. I just happen to have a vacant room, if you don't mind. You could move in, utilities at half price, and rent completely waived. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Utilities at half price and no rent? Is this truly a place I can stay? Lu Yi, equally astonished, turned to Ning Yuxu. Didn't we just agree to consider reducing the rent? How did it suddenly become rent-free? And with reduced utilities? Something feels off. The homebody Lu Yi immediately sensed the underlying intrigue. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lu Yi, Ning Yuxu couldn't help but blush slightly, feeling a bit shy. What kind of look is that? I merely wish to repay your brother's kindness from yesterday. Lu Yi nodded with a peculiar tone. Oh, I see. Lu Ming exclaimed, feeling quite moved. Indeed, good deeds often come with good rewards. He had merely lent a hand yesterday, and today he was offered a place to stay rent-free. Quite splendid. Seeing that time was running short, Lu Ming decided to treat the two ladies to dinner. They opted for a street-side stall once more, but the three of them relished the meal. Let me tell you, in this area, this little stall is my top recommendation. The taste is unparalleled, Lu Ming proclaimed proudly. This conclusion was drawn from over a decade of first-hand exploration by his predecessor. Lu Yi and Ning Yuxu nodded in agreement. Ning Yifuere Market. They say the best chefs are found among the common folk. This statement holds true. Just look at the chef's technique. He must have at least a decade of culinary experience. Lu Yi concurred. It tastes even better than home-cooked meals. Lu Ming chuckled. As long as you enjoy it. That's what matters. By the way, I've always been curious. How do you two know each other? The two ladies exchanged glances. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. I'm just curious. After all, you both seem like you wouldn't typically hang out together. Well, Ning Yuxu said playfully. Would you believe me if I said I'm a homebody too? This revelation surprised Lu Ming. The campus flower, rumored to be an icy goddess, was actually a homebody? How intriguing. No wonder they got along. Perhaps there is an inherent attraction among homebodies? After finishing their meal and strolling around to aid digestion, Lu Yi excused herself to head back and catch up on her shows. Brother, I'll leave Sister Yuxu in your care. Before leaving, Lu Yi gave Lu Ming a supportive fist bump and bounced away, clearly in high spirits. This little girl has certainly become more lively today. It's rare to see her so happy, Lu Ming remarked with a smile. Ning Yuxu chuckled. Perhaps it's because she feels she helped you today. After all, Just then, Ning Yuxu paused. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss, and quickly interjected. Let me make it clear. I really dislike riddles. Ning Yuxu coughed lightly. I'm not trying to be cryptic. It's just that regarding E, you can't interfere, at least not for now. Ning Yifu Wesiket. Though I empathize with E, I cannot jeopardize your well-being. Lu Ming laughed. I don't believe there is anything in this world that I cannot resolve. Then why are you fretting about rent? A penny can defeat a hero, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Ning Yuxu sighed again. I promised E not to discuss it with anyone else. I'm her brother. What can I say? You've severed ties, haven't you? I may have cut ties with the Lu family, but that has nothing to do with E. Lu Ming stated earnestly, but didn't press further. If necessary, you could always ask Lu Yi later. Let us go. I'll show you the room, but don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. It's not particularly spacious, so don't be picky. Ningithues milet. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? Even if you offer me a bathroom to sleep in rent-free, I'd be more than grateful. Ning Yugs, you couldn't help but laugh. You're quite amusing. Follow me. Lu Ming scratched his head and followed Ning Yuxu to the rental property. However, unbeknownst to them, a small red beetle was flapping its wings, flying towards the direction Lu Yi had departed. Wow, is this what you meant by a small house? Lu Ming exclaimed, nearly having his eyes pop out at the sight of the expansive, beautifully decorated two-bedroom apartment. Sister, do you have a misunderstanding of the word small? Putting size aside, this was located in the city center, a high-end neighborhood, and a school district very close to his school, Any High. Was it truly possible to live here without paying? Lu Ming hesitantly suggested, perhaps I should pay a bit of rent. Otherwise, it feels a bit unjust. By the way, where's the landlord? Isn't there a lease agreement to sign? Ning Yuxu tilted her head in confusion. What landlord? Didn't T tell you? This is my home. Nanny? Lu Ming was taken aback. He had no idea. Initially, he thought Ning Yuxu was merely showing him the property. It was hard to believe. The campus beauty was actually a little wealthy. This place must have cost quite a fortune. So, does this mean I'll be living here from now on? Lu Ming inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Ning Yuxu retrieved a pair of new slippers from the drawer and handed them to Lu Ming, saying, of course. What? Do you think little of my humble abode? It's not that, he replied, but considering we are two solitary individuals, I fear that if word got out, it might tarnish your reputation. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly. Ning Yuxu rolled her eyes. If I, a mere girl, am unafraid, what do you have to worry about? Or do you harbor other thoughts? Please, don't say it like that. It sounds rather perverse, Lu Ming retorted, his lips twitching. He then slipped on the slippers, and together they began to explore the house. The living room exuded Italian elegance. The kitchen was open and inviting. The master and guest bedrooms boasted ensuite bathrooms. And there was even an esports room. Lu Ming was taken aback. Finally, pointing to the guest room, Ning Yuju declared, you shall reside here. It's fully equipped with bedding and other necessities, and I regularly clean it. You can simply move in with your bag. You're free to come and go in all the other rooms except mine. By the way, the Wi-Fi password is the digits 1 through 8. And the computer in the esports room has no password. As for the kitchen, can you cook? Lu Ming nodded. I've learned a bit. Excellent. From now on, the task of cooking shall be yours. Ning Yuxu's eyes sparkled. After so many days of takeout, I'm almost sick of it. I can scarcely remember the last time I had home-cooked food. Well, let us leave it at that for today. Tomorrow, we'll buy some groceries. I'm off to binge-watch my show now. If you need anything, knock on my door. Good night. With that, she turned and retreated into her room, closing the door quietly behind her. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. Truly, she is quite the homebody, isn't she? Chapter 34. Grocery shopping upon entering the guest room. Lu Ming's first impression was one of cleanliness, orderliness, and spaciousness. As soon as he stepped inside, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the gentle breeze from the window, instantly refreshing his spirit. This was the essence of home. The bed had already been neatly made by Ning Yuxu. Lu Ming unpacked his belongings from the system space, and, after a brief organization of the wardrobe, took a shower and climbed into bed. Exhausted from the day's labors, he didn't even bother with his phone, quickly drifting off into a deep slumber filled with pleasant dreams. The following day, Lu Ming slept until 11 o'clock, only to awaken with start. Oh no, I've overslept. We were supposed to go out shopping together. He bolted upright, realizing it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such restful sleep and inadvertently dozed for too long. Ning Yuxu had likely been waiting for him. Without even having time to comb his hair, he hastily threw on some clothes and opened the door, only to be greeted by Ning Yuxu, who also appeared disheveled, dressed in pajamas, and looking as though she had just awakened. Half of her body was leaning out of her door, mirroring Lu Ming's position. They exchanged a moment of wide-eyed silence. Ultimately, Lu Ming broke the awkwardness, clearing his throat. Good morning. Oh yes, good morning, Ning Yuxu stammered, still seemingly dazed, staring at him for a few seconds. Her cheeks flushed pink as she mumbled, I'm gonna freshen up, and retreated to close her door. Lu Ming scratched his head. It appeared that this girl had just woken up. Confirming her sleepy state, he felt reassured and returned to wash up himself. Also taking a moment to check in with the system. Host signed in on the 4th day, gaining a physique of 10. Huh? Lu Ming paused mid-brushing. Physique? What on earth? Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, visibly transforming him. His previously frail physique now appeared considerably healthier, though he still couldn't compare to those muscular gym-goers. Even his height had increased by a few centimeters. Wow, so this is how it works. Lu Ming gazed at his reflection in the mirror, marveling at the unexpected reward. His body had been exceedingly weak, preventing him from unleashing the full potential of his knight's armor. After all, in his prime, he could physically confront monsters, even in hellish dungeons. Otherwise, why would he need to rely on the Supreme Emperor? Although 10 points of physique was not a significant enhancement, it was better than nothing. Thankfully, his more impressive attributes remained unaffected. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been quite distressed. After a quick wash-up, he exited his room, shortly followed by Ning Yuxiu. Today, she was dressed casually in a white cartoon hoodie paired with denim shorts and white socks. Though she wore only light makeup, her exquisite features were still evident. Particularly, the beginnings of her figure were becoming apparent. Lu Ming thought, who turned on the automatic enemy detection for me? Ning Yuxiu blushed under his gaze and quietly asked, is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Clearing his throat, Lu Ming redirected his attention. Nothing at all. What shall we have for lunch? Should we go out to buy some ingredients? Sure, let us go, Lu Ming replied, standing up. The two shared an unspoken understanding and refrained from mentioning the time. Not far from their residential complex lay the largest market in the area. Even at midday, the sounds of vendors calling out were incessant. What do you feel like eating? Lu Ming asked, as he often preferred not to think too hard about such matters. Ning Yuxiu considered for a moment. How about braised pork with cold tomatoes? Is that doable? Just order, and leave the cooking to me. Lu Ming gave her a thumbs up. This girl truly was affluent. He needed to treat her well. Braised pork was a simple enough task. Lu Ming was confident that very few could rival his culinary skills in this world. After all, his cooking had once received the approval of the heavenly Tao. Resolute in their decision, they made their way toward the meat stall. The market was bustling with activity, and it took considerable effort for them to squeeze through the crowd to reach the stall. Wow, is there really this many people at midday? Lu Ming couldn't help but comment. Ning Yuxiu, equally surprised, remarked, are the aunties and uncles here always this enthusiastic? Lu Ming replied, if I'm not mistaken. This seems to be your territory. Ning Yuxiu stuck out her small tongue. I rarely come here. Lu Ming understood. Such occurrences were quite normal for homebodies. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a peculiar sensation and abruptly turned to look behind him. Ning Yuxiu followed suit, but aside from the throng of shoppers, nothing seemed amiss. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Just a mosquito back there. Ah, yes, there are quite a few mosquitoes in summer. I'll bring you some mosquito repellent later. Ning Yuxiu, not suspecting anything, nodded and leaned forward to select the meat. Boss, how much for this piece? Ning Yifu inquired, pointing at a slab of pork belly that had a good balance of fat and lean meat. The vendor grinned, 12 yuan per jean, honest prices. This pork was just slaughtered today. Ning Yuxiu examined the meat closely and then spoke up, boss, this meat looks a bit dry. 12 yuan seems a tad steep. How about 10 yuan? That won't do, young lady. You can't haggle like that. 11 yuan and 3, that's the best I can do, the vendor fanned himself. Ning Yuxiu's face lit up with joy. Then I'll take it for 11 yuan and 3. Seeing her enthusiasm, the vendor could only smile helplessly as he prepared to weigh the meat. Little beauty, your meat. The money has been handed over to the boss. All right then. Ning Yuxiu, holding a piece of pork belly, winked at Lu Ming. How about that? Have you learned something? Lu Ming couldn't help but applaud. Are you really a homebody? This doesn't seem like it at all. Ning Yuxiu pouted. Although I'm a bit of a homebody, I don't ever go out. All right? Besides, such bargaining scenes are not rare in anime. I learn and apply what I see. Impressive. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up. A top student is indeed a top student, able to learn something wherever they go. The two then proceeded to buy a few tomatoes, scallions, ginger, chili peppers, and other ingredients before preparing to head home. Upon exiting the market, Lu Ming suddenly handed the bag he was holding to Ning Yuxiu and pointed to the left. I just spotted an acquaintance. I'll go greet them. You take the things back first and wait for me. It won't take long. Ning Yuxiu took the bag and smiled. No rush. You take your time chatting. I'm not that hungry right now. Gurgled before she could finish her sentence. Her stomach protested audibly. Ning Yuxiu's face turned red instantly, and she hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to. It's just that I ate something bad. Yes, just something bad. Lu Ming chuckled. All right. You should hurry back then. Okay, I'll go first. Ning Yuxiu lowered her head and hurriedly ran away. Lu Ming watched her retreating figure, his smile gradually fading. and discreetly glanced back before turning to leave in the opposite direction. Chapter 35. The Heartless Old Ghost. As Lu Ming distanced himself from the market, the foot traffic dwindled until there was no one in sight. At this moment, he found himself in a dilapidated alleyway. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings. Why does this alley seem increasingly familiar? Ah, it dawned on him. This is where he first encountered Ning Yuxi. Quite interesting. Lu Ming paused and turned to look back at the empty space behind him, smiling. All right, you've been following me for quite some time. Aren't you tired? A brief silence ensued. Suddenly, an agile figure leaped down from the eaves. How did you discover me? A clear, emotionless voice issued from the newcomer. Lu Ming assessed the individual. A typical high ponytail beauty with an oval face, contrasting with Ning Yuxiu's charm. If we're discussing looks, they were on par. However, the tight martial arts attire she wore accentuated her curvaceous figure, a point where Ning Yuxiu fell slightly short. Answer my question. The beauty squinted her eyes, clearly displeased by Lu Ming's scrutinizing gaze. Lu Ming shrugged. My dear, shouldn't it be me asking you first? What are you stalking me for in broad daylight? We don't seem to know each other, do we? The beauty coldly retorted. That is not a question you should be asking. Are you foolish? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. What is this? Does she really think I want to scold a woman? Sigma male, you think? Regardless, whether you speak or remain silent, I can't be bothered to care. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. In any case, don't provoke me. You want to be able to bear the consequences. The beauty replied in kind. The same goes for you. Don't harbor any ill intentions towards my lady, or you too shall face the repercussions. Lu Ming, what are you talking about? What ill intentions towards your lady? Who is your lady? You're not suggesting it's Ning Yuxiu, are you? Lu Ming's eyes widened. The beauty fell silent. Lu Ming's lips twitched. How awkward. He initially thought she was sent by the Lu family to follow him, but it turned out she was the lady's secret guardian. Damn, that was impulsive. Wait, no. Lu Ming suddenly recalled something, frowning. You're not the only one, right? If I'm not mistaken, there should be another one. Also secretly protecting Ning Yuxiu? Upon hearing this, the beauty was momentarily taken aback. Another one? That's impossible. I'm the only one here. Judging by her expression, she didn't seem to be lying. No, I distinctly sensed two presences earlier. One was yours, and the other. Lu Ming paused mid-sentence. They exchanged glances. Not good. Almost instantaneously, they both exclaimed in unison and hurried back. Damn, could this mean someone else is going to benefit from this? Quiet down. Do you know where the lady lives? Of course, this way. Lu Ming led the way while inquiring about the situation. The beauty, sensing that Lu Ming was no ordinary person and seemed to share a unique bond with Ning Yuxiu, briefly recounted the circumstances. Ning Yuxiu was currently being targeted by someone, and for some reason, her family couldn't protect her openly, so they could only send Song Xinyu, this beauty, to safeguard her in secret. Song Xinyu had just arrived in Ankin today, and upon seeing Lu Ming and Ning Yuxiu together, decided to follow him out of caution, which led to the current precarious situation. In short, it was all a misunderstanding. Wait, that's not right. As they neared the residential complex, Song Xinyu suddenly halted. Lu Ming turned and asked, What's wrong? The atmosphere here feels off. Song Xinyu surveyed the area and suddenly pulled out a talisman from her pocket, chanting an incantation before tossing it. The talisman transformed into golden light, darting off to the side. 2 seconds later, the talisman seemed to collide with something, shattering, and the space where it broke revealed rippling waves. Damn it, those guys actually summoned a ghost master? Song Xinyu's expression darkened, and she turned to Lu Ming, instructing, Don't run around here. I'll go rescue the lady. With that, she dashed into the rippling space, mysteriously vanishing into thin air. I thought it would be more troublesome. A mere kid and a little girl who is even grown up yet. I wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Meanwhile, in a bizarre space, a hunchbacked old man with a face full of lumps was grinning sinisterly. Beside him floated a grotesque creature with a plump head and oversized ears. Not far in front of him, Ning Yuxiu lay unconscious on the ground, her groceries scattered around her. The Ning family's little girl is quite charming. But too bad that person wants her alive. Otherwise, I would truly like to take her as a ghost servant. Ha. The old man chuckled to himself before preparing to grab Ning Yuxiu. Just then, a beam of golden light shot towards the old man from the front. The old man remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. The next moment, a claw reached out, shattering the golden light. It was indeed the grotesque creature beside him. Tisk tisk. That was quick. The old man shook his head. Song Xinyu rushed to Ning Yuxiu's side, shielding her behind her and glaring at the old man. Heartless Ghost Elder. I never expected it to be you. The Heartless Ghost Elder chuckled. You know me, little girl? You can even break through my ghost domain. Looks like you have some skill, but unfortunately, you're a step too late. Song Xinyu's expression changed instantly as she hurriedly glanced at Ning Yuxiu. At this moment, Ning Yuxiu lay quietly on the ground as if asleep, but there was a dark mark on her forehead. You shall pay for this. Song Xinyu's face darkened. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. What has happened to Yuxiu? The young lady has been consumed by her emotions. Wait, how did you arrive here as well? I instructed you to wait outside. Song Xinyu was startled by Lu Ming's sudden appearance. He waved his hand dismissively. Let us set that aside for now. First, tell me how we can restore Yuxiu. Song Xinyu exhaled deeply, her gaze shifting to the ominous figure of the emotionless ghost elder beside her. Only by vanquishing that eerie being can the young lady be restored. Oh, I see. Do you stand a chance against it? Lu Ming inquired. Song Xinyu shook her head. The strength of that being is likely at the level of a fierce ghost, while I am merely a third-tier exorcist. Then what are you even doing here? Lu Ming couldn't help but retort. Gritting her teeth, Song Xinyu insisted, you must take the young lady away first. Leave the delay to me. Once outside, seek assistance from the Exorcist Association in Ankin. Understood. Hang in there, Lu Ming replied without a hint of hesitation, scooping up the unconscious Ning Yuxiu and rushing outside. The emotionless ghost elder watched the two depart, unperturbed. In his eyes, they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Rather, he was far more intrigued by Song Xinyu. A third-tier exorcist capable of creating ghostly slaves. How delightful that would be. Ha. Chapter 36. I have no ideals. But I can protect ideals to transform me into a ghostly slave. You'll first have to prove your strength, Song Xinyu declared, her expression stern. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she sent several talismans flying toward the ghost elder. The emotionless ghost swiftly positioned himself before the elder, blocking the talismans and then retaliating towards Song Xinyu. She immediately dodged to the side, drawing a peachwood sword engraved with the 8 trigrams from her waist. Wielding in one hand while inscribing a talisman in the air with the other. She then infused the drawn talisman into the sword, which began to shimmer with a faint golden light. Command! Song Xinyu cried as she swung the sword at the emotionless ghost, who opened his gaping maw and exhaled a cloud of black mist, colliding with the peachwood sword. Ultimately, the black mist dissipated, but Song Xinyu's assault was thwarted. Taking advantage of the moment, the emotionless ghost closed in on Song Xinyu, raising his fist to strike her head mercilessly. However, a smile suddenly appeared on her face, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a human-shaped paper talisman, evading the blow. Her true self reappeared behind the emotionless ghost, and she swung her sword toward him. Substitution technique? Quite intriguing, the emotionless ghost elder mused, finally opening his eyes, only to close them again. Alas, still too inexperienced. With a swift motion, the ghost caught the peachwood sword effortlessly. What? Song Xinyu's expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, both she and the sword were hurled away. Coughing, she rose awkwardly from the ground, her mind racing for a strategy. Fighting was out of the question. Her only option was to stall for time until the exorcist from Ankin arrived. Unfortunately, the emotionless ghost elder had no intention of granting her the luxury of time, commanding the emotionless ghost to launch a relentless assault on Song Xinyu, forcing her to defend herself. However, due to the disparity in their levels, her resistance began to falter, and the glow of the peachwood sword gradually faded. At last, with a resounding crack, the now dull sword was shattered by a punch from the emotionless ghost, and his fist followed through to strike Song Xinyu in the abdomen. Despite activating a talisman to protect her vital points just in time, she was still sent flying by the force of the blow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Coughing, she realized that the depletion of her stamina and the destruction of her weapon had left her utterly defenseless. The emotionless ghost elder chuckled sinisterly. Now this is more like it. Why not obediently accept your fate as my slave? Rest assured, I shall soon summon that little imp to join you. As a thick mist surged towards Song Xinyu, despair washed over her. Suddenly, a tomato flew out of nowhere, dispersing the mist. Right on target. Lu Ming's cheeky laughter echoed from nearby. Song Xinyu was momentarily taken aback before her expression turned dumbfounded. Didn't I tell you to take the young lady to the Exorcist Association? Why are you back? Where's she? Don't worry, I sent that girl home. Just got delayed for a bit. Now I'm back to grab some groceries. I haven't even made lunch yet, Lu Ming replied, shaking the bag in his hand. But rest assured, I've already called for help. The association should arrive shortly. Song Xinyu's lips twitched in disbelief. Here, I am risking my life, and you casually stroll back to deliver yourself up. Huh? The emotionless ghost elder chuckled at Lu Ming's arrival. Ha. What an amusing little imp. You don't flee upon seeing me, but rather come to me voluntarily? Very well, saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Lu Ming raised his middle finger defiantly. Old fossil, are you laughing at your own grave? Take a good look at yourself. You look like a toad that even dogs would avoid. You should just choke on a pile of dung and save us all the trouble. The emotionless ghost elder snarled, You seek death? I'm looking for your father. I want to know how he managed not to pin you to the wall when you were born, allowing you to roam free and cause trouble. Lu Ming retorted, before turning to Song Xinyu. You're not dead, are you? Can you handle him? Song Xinyu could only ask in a tone of resignation. Lu Ming sighed, who knows? But this old fossil dares to lay a hand on my charming and generous landlord, which really grinds my gears. After a brief silence, Song Xinyu cautioned, Be careful of the mist the emotionless ghost exhales. It will strip away one's emotions and desires, turning them into lifeless husks devoid of feelings and ideals. Is that so? Truly wicked, Lu Ming replied with a grin. Song Xinyu, right? You know, ideals and emotions are fascinating things, sometimes melancholic, yet at other times they ignite passion. As he spoke, he produced a flip phone from his pocket. Both Song Xinyu and the emotionless ghost elder were momentarily taken aback. Using a phone? A flip phone? No less. Who still uses those these days? Ha ha. Pulling out a phone. Are you planning to record your last words? The emotionless ghost elder mocked. Lu Ming glanced at the elder nonchalantly and said, I have no ideals. Beep. He pressed the number 5. But beep. I can protect ideals. Beep. He pressed the number 5 3 times, then hit the answer button. Standing by. Henshin. Lu Ming raised the phone high and inserted it into the prepared Foy's driver. With a final adjustment, he merged the components. Complete. As crimson light enveloped him, the armor of Kamen Rider Foy's encased Lu Ming's form. Song Xinyu. The emotionless ghost elder. Both were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Wait, how can you transform? Just pressing a few buttons on your phone? This is more magical than any enchanted device. When the world is happening, the emotionless ghost elder exclaimed, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from Foy's. Song Xinyu, disregarding her composure, shouted, What the hell? Kamen Rider fights? Is that really 555? Lu Ming shook his hand and turned with a smile. You have an eye for quality. My dear lady, curse the numbers 555666. They are merely a layer of iron shell. Witness how I shall dismantle it. The merciless ghost, enraged, let out a howl and lunged at Lu Ming, its massive fist crashing toward his head. Lu Ming, unhurried, met the attack with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided. Lu Ming stood firm as a rock, unwavering. In stark contrast, the merciless ghost was sent sprawling backward by Lu Ming's blow. What? The ghost's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. A single punch sent the malevolent spirit flying. Is this truly a human? Lu Ming shrugged off his arm. That 10-point physique enhancement had indeed proven advantageous, significantly augmenting his strength. Had this been before, he would have only achieved a stalemate. With that in mind, Lu Ming retrieved the Foy's camera from his waist, affixing it to his right hand, and removed the memory chip from the Foy's phone case, inserting it into the Foy's camera. Let us experience the sensation of overwhelming force, he declared. Chapter 37. The rogue stance of Foy's. With that, Lu Ming advanced, delivering a punch toward the merciless ghost. The creature hastily attempted to evade, but was still struck, losing half of its form in the process. A blood-curdling howl erupted from the ghost as remnants of its being dissipated into wisps of black mist. The ghost's momentum immediately faltered. Lu Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I am not mistaken, these must be the emotions and desires of those you have devoured, correct? To have lost so much to a single punch must be infuriating, wouldn't you agree? He enraged and humiliated. The ghost suddenly opened its maw wide and spat a thick glob of phlegm at Lu Ming. This projectile was leagues beyond what it had previously aimed at Song Xinyu. If the earlier spit was but a droplet, this was akin to a vast lake. Watch out, Dodge! Song Xinyu cried urgently. Lu Ming grinned. I am curious to see what it feels like to be devoid of emotions and desires. With that, he pressed the button on the Foy's phone exceed charge. Photon energy surged toward the Foy's camera on his right arm, radiating a brilliant golden light. And Lu Ming launched a punch toward the encroaching black mist. Punching unit. A tremendous shockwave erupted, dispersing the ghost's full-force attack with ease. The ghost was now thoroughly unsettled, hastily retrieving a wine gourd from its waist. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. Merciless ghost, retreat. Having witnessed its strongest assault thwarted, the ghost abandoned its previous arrogance and attempted to flee back into the gourd. Lu Ming sneered. You think you can escape? He promptly pressed the phone button, once more exceed charge. Photon energy began to coalesce at the Foy's symbol on his right leg. Lu Ming leaned forward, his posture mimicking a crouch. Is that the rogue stance? Song Xinyu, now transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, momentarily disregarded her injuries to cheer for Lu Ming. He flashed her a thumbs up, then took off running, leaping into the air, executing a somersault mid-flight, a beam of light shot forth from the Fui symbol, morphing into a red drill that pinned the fleeing ghost in place. Finally, Lu Ming delivered a powerful kick toward the drill. Terrifying energy converged at his right foot. Crimson smash. No. The ghost's desperate wails echoed as Lu Ming pierced through its form. The same insignia appeared on the ghost, and in the next moment, it ceased its struggles, disintegrating into fine dust scattered across the ground. Countless wisps of black mist erupted from the ghost's remains, scattering in all directions. My merciless ghost. The contract's peculiarities had led to its demise, and the merciless ghost's master suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and collapsing in a feeble heap. With the death of the merciless ghost, the ghostly realm dissipated as well. Quite underwhelming, really, lacking any challenge, Lu Ming remarked cheerfully, then turned to Song Xinyu. By the way, are you truly all right? Should I escort you to the hospital? Song Xinyu hurriedly adjusted her attire and wiped the blood from her mouth, smiling sheepishly. I'm fine, really, just a minor injury. Cough, cough. Before she could finish, another spurt of blood escaped her lips. Cough. As practitioners, it is normal to sustain some injuries. It is of little consequence. She stated earnestly, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Lu Ming replied, Very well, I shall take your word for it. He then withdrew the Fui's phone, canceling his transformation. Glancing at the time, he noted the Demon Exorcist Association members would soon arrive. I shall take my leave now. You should know how to handle things when they arrive, yes? Of course, I understand. I will certainly keep your secret. Song Xinyu nodded earnestly, adopting a serious demeanor. It's all just the typical tropes of a Taoist series. I get it. Lu Ming retorted, No, you do not comprehend. I merely wish to unwind. He waved goodbye and returned to the apartment complex. As Song Xinyu watched Lu Ming depart, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for her own situation. What a catch. One of my favorite nights, and living together with such a charming gentleman. If only I could suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Ugh, why do I feel so dizzy? What is happening? Ning Yithue Gronet. Clutching her head as she sat up from the sofa, her face etched with confusion. Oh, you're awake. Are you hungry? Lu Ming called, entering with a plastic bag in hand. Ning Yugzu blinked in bewilderment. Huh? Why do you have groceries? I thought I was supposed to bring them back, but then I haven't even returned yet, so why am I on the sofa? Ning Yugzu plunged into a spiral of self-doubt, even questioning if she had truly awoken, grabbing a nearby pillow to smack herself on the head. Lu Ming, what is going on with this girl? Has she lost her mind? Ultimately, her internal doubts were interrupted by the growl of her stomach. Forget it. Let us just eat first, Ning Yugzu said, gazing expectantly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming chuckled, shaking the plastic bag. You can play with it for now. I'll be right back. Ning Yugzu shook her head, stubbornly insisting. I'm not hungry. I'm just a little peckish, all right? Yes, you're the landlord. Your word is law. Lu Ming placed the keys on the table and headed toward the kitchen in the living room. Ning Yugzu's eyes sparkled as she stood up from the sofa. I'll help you wash the vegetables. Sure, wash these for me. And I trust you to handle it. Surprisingly, despite being a homebody, Ning Yugzu managed to handle the task quite adeptly, certainly not resembling the stereotype of someone unable to care for themselves. Before long, Ning Yugzu had finished cleaning the vegetables and meat, while Lu Ming brought out the pots, pans, and other utensils. The items in question are all pristine and unopened, with a considerable accumulation of dust on the packaging, rendering them unsuitable for immediate use. It took Lu Ming multiple washes with hot water and detergent before they were barely fit for use. Subsequently, he took the cleaned tomatoes, wielded a chef's knife with remarkable skill, and performed a flourish before tossing the tomato into the air. With a swift motion, he executed a flawless cut. The blade glinted as it sliced through, instantly rendering 3 tomatoes into neatly arranged slices that fell into the bowl. Wow, how impressive. Ning Yugzu's eyes sparkled at the sight. Wasn't this the kind of spectacle one only witnessed in anime? Could it truly be replicated in reality? Perhaps it was merely a matter of practice. Lu Ming, wiping the blade with a smile, requested, could you please place these tomatoes in the refrigerator? Once the braised pork is ready, we can enjoy some refreshing tomato salad. Sure thing. Ning Yugzu beamed as she hurriedly carried the tomatoes to the fridge. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Lu Ming paused. Is someone there? Ning Yugzu, equally puzzled, inquired, who could it be at this hour? Lu Ming dried his hands and approached the door. To his surprise, he was greeted by the cheerful face of Song Xinyu. Swexu, I came, huh? Chapter 38. A comfortable life, although they had met earlier. The presence of Ning Yugzu prompted a brief moment of mutual understanding before they both instinctively began to act. Song Xinyu, taking the lead, said, I apologize. I must be at the wrong place. I was looking for a friend. Lu Ming nodded knowingly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, no worries. Just be more careful next time. He pretended to close the door. Meanwhile, the innocent bystander Ning Yuxu leaned forward, curious. Who is it? Sister Xinyu? What brings you here? Upon seeing Ning Yuxu, Song Xinyu's face lit up. Swexu, you're really here? By the way, who is this handsome guy? Could it be? She wore a teasing expression. Ning Yuxu's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly waved her hands. Sister Xinyu, you've misunderstood. He's just my friend's older brother who is renting a room here. Oh, I see. Just teasing you, Song Xinyu winked. By the way, have you two at lunch? If you don't mind, I could join and help with the preparations. Ning Yuxu was about to respond when an idea struck her, and she looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Since we have plenty of food today, and since we're acquainted, why not share a meal? It's merely a matter of adding a few extra chopsticks. Hee hee. Thank you. Ning Yuxu replied, gleefully pulling Song Xinyu inside. Song Xinyu playfully pinched Ning Yuxu's cheek, teasing Swexu. I never would have guessed you had a handsome guest hidden away in your home. Your uncle would surely be furious if he found out. Ning Yithu apotet. He wouldn't dare interfere. Song Xinyu sighed. It seems you have yet to forgive your uncle. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. By the way, can you introduce me to your charming tenant? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. Ning Yuxu exclaimed, smacking her forehead. This is Lu Ming, the brother of one of my close friends who is staying here for a while. Lu Ming extended his hand with a smile. Nice to meet you, Sister Xinyu. Song Xinyu reciprocated the gesture. Hello. Thank you for taking care of our Swexu during this time. Lu Ming waved his hand modestly. It's nothing, please, continue your conversation. I'll go prepare lunch. He then removed himself from the scene. Their initial meeting concluded satisfactorily, and Ning Yuxu and Song Xinyu settled onto the sofa to chat. Sister Xinyu, I thought you were in Kyoto. What brings you to Ankin? Ning Yuxu inquired. Well, with the university break, I found it quite dull at home. So, I decided to come and visit you. Song Xinyu replied with a grin. It's great to see you. How long do you plan to stay in Ankin? Ning Yuxu asked. Who knows? Until the school notifies us. It's rather boring at home, so I figured I might as well spend some time here with you. Besides, your bed is quite spacious, she teased. Meanwhile, Lu Ming began to showcase his culinary skills. Chopping, deboning, blanching, stir-frying, and slow simmering. Each step appeared simple, yet was executed with precision. Even National Banquet Chef would commend his expertise. Why was he so skilled, you ask? Because he had undergone rigorous training under the guidance of the heavenly Tao. Although the dishes were still in progress, the aroma wafted enticingly towards the two women. Song Xinyu's eyes brightened. Is that the scent of braised pork? Lu Ming chuckled. Ah, a connoisseur, I see. Ning Yuxu quipped. I hope it's not too sweet. You'll have to taste it to find out. Lu Ming teased, ladling the braised pork onto a plate. Starving and eager, Ning Yuxu rushed over to help serve the dishes, while Song Xinyu poured rice. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming prepared a bowl of tomato and egg soup with the remaining ingredients and retrieved the chilled tomato salad from the refrigerator. With 2 dishes and a soup, it made for a modest yet delightful lunch. Come try it, Lu Ming invited with a smile. Ning Yuxu eagerly grabbed a piece of braised pork and exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, delicious. This is truly amazing. Lu Ming, you're incredible. Though Song Xinyu was less dramatic, she couldn't help but compliment. This is hands down the best braised pork I've ever tasted, even better than what the chefs at my home make. Lu Ming, did you receive formal training? Just a bit. Lu Ming modestly replied, though internally he felt a swell of pride. After all, no chef could resist a compliment, especially when it came from 2 beautiful women. Lu Ming began to understand why that guy from the heavenly Tao enjoyed cooking for his sisters so much. In no time, the 3 of them had devoured every last morsel, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. With a satisfied sigh, Ning Yuxu leaned back in her chair and, feeling pleasantly full, remarked, oh no, after tasting your cooking, I might never want to order takeout again. Lu Ming chuckled. Then the solution is simple. I'll just cook from now on. How could I possibly let you do that? Ning Yuxu replied bashfully, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. After their satisfying meal, Lu Ming intended to wash the dishes, but Ning Yuxu and Song Xinyu insisted he rest instead. Not wishing to argue, Lu Ming found his way to the sofa, reclining comfortably. This was precisely the life he yearned for, free from the dread of apocalyptic overlords, the scourge of gaming illnesses, and the unexpected visits from while enjoying the company of 2 charming women. Truly, he had struck gold. This was the ideal existence. Wouldn't you agree, System? System, setting aside the imminent high school entrance examinations facing the host. Indeed, it is so. Lu Ming, damn, I almost forgot. I'll soon be a senior. What the heck? Do I really have to take the college entrance exam too? No one even informed me. Although he had resigned himself to his academic performance, he was not keen on experiencing the grueling life of a senior. Perhaps he should summon the campus destroyer, Xiao Ming, for assistance? Forget it. It's about time to summon the campus war god, Zhuangwu. Just as Lu Ming was feeling troubled, Ning Yu and her companion, having finished washing the dishes, arrived at the sofa with snacks and cola in hand. Oh, what a delight! After a hearty lunch, reclining on the sofa with a chilled cola. Do you not share this sentiment? No. Ning Yu took a generous sip of the icy beverage, utterly unconcerned about her image. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Having just eaten, consuming cold soda is not good for the stomach. Song Xinyu added, Sorry, Yu, I'm on a diet and can't indulge in that. Such a pity. Ning Yu sighed in disappointment and then turned on the television in the living room. Having satisfied their appetites, it was time to binge watch. I stayed up late last night, and there are still over a dozen episodes left. I must finish them all today. Initially, Lu Ming had intended to retreat to his room for a nap, as he believed that most of the shows favored by homebuddies revolved around mundane romantic themes, which did not pique his interest. He would rather indulge in a couple of films. However, as the familiar BGM resonated in his ears, he found his attention captured. Indeed, the television screen was showcasing the beloved original work of Ishimori Shotaro and the iconic logo of Kamen Rider Xaid. Lu Ming, without a hint of hesitation, settled back down. Who said the series was subpar? It was absolutely magnificent. Although he had experienced it firsthand, he was still curious whether the Kamen Rider productions in this world, which differed from his previous lives, were the same. However, his curiosity quickly turned to disappointment. Despite the BGM and titles being accurate, the actors were clearly unfamiliar. Not just the protagonist Imu Hojo, but even supporting characters like Dan Kurito and Taiga Hania had changed. It felt akin to watching a long-running drama suddenly replace its lead actors. Even if the plot remained the same, the allure was lost. Nevertheless, Lu Ming persisted for a while, as the storyline was largely consistent, but with the characters being entirely unrecognizable and the actors failing to embody the essence of their roles. His interest waned entirely. I think I'll go play on the computer, Lu Ming declared. Ning Yu, not turning her head, nodded. Sure, go ahead. There is no password on the computer. Upon entering the gaming room, Lu Ming discovered that the walls were adorned with an array of figurines. Kamen Riders, Ultraman, Transformers, Gundam, and countless anime characters filled the space. It was a veritable treasure trove. Not only that, but the gaming setup was top-notch, featuring nearly the latest high-end configurations available on the market, with several boxes of spare parts neatly arranged beneath the desk. How wonderful it is to be wealthy, Lu Ming mused. With such financial resources, even if he were to join the Exorcism Society in the future, it would take years of hard work to accumulate that amount. System, I suddenly feel disinclined to strive, he remarked. The system chuckled, as if the host has ever been diligent. That was indeed a fair point. Lu Ming acknowledged without a hint of shame. He then powered on the computer. After witnessing the complete cast change in Kamen Rider Xaid, doubts began to creep in. If Xaid had undergone such transformations, could the other series have also changed? Thus, Lu Ming began searching for other Kamen Riders, from number 1 to game. From main riders to secondary ones, spanning from the Showa to the Reiwa eras. Not a single familiar face appeared. What was going on? Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming exited the video software. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Lu Ming opened a browser and began typing furiously on the keyboard. Then he hit enter. As expected, there was nothing. He continued his search. No, still nothing. Lu Ming searched for several celebrities from his memory in rapid succession. Jay Cho, Stephen Chow, Bear Grylls, Gordon Ramsay. None were found. This is getting a bit frightening. Isn't it? System, is this truly the Blue Star I am familiar with? Lu Ming could not help but inquire. The system replied. This system merely accompanied the host into this world and is equally oblivious to other matters, dear. How utterly useless you are, Lu Ming retorted. This system was always a failure, dear host. Lu Ming quipped, and now you too were starting to throw shade. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming suddenly had an epiphany and began typing again. This time, he searched for the history of the Dragon Kingdom. One click and enter. Starting from the UMO people. Skip. Why don't you begin with Pangu creating the world? Lu Ming quickly scrolled the mouse wheel, skimming through the information. From the Yellow Emperor to the Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, the three kingdoms, the two Jin, the southern and northern dynasties Sui, Tang Song, Yuan Ming, and Qing. Then the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom. The historical dynasties matched up. Then came the notable historical events. What does it mean that the king of Qin manifested? What does it mean to sweep the globe? What does it mean that from then on, the Blue Star was surnamed Blanc? Is this still the history I am familiar with? Something feels off, overwhelmingly off. Lu Ming immediately clicked on the relevant materials for further inquiry. What he saw nearly caused his eyes to bulge. Good heavens, I can only exclaim, good heavens. Just like the official history during that time, the Dragon Kingdom also experienced a dark period. However, the fantastical soon followed. The long-deceased king of Qin suddenly manifested. and a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon circled above the imperial tomb, instantly frightening off any invaders. Shortly thereafter, under the leadership of the king of Qin's spirit, the Dragon Kingdom launched a northern expedition, swiftly overpowering other nations, forcing them to bow in submission. What? You claim you refuse to submit? If you don't understand, go speak to my killing god general. Yet, the spirit of the king of Qin was like a plot guide, coming swiftly and departing just as quickly. The moment the conquest concluded, it vanished without a trace. It was quite miraculous. Moreover, the authorities had thoughtfully annotated at the end. All of the above is documented in ancient texts. The authenticity remains to be verified, and we urge the public not to worry unduly and to believe in science. Lu Ming scoffed. Science? I believe in your twisted version of science. Strange things are occurring, and you dare to discuss science with me? The so-called spirit of the king of Qin was, in all likelihood, genuine. As for why it chose to manifest at that particular time, that remained to be investigated. It seemed that this was not the blue star he was familiar with, but rather a parallel world with a different history and even unfamiliar beings. Quite intriguing indeed. However, these were matters Lu Ming need not concern himself with. No calamity would deter his inclination to relax. Not even the annihilation of the universe would compel him to strive. Lu Ming's gaze caught a folder in the lower left corner of the computer screen. Mysterious space. He pondered. Should I take a peek? Deisika. No. How could I invade someone else's privacy? Lu Ming, resolute, clicked on the document. What the hell, you despicable system? What have you done? Have you shamelessly taken control of this host's hand? Damn it, you are truly vile. Lu Ming struggled internally. The system replied. 6. This host has no shame. Lu Ming, unperturbed, gazed at the contents of the folder. The contents are meticulously categorized into 3 genres: images, animation, and games. Oh, Moses Roy, how intriguing. As Lu Ming clicked on the images, he was greeted by a plethora of plot photographs from various special effects animations. Tisk, is this it? Lu Ming and the system simultaneously exclaimed. Lu Ming paused in astonishment. System? The system replied. Just got infected with a virus. It's utterly disgraceful. Lu Ming expressed disdain towards the system and subsequently exited the photo, turning his attention to the animations. This couldn't possibly be true, could it? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. This was Nebe's Yukiko. These elegant legs of the long sun. This alluring wife. The restoration of the reborn sorcerer of the campus at sunrise, the princess of the package, the demon's campus. Lu Ming wiped his drool away. So, Suo Kwa and Ning Yugs, you privately possess such dazzling smiles? A surge of respect washed over Lu Ming. However, he held little interest in the anime. After a mere hour of casual viewing, he decisively logged out. This was rather taxing on the body, he mused. Lu Ming adjusted his device, listening to the intermittent electric hum in his mind, and frowned. You treacherous system, if you dare to shoot into my head, I swear I will blow you up. Do you believe me? This system will wreak havoc upon you. The virus is endless. It's simply 1 TCs. Damn host, this system will explode with you. No way. Stop. Chapter 40. The wall of ghosts. The afternoon slipped away in a blink. When Lu Ming emerged from his room, invigorated, it was already 5:30. He had not anticipated that such a trivial game would prove so taxing, leaving him drenched in sweat. The system scoffed. Were you playing a game? I don't even want to comment on your skills. The system fell silent. At that moment, Ning Yuxiu and Song Xinyu were still engrossed in their drama, currently weeping profusely over the tragic sacrifice of Parrot and Bobby in the finale. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the two hastily wiped away their tears. I merely stepped out to prepare dinner, so you needn't mind me, Lu Ming said, scratching his head awkwardly. The two girls couldn't help but blush. Would Lu Ming think them childish for crying over a television show? They were overthinking it. After all, Lu Ming had once shed tears over the song "The Heavens Are So Unfair to Me." When it came to life and death, Lu Ming was more open-minded than anyone, especially after acquiring the Time King's second stage. Whether one lived or died was irrelevant. A mere time rewind could bring you back. What? You inquire about blue consumption and cooldowns? Please, I've rewound time. Where would blue consumption and cooldowns come from? Ladies, what would you like to eat tonight? Lu Ming asked, sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward. Song Xinyu immediately responded. No. How could I keep troubling you? I happen to know of a renowned outdoor hot pot nearby. Let me treat you tonight. Ning Yu's eyes sparkled. Oh, hot pot. It's been ages since I've enjoyed hot pot with Sister Xinyu. She truly hasn't forgotten. Of course, how could I forget what my dear sister Shui likes? Song Xinyu affectionately ruffled Ning Yu's hair. Half an hour later, Song Xinyu drove Lu Ming and Ning Yu towards the hot pot restaurant. Sister Xinyu has a car now? This one looks rather expensive, Ning Yu remarked, inspecting the car's interior with curiosity. Song Xinyu shook her head. I don't have that much money. This is a company car, but I have the rights to use it. What kind of company is this? So generous? Ning Yuxu exclaimed in surprise. They give cars upon hiring? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. A car upon hiring? Excellent. He could already envision how impressive he would look driving a Ferrari with one hand in the future. Before long, the trio arrived at the hot pot restaurant that Song Xinyu had mentioned. Qinlixiang Hot Pot, true to its name. As soon as Lu Ming opened the car door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma wafting from within. Wow, this is impressive. Lu Ming nodded in approval. Upon reflection, it seemed he indulged in hot pot for quite some time. He had almost forgotten its flavors. Good evening. Do you have a reservation? As they reached the entrance, a polite server inquired. Song Xinyu nodded. Yes, table 3737. Great, please follow me. Under the server's guidance, the three made their way to the backyard. The owner had transformed the spacious courtyard into seating, with a performance stage set up in the center for a band to play. The trio settled into their reserved seats. Even though it was still before 7, the place was nearly filled with diners, indicating the restaurant's booming business. Soon after, the server presented the menu to the group. As the host, Song Xinyu naturally encouraged Lu Ming and Ning Yuxu to order first. However, as someone who suffered from severe decision-making difficulties, Lu Ming found the monumental task of choosing what to eat unbearable. Thus, he excused himself to the restroom, leaving the two ladies to decide. Speaking of which, we're at the restroom. After wandering about the establishment for what felt like an eternity, Lu Ming couldn't find a single restroom in sight. He wanted to ask a server, but he noticed that there wasn't a soul around. It was only then that Lu Ming realized the surroundings had inexplicably fallen into an eerie silence. It seemed that ever since he had ascended to the second floor, the atmosphere had shifted. Initially, he thought it was just good soundproofing, but the longer he walked, the more he sensed something was off. Even if the second floor was an office area, it was impossible for it to be completely devoid of people, especially during the evening hot pot rush. Lu Ming turned to retrace his steps, but after 10 minutes of wandering, he and even spotted staircase. Is this some kind of bad luck? Am I really experiencing a ghost wall? He muttered as he gazed down the endless corridor with a peculiar expression. The system reassured him. It's normal. It's just your unique ability to attract ghosts. This absurd ability is better off not existing. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, feeling the device at his waist through. Hanging there, the system remarked. In comparison, I think you would be better off just relieving yourself right here. Why? Lu Ming questioned. Didn't the ancient text mention that a boy's urine could break a ghost wall? Is that so? Lu Ming pondered, recalling that there indeed existed such a belief. Given the current situation, although he was unafraid of fight, the issue was that the supernatural beings weren't coming out to confront him. They were utilizing the spatial wall, and he couldn't even determine his exact location. Relieving himself was the best solution. However, the thought of defiling a public space filled him with embarrassment. As Lu Ming contemplated pulling down his pants, he wondered what he would do if someone saw him. The system quipped, "You seem quite adept at your actions despite your embarrassment." Just as Lu Ming was grappling with his urgent need, faint cries for help echoed from a nearby corridor. What the hell? There really are others here. Lu Ming jolted, hastily pulling up his pants and turning towards the source of the sound. In the depths of the corridor, a shadowy figure was desperately sprinting towards him. Lu Ming immediately ran towards the figure. At this point, whether it was a human or a ghost mattered little. Soon, as they drew closer, Lu Ming discerned that the approaching figure appeared to be a man, overweight and drenched in sweat, his expression one of sheer terror, yet he dared not stop. Upon catching sight of Lu Ming, the man's eyes initially sparkled with recognition, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of sheer terror as he seemed to recall something. In hurried strides, he approached Lu Ming, exclaiming, "How fortunate it is to finally encounter a living soul." The man leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Lu Ming inquired, "Who are you?" The man paused momentarily before introducing himself. "My name is Wang Shuo, and I'm the proprietor of this hot pot restaurant. Just moments ago, I intended to step outside to inspect the work situation, only to find myself ensnared in this inexplicable predicament. Can you perhaps unravel this conundrum?" Lu Ming shook his head. "I cannot. Then we are utterly doomed." Wang Shuo's face fell into a mournful expression. Lu Ming rapped on the wall, contemplating whether a forceful blow might shatter this strange barrier. However, Wang Shuo had already resigned himself to despair, sitting down on the floor, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a long drag before exhaling slowly. "Ah, young man, I have come to realize that we mere mortals cannot possibly contend with such entities. Until now, I was a staunch atheist, perhaps only displaying a fortune cat in my office. But now, witnessing this, it appears that horror films are merely documentaries. What an eye-opener." Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked coolly, Such phenomena exist for those who believe. For those who do not, they remain absent. However, I am far more intrigued by how you managed to provoke such a being. Wang Shuo grimaced. I wish I knew. I run my business without causing trouble or offense. Why would a malevolent spirit seek me out? Just as he finished speaking, a mournful wailing resonated through the empty corridor, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. The lights at both ends of the corridor began to extinguish, one by one, drawing closer to them. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment before stating, I cannot ascertain whether it is satiated, but I do know it has come for you. Wang Shuo replied, I am aware. Chapter 41. If you don't die, then I shall. As the bulbs flickered out, darkness enveloped the corridor, shrouding it in uncertainty. Within mere moments, only 3 lights remained, flickering perilously. The sorrowful cries grew ever closer, as if whispering directly into their ears. Unable to withstand the mounting psychological pressure, Wang Shuo collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Sister, dear sister, we bear no grudge. There is no need for this. I am merely an ordinary hot pot restaurant manager. If you have any grievances, please share them with me. I can help you seek justice. I have family relying on me. If I perish, what will they do? With a snap, 2 more lights extinguished, clearly indicating that the entity was uninterested in Wang Shuo's lamentations. Seeing this, he scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off and wiping away his tears, turning to Lu Ming with a resigned gesture. Well, it seems the pity act is of no use. We are likely finished. It's a shame I haven't even found a wife yet. Lu Ming quipped, You truly are a remarkable individual. Suddenly, Lu Ming sensed something ominous approaching from behind. Almost instinctively, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding impact, a figure emerged before Lu Ming and Wang Shuo, a disheveled apparition, clad in tattered clothing, with a ghastly visage. So this is what a ghost looks like? Wang Shuo mused, stroking his chin in amazement, exclaiming that he was gaining new insights. Lu Ming glanced at him, jesting, Aren't you afraid? Of course I am. But what can I do? Running away is not an option. Wang Shuo lamented. Ah, the ghost, incensed by their casual remarks, lunged at Lu Ming with elongated, sharp nails. Lu Ming swiftly pulled Wang Shuo aside to evade the attack, then declared, Be cautious. I shall confront this entity. Wang Shuo's eyes lit up. Do you have skills, young man? Not really, Lu Ming replied, shaking his head, then striking a pose. But I possess the power of transformation. In an instant, a suit of crimson armor enveloped Lu Ming. Henshin, Heisei Kamen Rider, Kyuga's all-powerful form. Wang Shuo nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. Is this real? Although he was older and perhaps unfamiliar with the latest Kamen Riders, he recognized Kyuga from a DVD he had previously purchased of Ultraman. Upon reflection, with ghosts existing, perhaps Kamen Riders were not so far-fetched either. Disregarding Wang Shuo's astonishment, Lu Ming charged at the ghostly figure. Nature's call was upon him. Urgency dictated his actions. The ghost, momentarily taken aback by Lu Ming's transformation, contorted its features into a hideous snarl. Regardless of your humanity, within my domain, you shall bow to my might. Lu Ming raised his fist, shattering the ghost's razor-sharp nails as if they were mere paper. The ghost, stunned, could only stare blankly at its mangled fingers. Do not fear, little sister. Your brother is here to trim your nails. Lu Ming cackled maliciously, seizing the ghost's arm. By the time the entity realized what was happening, it was too late. Lu Ming's grip was like a vice, unyielding. Let go of me. The ghost cried out, panic-stricken like a frightened rabbit. Release? Take this. Lu Ming delivered a powerful punch. Channeling the essence of a mighty warrior, his attack maximized. With a single blow, he obliterated the ghost's head, black ichor splattering everywhere. Goodness. Incredible. Wang Shuo, momentarily forgetting his fear, enthusiastically cheered for Lu Ming. The ghost was left in shock. What has happened? Did this cosplaying young man just obliterate my head with one punch? Had it not been for its ability to regenerate, it would have surely met its end that night. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the ghost hastily reformed its head, pleading, Please, spare me. Spare you? Not a chance. Lu Ming retorted, launching another punch that shattered the ghost's newly formed head. Could you at least allow me to finish my sentence? The ghost whimpered, now cautious of reforming its head a third time, fearing it would lack the strength to do so. Brother, let's discuss this calmly. There's no need for such violence. The ghost's voice trembled, sounding almost pitiful. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? If you don't die, then I will. Spare me the theatrics. Receive another punch. Wait, you cannot kill me. Lu Ming's fist halted, just shy of the ghost form. Give me a reason within 10 seconds. Otherwise, my next strike will not be with a fist. Yes, of course. You see, I was not seeking trouble with you. I am merely a pawn, compelled to act against my will. Otherwise, I wouldn't come to bother you without cause. Lu Ming scrutinized it closely. Who is orchestrating this? I do not know the specifics. Only that they refer to him as Boss Kong. The ghost answered truthfully. Lu Ming's brow furrowed at the mention of the name. Boss Kong? How could he not recall ever knowing anyone with the surname Kong? Yet, it was as if a light had flickered in Wang Shuo's mind. Could it be that Boss Kong is none other than Kong Chong? I ask you, is that Boss Kong somewhat rotund, bald, with a scar upon his head? Yes, indeed. The entity replied hastily. Lu Ming turned to Wang Shuo. Do you know that Boss Kong? Wang Shuo took a deep breath, his expression shifting like the weather. Of course I know him. That Kong Chong is the proprietor of the hot pot restaurant across the street. We have had our share of business disputes, but they have only ever resulted in some verbal altercations. Just a few days ago, he even gifted me a painting in advance of my birthday. The entity, ever honest, added, is that very painting I reside within. Boss Kong instructed me to come out and frighten you a few times, hoping to deter you from continuing your business here. That scoundrel. No wonder he suddenly showed such kindness by gifting me something. It was a ruse. Wang Shuo could not help but curse. Lu Ming, somewhat bewildered, nodded and then inquired, what about me? The entity responded, I must admit I forgot to ask. I remember only opening the ghost domain in the office and rendering everyone on the second floor unconscious. How did you end up here? Lu Ming replied, I stumbled upon the wrong restroom. He clapped his hands together. Best not to ask questions that should remain unasked. What could he say? He certainly couldn't admit to having lost his way and accidentally wandered in. What a humiliation that would be. Chapter 42. The wronged entity having grasped the situation. It became evident that this peculiar entity had come specifically for Wang Shuo, with Lu Ming merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Thus, Lu Ming prepared to escort the entity to the netherworld. This time, the entity was genuinely terrified to the point of tears. Brother, I have divulged all that I know. Why must you still kill me? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. I never said that if you confessed, I would spare your life. The entity stammered. Isn't that the usual procedure? I present the matter, and you release the ghost. Brother, you are virtuous. Do not act like a villain. Seeing Lu Ming's unwavering intent to kill, the entity gritted its teeth and declared, do not kill me. I can assist you in dealing with Boss Kong. Lu Ming turned to Wang Shuo, seeking his opinion. After all, the entity had initially sought to trouble Wang Shuo, so it was prudent to consult the aggrieved party. However, Wang Shuo weakly responded, oh great one, do not look at me. You should handle this yourself. I am but a mere mortal, powerless to influence the situation. Indeed, you make a valid point. Lu Ming nodded, his feet glowing with golden light. The entity quickly interjected, I have a solution, brother. Indeed I do. It then conjured a small orb pulsing with a dark luminescence from its abdomen. Cautiously, the entity presented the orb to Lu Ming. Brother, this is my soul orb. Please take care. If you crush this orb, I shall immediately be obliterated. Oh, Lu Ming examined the soul orb with keen interest. This was his first encounter with such an object. Crushing it would lead to the entity's immediate demise? He feigned an intention to crush it, causing the entity to shriek in terror. Brother, father, is calling you father sufficient? Lu Ming chuckled, releasing his grip. Just a jest. Look at how frightened you are. The entity felt exceedingly aggrieved. It had painstakingly reached the level of a malevolent spirit, eager to showcase its abilities, only to encounter such a perverse situation and be forced to relinquish its soul orb. What the predicamen? Had it known better, it would not have accepted such a trivial commission. It was a loss beyond measure. Lu Ming tossed the soul orb to Wang Shuo, who fumbled to catch it. Since this entity had come to cause trouble for him, it was only fitting that Wang Shuo decide its fate, whether to grant it mercy or to see it perish. Lu Ming remarked impassively. Wang Shuo instinctively glanced at the entity, which immediately conjured a head, straining to display a grotesque smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Wang Shuo shuddered, nearly crushing the soul orb in fright. That smile was truly horrific. Surely he would have nightmares tonight, wouldn't he? Lu Ming regarded the entity coldly. If you continue to show that ghastly expression, I shall tear your mouth apart and toss you into the latrine. The entity instantly wiped its expression away, feeling quite wronged. Upon transforming back, Lu Ming felt the weight lift from the entity. The two, one human and one ghost, locked gazes for a moment. Lu Ming directed another sharp gaze at the entity. What are you waiting for? Withdraw your ghost domain. Oh. Yes, of course. The stunned entity hurriedly retracted the ghostly barrier. Lu Ming and Wang Shuo felt the scenery shift, and in the next moment, they found themselves back in the corridor, where numerous bodies lay sprawled about. Wang Shuo's expression shifted once more, and he instinctively reached to crush the soul orb. The entity hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. They are merely asleep. They will awaken shortly." Hearing this, Wang Shuo finally relaxed. The entity timidly glanced at Lu Ming. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave?" It was genuinely afraid that Lu Ming might suddenly change his mind and send it away. Upon receiving Lu Ming's nod, the entity promptly retreated into the office. Phew! It was only at this moment that Wang Shuo felt as if he had survived a calamity. He grasped Lu Ming's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Oh, Great One, I cannot express how thankful I am. If it were not for you, I fear this night would have been dire." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I merely stumbled upon the situation by chance. Otherwise, I could not have assisted you." "Ah, but that is not true. A rescue is still a rescue, regardless of chance." Wang Shuo shook his head, then produced a card from his pocket. "As the owner of a hot pot restaurant, I have little to offer, but if you do not mind, take this card. You may dine at my establishment for free for life." This time, Lu Ming did not refuse. "Very well, I shall accept this. If there are no further matters, I will take my leave. Should that fellow dare to cause trouble again, simply crush the soul orb." "Absolutely. Great One, take care. By the way, I still do not know your name." "Me?" Lu Ming paused. "Lu Ming. So the Great One is named Lu Ming." Wang Shuo was about to say more, but Lu Ming had already vanished without a trace. Truly, he was worthy of being called a Great One, departing in utter silence. Wang Shuo could not help but reflect, wondering if he would ever encounter this remarkable individual again. As for Lu Ming, he was currently in the restroom, experiencing an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. "Damn it, I'm about to burst. My bladder feels like it's going to explode." Lu Ming sighed with relief as he finished. It was unfortunate that the entity he encountered was so cowardly. Had it been one of those stubborn ones he had faced before, Lu Ming might have relished the exhilarating sensation of a nuclear explosion kick. Just thinking about it was satisfying. After finishing up, Lu Ming washed his hands, estimating that it was about time for Ning Yuxiu and the others to start their hot pot, and prepared to return. As he stepped into the backyard, Lu Ming's gaze instinctively locked onto a familiar figure amidst the crowd not far away. Lu Zhitang. At that moment, Lu Zhitang was laughing and joking with a group of friends, when suddenly his laughter faltered and his gaze was drawn across to Ning Yuxiu, who was playfully bantering with Song Xinyu. As a fellow student of an high school, Lu Zhitai was naturally acquainted with Ning Yuxiu. This was the first time he had witnessed her smile so joyfully, and with the stunning Song Xinyu, whose beauty rivaled that of Ning Yuxiu, standing beside her, he found himself momentarily entranced. His companions, too, were captivated by the exquisite allure of the two young women. "Wow, look over there. Those two girls are absolutely stunning. When did Cheng get such breathtaking beauties?" one exclaimed. "If I'm not mistaken, the younger one is the school belle of your school, Lu Xiao, right?" Another chimed in. "Oh, so Lu Xiao knows her? Hurry and introduce her to us." Faced with such flattery, Lu Zitai awkwardly coughed a couple of times, admitting, "To be honest, her name is Ning Yuxiu, and she's indeed our school belle at Nihai. Unfortunately, she has a rather aloof personality, and I doubt I'll ever get the chance to know her." The group erupted in playful teasing. A confident boy with white hair flicked his bangs and declared, "What high and mighty behavior. There is no woman I cannot win over." The others chimed in, "What do you all think? Consider it pre-dinner entertainment. Make sure to choose a good family in your next life." The white-haired lad responded with bravado. Chapter 43. "Have you eaten? If not, take a kick from me." With the attention of the crowd upon him, the white-haired boy strutted confidently toward the positions of Ning Yuxiu and Song Xinyu. After a brief exchange of words lasting 10 seconds, he returned with a crestfallen expression, chuckling nervously as he lamented, "I failed, brothers. That beauty told me to scram." The others shrugged, accustomed to such outcomes. But then, the boy suddenly raised his head, gritting his teeth. The most outrageous part? They said they already have boyfriends. How could this be? Which scoundrel could possibly be with such beauties? At this revelation, the group paused for a moment before sighing in sympathy. Though they were a rowdy bunch, they had not sunk so low as to compete with other men for women. After all, they were of noble status. Should their families find out, it would not only be embarrassing but also disgraceful. Lu Zitai frowned. "Ning Yuxiu has a boyfriend? That's impossible." The white-haired lad was taken aback. Lu Zitai shrugged. "Don't look at me. Go find out for yourself." Ning Yuxiu is famously aloof, with hardly any friends of the same gender, let alone a boyfriend. Besides, she is an academic prodigy, consistently topping the charts. Do you really think she has time for romance? The white-haired boy rubbed his nose, but just now she said, "Brother, don't you understand? She's simply isn't interested in you." Someone patted him on the shoulder, smiling in consolation. Finally, someone couldn't resist urging Lu Zitai, "Lu Xiao, You must take the lead. After all, we're all classmates from an E-high. Surely you can find a topic to discuss. The others chimed in eagerly, yes. Lu Xiao, our success tonight hinges on you. You know we've always looked up to you in this regard. Lu Xiao, you wouldn't dare say you can't do it, would you? Nonsense. Our Lu Xiao is certainly capable. Flattered, Lu Zitai felt buoyed up, momentarily forgetting his own identity. With a determined shake of his shoulders, he declared, since you all insist, I shall graciously demonstrate my prowess. With that, he adjusted his collar and strode confidently towards the two young ladies. Just as Lu Ming, who was about to return to his place, caught sight of this, his eyes lit up. Good lad, I admire your audacity. He quickly scanned the area and found a prime spot to observe. Unaware of the commotion, Lu Zitai approached the two beauties. Excuse me, ladies, he began. I must apologize, but I'm already in a relationship. So are we. Song Xinyu and Ning Yuxu replied in unison. Lu Zitai, taken aback, stammered, You didn't even let me finish. Clearing his throat, he continued, Miss Ning, we've met before, haven't we? You must remember me. Ning Yuxu furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head. I'm sorry. I don't recall. Lu Zitai, a smile faltered. Just the other day at the end of term meeting, I was sitting next to you and asked you a question. There are too many people who have asked me questions. I can't remember. Sorry, she replied, shaking her head again. In truth, she recognized him at a glance, the Lu family scion, who was always at odds with Lu Ming. However, due to her indifference towards Lu Ming and Lu Yi, she instinctively felt a tinge of disdain toward Lu Zitai, leading her to dismiss him. Determined not to concede, Lu Zitai gritted his teeth. His pride was at stake with so many friends watching. Just then, he felt an icy chill run down his spine, as if a dangerous creature had set its sights on him. Instinctively turning around, he saw a familiar figure excitedly rushing towards him. That gaze, that expression, was unmistakably that of a hunter zeroing in on its prey. Lu Ming, what are you? Before Lu Zitai could finish, Lu Ming lunged forward and leaped. Everybody jump. Haven't you eaten? If not, take a kick from me. Are you kidding me? Lu Zitai exclaimed, his eyes wide, barely processing the situation before Lu Ming's foot landed squarely in his stomach. He was sent sprawling to the ground, his vision spinning as he lay there, dazed. What the hell? You didn't even dodge? With such a long wind-up, you couldn't avoid it? Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. Looks like I'm fated to miss out on PvP games for life. Lu Zitai lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. I never expected you would actually kick me. Oh, come on, we didn't plan this together, did we? Such a coincidence. Lu Ming chuckled. It's a pity I didn't kick you to death. Fuming, Lu Zitai felt as though he could spit blood. His friends rushed over to help him up. Lu Xiao, are you all right? Hang in there. Do you need us to call 120, Lu Xiao? No need. I'm not that weak yet, Lu Zitai replied curtly, though he was in considerable pain. If it weren't for his pride, he would have been howling on the ground by now. Someone scrutinized Lu Ming. By the way, who are you? Why did you come up swinging? Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Me? Just a passerby, a kind-hearted person who couldn't stand a rogue harassing a respectable lady. To put it simply, call me Lei Feng. Lu Ming, do you have no shame? Where did you see me harassing a respectable lady? Lu Zitai retorted angrily. Lu Ming pointed skyward with a serious expression. My grandmother once said, Lu Zitai is lewd. Everyone should kick him. Lu Zitai was left speechless. What on earth are you talking about? Ning Yuxu and Song Xinyu could not help but burst into laughter. They understood the joke. You Lu Zitai, witnessing this, felt as if he were about to explode with anger. How could Lu Ming, of all people, make Ning Yuxu laugh? The most infuriating part was that the punchline was his. You, Lu Ming, I will not rest until I get revenge. Lu Xiao, do you two know each other? Someone asked. It appeared that some had discerned the subtle relationship between the two, and out of curiosity, one inquired. Lu Zitai sneered. Of course I know him. He asked the underachiever of an E-Gao, Lu Ming, who has consistently ranked at the bottom of his class. The crowd immediately erupted in disdainful laughter. Lu Ming's lips twitched. This narrative seemed off-base, did it not? He had never paid much attention before, but ordinarily, a genuine heir with such a wretched fate would likely be a brilliant scholar, setting the stage for a dramatic comeback. Why was he cast as the academic failure? System. Care to explain? The system replied with contempt. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You're aware that your predecessor barely scraped by, and simply surviving was a feat, let alone excelling in studies. Do you fancy yourself a superhero? Lu Ming retorted. Damn, that actually makes sense. He cast a discreet glance at the arrogant Lu Zitai, then suddenly turned his gaze elsewhere. What is that? Almost instinctively, the crowd turned their heads, only to discover nothing amiss. Lu Ming, take my all-encompassing kick. You mother. Chapter 44. The man embraced from both sides Lu Zitai found himself once again sent sprawling by Lu Ming's kick. What the hell, what was that for? You've had too much leeway, Haven to you? You think you can act tough outside, just because no one dared touch you at home? Lu Ming shifted on his toes, exuding confidence. When he left the Lu family, he regretted not having given Lu Zitai a few more punches to repay his kindness over the years. He thought he wouldn't have a chance again, yet here they were. The world truly was small. An opportunity like this, a punching bag delivered right to his doorstep, was too good to pass up. Lu Zitai was nearly winded by the kick, his face contorted in agony, as if he could faintly glimpse his great-grandmother. Young Master Lu. Others were startled to see Lu Zitai kicked again, instinctively reaching to grab Lu Ming, but he nimbly dodged their grasp. Xiao Tao, you've lost some weight recently. Remember to eat more. It'll feel better to kick you when you've gained some, Lu Ming said with a grin. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Lu Zitai pointed at Lu Ming, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately cowered. Damn it, I almost forgot, this guy dares to hit his own father. How could I expect him to hesitate to hit me? What is happening over here? Why all the commotion? At that moment, the security personnel from the hot pot restaurant finally arrived. Lu Zitai jumped up, shouting, Security! Security! Someone's causing trouble here. Who? A group of security guards surrounded them. Lu Zitai pointed at Lu Ming, boasting arrogantly, It was him. He kicked me twice without provocation. If it weren't for my friends being here, who knows what might have happened? Is that so? The guards immediately directed their scrutinizing gazes toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his hands innocently. While I admit those 2 kicks were quite satisfying, I must clarify that I did not act without reason. I merely took a stand against someone disturbing a lady in public. Is that so? The guards glanced at the 2 young women behind Lu Ming, momentarily taken aback by their beauty, then glared at Lu Zitai and his entourage. Do you have anything else to say? Without hesitation, Lu Zitai's friends stepped back, abandoning him, feigning innocence. Are you even human? Lu Zitai exclaimed. Seeing the guards' unfriendly expressions, he quickly defended himself. I was merely greeting an acquaintance. How could that be considered harassment? Acquaintance? Then let me ask you, do you know who this young lady is? Lu Ming pointed at Song Xinyu. How would I know who she is? Lu Zitai replied. Song Xinyu cooperatively added, I had already mentioned that I have a boyfriend, yet he still approached me, not considering my position as a defenseless woman in a crowd. What about women's safety? Lu Zitai protested. What does that have to do with you, beauty? Did I provoke you? He felt as though he had been set up, and the evidence was irrefutable. At this critical moment, his companions finally proved useful. Even so, disregarding the facts, that doesn't justify you kicking our young master. Exactly. Look at how our young master was kicked. He has nearly turned into a grandson. How pitiful. Just because our young master is kind-hearted, you take advantage of him. Lu Zitai thought, though I appreciate you speaking up for me, I still feel an overwhelming urge to cut ties with you. However, this gave Lu Zitai an idea, and he looked at Lu Ming mockingly. Lu Ming, would you consider this public assault? What if I call the police? Lu Ming shot him a glance, contemplating whether to deliver another kick when Song Xinyu suddenly spoke up. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. She stepped forward confidently, unabashedly wrapping her arm around Lu Ming's, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zitai with a playful smile. Teasing my boyfriend in front of him, he could only retaliate in defense. I doubt the police would have anything to say about it. What the police come? Lu Zitai exclaimed, his eyes widening. His group of friends also gaped in disbelief. Wait, hold on, he is your boyfriend? They scrutinized Lu Ming, dressed in bargain store attire, seemingly worth less than 100 altogether. What could you possibly see in him? Is he handsome or good in bed? Share your secret with us. Lu Zitai's lips quivered. He could fathom how Lu Ming had secured such a stunning partner. And, judging by her appearance, her family background seemed quite decent. Has he latched onto a wealthy lady? This seemed to explain why Lu Ming had so readily severed ties with his family. Perhaps he had a backup plan. Suddenly, Lu Zitai felt as if Lu Wei, who had been waiting for Lu Ming to struggle outside and then beg to return home, was a clown. Simultaneously, an inexplicable jealousy surged within him. Due to strict upbringing, he had been unable to indulge in any frivolities over the years, let alone hold hands with a girl. Looking at Lu Ming, he thought, damn, that arm is practically buried in her. How is this guy, who is clearly a discarded waste, living better than me? Yet Lu Zitai retained a shred of rationality, almost through gritted teeth, glaring at Lu Ming. Even so, I was merely conversing with Yuxiu. I didn't harass your girlfriend, did I? At that moment, Ning Yuxiu, blushing, stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Lu Ming's other side, whispering, he is also my boyfriend. Lu Zitai, the group of friends, the security guards, the onlookers. Wait, bro, are you even human? This time, it was just Lu's Tai. Nearly everyone present gazed at Lu Ming with a mix of disdain, contempt, envy, and admiration, embracing two beauties simultaneously. And they all coexisted harmoniously, and of such exquisite quality? Bro, how did you manage that? Is it not possible for us to simply pay whatever it costs to start a tutoring class? Lu Zitang's group was enviously silent, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, the white-haired youth exclaimed, "Did you see that? I told you, he indeed has a significant other. It is not that he despises me. But why do I still feel an overwhelming urge to cry?" The others chimed in, "It's all right, we want to cry too." Lu Ming spread his hands, stating, "So, what other excuses do you have, my dear Zitang?" "You." Lu Zitang gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He did not wish to see this fellow any longer. Lingering too long might shorten his lifespan. The Fox Friends group, witnessing this, could only look back wistfully as they followed him. They truly desired to become his disciples. Chapter 45. New neighbors. With Lu Zitang and the others' departure, the farce came to an end. The security guards regarded Lu Ming with peculiar glances before also taking their leave. "Were you not pleased to be flanked by two stunning beauties?" Song Xinyu teased, releasing her hold on Lu Ming's arm. Ning Yuzu promptly withdrew her embrace as well. Lu Ming, unfazed, remarked, "To be fair, while it was indeed pleasurable, it ultimately remains a mere physical delight. In comparison, delivering a kick to that Lu Zitang fellow is far more gratifying, as it provides both mental and physical satisfaction, you see? Lacking in romance." Song Xinyu rolled her eyes. However, she understood, having investigated Lu Ming's background. The abandoned scion of the Lu family, ostensibly reclaimed by them, yet living a life more miserable than before, especially with Lu Zitang constantly scheming against Lu Ming. She could empathize with his desire for retribution. Lu Ming then turned his attention to Ning Yuzu. "But, truly, are you not concerned? After all, we are in the same school. Should that fellow spread rumors, I am indifferent and can simply invite him for a few kicks. But you..." Ning Yuzu cast a melancholic glance at Song Xinyu, responding, "What others think of me is of no consequence. I shall simply focus on being myself." "Indeed, that is sound reasoning." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. In his previous life, he too had endured being regarded with disdain, after which those individuals inexplicably met their demise. Who could be responsible? Quite curious indeed. Song Xinyu, reveling in the unfolding drama, exclaimed, "Hey, Yuzu, do you not find this fascinating? The cohabitation of an underachiever and a top student unfolds like a pure ideal from a two-dimensional realm. I must observe closely. Heaven forbid they end up producing a litter of innocent children." Lu Ming interjected, "Ning Yuzu, but Lu Ming, I never knew you were also a student at an high. How is it that I have not seen you before?" Ning Yuzu swiftly changed the subject. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "There's no helping it. My grades are rather subpar. Thus, I naturally do not attract the attention of a scholar like you." Ning Yuzu rolled her eyes, then suddenly proposed, "How about I tutor you? Consider it compensation for the meals you prepare for us." Is that not too much trouble?" Lu Ming stammered. "Tutoring? What a jest. You expect me to switch from a martial artist to an academic? My learning capability is such that even a battle rabbit would shake its head in dismay. Relegated to the same tier as dragons." Ning Yuzu, oblivious to Lu Ming's underlying meaning, took his hesitance as shyness and confidently declared, "It's no trouble at all. I can easily carve out a bit of time from my studies. Shouldn't that be time meant for watching dramas?" Just then, an excited voice interrupted, "Oh, Grandmaster, you're dining here?" Turning to look, they saw the store manager, Wang Shuo, approaching. Wang Shuo had come to investigate rumors of a disturbance, but, upon learning that the situation had calmed, still wished to check things out. Upon spotting the esteemed Lu Ming, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over to greet him. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. "I have come to pay my respects, Boss Wang. It's a small business. Having a grandmaster like you dine here is quite an honor for me," Wang Shuo replied, modestly. Song Xinyu, curious, asked Lu Ming, "Actually know the owner?" Lu Ming nodded. Wang Shuo laughed. "Grandmaster Lu is my benefactor. Were it not for him, I might have encountered serious troubles. Since you all are friends of the Grandmaster, you are friends of mine. Feel free to order whatever you wish, it's on me." "That's too generous," Song Xinyu protested, shaking her head, as the prices here were not insignificant. Wang Shuo turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming chuckled. "Since it's Boss Wang's kind offer, we cannot refuse such generosity." "Can we?" Wang Shuo nodded eagerly. "What the Grandmaster says is true. Let it be a favor to me. Then we shall graciously accept." "Thank you, boss." Song Xinyu relented. Wang Shuo instructed the staff before bidding farewell, as he had many responsibilities to attend to. Soon, the food arrived, and the three of them began to enjoy their meal, chatting and laughing. In the distance, Lu Zitang, watching everything unfold, felt an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy. His expression was more unpleasant than if he had consumed something vile. Had he known Lu Ming was living so lavishly outside, it would have been better to keep him at home to endure bullying. As for the earlier deference shown by the boss towards Lu Ming, Lu Zitang attributed it solely to Song Xinyu, never considering Lu Ming as the cause. This despicable freeloader must not be allowed to continue living so blissfully. Lu Zitang's thoughts began to twist. After satisfying their appetites, Song Xinyu lightly patted her slightly distended abdomen, contentedly declaring, "Delicious, delicious. Truly worthy of being the top-rated hot pot restaurant online. The flavors are exceptional." Ning Yuxiu and Lu Ming nodded in agreement. No wonder the owner's business was thriving. The taste surpassed that of the place they frequently dined at before. Ning Yuxiu felt quite full as well. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, half closing his eyes, relishing the comfort so much that he had no desire to speak. Such moments were best suited for a bit of post-meal exercise. Casually glancing in Lu Zitang's direction, he noticed that Lu Zitang and his companions had left without him realizing. What a pity. The best option for post-meal activity had vanished. As their digestion progressed, Song Xinyu helped Lu Ming up, and the two of them drove home. "By the way, Xinyu, where are you living now?" Ning Yugu inquired curiously at the doorstep. "If you have nowhere to stay, you can squeeze in with me. My bed is quite spacious." "Your words are rather dangerous, beautiful lady," Lu Ming teased. Song Xinyu laughed and shook her head, then pulled out a key from her bag, stating, "My dear sister, my family is quite prosperous. How could I possibly lack a place to reside?" With that, under the astonished gazes of Lu Ming and Ning Yugu, she walked directly to the door across the way, inserted the key into the lock, and turned it gently. The door swung open. Winking at the two, Song Xinyu playfully said, "I look forward to your kind assistance." My dear little neighbors. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, the entire family gathered in the living room. "What? You encountered Lu Ming? How's he faring now?" Lu Anqing stood up abruptly upon hearing Lu Zitang's mention of Lu Ming, asking eagerly. Lu Wei cast her a sidelong glance, saying coolly, "Sit down. What is this hurried behavior? It is utterly unbecoming." "Yes, father." Lu Anqing sat down obediently. Lu Wei cleared his throat and turned to Lu Zitai, asking, "Tower, did you say you encountered that scoundrel Lu Ming? Is he planning to ask you to convey a message, requesting to return to our Lu family?" Lu Wei spoke with utmost confidence, as if everything were under his control. Lu Zitai's lips curled slightly. "Return to that wretched Lu family? You're merely a clown. Do you know?" Although he made his sarcastic remark, he still shook his head honestly, saying no. "Oh, quite resilient, aren't we?" Lu Wei's expression darkened. "Then what did he do?" Lu Zitai replied, "He kicked me twice in public." Chapter 46. Brother Lu Ming is being supported. Upon hearing that Lu Zitai had been assaulted by Lu Ming, the entire Lu family was rendered speechless. Sun Liu hurriedly stepped forward to help Lu Zitai onto the sofa, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Tower, did that beast injure you anywhere?" "I'm fine. Just my stomach." Lu Zitai pretended to clutch his abdomen. It was then that Sun Liu noticed two faint shoe prints on Lu Zitai's clothing and immediately lifted his shirt. What came into view was a patch of dark bruises. Seeing this, the expressions of the Lu family members changed dramatically. That little beast actually resorted to such severity? Sun Luyu's hands trembled with fury. Lu Zitai forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, Mom. It doesn't hurt." "How could it not hurt when it looks like this?" Sun Luyu's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Lu Xinhui stepped forward to examine Lu Zitai's injuries, and, upon realizing there was no severe damage, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuyu gritted her teeth, declaring, "That bastard must have taken the opportunity to retaliate against Tower while we weren't around. Mom, let's call the police and have him arrested." "No, we cannot call the police." Lu Zitai hastily interjected. Lu Yuyu glared at him. "He has beaten you to this extent, and you still intend to let him go?" Lu Zitai put on a pitiful expression. "Brother Lu Ming was probably just angry, so he acted out against me. It's nothing, I don't blame him. After all, this situation is unpleasant for anyone." "Tower." Everyone's faces softened. Lu Shishi sighed, "Tower, you're too soft-hearted. However, we cannot simply let Lu Ming off the hook. We can't always be by your side. What if Lu Ming takes the chance to act against you when we're not around?" Lu Wei spoke solemnly. "Arrange for a few bodyguards to protect Tower in secret. As for that scoundrel Lu Ming, humph, I shall see how long he can remain arrogant on his own." At that moment, Lu Zitai opened his mouth, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lu Anqing noticed and asked, "What is it, Tower? Is there something you wish to convey?" Lu Zitai timidly glanced at Lu Wei, whispering, "I do have something to say, but I don't know how to begin." Lu Wei replied calmly, "Speak." "Yes, father." Lu Zitai had been awaiting this cue. "Actually, I feel that brother Lu Ming might not return." Lu Wei looked at him. "What do you mean?" Lu Zitai quickly lowered his head, trembling as he said, "It seems brother Lu Ming has been supported by someone." A silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Bang! Lu Wei suddenly slammed his fist onto the coffee table, glaring at Lu Zitai. "What did you say?" "That scoundrel, actually." Lu Anking, startled, quickly interjected, "Father, please don't be hasty. Let's clarify the situation first. Tower, are you certain that Lu Ming is being supported?" "Yes, Tower. Could this be a misunderstanding?" Lu Shishi chimed in. While they did not harbor fondness for Lu Ming, they could hardly believe that their timid brother would seek out a benefactor. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Lu Zitai, feeling wronged, pulled out his phone. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. Look." The family turned to the phone, where a scene unfolded showing Lu Ming being embraced by Song Xinyu and Ning Yuxiu. As members of the Lu family, they immediately recognized the extraordinary demeanor and attire of the two women, certainly of affluent backgrounds, with evidence before them, even if they were reluctant to believe it. The truth was inescapable. Lu Ming had truly become someone's kept man. "Very well, splendidly done, this scoundrel." Lu Wei's expression darkened with rage. "I wondered why he had the audacity to confront me. It turns out he has already found himself a new patron." Sun Luyu covered her face in tears, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is utterly humiliating. How can our Lu family have produced such a shameless individual? If this gets out, what will the other ladies think of me?" Lu Anking and the others wore equally troubled expressions. They found it difficult to assure themselves that the revelation would not impact their reputations. Although they had seemingly forgotten, it seemed they had never publicly claimed Lu Ming as part of their family. Lu Anking clenched her teeth. "No, we cannot allow Lu Ming to continue down this path. Father, we must find someone to bring him back immediately." Lu Wei nodded. "Then this matter is entrusted to you. No matter what means you employ, ensure that scoundrel is brought back." "Understood, Father," Lu Anking replied. Meanwhile, Lu Zitai was assisted by Lu Shishi back to his room to rest. "Taya, you take a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Ziwixiao Tower for a meal," Lu Shishi said, ruffling Lu Zitai's hair with a gentle smile. Lu Zitai obediently nodded. You're the best, sister." "Hee. Then I shall take my leave." Lu Shishi laughed and turned to exit. Once Lu Shishi left, Lu Zitai immediately dropped the pitiful act, reaching to rub the bruise on his abdomen. To his astonishment, the bruise seemed to vanish with a mere touch. "Hey, Lu Ming." A wicked smile crept across Lu Zitai's lips. "When you return to the Lu family, the events of today will be repaid 100-fold. Achoo." Meanwhile, lying in bed and scrolling through videos, Lu Ming suddenly sneezed. "Damn, which dog is talking about me?" Lu Ming rubbed his nose. Just then, a shriek echoed from Ning Yuxiu's room next door. Lu Ming nearly dropped his phone, hastening out of bed to inquire, "Yuxiu, what happened?" Thud. It sounded as though something had fallen from the bed. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Ning Yuxiu, clad in pajamas, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. "In nothing. I just received news that school is starting earlier." "Didn't you get the message? Starting earlier?" Lu Ming was taken aback, glancing at his phone to find a notification from Class 13 of an E-high school. "Teacher Dai, class teacher received notice that all students of the current senior class will begin school earlier, with classes commencing in mid-August, August 14th. All students, please do not be late, and remember to prepare your summer homework for the start of term check." Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Starting school this early? Are they in a rush to reincarnate? Ning Yuxiu pouted in agreement. "Exactly. It's ruining my drama watching time. There's a new series coming out next month. So annoying." Lu Ming groaned. "And the nerve of them to assign summer homework. That's the most tedious part. By the way, Yuxiu, have you completed yours? If so, could I borrow it for reference?" Ning Yuxiu blinked playfully. "I could say I'm the top student in the entire school with no summer homework, you know?" Lu Ming. "Not possible. Is the school treating us differently? Then why do I have it? Isn't the top grade in the year supposed to be the highest?" Chapter 47. Academic research. After exchanging a flurry of insults about the school, the two finally shook hands in mutual appreciation and retreated to their rooms. "It's rather amusing, isn't it, system? I never imagined that top students would also despise the start of the school year. I thought it was only us underachievers who felt that way," Lu Ming remarked cheerfully. The system responded, "How dare you smile so broadly when you haven't touched a single word of your summer assignments?" "I know. This time." Lu Ming let out an exclamation of surprise. The past few days had been spent indulging in leisure, and he had almost forgotten that the owner of this body was a beleaguered high school senior. Naturally, the summer assignments had long been cast aside. Relying on memory, Lu Ming retrieved a hefty stack of summer assignment from his backpack. Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. "Thank goodness it's not humanities," he sighed in relief. The system curiously inquired, "Do you understand science?" "Not really, but it's easier to scribble in science than in humanities. You're hopeless, host. Ignoring the system's sarcasm, Lu Ming casually flipped through a physics assignment. Not a single word has been written. Not even my name, he noted, upon glancing at the questions. He gasped in astonishment. Wait, what? To his amazement, he found he could comprehend all the questions. Answers materialized in his mind almost instantaneously, and after swiftly jotting down a few solutions and scanning them with his phone, he discovered he was correct. Could it be that I'm a genius? Lu Ming exclaimed joyfully. The system was equally bewildered. This isn't right. How can you write? Aren't you supposed to be an underachiever? Underachiever or not? It all depends on who one is compared to, Lu Ming retorted dismissively. Compared to that freak, Jean too, I may be an underachiever, but here, what should you call me? I could easily outperform those so-called geniuses. The system remarked, impressive, host. Keep it low-key. Buoyed by newfound confidence, Lu Ming pulled out the chemistry assignment, and again, the answers flowed effortlessly. He then retrieved the biology assignment. Wait a second, system, are these two eyeballs? All right, let's put a halt to this. It seemed only physics and chemistry were manageable. As for the others, he could only describe his knowledge as utterly lacking. Frustrated, Lu Ming tossed down his pen. I thought I was returning as a scholar, but it seems I've reverted to my previous self. Forget it, let all burn. He threw the assignments aside and lay back on his bed. I truly am not cut out for studying, he sighed. Involuntarily, his thoughts drifted to the study materials he had seen on Ning Yuxiu's computer that afternoon. It appeared that the original owner had some study materials as well. With that in mind, Lu Ming picked up his phone, opened the browser, and checked the browsing history. Oh dear. The original owner had a habit of not deleting their browsing records. That's not a good habit, he mused, his tongue clicking in disapproval as he spotted a row of mysterious websites. Ah, you wretched system, did you control my body to open these websites? The system replied, let us just leave it as it is. Thus, the duo embarked on an academic endeavor. Rich, round, and smooth, 10 out of 10, he declared. This system seldom agrees with the host's opinions. And what about this Chizuru's diary? The popularity is soaring. I must see what it's about. Who says I'm not cut out for studying? This is far too enlightening. A sleepless night ensued. The clock struck 11 the following morning. The two, still bleary-eyed, encountered each other at the door. Morning, Yuxiu, Lu Ming greeted. Morning, she replied. They nodded in acknowledgement, plopped down on the sofa, and resumed their banter. Yuxiu, what are you planning to have for lunch? Lu Ming yawned. Ning Yuxiu rested her head lazily, mumbling, anything's fine. Lu Ming rubbed his temples. His mind was still a bit foggy from last night's intense academic exploration. He almost forgot that the foolish system had yet to sign him in. What? You want to ride me? I'll ride your horse. Lu Ming suddenly felt a strong urge to uninstall the system. The system quipped, just kidding, hold on. Ding. Host has checked in for the 5th day, gaining 10 to physique. A surge of power coursed through Lu Ming's body once more. More physique. Lu Ming flexed his fists. Feeling significantly stronger, he sensed he could now arm wrestle with the group of men in black he had encountered a few days prior, without transforming. Hey, Lu Ming. At that moment, Ning Yuxiu suddenly grasped his wrist. Turning to her, Lu Ming noticed her eyes were slightly red, and he froze momentarily. Are you all right? Did you have a nightmare last night? Ning Yuxiu shook her head, hesitated, then bit her lip and asked, do you think the writers of Kamen Rider are all loveless? Lu Ming responded with confusion. Huh? Ning Yuxiu's voice trembled as she continued. I finished watching X8 last night and couldn't help but binge-watch the unfinished OOO. Why didn't anyone tell me the finale has Ankh dying? Why, Lu Ming replied, Ankh, if I'm not mistaken. That guy is currently asking AG for an ice pop, right? Seeing Ning Yuxiu so heartbroken, Lu Ming instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, offering comfort. It's okay. In the movie, Ankh comes back to life. Really? Ning Yuxiu sniffled, gazing intently into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming nodded, no lie, he really comes back. Ning Yuxiu's mood lightened a bit. Lu Ming added, but AG dies. Why, the writers are heartless. Ning Yuxiu burst into tears again. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He had also cried buckets during his initial viewing, cursing the writers for their cruelty. In his previous life, he had saved AG, thus fulfilling a long-held regret. However, you still need to cry. Otherwise, does that mean my tears were shed in vain? A knock echoed at the door. Lu Ming approached to open it, revealing Song Xinyu. Her face etched with concern. Morning, Lu Ming greeted. Do you even know what time it is? Song Xinyu's eyes widened as she pointed to her phone. I've been knocking since 7, and only now do you open the door? I thought you two had fallen asleep. Where's Yuxiu? Here I am. Ning Yuxiu stood up from the sofa. Just as Song Xinyu was about to speak, she noticed Ning Yuxiu's reddened eyes, clearly indicating she had been crying. And her heart softened. Yuxiu, are you okay? Ning Yuxiu shook her head. I'm fine. It has nothing to do with Lu Ming. Song Xinyu replied, I know. Tell me, Did you stay up late binge-watching again? Ning Yuxu flinched, turning her head away. No, I didn't. Song Xinyu then turned to Lu Ming. Did you stay up late watching shows too? Lu Ming crossed his arms, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. How could that be? I was conducting academic research, all right? I really need to rein you two in, Song Xinyu sighed, massaging her temples. Do you know your college entrance exams are next year? With your current state? Do you even look like high school students? Lu Ming and Ning Yuxu exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Song Xinyu had no words to express her frustration. Fine. What do you both plan to eat for lunch? Once more, the two shook their heads simultaneously and turned their gazes toward Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu couldn't help but twitch her lips. No wonder you two can live together. I remember there's a renowned restaurant in Ankin called Ziwixielo. Where shall we dine? The two nodded in agreement once again. As they soon arrived outside Ziwixielo, it was midday, and the entrance was already filled with luxurious cars. So many people. I wonder if there will be a table available, Song Xinyu exclaimed as she stepped out of the car. Lu Ming approached. Why not just ask? At that moment, the restaurant manager was instructing a waiter at the entrance. Upon noticing Lu Ming approaching, he was startled and quickly scampered over, beaming. Isn't this young Master Lu? What brings you here today? Should I inform young Master Gu? Lu Ming was taken aback. Is Gu Teng still around? I thought he had gone back. The manager, seeing no one around, leaned closer to Lu Ming and whispered. Originally, young Master Gu intended to leave with us, but after hearing about another incident he caused, his family punished him to stay and manage the restaurant. Lu Ming chuckled at this. Likely due to the recent turmoil caused by the haunted house incident that his family had caught wind of. Well then, let him busy himself. By the way, do you have any available tables? My two friends and I would like to dine here. Indeed, young master. We do have availability. The manager promptly replied. Young Master Gu specifically instructed that if young Master Lu arrives, you shall receive the finest private room. This way, please. As they passed by the waitstaff, the manager added. Remember, if you encounter young Master Lu, notify me immediately. Do not be negligent, understood? Understood, Manager Wang. The waitstaff responded in unison, having never seen him so serious before. And they etched Lu Ming's appearance firmly in their minds. Lu Ming chuckled. Manager Wang, is it really necessary to be so formal? We're just here to eat. Absolutely. Young Master Gu has stated that anyone who sees young Master Lu should treat him as they would treat him. Manager Wang insisted earnestly. Lu Ming remarqued. It seems you are indeed indispensable. Manager Wang escorted the trio to an exceedingly spacious private room, the expansive table capable of seating a dozen people. As the three settled in, it felt somewhat awkward given their small number. Lu Ming scratched his head. Manager Wang, isn't this room a bit too large for just the three of us? It seems inappropriate to occupy such a grand space. Not at all. It's perfectly suitable. Manager Wang declared with conviction. Anyone who claims otherwise will face my disapproval, with young Master Gu being the first. He then added, by the way, young Master Lu, the card I provided you with has been upgraded to allow unlimited dining throughout the restaurant. Feel free to request anything from the kitchen. I shall not intrude further. Just call if you need anything. With that, Manager Wang swiftly exited, ensuring the door was closed behind him. Well, at least we won T-starve even without money. Lu Ming joked. Song Xinyu rolled her eyes and sighed. I had originally planned to treat you both, but it seems you two have taken over twice now. I become the one who is freeloading. Lu Ming laughed. What can I say? My social connections are simply too expansive. Ning Yifue, intriquet, remarquet. I never expected you to be acquainted with the owner of Ziwixielo, and seemingly quite well. Not much, really. We've shared some experiences which brought us closer. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Amidst their banter, a variety of sumptuous dishes were served. Starved from a night of academic study, Lu Ming eagerly beckoned for them to dig in. The enticing aroma soon captivated both Song Xinyu and Ning Yuxu, who, having not eaten all morning, joined Lu Ming in a hearty feast. 20 minutes later, the table was cleared of all dishes. With a contented sigh, they leaned back in their chairs, basking in the midday sun. Oh dear, I fear I might gain weight again today, Ning Yuxu lamented as she rubbed her stomach. This is the third consecutive feast. At this rate, I might transform into a little pig. With a half-closed eye, she added mischievously, whoever fed you should be the one you seek out for this. But truth be told, both of you really ought to reconsider your lifestyle. Eating, sleeping, and then repeating without any exercise isn't a recipe for good health. All right, that's what fell amiss. Lu Ming exclaimed suddenly, a light bulb moment hitting him. We've skipped our post-meal exercise. Song Xinyu shot him a glance. What kind of exercise? Running? Jumping rope? Lu Ming shook his head, leg-kicking exercises. Just then, a knock came at the private room door. Lu Ming straightened up. Who is it? Big brother. It's me, Gu Teng replied, opening the door and striding in with a cheeky grin. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Isn't this our esteemed boss, Gu? What is this I hear about you being punished by your family? Don't even get me started, big brother. My family found out about the recent incident. Gu Tung lamented. I'm baffled as to how those old folks had the time to watch videos and actually caught that live stream. They really laid into me, and now I'm stuck managing the restaurant. You know, I have no idea how to run a shop. Lu Ming chuckled. And what about Xiao Long and the others? Gu Tang's tone turned even more despondent. Don't mention those traitors. They all bolted faster than I could say run, and one of them even swindled me out of $200 before leaving. You have to help me out, big brother. Lu Ming could only pat his shoulder, offering a sympathetic glance of helplessness. By the way, big brother, have you seen what was posted in the group? Gu Tang suddenly asked, noticing the two ladies beside Lu Ming with curiosity. Which group? Lu Ming queried, puzzled. The 91 freshman group. Oh, I set it to mute. Lu Ming replied. You always keep up with it, huh? Chapter 49. What a small world it is. Gu Tang then showed Lu Ming the group chat history. Sure enough, on the evening they joined the group, Jing Yue had posted a document titled Demon Exorcist Internship Materials. Subsequently, a message from all members read, this is the question bank for this internship. Please study diligently. The exam is tentatively scheduled for July 23rd, next Wednesday, and each person has only one chance for a retake. Please cherish this opportunity. Damn, we're already starting to memorize questions? Lu Ming exclaimed wide-eyed. Gu Tang groaned. You bet. And there are quite a few questions to memorize. As he spoke, Gu Tang opened the document. His new iPhone took a long while to display the content. A total of 1,700 questions awaited him, encompassing multiple choice, multiple answer, fill-in-the-blank, judgment, and essay questions. Is this even humanly possible to memorize? Gu Tang felt a wave of despair wash over him, and they only granted a week's time. Could it be that we must truly rely solely on practical skills to earn our grades? Lu Ming sighed. You dare to resort to the nefarious method of rote memorization in a futile attempt to appease those theoretical points? You've truly fallen, old Gu. Gu Tang replied. Dear brother, are you seriously not planning to score any theoretical points at all? Isn't this merely a means to increase our margin for error? A bitter smile flickered across Gu Tang's face. Lu Ming, with an air of arrogance, declared, a true man never allows himself any margin for error. Gu Tang retorted. The problem is, you're a complete slacker. If I could transform into a creative knight, I wouldn't fear anything either. Alas, my family has issued an ultimatum. If I fail to pass the Demon Slayer exam, I must return to inherit that cold, heartless fortune, an exorbitant sum of zeros, which is certainly not my desire. Gu Tang lamented to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips twitched. Damn it, your words make me want to kick you. Do you know that? Hee hee. Gu Tang grinned mischievously. After a while of conversation, once their food had sufficiently settled, Lu Ming and his companions stood to take their leave. After all, Gu Tang was still working, and it would be inappropriate to continue disturbing him. Fine, let me see you off, dear brothers. Do remember to come back and share some banter with your little brother. I am nearly suffocating in solitude here. Gu Tang sent Lu Ming and the others out of the room, his expression pitiful. For this lively character, Lu Ming could only shake his head and smile. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gasp echoed from afar. Lu Ming? Huh? Lu Ming paused, lifting his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled. Oh, this damned fate. Look who he has encountered. Naturally, it was his beloved punching bag, his dear younger brother, Lu Zhitang. What a small world indeed. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Zhitang was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting his brother to be here, and then locked eyes with Lu Ming's fervent gaze. Could he possibly be thinking of kicking me? No way. Yet he instinctively took a step back behind Lu Shishi. Accompanying him were Lu Yuyu and Lu Zinhui. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Is that you, Lu Ming? Lu Shishi whispered. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, though he wanted to jest. I'm your father. The mere thought of Lu Wei's foolish demeanor sent a shiver down his spine, so he chose to ignore her. Lu Yuyu, however, remained fiery and questioned. Lu Ming, on what grounds do you strike my brother Zitang? Lu Ming shot her a glare. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever strike him? You wish to argue? I distinctly used my foot, all right? Lu Ming countered with utmost seriousness. Lu Yuyu, everyone. Lu Zinhui's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Lu Ming, when did you become like this? You were never this arrogant before. Lu Ming, my sincerest apologies. I stand before you. Do I look even remotely like my former self? Lu Shishi couldn't help but interject. Lu Ming, do you intend to remain in this state of decline? Take my advice, return, and apologize to Dad. Perhaps he'll be in a good mood and forgive your past transgressions. I swear on your mother. Lu Ming scoffed. The fact that I haven't kicked that old fool to death is already the greatest mercy. You want me to apologize? Huh. Let him bow to me twice. Perhaps in a good mood, I might even offer him half a stick of incense after he has gone. You. Lu Shishi was momentarily speechless. Lu Yu was about to unleash a tirade when she suddenly felt a chilling glare directed at her. Instinctively, she looked over and found Ning Yu coldly scrutinizing her from beside Lu Ming. For some inexplicable reason, the girl, who feared neither heaven nor earth, felt an unsettling chill and swallowed her words. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Even if there were, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. Lu Ming chuckled and prepared to depart. Lu Ming, Lu Shishi instinctively wished to retain him, but was stopped by Song Xinyu. I must say, isn't it a bit impolite to continue this? Do you not see that we are leaving? Lu Shishi frowned, then suddenly recalled something, saying, You're the girl who is supporting Lu Ming, aren't you? Song Xinyu. Ning Gifu. Lu Ming. Guteng. What the hell, brother, you're amazing. Although I'd rather not deal with this family, I must clarify for Lu Ming. Otherwise, how would I maintain my dignity in the future? Lu Ming, spare me the nonsense. I have merely entertained certain thoughts, that's all. Everyone. System. This system suddenly wishes to change its host. Lu Ming, stop barking. Do you still wish to pursue academic research? System. The host is absolutely correct. A host who does not wish to be supported is not a good host. Forget it. Think as you will. Observing the expressions of Lu Shishi and the others, Lu Ming felt a wave of annoyance, and he simply waved his hand and headed toward the door. Lu Shishi opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Lu Zitang tugged at Lu Shishi's sleeve, his voice a picture of innocence. I'm so sorry, sister. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, brother Lu Ming wouldn't be so angry. Lu Shishi ruffled his hair. It's all right, dear Zitang, I don't blame you. As Song Xinyu and the others watched Lu Zitang, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. What absurd scene. Damn, what was it that I forgot? Just as Lu Ming reached the door, he suddenly shouted, turned around, and strode back. Lu Zitang's expression changed, but then he thought, with so many people around, surely he wouldn't go so far as to lose his mind, right? Lu Shishi and the other girls shared the same thought. Thus, under Lu Zitang's incredulous, yet somewhat relieved gaze, Lu Ming executed a perfect knight-esque kick. One swift blow. Taste my northeastern brute force. Ah. Lu Zitang was knocked over, rolling his eyes in pain. Lu Ming exhaled. Damn it, that felt good. Gu Tong applauded. What a perfectly executed vortex finale. Truly worthy of being my brother. Zitang. The three girls rushed forward to help Lu Zitang up. Lu Ming, on what grounds do you kick Zitang? Lu Yu fumed. Lu Ming sighed. The atmosphere demanded it. I simply couldn't hold back my apologies. Gu Tong patted his shoulder. It's only human. We can't blame you, brother. Lu Ming displayed a hint of regret. Next time, I'll apply more force, aiming to knock him into a fool. Gutong, that would be appropriate. But I'm more curious about the support issue. Lu Ming, I'll kick you too. Chapter 50. Encirclement and Interception. Lu Xinhui and the others gazed at Lu Ming, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. They could not comprehend what had caused the once obedient Lu Ming to transform into this current persona. We're leaving. We'll come back to find you next time. Lu Ming clapped Gu Tong on the shoulder and then departed with Song Xinyu and the others. Gu Tong watched Lu Ming and the others leave before casting a sardonic glance at the trio, fussing over Lu Zitang, and then exited himself. The Lu family of Ankin? Merely a troupe of clowns. How delightful. A post-meal stroll truly extends one's life. They say a post-meal kick can add years to one's life. And it holds true indeed. Lu Ming leaned back in the rear seat of the car, a contented expression adorning his face. At times, a sudden realization strikes me that Lu Zitang is truly a good person. No matter the circumstances, a couple of kicks directed at him invariably brightens my mood. Song Xinyu chuckled. Lu Zitang must have drawn the short straw to have attracted your ire. He's been on the receiving end of a few kicks these past 2 days. Lu Ming shook his head and replied, No. I can only say that I've been too benevolent. Otherwise, Lu Zitang would have found himself in the hospital by now. Ning Yu suppressed a smile. Indeed, you are quite merciful. All in the name of sustainable kicking. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, suddenly narrowing his eyes as he sat up straight in the back seat. Xinyu. Song Xinyu, equally serious, gazed into the rearview mirror. You noticed it too? Lu Ming sneered. It has been so blatantly obvious for such a long time that even a fool could catch on. Ning Yisue interjected. What have you discovered? I seem to be in the dark. Although her curiosity was piqued, she refused to concede to being the fool Lu Ming alluded to and opted for silence. Steady yourself. Song Xinyu commanded, pressing down on the accelerator. The car surged forward, swiftly overtaking several vehicles, leaving them in its wake. Behind them, a few black sedans were relentless in their pursuit. Upon noticing Song Xinyu's sudden acceleration, they too began to speed up. After navigating several intersections, Song Yu remarked gravely, It seems our pursuers are professionals. We can't shake them off. Ning Yuxu was no fool. She understood the gravity of the situation and immediately retrieved her phone to call for help. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming instructed, Xinyu, lead them toward that abandoned alley. Understood, Song Xinyu nodded, pressing the accelerator once more as they sped toward the ancestral alley. Minutes later, the vehicle halted at the alley's entrance. Get out. I wish to see what dares to pursue us. Lu Ming scoffed, leading the two women into the alley. The narrowness of the alley and its complex pathways made driving impractical, allowing Lu Ming to prepare for confrontation. Their pursuers seemed aware of Lu Ming's intentions. However, they did not rush in, but instead split into a group to monitor another exit before disembarking to encircle them. Unlike the black-clad individuals they had encountered previously, this time, the assailants were clad in white shirts. Upon seeing their attire, Lu Ming's expression darkened. He was all too familiar with this garb. These are the bodyguards of the Lu family. Are they sent by Lu Xinhui? Lu Ming pondered. No, it can't be. While they're the daughters of the Lu family, they lack the authority to command such a number of bodyguards. In the entire Lu family, only one person possesses that power, Lu Wei, Lu Ming muttered. It appears that old man harbors ulterior motives. It seems I must pay him a visit soon. Let us proceed. There is a small path to escape. Lu Ming beckoned. When he had transformed into the masked rider, Phantom Dream, his overwhelming presence had inadvertently caused a flimsy wall to collapse, conveniently revealing an exit on the other side. As for the Lu family bodyguards, he would leave them to their own devices. Under Lu Ming's guidance, the trio swiftly approached the exit. Hey, Yuxu, do you recall this alley? Lu Ming jested, eyeing a cardboard box around the corner. Ning Yuxu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. She certainly remembered this place, for it was where she first encountered Lu Ming. Wait, was there a hole here back then? Ning Yifu pondered, gazing into the depths of the alley where an opening led outside, her brows furrowed in thought. Lu Ming chuckled. Perhaps it was too dark that night to see the path clearly. Ning Yuxu nodded, dismissing the thought. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a throng of black-clad figures burst in. Where on earth did they come from? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Song Xinyu's expression changed instantly as she seized Ning Yuxu's hand and urged, run. The group of black-clad pursuers momentarily hesitated before quickly regaining their composure and shouted, chase them. Don't let them escape. Fortunately, the alley was narrow and cluttered with debris, momentarily hindering their pursuers. However, the reprieve was short-lived, for around the next corner, Lu Ming and his companions collided directly with a contingent of Lu family bodyguards who had been searching nearby. Both parties were taken aback. Lu Ming was the first to recover, swinging his fist in a powerful blow. Take that. The bodyguard cried out, crumpling to the ground. Nearby, Song Xinyu executed a swift kick and elbow strike, incapacitating another bodyguard. The remaining guards quickly regained their wits and drew their nightsticks. Their orders were simply to bring the individuals back alive, and incapacitating them was of little concern. Lu Ming and Song Xinyu hastily grabbed bricks and iron rods from the ground. Yuxu, be careful and protect yourself, Song Xinyu cautioned. Although frightened, Ning Yuxu clutched a brick tightly, ready to defend herself. Lu Ming remained silent, intent on wielding his makeshift weapon. It was the perfect opportunity to test his enhanced strength after a recent boost of 20 points. The result was astonishing. He deftly evaded a swing from a baton, seized the opponent's stick, and with a resounding crack from the brick, the assailant collapsed without a sound. The impudent little rascal was out cold, youthful exhaustion claiming him. Despite being a girl, Song Xinyu exhibited exceptional skill, deftly maneuvering her iron rod, making it difficult for even the professional bodyguards to approach her. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Ning Yuxu's vicinity. It turned out that the black-clad pursuers had caught up. The group, upon witnessing Lu Ming and his companions engaged with the bodyguards, hesitated for a moment before quickly regaining their focus and lunging towards Ning Yuxu. Their intentions were unmistakable. Ning Yuxu screamed, instinctively swinging her brick, but the black-clad figure easily dodged her attack and reached for her wrist. Damn it, that scoundrel Lu Wei. I will remember this grudge. Lu Ming couldn't help but curse, hurling his brick at the advancing bodyguard, causing him to stumble. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched an object from his belongings and flung it away. K-Shark. It struck the assailant squarely in the temple. The black-clad figure was momentarily disoriented, allowing Ning Yuxu to escape. Are you all right, Yuxu? Song Xinyu inquired, having swiftly dispatched the remaining bodyguards. Ning Yuxu shook her head. I'm fine, thanks to Lu Ming. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up. No need for thanks. It was merely a stroke of luck. However, upon reflection, he mused about the object he had just thrown. It had been surprisingly effective. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover, oh no, my phone. Chapter 51. Who says I can't be the hero of justice? Oh no, my phone is in danger. Lu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Within that device lay invaluable materials from his previous life that he could not afford to lose. Just as Lu Ming prepared to reclaim his beloved phone, a massive foot, size 43, came crashing down, shattering the device into pieces. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The foot's owner glared menacingly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, system, damn it. This kick not only shattered the phone, but also crushed a young boy's fervent desire for knowledge. Lu Ming, sensing something amiss, Song Xinyu couldn't help but whisper. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Xinyu, do you know these guys? Sort of why? Can I eliminate them? Lu Ming responded with a cheerful smile, having somehow produced a 555 phone and a Foi's explosive device. Song Xinyu, startled, quickly grasped Lu Ming's hand. Calm down, calm down. Let's talk this through. Can we just go home first? Goodness, when I was merely fending off a ghost, I used ordinary means. But now it seems we might resort to explosives. If it comes to that, this entire area could be in ruins. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a distant sound of police sirens echoed. The group of men in black, hearing the sirens, glared at Lu Ming with resentment before turning to leave. On the ground, a barely conscious bodyguard struggled to rise, only to receive a kick from an irate Lu Ming. Smack! The bodyguard collapsed. Lu Ming didn't even glance at him. In his eyes, the black-clad men held a status comparable to Lu Wei. The system exclaimed, damn. Host, can you really endure this? Just take them out. Beep. The system issued a mission to eliminate those bastards, with a reward of 100,000 in cash. Beep. Another mission followed, offering proficiency in biology as a reward for the same task. Beep. Yet another mission. Lu Ming, it's my phone that's gone. Why are you so agitated? But seriously, is this mission for real? Although Lu Ming had no intention of engaging in a massacre, the rewards offered by the system were too tempting. The system seemed to regain its composure, responding mildly. What mission? This system is oblivious. Hey, you really are a system, aren't you? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. He then ignored the system, picked up the remains of his phone from the ground, and followed Song Xinyu and the other girl away from the scene. As for the bodyguard from the Lu family, he was taken away by other guards who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The police arrived to investigate, but found nothing and eventually departed. Lu Ming, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for holding you back, which led to your phone. In the car, Ning Yuxiu kept apologizing to Lu Ming. How about I buy you a new phone? Although Lu Ming had indicated it was no trouble, Ning Yuxiu, being stubborn, continued. Song Xinyu sighed, acknowledging that Ning Yuxiu had always been this way. They ultimately compromised and went to the nearest phone store to purchase the latest model. Initially, Ning Yuxiu wanted to buy Lu Ming an iPhone, but he declined. Don't ask, it's just a hassle with the apps. Inserting the SIM card into the new phone, Lu Ming performed a few simple operations. To be honest, the new phone was incredibly smooth. Compared to the old one, it felt like an elderly woman of 80. The lagging, black screening experience while accessing study materials had been unbearable for both Lu Ming and the system, and he was curious about the new phone's performance. Once home, Ning Yuxiu flopped onto the sofa, exhausted, and sighed. That was terrifying. I was so on edge the entire way. Thankfully, they didn't chase us. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Yes, it's fortunate they didn't pursue us. Otherwise, they could bid farewell to this world. Lu Ming, could you come here for a moment? At that moment, Song Xinyu signaled to Lu Ming. Understanding her cue, Lu Ming nodded, and the two proceeded to the balcony. Now tell me, what's the connection between those people and you? Why are they after Yuxiu? Leaning against the railing, Lu Ming inquired. Song Xinyu sighed. I suppose you've noticed that Yuxiu's identity is quite exceptional. She is, in fact, the eldest daughter of the Ning family in Magic City. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. The Ning family in Magic City? I've never heard of them. Please elaborate. Looking into the distance, Song Xinyu spoke softly. In Magic City, where opportunities are plentiful, it's not easy to carve out a niche. However, those who succeed are truly remarkable. Yuxiu's father, Ning Zanci, is a distinguished figure among them. He single-handedly established the Ning family in Magic City, officially serving as the CEO of the Ning Group, while secretly being the leader of the 12 Zodiac Hall in the underworld. As the daughter of Ning, Yuxiu naturally holds the title of the Ning family's eldest daughter. Lu Ming nodded, then inquired further. If that's the case, why are those Zodiac Hall members after Yuxiu? Song Xinyu chuckled bitterly. Because Ning Zanci has fallen gravely ill. What? Lu Ming was taken aback. Song Xinyu nodded, sighing. Ning Zanci once ruled with an iron fist, attracting many enemies. After several assassination attempts, Ning's wife perished in one of the attacks. Following her death, Ning Zanci was devastated and later diagnosed with cancer. To spare Yuxiu from worry, he arranged for her to come to An City. Why An City? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Song Xinyu shook her head. I can't say for sure. Lu Ming stroked his chin. And those pursuing Yugs, who exactly are they? They are members of the 12 Zodiac Hall. Song Xinya replied, her tone tinged with fatigue. Ning Zanzi conquered most of the underworld in Magic City through violent means and established the 12 Zodiac Hall. This was not only for efficient management, but also to maintain a balance among them. The dragon, tiger, rooster, pig, and snake halls are his loyal confidants, entirely trustworthy. But the rest are either neutral or rebellious, with the latter being more numerous. Now that Ning Zanzi's health has deteriorated, his authority has waned, and those individuals have begun to entertain ulterior motives, seeking to exploit Yugs for their own gain. Lu Ming expressed his confusion once more. If that's the case, why not send more people to protect Yugs? Song Xinya sighed. Do you think Ning Zanzi doesn't want to? He sent people, but they ultimately went missing. I am the only one who made it here, as I have a low profile and a bit of skill, taking over a month to reach its city. Tisk. What a ridiculous and melodramatic family saga, Lu Ming scoffed, glancing over at the sleeping Ning Yugs on the sofa. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Poor girl. Rest assured, as long as I'm around, no one will harm her. Song Xinya's eyes brightened, and she clasped her hands together. Thank you so much. Lu Ming waved his hand with a smile. Ah, who else but me, the righteous hero, to take on such a task? Chapter 52. Are you joking with me? That evening, at the Lu residence, you encountered Lu Ming again? Lu Anqing was taken aback upon hearing the words of Lu Xinhui and the others. Isn't city really that small? Did you discuss that matter with him? Lu Anqing inquired. Lu Yu retorted. Don't even mention him. That guy is beyond redemption. Sister, you have no idea how arrogant he is. He's not only dismissive, but even struck our brother Zitao in public. What? Lu Anqing looked at Lu Zitao, bewildered. Lu Zitao, clutching his stomach, pale and weak, replied, I am fine, sister. I believe brother Lu Ming didn't mean to hit me. He did it on purpose, Zitao. There's no need to defend that ingrate. Lu Yu exclaimed irritably. She realized her brother was good-natured, but far too kind-hearted. Lu Anqing opened her mouth, only to let out a sigh in response. Sun Liu gritted her teeth and exclaimed, that scoundrel. Not only does he lack any sense of shame while gollyvanning outside, but he also dares to bully our Sishao. Old Lu, we cannot allow him to continue his rampant misdeeds. Lu Wei's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Earlier that afternoon, upon receiving news from his bodyguards about Lu Ming's antics, he had dispatched the Lu family's guards to apprehend him. However, not only did they fail to capture him, but several of them also ended up in the hospital at his hands. This was an utter humiliation. At the same time, he pondered how Lu Ming, merely a lanky high school junior who had never been seen practicing, managed to take down so many professionally trained bodyguards while emerging unscathed. Knock, knock, knock. Lost in thought, a sudden series of knocks at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Sun Liu shouted. Who could possibly be visiting them at this late hour? There was no answer from outside, only the persistent knocking. Knock, knock, knock. I'll go open the door. Lu Zishao hurriedly stood up and rushed to the door. Just as he was about to inquire who was there, a size 42 shoe appeared before him. Lu Zishao, huh? The kick was fierce, sending him flying backward, landing on the ground, gasping for breath. Zishao, tower. The other members of the Lu family were startled and quickly rushed to help Lu Zishao up, casting furious glances at the door. How dare you? Who is it? Lu Ming stood at the entrance, equally taken aback. He had not intended to kick Lu Zishao. After knocking twice and receiving no response, he had resorted to the Russian method of door breaching. The moment he launched his kick, Lu Zishao opened the door. Standing there dazed and unmoving, Lu Ming found it impossible to hold back his momentum. Moreover, he had no intention of doing so and even regretted not exerting more force. Well, it is what it is. Consider it a post-meal workout. Lu Ming sighed as he strode into the room with an air of indifference, disregarding the furious glares from the Lu family, and plopped down on the sofa. He crossed his legs and casually tossed a grape from the coffee table into his mouth, flashing a toothy grin as he cheerfully remarked, Long time no see, everyone. Did you miss me? Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Lu Yu stood up angrily. At this point, even if you kneel and apologize, we will never forgive you or allow you to return. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and spat the grape skin onto the floor. Did your mother suffocate you during childbirth, leaving you with a shriveled brain? Apologize? I could slap you to the ancestral mountains if I wanted. You. Lu Yu's face flushed with rage as she turned to Lu Anqing. Look at our elder sister. What has Lu Ming become? Not only does he resort to violence, but his language is also so vulgar. Sun Liu was so furious that tears streamed down her face. What a calamity! How could I have given birth to such a wretched child? Suddenly, a grape flew straight into Sun Liu's throat, leaving her gasping for air, clutching her neck in a futile attempt to expel the fruit. The sisters of the Lu family, frightened and disregarding Lu Zishao, rushed to pat son Liu's back. After what felt like an eternity, she finally coughed the grape out, her face a deep shade of purple. Meanwhile, Lu Ming sat back, enjoying the spectacle. Lu Anqing could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Lu Ming, do you really want to kill our mother?" Lu Ming quickly made a pause gesture. Hold on. That's your mother, not mine. I wouldn't dare aspire to your family's esteemed name. Besides, I'm here to stir up trouble, not to listen to this nagging old crone. Be careful, words can bring misfortune. Upon hearing this, Sun Liu's face turned pale. While she was quick to boast, she had not anticipated that Lu Ming was genuinely reckless. She instinctively leaned back, fearing he might strike again. Of course, Lu Ming was too indifferent to pay her any mind. Once the room had quieted down, he turned his gaze to Lu Wei and smiled. "Mr. Lu, I hope you are well. May I ask you something?" Lu Wei's expression remained stern. "Lu Ming, I warn you not to act recklessly. At my command, the entire Lu family security team will swarm here. Rest assured, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have no taste for violence," Lu Ming replied, sitting up straight. "So, Mr. Lu, were those bodyguards you dispatched this afternoon?" Lu Wei's expression subtly shifted. The eyes of Lu Anqing and the others also turned towards him. Had their father sent someone to capture Lu Ming? Though panic surged within him, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and maintained his composure. You, the disgrace, have been running amok outside. As your father, I cannot turn a blind eye. Lu Ming, do not say I am offering you no chance. If you bow your head and admit your mistakes now, I might allow you to return to the Lu family and continue your life as a young master. Otherwise, you know our family's standing in Ankin. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, Mr. Lu is feeling magnanimous today? Lu Wei snorted. Regardless, you are still my son. However, I have a request. Go ahead, Lu Ming said, popping another grape into his mouth. It was quite sweet. He planned to bring some back for Yuxiu to enjoy while binge-watching dramas later. I have heard you've been getting close to Ning Yuxiu from your school. I want you to introduce me to her. He had already inquired and discovered that Ning Yuxiu was likely the daughter of the Ning family in Modu. If the Lu family could establish such a connection, who would dare to provoke them in the future? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, but I have a request of my own. State it. Whether it's a luxury car or a mansion, choose whatever you desire, Lu Wei replied with great generosity. I want to be your father. Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively. No problem. From now on, you shall be my. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Wei's expression darkened. Are you joking with me? Lu Ming shrugged. You were the one who started this jest, old dang. Before Lu Wei could respond, Lu Ming abruptly stood up, pressing Lu Wei's head down and forcefully pinning him to the sofa. Don't say I didn't warn you, old dang. If you want to make a move against me, feel free. But if you dare lay a hand on Ning Yuxiu, don't blame me for treating your head like a balloon and popping it. Lu Ming leaned closer to Lu Wei's ear, his voice icy. Lu Wei felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. For a fleeting moment, he believed Lu Ming might actually carry out such a threat. However, Lu Ming quickly withdrew his hand, disdainfully wiping it on the sofa. Don't be so tense. I said I'm a law-abiding citizen. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything out of line. Lu Wei let out a long breath, sitting up from the sofa, and feigned calmness. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I wish the same. Lu Ming smiled, choosing not to linger any longer. He patted his backside and turned to leave. If I see your Lu family's bodyguards wandering around in front of me again, it won't just be a matter of hospitalization. Xiaoming, Lu Anqing called out, wanting to chase after him. However, by the time she reached the door, Lu Ming had already vanished from sight. Lu Wei sat on the sofa, his face ashen. For the first time in many years, he felt as if events were spiraling beyond his control, a sensation he found utterly distasteful. I am utterly exasperated. That wretched scoundrel, Lu Wei, has only managed to utter such a trivial remark after all this time. Attempting to find someone to capture Lu Ming again? He truly lacks the audacity for that. At present, Lu Ming is like a man unshackled from fear, capable of reckless actions if pushed to the brink. Yet, Lu Wei finds himself devoid of any viable options. The more he contemplates, the more his anger festers. Instinctively, he reaches for a grape from the coffee table to alleviate his emotions, only to find it empty. Where are the imported grapes I purchased? Lu Ming, have you returned? Ning Yuxiu and Song Xinyu, engrossed in a drama on the sofa, greeted Lu Ming with a wave. Lu Ming smiled and nodded, lifting the bag in his hand. I picked up some grapes on my way. What I say drama binge without a bit of fruit. How thoughtful of you. Let me wash the grapes for you. You should take a moment to relax on the sofa. Ning Yuxiu hurriedly ran forward to take the grapes. Can you still find such fresh grapes at this hour? Where did you buy them? I must go and get some when I have the time. Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. That depends on when the vendor restocks. He then settled onto the sofa, reclining comfortably. The television displayed Kamen Rider Build, featuring the shopkeeper preparing coffee for the protagonist, whose delightful taste nearly brought him to tears. Ah, yet another tale with a heart-wrenching conclusion. What a cozy scene. The shopkeeper is quite amusing. Wouldn't you agree, Lu Ming? Ning Yuxu, sprawled on the sofa, swayed her long, silky legs, eliciting a sense of admiration from Lu Ming. Such splendid legs, it's a pity they're not being put to use pedaling a rickshaw. As for the warmth of Kamen Rider Build, Lu Ming glanced at Ning Yuxu, whose laughter was infectious, and after a moment's contemplation, he offered her a warm smile. Indeed, especially the finale, which was utterly heart-wrenching. Just watch Build. It captivates without a sound. After reminiscing about Kamen Rider with the two ladies in the living room, Lu Ming rose to bid farewell and returned to his room. He took out his newly purchased phone. Though reluctant to delve into it, he decided to peruse the question bank sent by Jing Yue. After a brief glance, he noted that the content predominantly consisted of peculiar characteristics, their manifestations, and corresponding strategies. For instance, the strange entity known as the picture ghost, whose illusory wall was remarkably fragile. Even the simplest broken illusion talisman could dismantle it. In the absence of such a talisman, even the urine of a child would suffice. Alternatively, one could adhere to the principle of walk, explore, and then turn back. When one realizes they cannot escape, simply mark a spot, and upon encountering it again, immediately walk in the opposite direction. With a few attempts, one could find their way out. Moreover, the combat prowess of the picture ghost itself is feeble at its level. It cannot best anyone in direct combat. Thus, dispelling its constructed illusions and subduing its true form is quite straightforward. Not only the picture ghost, but also the hanging ghost, drowning ghost, and skin-painting ghost were featured, causing Lu Ming to stifle a yawn. He decided to cease his reading. The information was overly elaborate, filled with talismans for summoning lightning and reanimating the dead. Of course, Lu Ming held no disdain for these matters. He merely felt that a swift kick would be far more efficient. Hey brothers, come out quickly. I have some wonderful news. At that moment, Xiaolong suddenly sent a message in their group chat. Ye Wuyu. Linye. Gutong. I have an early class. I want my money back. Gutong, a silly dog pointing at a person JPG Gutong, was muted for 5 minutes by Xiaolong Yu Yuxi. Don't mind this fool. You can continue. Second brother, Xiaolong. I've decided to pursue becoming an exorcist, and upon hearing this, my father immediately arranged for someone to find a master to guide me. Just a few days ago, they actually located one, reportedly a 5th-tier celestial master from Longhu Mountain. Ye Wuyu. Altuzatmishalte Linye. Altuzatmishalte Lu Ming. Altuzatmishalte Yaolong. Ait. Is my elder brother eavesdropping? Lu Ming, don't worry about me. Carry on. Xiaolong. All right, brother. Coincidentally, the celestial master is also bringing a few disciples down the mountain for training. I heard there are rumors of a suspected zombie outside Qiancheng, and he is preparing to take us to investigate. I asked the master, and he said I could bring friends along to observe and learn. As for the list, Yu Yuxu, second brother, you know I've always regarded you like a real brother since childhood. How could I not bring my little brother along for such a great opportunity? Lin Yi, loyalty JPG Xiaolong. Well said, but blood brothers must keep accounts clear. This must be compensated somehow, right? The next moment, Yi Yuxiu initiated a transfer to Xiaolong. Lin Yi initiated a transfer to Xiaolong. Gu Tong initiated a transfer to Xiaolong. Is that silly Gu Tong still eavesdropping? Xiaolong then accepted all 3 transfers. Following that, Xiaolong initiated a transfer to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was taken aback. Why is he transferring money to me? Xiaolong. Brother, I understand the rules. I just want to know if you're interested in coming to see this? Lu Ming chuckled. Well, they've been waiting for me. To be honest, he was indeed quite intrigued by this zombie. Movies often portray zombies as having ironclad resilience, impervious to blades and bullets. He wondered if his punch could withstand the test. Lu Ming accepted Xiaolong's transfer. Lu Ming, since I have some free time, I may as well go and take a look. Xiaolong, great brother. No problem. I'll have Gu Tong bring you over when the time comes. Lu Ming, OJBK. Chapter 54. Lu Ming, you've tricked me again. After scheduling a time, Xiaolong and the others began boasting, while Lu Ming exited the chat application. In the dead of night, enveloped in solitude, with no study materials at hand, he cursed the 12 Zodiac Hall. What do you do now? Lu Ming. Hey system. System, it's time, host. Lianlang Tian Shang, unleash a fierce assault. A night of intense battle ensued. Time once again reached 11 o'clock the following morning. Lu Ming rubbed his newly awakened eyes and went to wash up, greeting Ning Yuxu, who had also just risen. Suddenly, Ning Yuxu lunged at him. Before he could react, he found her red-eyed, clutching his arm, her voice choked with emotion. Lu Ming, didn't you say the finale of Kamen Rider Build was heartwarming. Why did everyone have to die? We of you, the honest man, loyal brother, and brother Hai are all gone. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Did you stay up late watching dramas again? Ning Yugs, you shook her head vigorously. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the door. Lu Ming approached and opened it, revealing Song Xinyu's face, which was filled with disappointment. You two stayed up late watching dramas again, didn't you? No. Both of them shook their heads in unison. Song Xinyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. I can't believe you. You have a month until school starts. At this rate, I shudder to think how poorly you'll perform in your senior year. Yugs, starting tomorrow. I believe it's essential for you to develop the good habit of sleeping early and waking up early. Huh? No, Sister Xinyu. Forcing a homebody to sleep early and rise early is worse than killing her. Ning Yugs immediately donned a face of anguish. Song Xinyu glared. Enough of that. I cannot indulge you in this regard. We of you, it will truly be the death of me. Sister Xinyu Ning Yugs launched her adorable assault. However, Song Xinyu launched an impeccable offensive. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I shall rouse you for a morning jog. Please, Lu Ming, lend me your assistance. You surely would not wish to witness your gentle and endearing landlord endure such hardship, would you? Ning Yugs, witnessing her initial attempt falter, shifted her focus towards Lu Ming. Upon catching a glimpse of Ning Yugs' pitiable expression and the faint outline of the Wuxiang blade peeking from her pajama collar, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, internally lamenting his predicament. Referee, I accuse, foul play is afoot. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he found himself overmatched, and in the final moment, activated the Sigma Man passive, swiftly retreating from the battlefield amid the ringing of an alarm. Hey Lao Gu, what is up? You need something from me? All right, I'll be there shortly. Ning Yugs interjected. If you're trying to fool me, just say so. There's no need to treat me like a fool. You're holding your phone upside down. Ultimately, the isolated Ning Yugs fell prey to Song Xinyu's relentless pursuit. Throughout the morning, Ning Yugs cast glances at Lu Ming with a look of deep resentment. Only after indulging in Lu Ming's homemade lunch did she grudgingly forgive him for his untimely desertion. As for Song Xinyu's promise of waking her for a morning jog, it was laughable. She could hardly fathom how Song Xinyu would manage to rouse her, especially if her phone were to be turned off. The night wore on. Hee. The following morning at 8 o'clock. Xiaoxiu, rise and shine for our morning run. Sleepily, Ning Yugs beheld Song Xinyu, clad in athletic attire, her mind swirling with confusion. Wait a moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? It took a full half-minute for Ning Yugs to widen her eyes in disbelief and inquire, Sister Xinyu, how did you get in? Song Xinyu jingled the keys in her hand, grinning. I naturally entered through the door. Why do you have a key? Lu Ming gave it to me. And where is Lu Ming? He is away for a couple of days and has entrusted me to look after you. Song Xinyu beamed with delight. Ning Yugs felt on the verge of tears. Damn Lu Ming, you've tricked me again. Thus, the domestic life of a certain unnamed campus beauty came to an abrupt end. Achoo, who is speaking of me? In the passenger seat of a Bugatti, Lu Ming sneezed, rubbing his nose as he mumbled. Brother Gu, are you feeling unwell? Did you catch a chill last night? We have cold medicine in the car. Would you like some? Not at the moment. I probably just didn't sleep well. I'll take a quick nap. Wake me when we arrive. Lu Ming yawned. Last night, he had engaged in an intense double queue with the system, yielding an astonishingly high success rate. Good heavens, that system's shooting skills are akin to an aimbot. It hits precisely where aimed and even knows where the goods are located, consistently pulling off withdrawals in the millions, with even a few in the tens of millions. Truly remarkable. Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. To this, the system remarked, Host, is it possible that I am, in fact, a hack? Lu Ming retorted, well, that does seem plausible. By the way, system, it appears you Haven T had me sign in today, have you? Ding. Host signs in on day 6, gaining mastery of motorcycles. Lu Ming's lips twitched. System, is it possible that my motorcycle skills are already proficient? Moreover, there is no use for it. Surely you wouldn't have me become a drifting street racer? Nothing more to say. I'll sleep. Lu Gu, Wee arrived. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lu Ming was roused by Gu Tong's gentle shake. Glancing his phone, he realized it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Stretching, Lu Ming rubbed his eyes and queried, Where are we? Fengmen Village. What? Upon hearing this name, Lu Ming was instantly awakened. Only after seeing the inscription on the nearby stone tablet did he breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness, you startled me. That name reminds me of a rather ominous place I've heard of. Where in we supposed to find Xiao Long and his crew? What are we doing here? Lu Ming inquired. Gu Tong shrugged. Those bastards are already here. We're to meet them directly. So this is where they claim there are zombies? Lu Ming paused. Taken aback, he had expected a series of steps before arriving here, but they had come directly. All right, I appreciate the straightforwardness. The two disembarked the vehicle and made their way into Fengmen village. As they walked, Lu Ming took stock of the surroundings. Fengmen village seemed nestled within the mountains, isolated from the outside world. The slopes were adorned with various vegetation, creating an illusion of a hidden paradise. Gu Tong inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his admiration. What a splendid place. When I retire, I'll bring my wife and children here to live out our golden years. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, casting another glance at his phone. What? No signal? Perhaps we should forget it then. Lost in thought, the two arrived at the village entrance. A burly man approached them, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Might you be friends of young Master Xiao?" Gu Ting nodded. Indeed. The man quickly gestured, "Please, this way. Young Master Xiao and his companions have been awaiting you at the village chief's house." "Thank you, sir," Gu Tong replied, turning to notice Lu Ming staring intently in a particular direction within the village. "Lugo, what is the matter?" Gu Tong asked. Lu Ming shook his head. "Nothing. Let us go." Chapter 55. The old Taoist Sun Qianyuan under the guidance of the burly man. Lu Ming and Gu Tong arrived at the village chief's courtyard. "Big brother." Upon seeing Lu Ming, Xiao Long and the others brightened considerably. "This is truly our big brother in every sense." Lu Ming chuckled. "It's been a while." "Everyone." Gu Tong peeked from behind, exclaiming in exasperation, "Wang Kai, you owe me money, you scoundrel." "Fifth brother, don't shout." After a brief greeting, Xiao Long led Lu Ming and Gu Tong to sit down in the courtyard. Lu Ming observed his surroundings. Aside from their group, there were 6 individuals clad in Taoist robes, 4 men and 2 women, all appearing relatively young, around 20 years old. Most were meditating with closed eyes, save for one petite girl who was distractedly fiddling with her phone, seemingly oblivious to Lu Ming and the others. Curious, Gu Tong asked, "Dragon brother, which one of them is the Taoist from Longhu Mountain?" Xiao Long whispered, "The Taoist is conversing with the village chief inside. The one in the yellow robe is he." Lu Ming glanced up. Emerging from the village chief's house was an elder nearing his 60s, accompanied by the village chief. "Master." The 4 young men seated outside quickly rose to greet the elder. One of the girls also stood, addressing him, "Third grandpa." She inadvertently nudged the petite girl beside her. The girl with the phone blinked, raising her head to ask, "Third grandpa, will you be able to handle it tonight? The signal here is terrible." "Qian Qian." The girl shot her a glare. The old Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled. "With your third grandpa on the case, how could there be anything I cannot handle?" After conversing with the village chief, it is confirmed that the zombies here are indeed by Jiang, and we shall see how I manage them. Third grandpa is the best." The little girl chimed in cheerfully. The venerable elder spoke with an air of pride. "Indeed, I, your great-grandfather, am far more capable than that muscle-bound brute who only knows how to engage in violence." He then turned his gaze towards Lu Ming and the others. "Xiao Xiao, have all your companions arrived?" Xiao Long promptly replied, "Master Sun, they're all here." "Excellent." Master Sun nodded, addressing Lu Ming and the others. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Qianyuan, a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain and a 6th-tier demon exterminator." A collective gasp escaped from the crowd. 6th tier? Isn't the president of the Demon Exterminators Association only at the 7th tier? Ah, there is no need for astonishment. After all, I have cultivated for many years. With your talents, it is not impossible for you to surpass me in the future, Sun Qianyuan remarked with a smile. Xiao Long chuckled wryly. "Master Sun, you truly overestimate us. Our endeavors are but trifles compared to your prowess." Sun Qianyuan shook his head, saying, "That is an erroneous thought. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves before, and the future lies in the hands of you young individuals." With that, he continued, "Enough flattery, gather around, and I shall devise a plan for you." The group encircled the table, with Sun Qianyuan taking the seat of honor, his expression turning grave. "Listen closely to my words. Do not take them lightly. After all, we are dealing with zombies, which differ from ghosts. If bitten by a zombie without timely treatment, there is no hope for salvation." By song, he called to one of the young male disciples, who promptly stood. "Prepare a basin of chicken blood and a basin of dog blood, and before the hour of the dog, go to the village square to inscribe the yin-yang array." "Understood," Bai Song replied, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Next, Sun Qianyuan called out, "Huang Yizhuang, Lu Cheng." 2 more young men stood. "You shall prepare the yellow flags, inscribe the demon-restraining talismans, and place the yellow flags on the east and west sides of the square." "Yes," the 2 answered in unison before departing. "Zheng Ji," Sun Qianyuan addressed the last boy, who rose as well. "You are to prepare copper swords, bronze mirrors, yellow talismans, rice wine, red thread, and a peachwood table, all to be arranged on the north side of the square." "Understood," Zheng Ji replied, turning to leave. The little girl with large, sparkling eyes chimed in excitedly, great-grandfather. What are we going to do? Sun Qianyuan glanced at the girl beside him and asked, "Yin Miao, do you fear zombies?" With a calm demeanor, the girl replied, "I do not fear ethereal ghosts, so why would I fear tangible zombies?" "Ah, truly my granddaughter, possessing such courage." Sun Qianyuan nodded with satisfaction. "Later, you shall come with me, and I will teach you a sword technique. No matter if they are purple or white zombies, they shall not return." Sun Yimiao responded, "Yes, great-grandfather. What about me? What about me?" The little girl exclaimed, waving her hands. Sun Qianyuan pondered for a moment. "Little Qinqian, you shall stay here to protect these brothers, all right?" Sun Qinqian's face darkened. "Great-grandfather, do you still see me as a child? I have already come of age." Lu Ming and the others exchanged incredulous glances at the petite girl sitting beside them. With her height and appearance, could she truly be 18? One could easily mistake her for 11. Li Xinlu, also a little girl, might feel dwarfed next to her. Noticing the astonished expressions on Lu Ming's face, Sun Qianqian turned her head and showed off her small tiger teeth, saying in a cute yet fierce voice, "What are you looking at? Are you looking down on little girls? I'll show you." Her words, though fierce, lacked any sense of threat. Lu Ming felt an overwhelming impulse to pinch her cheeks. Sun Qianyuan chuckled. "Do not mind her. Qianqian has always been this way." Lu Ming shook his head, then curiously inquired, "By the way, Master Sun, earlier you mentioned purple and white zombies. Could you elaborate further?" "Of course," Sun Qianyuan nodded. "The purple and white zombies I refer to are classifications of zombies. Unlike other anomalies, zombies have distinct tiers. The weakest is the purple zombie, which generally appears purplish and retains a non-decayed corpse. Next is the white zombie, which we shall exterminate tonight. It has a white body, moves sluggishly, and fears sunlight, water, and fire. Above that is the green zombie, incredibly strong and capable of rapid leaps, yet it too fears sunlight. Following is the hairy zombie, which grows hair, no longer fears sunlight, boasts iron-like skin, and moves nimbly. Next are the flying zombies, which, at this level, can no longer be considered mere zombies. They have developed intelligence akin to humans, and can even employ spells, soaring through the skies. Then there are the buried corpses and wandering corpses, born from the grievances of heaven and earth, with the buried corpse being a 1,000-year-old body resistant to decay. After absorbing 1,000 years of sunlight and moonlight essence, it evolves into a wandering corpse. The wandering corpse is ageless and indestructible, capable of traversing between the realms of yin and yang. Remember, do not confront such zombies unless you are at least an 8th-tier demon exterminator. Lastly, there is the drought demon. Ancient texts record that wherever the drought demon appears, a great drought will follow. However, in all my years, I have yet to see one. I have only heard legends and cannot ascertain their truth. At this point, Sun Qianyuan sighed. Moreover, I have heard since childhood that drought demons are often female and strikingly beautiful, capable of captivating hearts. I wonder if that is true. Gu Tong expressed interest. Are there no images in the ancient texts? The crowd responded, "Are you serious?" Chapter 56. The mysterious young girl Sun Qianyuan took Sun Yimiao to practice sword techniques. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian remained in the courtyard, exchanging curious glances with Lu Ming and the others. Eventually, it was Xiao Long who broke the silence. Senior Qianqian, our lives tonight depend on you and your capabilities." Upon hearing this, Sun Qianqian proudly lifted her little head. "Leave it to me. I will ensure your safety. I have brought plenty of treasures." As she spoke, she reached for the props in her backpack to showcase, but she clearly overestimated the length of her arms, and after a futile struggle, she ended up tumbling off her chair. Smack! Ugh! Oops! Xiao Long and the others quickly turned away, stifling their laughter, while Lu Ming could not help but chuckle aloud. "You think it's funny?" Sun Qianqian glared at Lu Ming, clutching her bottom in indignation. Lu Ming quickly suppressed his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. "No, I was merely reminded of something quite amusing." Sun Qianqian blinked. "What is it?" Lu Ming replied, "When Ixate failed to upgrade to level 1. Uffed." Xiao Long and the others burst into laughter. Sun Qianqian's face turned red with anger as she jumped up, ready to retaliate against Lu Ming. "You think I haven't watched Kamen Rider?" "Wait, what?" Xiao Long and the others were genuinely astonished. Gu Tong stared in disbelief. "Does Longhu Mountain even have internet? I thought you all were isolated, spending your days either cultivating or reciting scriptures." Sun Qianqian rolled her eyes. "Have you read too many novels? What era do you think this is? We have had internet for ages. My father spends his days scrolling through videos of beautiful dancers." "Impressive." Gu Ting gave her a thumbs up in respect. "I need to use the restroom." Lu Ming suddenly stood up. "By the way, where is it?" "Over by the village entrance," Xiao Long pointed out. "Do you need me to show you the way?" "No need. You all continue your conversation here." Lu Ming chuckled and rose to depart. Observing Lu Ming's retreating figure, Sun Qianqian pouted slightly, evidently still miffed by Lu Ming's earlier jest. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lu Ming did not head to the restroom, but instead strode directly out of the village, finding solace beneath a large tree outside. How much longer will you follow me? A few seconds of silence ensued. Lu Ming casually produced the Daiki card. I'm not one to repeat myself. As a gentle breeze caressed the air, a golden-haired maiden materialized before Lu Ming. He couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. The girl's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant meteors, her nose exquisite as jade, and her lips naturally tinted a delicate crimson. The hem of her light golden dress fluttered gracefully in the wind, making her appear as if she had stepped out from a mural, an embodiment of ineffable beauty. You should not be here. The girl's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming, her ruby lips parting to release an ethereal voice that echoed in his ears. Regaining his composure, Lu Ming furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The maiden shook her head. Leave quickly, and go as far as you can while you still have time. As she finished speaking, her form began to gradually fade, vanishing before Lu Ming's eyes in the blink of an eye, as if she had never existed. Was that a ghost? The system could not help but inquire. Lu Ming shook his head, tucking the Daiki card away. Rather than pondering the girl's identity, he was more intrigued by her insistence that they leave swiftly. What did you mean by while you still have time? A premonition washed over Lu Ming, suggesting that his visit to Fengmen village would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. Just as Lu Ming was about to return, he suddenly noticed a solitary peach blossom lying quietly on the ground where the girl had stood. Why would a peach blossom from the mountains appear here? Lu Ming picked up the blossom, lost in thought. Upon returning to the village chief's residence, he discovered Xiao Long and the others gathered around a table, engaged in animated conversation, occasionally punctuated by exclamations of surprise. What are you all discussing? Lu Ming inquired with curiosity, only to find a plethora of unfamiliar talismans and artifacts spread across the table. Brother, you're back. Xiao Long eagerly beckoned Lu Ming over. Look at these treasures. Just one of them could fetch a fortune. Yi Wuxiu appeared somewhat astonished. Longa, do you recognize all these? Xiao Long shook his head. I don't. Which is why I said it's impressive. Gu Tong interjected with a teasing remark. I thought you were secretly honing your skills while we weren't looking, preparing to astonish everyone with your theoretical exam results. Are you implying I'm that kind of person? Xiao Long retorted with a glare. Theoretical exam? Sun Qianqian glanced at the group. You all haven't even passed the entry-level Demon Slayer exam yet? Lu Ming sized up Sun Qianqian. Did you pass? Sun Qianqian snapped her fingers. This humble girl is already a second-tier Demon Slayer. What? Sister Qianqian, you're actually at second tier? Impressive. The four of them were left speechless, instantly showering her with flattery, much to Lu Ming's rolling eyes. You truly have no shame, do you? Sun Qianqian appeared quite pleased. Oh, come now. Let us keep it low-key. But since you all are calling me sister, I suppose I must look out for you, right? Here, take these talismans. If you find yourselves in danger, just throw them out. They might save your lives. Thank you, Sister Qianqian. The four eagerly adopted a loyal demeanor, making Lu Ming feel a wave of discomfort. Are you really from the capital's elite? Yet, truth be told, Sun Qianqian's lavishness, coupled with her demeanor towards Sun Qianyuan, led Lu Ming to strongly suspect that this young girl was the daughter of a high-ranking official from Longhu Mountain. Sun Qianqian turned her gaze towards Lu Ming. Hey, you over there, why don't you call me sister too? I could overlook your previous transgressions and even gift you a life-saving treasure. Forget it. You might as well keep it for yourself. Lu Ming waved his hand. I have my own means of survival. Sun Qianqian pouted. Humph, if you don't want it, then don't. How ungrateful. As for Lu Ming's claim of having life-saving measures, Sun Qianqian merely assumed it was his way of saving face. The afternoon slipped away in a flash. As it neared dinner time, Sun Qianyuan returned with Sun Yunyeo, and judging by the expression on Sun Yunyeo's face, her practice had gone well. Shortly thereafter, Bai Song and other disciples entered from outside. Master. Sun Qianyuan nodded slightly. How did everything go? Bai Song clasped his fists. Master, everything has been prepared. We're just waiting for the white corpse to arrive tonight. Excellent. Sun Qianyuan exclaimed. You've all worked hard. Please sit and rest. Gather your strength for tonight when I will personally guide you in subduing the white corpse. Yes, Master. Chapter 57. Exterminating the corpse that night. During the hour of the rat, under the village chief's orders, all villagers except those of the rat, dragon, horse, monkey, and tiger were to lock their doors and stay indoors, strictly prohibited from venturing outside. At that moment, in the village square, Sun Qianyuan and his fellow practitioners from Longhu Mountain were already waiting. The ground was marked with a bagua array drawn with chicken and dog blood, flanked by 2 rows of array flags made of yellow paper. Copper coins, yellow talismans, and other tools were neatly arranged on a peachwood table at the center of the bagua array, with Sun Qianyuan standing in the middle, flanked by Bai Song and 4 other disciples along with Sun Yunyao. Behind them stood Lu Ming and his companions alongside Sun Qianqian. The able-bodied villagers of rat, dragon, horse, monkey, and tiger were positioned according to Sun Qianyuan's instructions, standing behind the yellow flags on either side. Sister Qianqian, will we really be able to attract that white corpse here? Yu Yixiu couldn't help but whisper. The night in the mountain valley was exceedingly cold, and he had not brought many clothes, causing him to shiver as he stood there. Sun Qianqian confidently nodded. Of course. This is currently the place with the strongest yang energy in the entire village, and with the corpse drawing array inscribed, the white corpse will surely be drawn here. Oh, learned something new today. Xiao Long and the others promptly took out their notebooks to jot down notes. Suddenly, the bell on the peachwood table began to ring without any breeze, and the bowl of water on the table started to ripple rhythmically. Everyone be cautious. It's coming, Sun Qianyuan whispered, prompting the group to focus, their nerves tingling with anticipation as they gazed towards the entrance. Thud, thud. Faint hopping sounds could be heard. Moments later, a figure bounded into view. Thanks to the lighting on either side, the crowd managed to make out the visitor's appearance. Its skin was grayish-white and shriveled like weathered bark, with dark brown soil embedded in its creases. Its sunken eye sockets housed murky eyeballs that glimmered with a ghostly green light, resembling 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps, swaying mechanically with the rigid movements of its neck. Just its appearance sent chills down the spines of those present. Indeed, it is the white corpse. Sun Qianyuan nodded. Remember what I said. Once the white corpse enters the yin-yang array, we shall spring into action. Understood. With a guttural roar, the white corpse, its hollow eyes fixed on the group, leapt forward into the fray. However, the movements were rather sluggish. Once accustomed to its appearance, the initial fear diminished, and several villagers even poked their heads out to observe closely, eager to show off to their brothers in the morning. Xiao Long and the others took out their phones to record the scene. Wow, this is a real zombie. Incredible, my brother. They were gaining new insights, having thought that ghosts were already astonishing, only to discover the existence of zombies. Speaking of zombies, do foreign lands not have vampires and such? It would be splendid to encounter an 8-foot lady or a slit-mouthed woman as well. Ha. Amidst the banter, the white zombie had already leaped into the yin-yang formation. Observing this, Sun Qianyuan immediately waved his sleeve, raised the flags. Whoosh! The villagers on either side swiftly unfurled the yellow flags, inscribed with runes that emitted a faint red light, illuminating the white zombie. Roar! The white zombie seemed to be greatly intimidated by the light, emitting a mournful howl as it attempted to leap back. However, the yin-yang formation beneath its feet also radiated a red glow, resembling a cage, trapping the white zombie within. Bind it! Sun Qianyuan commanded again. Huang Yizhuang and Lu Cheng, his disciples, promptly seized the ends of the red rope and leapt towards the white zombie. Zing! As the red rope made contact with the white zombie, it exploded like gunpowder, sending sparks flying from its body, and the white zombie was hurled away. Seizing the opportunity, the two encircled the white zombie, wrapping the red rope around it multiple times, and with a final tug, boom! The red rope snapped into 2 segments, leaving the white zombie battered and bruised, its gray bones exposed, and an overpowering stench wafting through the air, causing many to feel queasy. Next, disciples Bai Song and Zheng Ji raised their coin swords, attacking the white zombie from either side. The already severely wounded white zombie had lost all will to fight and instinctively sought to flee. Bai Song and Zheng Ji offered no chance, wielding their swords to slash at the white zombie, each strike leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. The situation was looking exceedingly favorable. Roar! Just then, another roar echoed from the entrance. Another one? Xiao Long exclaimed, eyes wide. At the entrance, another white zombie hopped in, startling the villagers. Why was there a second zombie? Roar! The second white zombie, seeing its kin under attack, immediately let out an enraged roar and jumped to assist. However, before it could take 2 steps, a blade of sword energy flew through the air, knocking the leaping white zombie away. Sun Qianyuan snorted coldly and lowered his coin sword. I sense the presence of multiple corpse energies here from the start, and now I can take care of you both together. Miao, use the technique that third grandpa taught you this afternoon. Understood. Sun Miao nodded slightly, drawing her long sword from her waist and charging at the white zombie. Gu Tong weakly asked, is she really okay alone? This creature looks quite formidable. Sun Qianqian proudly replied, don't be fooled by my sister's youthful appearance. She is the senior sister of our generation at Longhu Mountain. A mere white zombie is no match for her. She's your sister? Lu Ming stroked his chin, saying, although she does resemble you somewhat. You both are clearly of different kinds. What do you mean by different kinds? Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted, shouting that she would take on Lu Ming. Wah, I'll take you on. What's wrong with being a lowly? Do you think I want to be one? Believe it or not, I'll report you to the Lowly Protection Association. Lu Ming, there's such an association? Sun Qianqian. There should be, right? Meanwhile, Sun Yimiao had engaged in fierce combat with the white zombie. With her agile movements, the white zombie couldn't even touch the hem of her skirt, while she consistently struck it after each attack, her sword ringing as she forced the white zombie to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Sun Yimiao seemed to embody the very essence of the sword, her figure weaving gracefully through the swordplay, like a dragon gliding through water, her silhouette nearly imperceptible amidst the flashing sword light. Then, Sun Yimiao delivered a kick to the white zombie's face, flipping her body and tossing out a talisman. Command! Boom! The talisman ignited in flames, causing the white zombie to howl in agony. Excellent, excellent. In just a few hours, she has mastered the dragon sword technique to such a level. Truly worthy of being my granddaughter, Sun Qianyuan praised, nodding vigorously at the scene. Slash! Simultaneously, Bai Song and Zheng Ji struck with their swords in unison, one piercing the dantian and the other thrusting at the third eye, bringing the white zombie within the formation crashing to the ground. After struggling for a few seconds, it fell silent, and Bai Song activated the talisman to reduce it to ashes. Upon seeing Bai Song and Zheng Ji conclude their battle, Sun Yimiao wasted no time, retrieving a talisman from her pocket and affixing it to her sword. Whoosh! The sword's edge shimmered with a red glow. She then thrust her sword forward. The long sword pierced the white zombie, sending chills down its spine as it collapsed straight down, just as Sun Yimiao prepared to incinerate this white zombie as well. The clouds above suddenly parted, and a cool moonbeam shone directly upon the white zombie. Its stiff fingers twitched slightly. Chapter 58. Into the Back Mountain at Midnight Command. Sun Yimiao tossed the talisman onto the white zombie, watching as flames ignited, then turned to leave. Sun Qianqian crossed her arms, her face brimming with pride. Did you see that? This is the strength of our senior sister from Longhu Mountain. Just as everyone relaxed their guard, the enveloped, white zombie suddenly erupted. With lightning speed, it lunged towards Sun Yimiao. Sister, Yimiao! The crowd hurriedly shouted warnings. But by the time Sun Yimiao realized what was happening, it was too late. The white zombie's claws were less than a meter from her cheek, too close for her to counterattack, let alone draw her sword. Clock up! In a critical moment, a mechanical voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. The next second, a red figure flashed into view. Lu Ming, transformed into his armored form, appeared before Sun Yimiao, first steadying her body that had tilted back in panic, then turning to assess the white zombie. Good grief, it's truly hideous. I'm embarrassed to even show my face in front of you, Lu Ming commented disdainfully. However, he noticed that the white zombie's previously pale skin had taken on a slight green hue. No wonder it suddenly went berserk. It was about to evolve into a green zombie. Too bad it encountered me, my friend. Sorry, but your tribulation has failed, perhaps in your next life. With that, he gripped his kunao sword and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the white zombie, not stopping until he confirmed it was on the brink of death. Raising his hand, he activated the armor device. 1, 2, 3. Rider kick. With a stylish spinning kick, the job was done. Lu Ming snapped his fingers and vanished back behind the crowd. Clock over. Time resumed its normal flow around them. To everyone's astonishment, the white zombie suddenly flew backward in an odd posture, as if kicked by someone. Ultimately, it exploded into a cloud of dust mid-air. Boom! Everyone! What has happened? The white zombie rose. The white zombie attacked. The white zombie has perished. It was likely that the pale corpse was desperately attempting to absorb the moonlight in its final moments, resulting in a backlash from the overwhelming energy it consumed, which ultimately led to its self-detonation, speculated Sun Qianyuan. He simultaneously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The sudden counterattack from the pale corpse had terrified him. Had anything happened to Sun Yimiao, he would undoubtedly carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Sun Yimiao seemed to have just recovered from her earlier fright. Her small face slightly pale, her eyes filled with lingering fear as she gazed at the shattered remains of the pale corpse on the ground. For the first time, she felt that death was so close to her. But was the pale corpse truly killed by backlash? Sun Yimiao fell into contemplation. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or a trick of the light, she seemed to have glimpsed a flash of red light just moments before. Not only that, but she had clearly been on the verge of falling earlier, yet in the next moment, her body had steadied itself. Could it be that someone had secretly come to her aid? But who could that possibly be? before Sun Yingmiao could ponder further. Sun Qianyuan and the others approached to inquire about the situation. Are you alright, Yingmiao? You nearly scared your third granduncle to death. Sun Qianyuan examined Sun Yingmiao closely. Relieved to confirm, she bore no injuries. Sun Yingmiao shook her head. I'm fine, third granduncle. I never expected that the pale corpse could still counterattack in its dying moments. Regardless, it's good that you're unharmed. You've all worked hard tonight. Go back and rest, for we shall depart tomorrow, Sun Qianyuan remarked with a smile. The village chief, who had been standing a short distance away, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. This scene did not escape Lu Ming's notice. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the old village chief harbored some hidden secrets. You shouldn't be here. The voice of the mysterious girl from outside the village suddenly echoed in Lu Ming's ears. He turned abruptly to find the enigmatic girl watching them from the door of the house, softly saying, It is almost too late. He is about to awaken. If you do not leave now. Before she could finish her sentence, she vanished, leaving a solitary peach blossom on the ground, confirming to Lu Ming that he wasn't imagining things. Big brother, what are you looking at? Gu Tong, noticing Lu Ming's demeanor, inquired. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before asking, Did you hear any sound just now? Of course, Gu Tong pointed to Yi Wuxiu, who was trembling uncontrollably. This guy is shivering so violently he could wake the dead. I can hear him from afar. Yi Wuxiu retorted, Get lost with your nonsense. Lu Ming sighed, never mind. I shouldn't have expected much from him. However, judging by the others' expressions, it seems only I could perceive that girl. Perhaps I could also consider the system. System? Could you possibly activate your wise intellect to elucidate this situation for me? Lu Ming inquired internally. Host, this system hopes you understand that I am merely an ordinary urban system, ill-equipped for matters of a supernatural nature, the system responded. Very well, you may withdraw now. Useless system. Understood. Meanwhile, Sun Qianyuan, seeing that the situation had been resolved, instructed everyone to return and rest, as the hour was getting late. And most present were already stifling yawns. Lu Ming and the others took up residence in the guest room arranged by the village chief. The room was modest, yet impeccably tidy, creating a comfortable atmosphere, and after a day of heightened tension, they quickly succumbed to slumber upon lying down. At 2 a.m, a faint creaking sound of a door opening echoed in the courtyard. Lu Ming stepped out of his room, finding the surroundings deserted, and made his way toward the back mountain. What is this guy doing wandering off to the back mountain in the dead of night? Sun Qianqian, a night owl, awoke to the noise, and, upon seeing Lu Ming's furtive movements, decided to stealthily follow him since she couldn't sleep anyway. The village at night was eerily quiet, devoid of even the sound of barking dogs. Bathed in the dim moonlight, Lu Ming reached the entrance of the back mountain, contemplating the abundance of peach trees before him. With such a vast mountain, surely I can't explore it all. It would take until the next century, he mused. As he pondered, he retrieved the 2 peach blossoms from his pocket. He suspected that the mysterious girl was connected to these peach blossoms, though it might have merely been a coincidence. Just as Lu Ming was lost in thought, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the blossoms in his hand to flutter toward the heart of the peach grove. Observing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows raised in intrigue, and he promptly followed. What if this guy is sneaking out to steal peaches in the dead of night? Sun Qianqian muttered under her breath as she watched Lu Ming venture deeper into the grove. You laughed at me this afternoon. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Chapter 59. The Peach Mountain Corpse Cultivation Ground? As if guiding Lu Ming, the peach blossoms floated steadily toward the mountain summit. He followed closely, scanning his surroundings. For some reason, Lu Ming noticed that the further up the mountain he ventured, the more robust the peach trees appeared. By the time he reached halfway up the slope, the peaches were noticeably larger than those at the foot of the mountain. They looked juicy and succulent. Unable to resist, Lu Ming plucked one and took a bite. To his surprise, it was quite sweet. If sold, it would fetch a handsome price. Suddenly, he recalled that he hadn't seen a single peach in Fengmen village. Was that even possible in a village surrounded by peach trees? Lu Ming grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss in Fengmen village. After following the blossoms a little further, the wind finally ceased, and the peach blossoms gently descended to the ground. Lu Ming stepped forward to pick one up, and as he raised his head, he spotted the mysterious girl not far ahead, staring directly at him. You ultimately came, she spoke slowly. Lu Ming frowned. Who are you really? And what do you mean by time is running out? What is happening here? The girl merely glanced at him without answering, then turned and walked up the mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming followed suit. He was determined to uncover the truth. Ugh, I am exhausted. How does this guy have so much stamina? Sun Qianqian gasped, leaning against a peach tree to catch her breath. Having followed from the foot of the mountain to halfway up, her long legs meant that for every step Lu Ming took, She had to take two, and the uneven path nearly cost her half her life. Just as she prepared to continue her pursuit, she looked up to find that Lu Ming had already vanished from sight. Where did that guy go? Sun Qianqian paused. Hastily advancing a few steps, it still saw no trace of Lu Ming. How could he have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Darn it, he got away. She pouted, preparing to turn back. However, just as she did, a pale, ghostly face appeared before her. Sun Qianqian. Startled, Sun Qianqian stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Lu Ming quickly reached out to steady her. Hey, it's not like I did anything. Why are you trying to scare me? Regaining her composure, Sun Qianqian shot him an annoyed glare. And what about you? What is so amusing about wandering around with a flashlight in the middle of the night to scare people? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Why are you stalking me in the dead of night? What do you think? With that furtive demeanor of yours, who wouldn't be suspicious? Sun Qianqian scoffed. Running off to the back mountain alone in the dead of night surely indicates ill intentions. What do you know? I am conducting an investigation, Lu Ming retorted. Investigation? More like you're stalking a virtuous young lady, Sun Qianqian sneered. Lu Ming was taken aback. What virtuous young lady? Sun Qianqian pointed up the mountain, her voice laced with derision. Stop pretending. I clearly saw a young lady walking up the mountain just now, and you were stealthily following her. What good intentions could you possibly have? Lu Ming replied. You could see her? He was astonished, having thought he was the only one who could glimpse the mysterious girl. Noting the peculiar tone in Lu Ming's voice, Sun Qianqian furrowed her brows. What do you mean by that? Honestly, I don't quite know how to explain, but since you can see her too, let us go take a look. I suspect there are greater secrets concealed within Fengmen village, Lu Ming suggested, beckoning her to follow as he pursued the girl up the mountain. Sun Qianqian hurried after him. Although she was somewhat puzzled by Lu Ming's words, she felt compelled to join the excitement. The duo trekked together, tracing the footsteps of the mysterious girl until they reached the mountain summit. Sun Qianqian felt her calves weaken and, disregarding the dirt, plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming wearily, How long must we run? Can't someone speak up for those of us with shorter legs? Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings and replied, We should be close. It feels like we're almost there. As soon as he spoke, a gentle breeze swept through, to the astonishment of Lu Ming and Sun Qianqian. A delicate girl gradually materialized before them. Oh my, how did she just appear? Sun Qianqian stammered, her eyes wide with surprise. Lu Ming shook his head, fixated on the enigmatic girl. Strangely, he felt that her form seemed slightly more ethereal than during their previous encounters. You should not be here, came the familiar opening line, one Lu Ming had nearly grown accustomed to. Damn it, I can go wherever I please. Could you kindly take your riddles elsewhere? Lu Ming snapped, unable to contain his frustration. The mysterious girl remained stoic, casting a fleeting glance at the pair before she turned and began to walk away. Wait, you're leaving? Sun Qianqian protested, but Lu Ming lifted her off the ground as if she were a mere chick. She is so light, Lu Ming thought, unexpectedly reminded of the adage circulating online. Lolies have 3 virtues: lightness, softness, and ease of topple. Hey, are you thinking something perverted? Sun Qianqian asked, her tone accusatory. Absolutely not. I'm not one to have such inclinations, Lu Ming asserted, though he mused that occasionally indulging in such thoughts wasn't entirely out of the question. Be careful, or I might just bite you. Sun Qianqian grinned, showing her little canines, though her threat lacked any real menace. This time, the mysterious girl did not vanish. Instead, she silently led the way. Lu Ming attempted to ask her several questions, but each time, he was met with silence. Eventually, under the guidance of the mysterious girl, they halted before a concealed cave entrance, shrouded by a cluster of peach trees. Without careful observation, one would hardly notice it. The cave's entrance, while not overly large, could accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. The mysterious girl finally made a move, pointing inside. In there. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming promptly retrieved his flashlight and shone it into the cave. The cavern was deep, and even with the flashlight, the interior remained obscured. Consequently, Lu Ming decided to venture further inside. Wait, something feels off, Sun Qianqian interrupted, grabbing Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming paused, perplexed. What feels off? Sun Qianqian's expression turned serious. I didn't notice it back in the village, but upon a closer look, this cave is situated in a depression of the mountain with varying terrain elevations. Look over there. There are 2 opposing wind funnels, known as Dang Fengao. If you observe closely, you'll see a distinct color difference in the soil and peach trees on either side. This is a genuine corpse-rearing ground. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. So, you're saying there's zombies in this cave? That's not normal. Perhaps the 2 white zombies we encountered last night emerged from here. Sun Qianqian pondered further. That may be the case, but according to records, The vegetation in corpse-rearing grounds is typically sparse, as nutrients are absorbed by the zombies. Yet here, the peach trees are flourishing, which perplexes me. Is that so? Lu Ming scratched his head, struggling to comprehend. He typically preferred to rely on brute strength, rather than intellectual reasoning. Sun Qianqian sighed, and turned her gaze toward the cave. But I suspect the truth lies within this cave. Chapter 60. Unintentional offense. Initially, Lu Ming intended to explore the cave alone. But Sun Qianqian insisted on accompanying him under the pretext of protecting him. Thus, he reluctantly allowed the little girl to join him. With only the dim light of the flashlight guiding them, the trio, comprising Lu Ming, Sun Qianqian, and the mysterious girl, slowly ventured into the cave. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. The cave was damp, and occasionally, mice or bats would scurry away, startled by the flashlight's beam. Suddenly, Sun Qianqian remarked, "This cave seems to have been man-made." Indeed, Lu Ming replied with a slight nod. He had also noticed that, despite the passage of time, there were still discernible signs of human craftsmanship. After approximately half an hour, the two were greeted by an expansive pit, but upon closer inspection, their expressions changed dramatically. The pit was densely lined with numerous coffins, countless, easily numbering in the hundreds. What in the world? Is this a mass grave? Lu Ming exclaimed incredulously. Sun Qianqian's face paled. I can't even imagine the consequences if all those coffins contain zombies. If they awaken, the aftermath would be catastrophic. I need to inform my great-uncle. She pulled out her phone, only to find there was no signal. Of course. The same old story, she muttered. As Lu Ming contemplated whether to return, the mysterious girl began walking toward the pit, her expression unchanged, as if the coffins around her were completely inconsequential. Damn it, she's going in, Lu Ming thought, resolving to follow her. Sun Qianqian froze in disbelief. Are you really that fearless? Aren't you afraid something might leap out and take a bite? But ultimately, she steeled herself, pulling out some talismans from her pocket and cautiously following suit. Many of the coffins were ajar, and Sun Qianqian couldn't resist peering inside. Her face turned ashen. Green skin, sharp teeth, and elongated black nails. Green zombies. Undoubtedly, they were green zombies, if one of them sprang to life. 3 of her wouldn't suffice to fend off even a single zombie. Fortunately, their journey through the cave remained uneventful, and they did not disturb the slumbering entities within. The trio, led by the mysterious girl, successfully exited the pit. Just as they emerged, and before they could catch their breath, they were met with a massive bronze door. The mysterious girl pointed to Lu Ming's arm, and then to the door's handle, indicating for him to reach out. Lu Ming cast a fleeting glance at the bronze door before turning to observe Sun Qianqian's slender arm, ultimately shaking his head. Sun Qianqian. Finally, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Regardless, he would still hold on. Senior, I mean no offense, but may I borrow your arm for a moment? Lu Ming suddenly turned and bowed deeply to the coffin beside him, then reached inside and pulled with all his might. Crack! With a sharp sound, a severed arm appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The arm was purple, belonging to the lowest grade of zombie. He then stuffed the purple zombie's hand into the door handle. Snap! It seemed as if some mechanism had been triggered. The massive bronze door began to slowly creak open. Lu Ming casually tossed aside the purple zombie arm and dusted off his hands. Done. Sun Qianqian widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. The mysterious girl blinked, clearly not expecting Lu Ming to execute such a maneuver. Lu Ming, however, merely shrugged. Don't give me that look. I'm just being cautious. What if my hand got chopped off when I reached in and triggered a mechanism? Impressive. Sun Qianqian gave him a thumbs up. Purple zombie. Hey, feed me peanuts. The two then stepped inside the bronze door. The interior remained shrouded in darkness, but the moment they entered, the bronze door suddenly closed behind them. Lu Ming promptly drew out his driver in case of emergencies. Sun Qianqian, however, seemed to notice something. She pulled out a lighter from her pocket and flicked it. Whoosh! One by one, oil lamps ignited, illuminating the scene within the door in mere moments. Hiss! As the two beheld the interior, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Before them lay an enormous blood pool. In the blood pool, several corpses floated, their attire indicating they were villagers from Fengmen village. Why were these villagers here? Gazing into the depths of the blood pool, they saw a gigantic bronze coffin at its center, bizarre patterns carved into its surface leading into the pool, as if the blood was being siphoned into the coffin. Surrounding the blood pool stood 8 coffins, like loyal sentinels guarding the central bronze coffin. Lu Ming, look above. Sun Qianqian tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. Speaking in a hushed tone, Lu Ming looked up in astonishment, discovering that directly above the bronze coffin hung a crystal coffin, firmly suspended by 4 chains. Lu Ming inquired, "Little girl, being well-versed, do you know what this is?" Sun Qianqian retorted irritably. How would I know? I've never encountered such a bizarre object before. Moreover, I have a name. Don't call me little girl. Very well, little girl. Lu Ming nodded, choosing not to engage further with Sun Qianqian. At that moment, the mysterious girl suddenly tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. He turned to glance at her, noticing for the first time a pained expression on her delicate face as she gazed at the crystal coffin. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Do you want me to help you lower the crystal coffin?" The mysterious girl nodded, a flicker of pleading evident in her lively eyes. Lu Ming sighed. "While I would like to assist you, at the very least, you need to give me a reason, right? It's hard to trust someone who hasn't uttered a single word despite my inquiries." The mysterious girl tilted her head in contemplation, then replied, "Incomplete memories, body, coffin. Lower it, awaken." Lu Ming, "All right, though I grasp only fragments of your meaning, I have a general idea." Sun Qianqian couldn't help but ask, "Are you really planning to get the crystal coffin down?" Lu Ming shrugged. "At this point, what other options do we have?" "Fine, I'll follow your lead." Sun Qianqian sighed, then asked, "But how will you manage to bring it down from such a height?" "Simple, to shoot it down, right?" Lu Ming chuckled, retrieving a black and yellow cannon from behind him, the handle painted red. "Full tank destroyer." Sun Qianqian was taken aback. "Where did you get that from? Is this some sort of otherworldly technology?" Lu Ming shrugged. "Sun Qianqian, I can't believe you. But speaking of which, why does it look so familiar?" Chapter 61. A hero must not flee in the face of danger. Rabbit. Lu Ming inserted a rabbit energy canister into the full tank destroyer. Red energy light continuously gathered at the barrel's tip. He then aimed at the chains above and pulled the trigger. Full bottle break. Boom! The red energy canister shot forth, obliterating the chains into fragments. "Oh, continue." Lu Ming inserted another rabbit energy canister and targeted the remaining 3 chains. Sun Qianqian suddenly recalled something, her eyes wide. "Oh, I remember now. Isn't that the weapon from Kamen Rider? Where did you buy it? Has external technology advanced this much?" Full bottle break. Another shot shattered the second chain, and Lu Ming proclaimed proudly, "Short-sighted, little girl. This is the genuine article from Bandai, personally authorized by Build." "Oomph." Sun Qianqian rolled her eyes. As the second chain shattered, the crystal coffin began to descend, and both Lu Ming and Sun Qianqian gazed at it, their eyes once again widening in astonishment. "Huh, wait, Yushi." Sun Qianqian's eyes darted between the mysterious girl and the corpse inside the crystal coffin. They looked so alike, as if they had been molded from the same cast. Lu Ming glanced at the glimmering eyes of the mysterious girl and couldn't help but ask, "The one lying inside can't possibly be you, right?" The mysterious girl nodded, gesturing towards the crystal coffin and then giving Lu Ming a little fist bump for encouragement. Boom! The third chain snapped, leaving only one chain hanging. Rabbit. Just as Lu Ming prepared to destroy the last chain, a tremendous force suddenly burst forth, forcing the coffin lid straight towards him. "What the?" Lu Ming was startled and quickly aimed his cannon to blast the lid apart. Without giving him a moment to breathe, a dark figure suddenly surged from the smoke of the explosion, lunging at Lu Ming. "What the hell? Again?" Lu Ming hastily raised the full tank destroyer to block the figure, the terrifying force pushing him back repeatedly. "What on earth?" Sun Qianqian was also startled. When she finally discerned the figure's appearance, she nearly screamed in terror. Cloaked in darkness, the figure was massive, its body covered in thick fur obscuring its armor. A fur zombie? How is that possible? Why would a fur zombie be here? This is a fur zombie? It's hideously ugly, damn it. Lu Ming couldn't help but curse, then pulled out 3 energy canisters and loaded them into the full tank destroyer. Rabbit, Panda, Daka, Rabbit, Panda, Hawk, Miracle Match DESU. Miracle Match. Go eat dirt. Lu Ming bellowed, then squeezed the trigger. Miracle Match break. The tricolored energy cannonball detonated with a resounding explosion, sending the hairy zombie hurtling through the air, where it lay incapacitated on the ground for an extended period. Damn, that startled me. Lu Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Sun Qianqian hurried to Lu Ming's side, asking, "Are you all right?" Lu Ming shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. The thing caught me off guard, but luckily I reacted quickly." Sun Qianqian exhaled in relief, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the full canister of the destroyer in Lu Ming's hand. It was this very device that had just blasted the hairy zombie away. That was a hairy zombie. Even her grandfather could only contend with such a level of undead, which meant Lu Ming was nearly as formidable as her grandfather. What a predicament. If he continued to call her little girl, she would have no means to resist. Just then, as Sun Qianqian's thoughts spiraled, the lids of the remaining 7 coffins around the blood pool crashed down, and 7 similarly breathing hairy zombies emerged, their eerie green eyes fixated on Lu Ming and his companions. "Oh no, Sun Qianqian truly felt despair this time. 8 hairy zombies in total. Even her grandfather would have turned tail in fear. What was there left to do? Taking a deep breath, the little girl pulled out all the talismans from her pocket, trembling yet resolute as she urged, Lu Ming, you must flee. My legs are short and I run slowly. If I linger here, you must return to inform my grandfather and bring reinforcements from Longhu Mountain. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and pulled the little girl behind him, saying, if you're scared, just admit it. No need to be brave. It's not like we can't handle this. But it's a hairy zombie. The little girl whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Ming tilted his head and smiled. I understand, but as I said before, a hero cannot flee from the battlefield. With that, he produced the talent energy bottle and inserted it into the driver secured around his waist. Great. Oh yeah. Genius. Yeah. As a lever turned, countless energy bottles erupted from Lu Ming's back, enveloping him in a radiant embrace. Are you ready? Henshin. Lu Ming snapped his fingers. The energy bottles converged upon him, transforming into a pristine suit of armor predominantly white. The perfect energy bottle warrior. Build genius. Lu Ming brushed his hand across the protruding energy bottle atop his head. The law of victory had been established. Observing Lu Ming's transformed state, Sun Qianqian's CPU nearly overheated. Wait, I was just thinking it would be fun. You really can transform? Are you Kiryu Sento? Is this not a Takusatsu show? Can we take a picture together? She realized she had misjudged Lu Ming. Initially, she thought he could match her grandfather. Now it seemed he was far superior. One punch from Lu Ming, and her grandfather would be reborn 10 times over. The mysterious girl beside her tilted her head, observing for a few seconds before pointing at the hairy zombies. Warning, they are dangerous. Be careful. Sun Qianqian fell silent for a moment before guiding the girl's finger back towards Lu Ming. Although it was hard to believe, he was indeed the true BOSS here. With a roar, the group of hairy zombies sensed the berserk energy radiating from Lu Ming, causing them to instinctively retreat. The hairy zombie that had previously been blasted away by the miracle match break seemed confused, just rising to its feet and preparing to roar, when suddenly, Lu Ming teleported before it. Roar? The hairy zombie uttered. Roar this. Lu Ming's fist struck out, accompanied by a dazzling array of colorful energy effects. The zombie's head shattered upon impact. The first one down. In Chapter 62, Peach CC, Sun Qianqian exclaimed, Lu Ming is amazing. Witnessing Lu Ming obliterate a hairy zombie with a single punch, she instantly transformed into a cheerleader, gripping the mysterious girl's hand as they supported him. The 7 remaining hairy zombies slowly converged, seemingly attempting to prevent Lu Ming from picking them off one by one, but Lu Ming would not grant them that opportunity. Whoosh! He teleported, appearing before the furthest hairy zombie, delivering a simple yet effective genius punch. The armor on the zombie shattered instantly, and it was forcefully smashed into the stone wall, unable to detach itself. Lu Ming then teleported again, this time before the 3rd hairy zombie. Ola, 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 ola. His fists left behind after images, resembling a brilliant display of colorful light. Unfortunately for the hairy zombie, it was overwhelmed by the beauty of the attack, riddled with deep impressions from Lu Ming's fists, and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. One side, Lu Ming twisted the lever. A soft reddish glow emanated from his left side. In a flash, he appeared before the 4th hairy zombie. Ready, go. Genius attack. His right fist radiated a vibrant red light as he unleashed a powerful punch. The hairy zombie didn't even have time to emit a sound before being reduced to dust. The remaining hairy zombies, witnessing this, charged at Lu Ming. Unfazed, he swiftly turned the lever again. Gyak aside, he sidestepped, his right foot glowing red, then pivoted and delivered a devastating kick. Boom! The hairy zombie exploded under the force of his blow. Realizing they were outmatched, the last 3 hairy zombies fled towards Sun Qianqian and the mysterious girl, who were spectating from a distance. Calmly, Lu Ming activated his driver, declaring 1 SID. Gyak side, all side, ready go. The colorful knight's kick trajectory ensnared the 3 remaining zombies, and all the energy bottles on Lu Ming's armor illuminated simultaneously. With a flourish, Lu Ming proclaimed, the law of victory has been decided. He then leaped into the air, unfurling vibrant energy wings from his back, and delivered a powerful kick to the 3 hairy zombies. Genius finish. Boom! Energy erupted, and the 3 zombies were obliterated into nothingness. How incredible! Truly deserving of the genius form. Sun Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim. In less than a minute, all 8 hairy zombies had been dispatched, utterly overwhelmed. The sheer difference in stats and mechanics was staggering. After defeating the hairy zombies, Lu Ming teleported to the sky, grasping a chain and effortlessly snapping it like a strand of spaghetti. He then descended, carrying the crystal coffin back to the ground. Is this what you wanted? Lu Ming inquired of the mysterious girl. She nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement, then waved her hand to open the lid of the crystal coffin. Inside lay a corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious girl, quietly resting within. Even after countless years, the body remained pristine, showing no signs of decay, and Lu Ming could even detect a faint fragrance emanating from it. It seemed as though the girl within had not perished, but merely succumbed to slumber. Soon after, the enigmatic maiden gradually bent down, cradling the lifeless face in her hands, and pressed her forehead against it. In the next instant, under Lu Ming's astonished gaze, the mysterious girl transformed into a constellation of stars, merging with the corpse. Interesting, isn't it? Lu Ming mused, stroking his chin. What are you up to, little girl? Sun Qianqian explored the armor of the genius rider, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, don't move. Let me feel what material this is made of. It looks so soft, yet feels so hard. Lu Ming's lips twitched. Child, your words are rather easy to misinterpret. He say cheese. Sun Qianqian exclaimed, brandishing her phone to capture a few selfies. With a resigned sigh, Lu Ming acquiesced to her whims, his curiosity piqued by what might transpire next. After half a minute of anticipation, the girl in the crystal coffin slowly opened her eyes. Her cold gaze flicked towards Lu Ming before she elegantly sat upright within the crystal enclosure. Oh my, has she returned from the dead? Sun Qianqian, engrossed in her photography, turned and locked eyes with the girl, promptly darting behind Lu Ming in fright. Thank you. The girl offered a slight nod towards Lu Ming. He exhaled in relief. Finally, some words from you. If you utter another phrase that you shouldn't, I might just lose my composure. The girl replied in a flat tone, apologies. My doppelganger is outside and lacks intelligence. Thus I can only use brief phrases. Lu Ming was taken aback. So, you truly are the same person? The girl nodded. Yes. According to your human customs, I should introduce myself. Hello, I am Tao Cici, a drought demon. Lu Ming introduced himself. I am Lu Ming, a mere passerby in disguise. Wait, did you just say you were what? A drought demon, Tao Cici reiterated. Huh? Sun Qianqian echoed incredulously. Lu Ming shot her a peculiar glance. Didn't your great-grandfather mention that drought demons are rarely seen? Why do I encounter one immediately upon arrival? Sun Qianqian rubbed her temples. Don't ask me. I'm a bit bewildered myself. And don't you think your disguise as a rider is even rarer? That's a valid point, Lu Ming conceded. At that moment, Tao Cici had stepped out of the crystal coffin, stretching her limbs slightly before directing her gaze towards the bronze coffin submerged in a pool of blood. After observing it for a few moments, her brows furrowed. Is it still too late? Please don't tell me you're about to start speaking in riddles again. Lu Ming thought as his hand instinctively rested on the grip of his device. Tao Cici spoke in a calm demeanor. The bronze coffin contains the remains of an ancient general. Unwilling to succumb to death, he ordered his subordinates to bury him here and inscribed a resurrection array. Hoping to resurrect one day, those corpses lying in the other coffins, including the 8 you previously vanquished, were his subordinates who, in death, wished to follow their general, and thus were interred alongside him. However, the general was likely misled, as the so-called resurrection array was actually a corpse-rearing formation. By the time it was discovered, the general had evolved into a flying corpse, and his deceased subordinates, influenced by his corpse aura, had transformed into zombies. Years later, someone sought my assistance, offering 10 life fruits in exchange for my help. Consequently, I intended to use the crystal coffins to draw in the general's corpse aura. However, 30 years ago, a group of black-robed individuals invaded, disrupting my arrangement and trapping me, while their counter-array fed my corpse aura back into the general's remains. At this point, Tao Cici's eyes flickered with a hint of anger, quickly subdued. During this turmoil, I managed to separate a doppelganger from my being, hoping to inform others. Yet over the years, only the 2 of you have been able to see my external manifestation. Lu Ming pondered, setting aside those black-robed individuals. What level is the general's corpse currently at? It is a wandering corpse, Tao Cici replied. Isn't that a concern? Aren't you a drought demon? Lu Ming waved dismissively. That was before. Now, with much of the aura absorbed, it has only attained the pinnacle of a flying corpse. That complicates matters. Lu Ming scratched his head. By the way, is there still time to absorb the corpse aura back? Chapter 63. The rabbit approaches with a tank. Tao Cici gazed at Lu Ming with indifference. He turned his head. I forget I asked. Sun Qianqian inquired. How long until that wandering corpse awakens? Tao Cici extended 5 fingers. 5 days? That should be enough time. We should hurry back and inform my great-grandfather. Sun Qianqian sighed in relief. 5 hours, Tao Cici corrected. What? Sun Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Ming swung his arms. In that case, Can't we just blow it up before it wakes? He began to activate his device. Tao Cici shot him a glance. If you destroy the array, it will awaken prematurely. Damn, Lu Ming cursed. Is there any remedy for this? Tao Cici sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and calmly stated, wait for death. Lu Ming and Sun Qianqian were left speechless. With no other choice, they mimicked Tao Cici, finding a spot to rest for a while. After all, even those who come to battle need their respite, don't they? As morning broke, great-grandfather Qianqian is missing. Sun Yingxiao hurriedly approached Sun Qianyuan. What? Sun Qianyuan exclaimed, nearly dropping the large bun he was eating. What happened? Sun Yingxiao replied, her expression grim. I tried to wake Qianqian for breakfast, but found her completely absent from her room, with no signs of having slept in her bed. Her phone shows no signal. Gu Tang took a sip of plain porridge and remarked, Lu Gu is also missing. He seem to have slept in his room last night. Bai Song asked curiously, aren't you all worried about his disappearance? Well, a bit, the four nodded. We're concerned he might accidentally blow up Fengmin village. They resumed their meal. Bai Song suggested, Lu Chang speculated that since Qianqian and that Lu brother are both missing, they might be together. But the question remains, where could they have gone at such an hour? Sun Qianyuan rubbed his temples in frustration. The village chief, seemingly struck by a thought, murmured, they wouldn't have been. What? Noticing the village chief's unusual expression, Sun Qianyuan immediately pressed for answers. He had sensed for some time that the village chief was concealing something from him, but the village chief had been reluctant to divulge, and he had been too lazy to pry. However, now that the matter involved Sun Qianqian, he felt compelled to understand. The village chief's murky eyes revealed a flicker of struggle. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to speak. Actually, besides those two zombies, there exists a far more terrifying one in our village. Another zombie? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Sun Qianyuan exclaimed, exasperated. It's just a zombie. What is so hard about sharing? He felt a surge of anger. If that zombie were to ambush them under the cover of night, the consequences could be dire. However, he believed Sun Qianqian would be safe, given the plethora of protective talismans surrounding her. Even a green zombie would pose a challenge. The village chief gritted his teeth. But that is a drought demon. What? Sun Qianyuan nearly pulled out his beard in disbelief. Bai Song and the others stared wide-eyed. A drought demon? Are you serious? The village chief sighed and recounted, 30 years ago, a group of outsiders clad in black robes arrived in our village, obscuring their features. They claimed that our village was plagued by corpse energy and offered to investigate. After their assessment, they declared that a drought demon resided among us. We were unfamiliar with such a concept, and when they explained it was akin to a zombie, we were understandably alarmed. We requested their assistance to eliminate the threat, and they ascended the mountain. After an unknown period, they descended, assuring me that the drought demon had been sealed and that we need not worry. Sun Qianyuan furrowed his brow. Sealing a drought demon? Are you jesting? After years of high-ranking service at Long Hushan, I have never encountered such a formidable technique. Setting aside the matter of sealing, I must ask why you did not inform me of the drought demon upon their arrival. In a moment of frustration, Sun Qianyuan felt the urge to berate the village chief. The chief timidly replied, those individuals specifically instructed me not to disclose the existence of the drought demon, warning that it would bring calamity upon our village. Sun Qianyuan nearly swore in exasperation, hastily retrieving his phone to summon aid. After all, it was a drought demon. With his capabilities, he could only be a mere offering. Quickly, lead the way. Do you know the demon's location? At this point, Sun Qianyuan could no longer afford to blame the village chief. He could only pray that Sun Qianqian had merely gone out to play and had no connection with the drought demon. Just then, a villager stumbled in, breathless. Village chief. It's bad. A multitude of zombies has suddenly appeared on the mountain. What? Simultaneously, within the cave, Tao Cici abruptly opened her eyes. Time had arrived. What has arrived? Lu Ming rubbed his eyes. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as brilliant, blinding light burst forth from the bronze coffin. What the hell? Who dropped the nuclear bomb? Sun Qianqian, who had been peacefully napping on Lu Ming's lap, jolted awake. She had just been dreaming of savoring hot pot when a nuclear explosion overhead startled her awake. Suddenly, a ferocious wave of energy erupted from the bronze coffin. Lu Ming swiftly brandished the fully stocked jar destroyer against the ground, with Tao Cici assisting in mitigating some of the pressure, allowing him to stabilize himself, albeit barely. The bronze door behind them shattered under the onslaught. The zombies, awakened by the aura of the general's corpse, began to surge inward. Oh my goodness! Is this the onset of a boss battle? Sun Qianqian clung tightly to Lu Ming's clothing, her face etched with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming retrieved the shattered ice. I have no idea if this is a boss battle, but I do know that if we don't leave now, we'll be blown to bits. Max hazard on. Then let us commence the experiment. Lu Ming shook the shattered ice, and with a twist, tank and tank. Boom, boom, boom. Several mini-tanks thundered forth from the rear, bombarding the stone walls as they advanced, obliterating the encroaching zombies into mere fragments. Upgrade. Creation Night. Are you ready? The mini-tanks transformed into armor components, assembling upon Lu Ming. Overflow. The Steel Blue Warrior. Tank. Exceedingly perilous. Exceedingly powerful. Sun Qianxian's eyes lit up. The War God tank form? How many forms do you possess? Transform? Get in the vehicle, quickly. Lu Ming rolled his eyes as his leg armor reconfigured, transforming him into a mobile fortress. Sun Qianxian hastily climbed aboard, beckoning Tao Cici to join. Tao Cici settled onto another tank leg, curiously observing the War God tank. Has humanity truly advanced to this level? Hold on tight. The War God tank is about to take off, Lu Ming warned, lifting the fully stocked Jar Destroyer as he sped towards the cave entrance. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Sun Qianyuan was leading several disciples in a purge of the zombies. Although most of those descending were purple and white zombies, the occasional green zombie appeared. However, their overwhelming numbers, combined with 4 inept young masters wielding talismans recklessly, rendered any offensive futile. Damn it, our talismans are practically useless. Do we purchase fakes? Guden couldn't help but scoff. Only you are useless, Xiao Long retorted. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, several shells rained down from the mountain, instantly reducing a wave of zombies before them to ashes. Support from Long Hushin? Ye uyu blinket in surprise. Sun Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just sent out the message? They arrived so swiftly? Third grandfather. In the next moment, Sun Qianyuan stood dumbfounded as he beheld his granddaughter charging down the mountain atop a blue vehicle. What on earth is that? Armor? A tank? No, it's the War God tank. Lu Ming executed a drift, coming to a steady halt before everyone. Greetings, everyone. The rabbit has arrived in a tank. Third grandfather. Are you all right? Sun Qianxian leaped off the War God tank, inquiring. Sun Qianyuan stared at the War God tank, utterly stupefied. And no, we're fine. He was still processing the sight before him. A figure clad in armor, wielding a grenade launcher, with 2 tanks slung over their shoulders, half human and half vehicle. Moreover, while he struggled to take down white and purple zombies, this entity annihilated them with a single shell. Xiao Long and the others had already surrounded Lu Ming. Cool. Brother Lu, this is the War God tank, right? A quick interview. What is it like riding a tank? Look at this quality. The coloring is incredible. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Calm down. Don't act like a bunch of fanatics. Tao Cici also dismounted from the War God tank and looked at Lu Ming. Do you intend to resist? Lu Ming smiled. Of course. We must at least test our mettle. After all, a hero cannot flee in the face of adversity. Tao Cici sighed. Humans are truly peculiar. Knowing the terror of their adversary, they still dare to charge headfirst into danger. Brother Lu, who is this beautiful lady? The sudden appearance of Tao Cici left Xiao Long and the others bewildered, especially Gutong. He realized that all the girls accompanying Brother Lu seemed exceptionally attractive, particularly this newly emerged maiden, whose beauty and figure could rival the finest in the world. Lu Ming smirked. This enigmatic figure is Tao Cici. She was previously a drought demon. Tao Cici nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. Not only Xiao Long, but even Sun Qianyuan and the others stared wide-eyed. She was a drought demon? Sun Qianyuan exclaimed. Tao Cici clarified. But now I'm merely a flying corpse. Sun Qianyuan. What does that mean? Lu Ming then succinctly recounted the events that transpired within the mountain. Sun Qianyuan furrowed his brow. Although the combat prowess of ancient generals transformed into wandering corpses may not rival that of a drought demon, it is certainly formidable. I suggest we immediately arrange for the villagers to evacuate and resolve the situation once reinforcements arrive. However, Tao Cici glanced back and shook her head. It is already too late. With a sudden roar, dozens of green corpses emerged at the rear mountain pass. Yet, instead of launching an attack, they stood still, seemingly awaiting something. The sound of galloping hooves filled the air, to the astonished gazes of the onlookers. A towering figure clad in armor, wielding a long blade, rode forth on a horse that had long since decayed into a skeleton, leaping gracefully from behind the throng of zombies to land firmly before them. With a swift motion, the zombie pointed its blade at the crowd, a raspy voice emerging from its throat. Those who obstruct my master shall perish. What the hell? The zombie can talk? Xiao Long and his companions gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, Sun Qianyuan's expression darkened as he cautioned, it's a lurking corpse. Everyone be on guard. Lu Ming turned to Tao Cici and asked, "Aren't you a wandering corpse? Taking down a lurking corpse should be a simple task for you, right?" Tao Cici retorted, "Why would I assist you? If anything, I too am a zombie, so I should be aiding them instead." Lu Ming chuckled. "That makes a fair point. In that case, shall we strike a deal?" After a moment's thought, he continued, "I will help you eliminate that general, allowing you to return to the drought demon, provided you assist us in dealing with these zombies. What do you say?" Tao Cici shook her head. "While you are certainly strong, I do not believe you are a match for it. How would you know without giving it a try?" Lu Ming replied with a smile, retrieving his dual shattered eyes and equipping the player driver. "It seems I cannot hold back any longer," he stated as he strode towards the lurking corpse. "Kid, what are you doing? Come back. That's a lurking corpse." Sun Qianyuan exclaimed in shock. "Do you really think a lurking corpse is on the same level as other zombies?" Lu Ming paused briefly, then turned with a grin, revealing 2 white cartridges in his hands. "A zombie? How fortuitous, as I too am a zombie." He then pressed one of the cartridges. "Maximum zombie." Inserting the cartridge into the driver, he pulled the buckle. "Maximum play." With a clank, he pressed the second cartridge. "Undead body." Gu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell? Brother Lu, you can't be serious." Lu Ming grinned. "I got this from a friend who calls himself Game. It's an ultimate cheat game. Hyper immortal. Undead body, level, immortal, henshin." With that, he inserted the hyper immortal cartridge into the driver. Calling. Finally, he clenched his fists and struck the 2 buckles with a gentle punch. The immortal cartridge cover sprang open. Revive. Immortal. Awaken. Endless life. The finest player in opposition. Super immortal dream. An aura of dark purple light enveloped Lu Ming, and amidst a captivating, hypnotic melody, a Cayman rider, adorned in a striking black and white ensemble with pointed horns and a flamboyant hairstyle, materialized before them. Kamen Rider Hyper Immortal Zombie. The immortal zombie twisted its body and pointed at the lurking corpse before it. "I am the immortal one, ha ha ha, cough cough." Lu Ming hurriedly adjusted his stance. Damn, while this immortal zombie has its merits, it sometimes inherits Kame's quirky demeanor, inadvertently affecting itself. Lu Ming had previously consulted Tan Lidu about this, but Tan Lidu insisted it symbolized the divine manifestation of spirit and refused to change it, leaving Lu Ming with no choice but to acquiesce. Xiao Long exclaimed, "What the hell?" Yi Wixiu echoed, "What the hell, what the hell?" Lin Yi added, "What the hell times 3? Gu Tong chimed in, "What the hell to the 4th power? Brother Lu can transform into this?" It seems we underestimated our buddy. However, using the immortal zombie to tackle a lurking corpse seems excessive, doesn't it, Brother Lu? What kind of sorcery is this? Sun Qianyuan and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Although they had never witnessed Kamen Rider, this sudden transformation clearly surpassed the realm of modern technology, right? By the way, can this armor truly contend with a lurking corpse? Bai Song could not help but inquire. To this, Xiao Long and the others scoffed. "You don't understand the value of an immortal zombie, do you? What lurking corpse? You should take that to my rider." Sensing the pressure emanating from the immortal zombie, the horse beneath the lurking corpse instinctively stepped back with a low whinny. Yet, the lurking corpse paid no heed, swinging its massive blade and leaping down from its steed. "Those who obstruct my master shall perish." Chapter 65. I am the immortal one. In the face of the lurking corpse's strike, Lu Ming boldly charged forward. "I am the immortal one." Swish! The lurking corpse thrust its blade. In an instant, it pierced Lu Ming right through. Gasp! Everyone present winced in pain, collectively thinking, that must hurt. "Is he all right?" Huang Yizhuang asked weakly. Then, they witnessed Lu Ming, having been skewered, effortlessly swinging his arm to deliver a hefty slap to the lurking corpse's face. Smack! What appeared to be a light tap sent the lurking corpse flying, its long blade clattering from its grip. "What the hell?" Sun Qianyuan gasped in disbelief. "This kid is human? That is a lurking corpse we're talking about. The kind with iron walls, impervious to bullets, yet you just slapped it away? However, to be fair, surviving a piercing blow and still being lively does put one in a different category. Hey, little brother, you think you can stab me? What are you thinking?" Lu Ming casually pulled the blade from his body. "I told you, I am the immortal one. Ha ha ha, cough cough. My bad, getting a bit carried away." Everyone else, the lurking corpse, struggled to rise, its murky eyes filled with confusion. "Is something amiss here? How did you manage to take a hit from me and still slap me away? You even pulled the knife out like it was nothing. Are you a zombie? Or am I the zombie?" Lu Ming inspected the long blade in his hand and nodded in approval. "Not bad. It's a fine weapon." Though puzzled by how Lu Ming remained unscathed, Sun Qianyuan cautioned. "This weapon must be the lurking corpse's refined soul artifact. Without it, its combat power will diminish significantly." "Goodness, no wonder it's so sharp. It's a specialized weapon," Lu Ming acknowledged. then casually tossed the long blade back to the lurking corpse. You should take good care of this. After all, not many can fight like me and return what they borrow. Sun Qianyuan, wait, did you hear what I said? That S its soul artifact. You were just giving it back like that? The lurking corpse, equally bewildered, stared at the long blade in its hands, taking a moment to regain its composure. Are you really returning this to me? This is a bit awkward. I'm not sure I can bring myself to strike you now. Keep it. No need to be polite, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Lu Ming, with an air of flamboyance, waved his hand dismissively and pointed to his neck. Come, unleash your full might and strike here. The undead warrior was momentarily dazed. Was this fool truly seeking his own demise? Yet, with its current limited intellect, it could not ponder too deeply. Since Lu Ming was courting death, it would oblige. Without hesitation, it swung its massive blade, aiming for Lu Ming's head. Meanwhile, Sun Qianyuan and the others instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the gruesome fate that awaited Lu Ming. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Contrary to their grim expectations, it was the undead that staggered backward, shaken by the impact. Both parties were left in utter disbelief. No way, mate. Is her head made of steel? The undead began to question whether it had developed some form of muscle weakness. Such an absurd situation was a first in its many years of existence. Lu Ming shook his head with satisfaction, nodding, not bad, not bad. The admin privileges set by Kame are indeed effective. Brother, do you like my 999 defense? The undead gazed at Lu Ming, its eyes flickering, lost in thought. Lu Ming bent backward, waggling his finger and boasting arrogantly. Bro, you don't really think your meager strength can breach my defenses, do you? I merely adjusted my defense to 0 for your amusement, but now that you've had your fun, it's my turn, right? Ha ha. Before the undead could react, Lu Ming suddenly flashed behind it. Bro, where are you looking? Boom. A powerful punch sent the undead soaring into the sky. In the next instant, Lu Ming reappeared before it. Oh la la. Oh la la. Oh la la. A flurry of punches rained down upon the undead, nearly turning it into a pulp. Finally, Lu Ming seized the undead's head. Smash it. Crash. A massive pit formed in the ground. The undead's head was embedded deep, its body motionless, as if it had met its end. I'm indestructible, kid, Lu Ming declared, shaking his head and laughing. The spectators, watching in astonishment, instinctively swallowed hard. Was Lu Ming truly treating the undead like a mere training dummy? They had never faced such ease even when battling weaker foes. For a fleeting moment, they entertained thoughts of abandoning their mystical arts to pursue ancient martial techniques. Wasn't this visceral feeling far more exhilarating than casting a few talismans? Sun Miao could not help but inquire, who exactly is Qianqian? As the eldest sister of Longhu Mountain, she had always been proud. Yet in the presence of this young man, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Moreover, if her assumptions were correct, he had been the one to rescue her last night, hadn't he? Sun Qianqian patted her sister's arm, since she couldn't reach her shoulder, and huffed. You still don't recognize him, sister? I've told you countless times to stop practicing so much. You're becoming an old relic. If you had spent more time watching videos with me, you'd know he's just a passerby here to fight. Sun Miao furrowed her brows, muttering to herself. A passerby here to fight? At that moment, the ground beneath Lu Ming began to tremble. What is happening? Lu Ming glanced down, bewildered. Surely I haven't caused a landslide with a single punch? In the next instant, a powerful aura erupted from the undead, sending countless shards of rock flying towards Lu Ming, which he effortlessly dispersed. Is it going to go berserk? Lu Ming mused, stroking his chin, before laughing towards the sky. But I am indestructible. Let it explode as it wishes. Ha ha! Roar! The undead pulled its head from the ground, casting a fierce glare at Lu Ming. As its aura surged, its body began to grow larger and more imposing, resembling a green giant. At that moment, Lu Ming appeared diminutive in comparison, barely the size of the undead's fist. Then, the undead let out a whistle. The zombie warhorses in the rear roared in response, transforming into a torrent of crimson light that surged into the undead's right arm. Swish! The undead's right arm instantly erupted with a scarlet glow. Human die, it bellowed, raising its right arm and delivering a devastating punch towards Lu Ming's head. The unleashed energy rippled through the surrounding air. Boom! Attendre explosion érupted. A shockwave radiated from the center of the clash between the undead and Lu Ming, blinding Sun Qianyuan and the others. Goodness, that punch could very well knock the life out of me. They gasped in disbelief. How could that young man possibly withstand such might? Moments later, as the dust settled, the onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. In the crater, the undead's fist had indeed struck Lu Ming's head, yet Lu Ming remained standing, arms crossed, as solid as a mountain, as if nothing had occurred. Nanny? The crowd was stupefied. Even Tao Cici, with her typically calm demeanor, exhibited a flicker of surprise. How is this possible? The undead could hardly believe its eyes. Lu Ming casually pushed the undead's right arm aside, sighing, "If your berserk state is at this level, my assessment is this. Kid, you're just a novice, and you need to train more. After all, I am indestructible." Ha ha ha. The undead, undeterred, roared and continued to pummel Lu Ming. Alas, it was futile. Growing impatient, Lu Ming turned and kicked the undead into the air. "Are you done? It's time to end this." Chapter 66. Unleashing Power. Lu Ming raised both hands high and soared into the air, simultaneously pressing the button on the indestructible card. A dark purple light emanated from the card, and he aimed to kick downward at the undead. Super Deadly Victory. A transcendent strike. The undead was sent crashing into the horde below, resulting in a tremendous explosion. It appeared that not a trace would remain. "Ha ha, this is the power of the indestructible," Lu Ming crowed, before hastily retrieving the indestructible zombie card, the side effects of which were far too mortifying, even for someone as thick-skinned as he. "Brother Lu is amazing. Brother Lu is the best." Xiao Long and the others immediately rushed to sing his praises. Lu Ming turned to Tao Cici, raising an eyebrow. "Shall we collaborate now?" Tao Cici nodded slightly, "Yes." "Then let us not delay. We shall depart at once," Lu Ming urged. Seeing this, Sun Qianyuan quickly interjected, "I shall assist as well." However, he was interrupted by Tao Cici. "Your strength is too weak. Stay below to clean up any stragglers. It would be futile for you to join. You would only meet your demise." Sun Qianyuan replied, Very well. You are the expert. I shall defer to your judgment." With that, Lu Ming wasted no more time. Transforming back into the war god Titan, and alongside Tao Cici, charged up the mountain. Xiao Long and the others watched as Lu Ming and Tao Cici departed. "Brother Lu, be careful. We'll handle things down here. Show them the true colors of a passerby fighter. We must take down that fool, Brother Lu. May fortune favor you." Brother Lu, under the relentless firepower of war god Titan, Lu Ming and Tao Cici swiftly returned to the cave entrance. Lu Ming observed Tao Cici's hands. Unable to suppress a click of his tongue, he had witnessed everything clearly on their ascent. Tao Cici's fingers seemed to possess an enchanting power. With a mere flick, the zombie would become motionless. In the blink of an eye, branches began to sprout from within the corpses, and in less than a few breaths, they transformed into a blossoming peach tree, adorned with vibrant peach blossoms. What a marvel! It's as if whoever she touches meets their demise. One might mistakenly believe she is possessed by the deity of abundance. Suddenly, Lu Ming recalled that he had casually plucked and consumed a peach the previous night. Does that mean I'm in trouble? Tao Cici cast a puzzled glance at Lu Ming. "Why have you suddenly gone still?" Lu Ming covered his face, apologizing. "My apologies, I just felt a wave of nausea wash over me." Tao Cici raised an eyebrow, perplexed. By this time, the zombies that had emerged from the mountain had been nearly entirely dealt with by the two of them. The few stragglers left could easily be managed by Sun Qianyuan and the others at the foot of the mountain. Consequently, the duo began to make their way towards the cave. Inside the cave, there were hardly any zombies to be seen until they arrived at a large pit. "Hiss! Why are all these zombies suddenly awake?" Lu Ming exclaimed, surveying the dense mass of zombies, from the pale corpses to the hairy ones, as if they were hosting a gathering. He even spotted the one-armed purple zombie. Tao Cici furrowed her brow. "If we were to push through, it may prove somewhat challenging. Our numbers are rather limited." Lu Ming chuckled dismissively. "What a laugh. Are you underestimating my connections? Just wait a moment and move over there. I fear the special effects might overwhelm you." Tao Cici replied with a quizzical expression. Though uncertain of Lu Ming's intentions, she obediently stepped aside. "It was time for you to witness what a true underworld looks like." Lu Ming conjured two dials, one white and one gold. Zio. Grand Zio. Behind Lu Ming, a colossal golden dial rose, accompanied by the statues of 20 Heir knights. Advent, complete, turn up, change bile. Sword form, wake up, come in right. Cyclone Joker. Taka Tora Basia. 3-2-1. Shibatobi to Henshin. Hey, drive, Kagan, level up, best match. Grand time. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Ming declared, Henshin. Kamen Rider Zio, ancestors form. In a flurry, 20 knights transformed into golden sculptures engraved upon the armor of Zio. Kiga, Agit, Ryaki, Faiz, Blade Hibiki, Kabuto, DNO, Kiva, Decade W, 000, Force Wizard JIM, Drive Ghost, Exade, Build Kamen Rider Grand Zio. Tao Cici gazed at the majestic Kamen Rider's O, still bewildered by Lu Ming's words. However, clarity soon dawned upon her as she observed Lu Ming skillfully pressing on himself from head to toe. Suddenly, a series of golden doors adorned with numbers materialized behind him. ranging from 2000 to 2018. The doors swung open, and 20 uniquely clad Kamen riders emerged from within. Long time no see, Lu Ming. You've been gallivanting in other worlds without inviting me. If it weren't for DGI, I wouldn't have known. The mischievous king of demons, Zhuang Wu, was the first to embrace Lu Ming heartily. DGI, Kamen Rider Den-O, polished his card sword and glanced at the zombies in the pit, his expression oddly amused. It seems you have encountered some issues here. Lu Ming sighed. Don't even get me started. It's been utterly vexing. Feeling troubled? Would you like me to take a look? Ai Hino, Kamen Rider 000, inquired eagerly. Big brother, Kamen Rider Kiga, Yuzuki Onodera, chuckled. I don't think Lu Ming is suffering from illness. If you need help, feel free to ask. While our powers may not be immense, we can certainly lend a hand. Yuzuki is right. Given our bond, I must assist you to the fullest. Ryotaro Noguchi, Kamen Rider Den-O, declared, thumping his chest. Kamen Rider game, Kauta Kazraba, stepped forward. However, I believe we can save the small talk for later. Let us deal with these adversaries first. At that moment, the horde of zombies was less than 10 meters away from the group. Kamen Rider W tilted his head. I can sense a more terrifying presence among them. Lu Ming, how do we tackle this wave? Kamen Rider Ryaki struck a pose, of course. It's time for me to initiate the attack. Lu Ming smiled. Then I'll leave these creatures outside to you. I'll venture inside to assess the situation. Kamen Rider Kiga gave a thumbs up. Understood. We'll handle these beings. Kamen Rider Zio exclaimed with excitement. Are we going to battle again? This feeling is simply exhilarating. Kamen Rider Decade grinned. Since our friends are gathered, why not have a little competition to see who can slay the most? Of course, no need to hold back. Lu Ming snapped his fingers. Let loose, everyone. Chapter 67. The Undead Generation. No need for words as expected. Kamen Rider Ryaki initiated the charge. Brothers, clear a path for Lu Ming. Roar. The massive dragon, Deep Crimson, was summoned, belching forth a torrent of flames, incinerating the zombie horde in front of them. Buzzing. The other riders summoned their respective steeds. Friends, let us move. Kamen Rider Zio called out. The knights surged forth, riding into the sea of corpses. The gallant steed executed a sweeping maneuver, plowing through the tide of zombies. My apologies, I mistook it for a speed bump. We are all striving to survive. Next came two figures, one blue and one red, wielding a deep crimson drill and a blue shockwave. Kamen Rider 555 and Kamen Rider Blade. Lu Ming quickly pulled Taoist CC along to follow. In a flash, a red figure zipped past, leaving a trail of explosive destruction in its wake. Kamen Rider game nonchalantly drifted to a halt, remarking, a piece of cake. With the path to the bronze door now entirely cleared, Lu Ming and Taoist CC seized the opportunity to leap out of the pit and into the bronze door. We'll leave the outside to you. Dinner S on me later. Are all of them summoned by you? Taoist CC inquired, her curiosity getting the better of her. Is there really a technique in this world that allows one to summon beings from thin air? She had lived for countless years, yet had never heard of such a thing. Lu Ming humbly replied, just a simple summoning technique, really. As long as one has hands, it's quite feasible. Taoist CC glanced down at her own hands, pondering. Let us set aside our chit-chat for now. At this moment, the bronze coffin lay quietly in the blood pool, as if nothing had transpired. Strange, didn't they say the time had come? Why is there still no movement? Lu Ming pondered aloud. If all else fails, he could hasten its awakening with the power of time. The two approached the bronze coffin slowly. Just as they were about to reach the blood pool, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The blood pool began to bubble as if boiling, and soon, one monstrous entity after another, formed from coagulated blood, surged forth, lunging at Lu Ming and Taoist CC. The ultimate extreme sword. Lu Ming summoned his long sword and, with a casual stroke, cleaved through the blood corpses before him. The ferocious sword aura instantaneously swept them aside, simultaneously slicing a fissure into the bronze coffin. Dark mist began to seep from the crevice of the coffin. Very well. If that is the case, let me deliver another strike. Observing the scene, Lu Ming decided to press on, thinking that since a confrontation was inevitable, it mattered little when it commenced. Without hesitation, he struck with his second sword. A resounding crash echoed as the bronze coffin shattered. Carrying the time limit sword, Lu Ming felt a surge of curiosity about the appearance of the general within. Suddenly, a flying axe soared from the blood pool, only to be cleaved in two by Lu Ming's sword. Is it coming for me? Lu Ming remarked with a hint of excitement. He was eager to see who was more formidable, himself or the wandering corpse. Under Lu Ming's watchful gaze, a towering figure, 2 meters tall, adorned with a golden helmet, clad in crimson battle armor, and wielding a spear, slowly descended from the blood pool. The flickering candlelight within the cavern allowed Lu Ming to discern the general's visage. With a square jaw and chiseled features, his jawline was sharply defined, exuding a sense of fortitude. His sword-like brows arched into his temples, resembling dark blades. His eyes were calm and serene, and his complexion was a healthy hue, devoid of any signs of a zombie. Stripped of his armor, he would appear no different from an ordinary man. However, the constantly glimmering spear in his hand revealed to Lu Ming that this was not a foe to be trifled with. "Is it you who dare disturb my slumber and injure my subordinate?" The general spoke coldly. Lu Ming raised his middle finger. "I disturb your mother." The general replied, "You." Lu Ming countered, "You, your mother." The general, "I." Lu Ming, "I, your mother." The general, "Truly, Lu Ming, F your mother." Tao Cici, puzzled, remarked, "Shouldn't it be truly your mother?" Lu Ming scratched his head. "Apologies, I misspoke." The general, "I find myself reluctant to speak now." The armored figure before him was utterly uncommunicative. Even a single word would be met with a return to familial insults. What was there to say? Choosing to ignore Lu Ming, the general extended his palm, and several strands of dark purple mist wafted from his fingertips, merging into the blood pool. "Revive." Lu Ming shot back, "Revive your mother." "I'm not talking to you." The general cursed in frustration. "Lu Ming, you talk about your mother." The general fell silent, appearing somewhat emo. Gurgling sounds erupted as the blood pool began to bubble. 8 blood corpses emerged from within. Unmistakably, the 8 fur zombies previously defeated by the brilliant mechanical knight. However, at this moment, bolstered by the wandering corpse and the blood pool, these 8 fur zombies had surpassed their former selves, entering the realm of flying zombies. The wandering corpse pointed its spear at Lu Ming and Tao Cici. The 8 flying zombies charged forth with furious roars. What an astonishing display. Is this a form of reincarnation? Lu Ming mused, stroking his chin. Tao Cici, her expression unreadable, stated, "As per our agreement, I will handle that wandering corpse. You take care of these 8 flying zombies." "Not a problem," Lu Ming replied, giving her a thumbs up. Tao Cici then extended her hands, and numerous branches from peach trees erupted from the ground, isolating the 8 flying zombies from the wandering corpse. Upon witnessing this, the wandering corpse raised its hand to shatter the branches, only to be met with a wave of sword energy. Time King's limit slash. The potent sword aura forced the wandering corpse back several steps, with the time limit sword in his left hand and the strongest limit sword in his right. Lu Ming confidently declared, "Your opponent is me." The wandering corpse uttered, "I." Lu Ming shot back, "I, your mother." Noticing the wandering corpse's growing emo demeanor, Lu Ming felt a twinge of sympathy. This fellow seemed rather earnest. He hoped he wouldn't truly end up in tears. Thus he said, "Forget it, go ahead. I want to interrupt you this time." The wandering corpse gazed at Lu Ming, then continued, "I believe we need not engage in battle. I can sense your immense power. Should we truly fight, we would both suffer grievous losses." Lu Ming nodded. "So what do you mean?" The wandering corpse replied, "I think we can collaborate. I merely seek a place to reside, and you desire the drought pearl within this treasure trove behind me. Do you not? If you can assist me in finding a suitable refuge, I will grant you the drought pearl. How does this transaction sound?" Lu Ming fell into contemplation. "So, what exactly is the drought pearl?" The wandering corpse responded, "What? You don't even know what the drought pearl is? Why are you here causing a ruckus?" Irritated, Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I have no interest in your drought pearl, and as for finding you a place to stay, don't even think about it. I don't even have a place to call my own, let alone for you. Your face is quite grand. Moreover, you are zombies. Zombies." The wandering corpse frowned. "And what of it? Were we not human in life?" Lu Ming shook his head. "Remember, you are a zombie now, and you'll always be a zombie. Understand? Should zombies not exist?" The wandering corpse retorted angrily. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. "Nonsense, if you don't die, I die. Enough with the chatter. I can't be bothered to converse with you. You aren't worthy of listening. Go speak with my esteemed Time King." Chapter 68. How can he be so strong? Having finished speaking, Lu Ming charged directly at the wandering corpse with his twin swords. The wandering corpse shook its head in disappointment and raised its spear. "You." Lu Ming maintained his penchant for simple banter, relishing the moment. The wandering corpse fell entirely silent, merely attacking with its spear. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the duel between man and corpse had already lasted several exchanges. The wandering corpse found itself thoroughly suppressed by Lu Ming. Despite its considerable strength, Lu Ming could predict its every move through the power of time, rendering all its efforts futile. Its armor remained untouched by Lu Ming's strikes. Conversely, the wandering corpse was forced back repeatedly, its armor shattering under the relentless assault. Damn it! Time limit slash. 2 more waves of sword energy were unleashed. The wandering corpse hastily raised its spear to defend, but was still sent crashing against the stone wall by the force of the impact. Debris tumbled from the wall. The wandering corpse leaped down from the wall, brushing off the dust, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Lu Ming. It acknowledged that it had underestimated him. Initially believing him to be a mere fool, it now recognized he possessed considerable strength. Alas, that was all there was to it. For now, it would fight seriously. With a flourish of its spear, the wandering corpse lunged toward Lu Ming with breathtaking speed, descending with a powerful strike. Impressive momentum. Lu Ming nodded, unfortunately too slow. As if anticipating the move, Lu Ming sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the strike. A trap. The wandering corpse narrowed its eyes, spinning its spear. The sweeping motion aimed at Lu Ming. Bang! The wandering corpse's confident maneuver was effortlessly deflected by Lu Ming's time limit sword. What? The wandering corpse clearly did not expect Lu Ming to predict its counter. In the next moment, the strongest limit sword swung down upon the wandering corpse, striking a shower of sparks from its form. Once again, the wandering corpse was sent flying, its spears slipping from its grasp. Come on, buddy, are we still playing these mind games? Lu Ming could not help but scoff. How amusing. All the ostentation in the world is but a futile endeavor when faced with the King of Time, who can foresee the future. Oomph. The wandering corpse retrieved its spear from the ground, letting out a cold snort as it flicked the spear tip. It was infuriated, and the consequences would be dire. If it did not slay this individual before today, its heart would not find rest. From a blood pool, countless crimson droplets surged forth, coalescing into the spear tip. Now, that feels more appropriate. After all, it is still a wandering corpse. How pitiful it would be if it possessed so little combat prowess. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately turned the head of the strongest limit sword, Zio Saikyo. The strongest of time, Kyujiri. Overlord Slash. A blade was cleaved forth. Golden purple sword energy, infused with the effects of time, surged toward the wandering corpse. The corpse roared in response, gripping the spear with both hands and thrusting it out. The scarlet intent of the spear collided with the sword energy, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. The peach tree wall, erected by Tao Cece to isolate the battlefield, shattered into fragments. At this moment, the 8 flying corpses had all been dealt with by Tao Cece. Though they were also flying corpses, their power, barely sustained by blood, could not compare to the might of Tao Cece, who had descended from the drought. Even with their numerical superiority, they were easily dispatched one by Tao Cece. She sensed the immense energy generated by the clash and could not help but glance at Lu Ming with renewed interest. At such a young age, he could stand toe-to-toe with a wandering corpse. In her era, no one could achieve such a feat, could they? Human, you have lost. The wandering corpse sneered suddenly. As the blood pool continuously replenished its energy, the sword energy from the King of Time's Overlord Slash began to show signs of faltering. Tao Cece's gaze shifted slightly. Still unable to prevail? You lose, you mutt. Lu Ming retorted immediately, then combined the time limit sword with the strongest limit sword. Zekin Jirade. Time sword spear, Seikyo. The strongest, finished TME. Final moment. The blade shimmered with a golden radiance. Lu Ming grinned. This ends here. King Jirajiri Slash. With a flourish, Lu Ming raised the long sword, sending golden sword energy soaring into the heavens. He then cleaved down. Taste my EX curry stick. How is this possible? The wandering corpse gazed in horror at the descending sword energy. What the hell is happening? The previously advantageous spear intent was instantly shattered by the addition of the King's limit slash, and then the sword energy, undiminished in power, surged toward the wandering corpse. Gritting its teeth, the corpse desperately thrust the spear to block. Yet, moments later, its life-bound spear was ruthlessly cleaved in two, the explosive force sending it flying once more. This time, Lu Ming had no intention of granting any further opportunities. He pressed the time driver button and then turned. Finish time. Grand Zio. Final moment. Supreme King of Time. All 20 TME break. 29th time shatter. Lu Ming leapt into the air, and golden doors materialized, encircling the wandering corpse mid-air. What followed was a barrage of knightly kicks from the Heisei-era knights. No. The anguished cry of the wandering corpse was drowned out by the explosion of the knightly kicks. This single strike even penetrated the mountainside. Oh dear, I might have overdone it a bit. I hope I won't be held responsible for this, Lu Ming mused, scratching his head as he gazed at the gaping hole before him. Tao Cece stepped forward, her beautiful eyes examining Lu Ming up and down. How old are you this year? Lu Ming cleared his throat. Not yet 18. Tao Cece, to have soloed a wandering corpse before turning 18 is quite remarkable throughout history. She recalled that the earliest record of a solo kill on a wandering corpse was at the age of 58. Goodness, you've achieved this feat decades ahead of time. If the old folks still struggling to cultivate new, they might just find a coffin to lie in. Ahem. Just then, a weak cough emanated from outside the cave. Lu Ming looked over in surprise. How are you still alive? The wandering corpse, covered in grime, clambered up from the ground, its body devoid of any unscathed flesh, with numerous shoe prints marring its form. Its abdomen bore a gaping hole, the spot where Lu Ming had kicked it. Its intestines dangled grotesquely. In stark contrast to its earlier arrogance, it now appeared utterly defeated. Within, the wandering corpse harbored an unprecedented killing intent. This individual before it possessed combat prowess that was simply outrageous. Despite having acquired the power of the drought, it should have been invincible, yet it was still so thoroughly beaten. If not for the protective artifact it possessed, it would have been trampled to death by now. Human. The wandering corpse suddenly clutched a golden orb that had appeared in its grasp. A frenzied glint flashing in its eyes as it thrust the orb into its chest. Let us descend into hell together. Ha ha. Chapter 69. The justice of the collective beating. It forcibly absorbed the drought orb. Tao Cici's brows furrowed. Lu Ming, curious, asked, I heard the old fellow mention something about the drought orb earlier. What exactly is it? Tao Cici explained. The drought orb is the root of drought as cultivation. You can understand it as the golden core in human cultivation novels. Its energy is immense, making it a coveted treasure among the zombie clan. So, the drought orb isn't yours? Lu Ming looked at her quizzically. Tao Cici's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Back then, I used my own drought orb to suppress it, only for those fellows to exploit it, turning it into their trump card. Lu Ming remarked, I suddenly feel like I'm encountering a minotaur. So, all we need to do is retrieve that drought orb for you, right? Lu Ming said, eager to take action. Tao Cici fell silent for a few seconds, then could not help but caution. Its current strength has reached that of drought, far surpassing the combat prowess of a wandering corpse. So be careful. Haha, I have succeeded. The wandering corpse outside suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter. Then, to Lu Ming's astonishment, its body swelled dramatically, soon reaching the size of a small mountain, dwarfing Lu Ming, who stood beneath it, barely larger than its big toe. The entire zombie took on a grotesque form, covered in branches, resembling a tree that had come to life from a distance. The wandering corpse was more accurately described as Drought. Drought looked down at Lu Ming, its voice dripping with malice. Human, how dare you defile my magnificent form? Today shall be your burial ground. With a thunderous clap, a giant hand descended. Lu Ming immediately scooped up Tao Cici and dodged. The spot where they had stood moments ago bore the imprint of a colossal hand. Goodness, if that had struck me, I would have been black and blue. Lu Ming exclaimed, turning to Tao Cici. Find a place to hide for now. I don't want you to be caught in the crossfire. Tao Cici looked at him. Just be careful. Ah, it's merely a matter of growing larger. It's not as if we haven't encountered this before. Lu Ming chuckled lightly, adding, moreover, enlarging oneself is a taboo in our card battles. After all, aside from increasing the area of impact, it offers nothing substantial. Upon witnessing a failed strike, the drought demon readied itself for another attack. Strike vent. Suddenly, a mechanical voice reverberated within the cave. In the next moment, searing flames erupted from its depths, causing the drought demon to stagger back a few steps. Lu Ming, we have arrived. Zhuang Wu and a cadre of knights burst forth from the cave. Lu Ming smiled and remarked, your timing is impeccable. Had they not prevented me from using the night kick, this would have concluded much sooner. Kongwa gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. I can only commend your ability to restrain. Otherwise, had I unleashed a kick powerful enough to detonate this entire mountain, it would have truly resulted in calamity. Another wave? The drought demon's tone darkened. The mere sight of such armor irked it. Ah, so this is the grand boss of this encounter? Quite an abstract appearance, indeed, remarked the spirit knight, glancing up with keen interest. Yajidu stretched its limbs. Regardless of whether it's a grand boss or a minor one, once this is over, I still need to return and buy groceries. The drought demon roared, lunging at the knights. Yet, its sluggish movements were effortlessly evaded by the group. What followed was a relentless onslaught as they exploited their speed advantage to bombard the drought demon in a series of strikes. It was a righteous mobbing from the card warriors. Explosions resounded continuously. Although the drought demon boasted formidable defenses, it could not withstand such a barrage. Within moments, it was forced to retreat, furiously hammering the mountainside in an attempt to hinder their assault with falling debris. However, such trivial tactics were mere child's play to the battle-hardened knights, who were not impeded in the slightest. You all shall pay dearly. The drought demon bellowed, its thunderous roar causing the knights to take a few steps back. The twin knights laughed. Philip, he's getting anxious. The Imperial Knight tilted his head. Has he succumbed to impotent rage? How amusing. Lu Ming snapped his fingers. It's about time, my comrades. Let us send him on his way. All right. The knights responded in unison. Starting the raid requires someone with my expertise. The Dragon Knight smiled. Then, with a flourish of his arms, bent slightly forward. Finalement. A colossal crimson dragon circled around the Dragon Knight, who then leaped into the air, spinning twice before igniting in flames amidst the dragon's roar, delivering a powerful kick to the Drought Demon's head. Huh! The strike sent the massive Drought Demon reeling. Almost immediately, 3 differently colored rings of light appeared behind it. It was took to the air with a kick. Scanning charge. The Spirit Knight descended, an orange single-eye magic circle materializing behind him. Omega Drive, following closely behind. The 4th Knight brandished a rocket head with one hand. Limit Break. The Knight's rocket drill kick. The two struck simultaneously at the Drought Demon's head, leaving it feeling as though its skull might explode. Mighty Critical Strike. Before the Drought Demon could regain its composure, Exceed soared in, delivering a flurry of kicks that left attack indicators like HIT great in their wake. Finally, with one last kick to its forehead. Perfect. Below, the Sword Knight, the Sound Knight, and Yajitu stood together. Playing cards, purple flames, and golden dragon effects swirl beneath them. The Sword Knight plunged the blade awakening device into the ground. Lu Ming's world, we shall protect. The Sound Knight suddenly recalled, I just remembered, I might not actually know the Knight kick. Yajitu shrugged, who cares? Follow the formation and just kick. All right. The 3 leaped up, each surrounded by distinct colored effects, launching a coordinated kick toward the Drought Demon. Lightning Blast. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Drought Demon's massive form was propelled, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Joker. The twin knights retrieved their ace memory device, inserting it into the side slot of their belt. Maximum Drive. As the winds howled around them, the twin knights began to rise. The Imperial Knight squeezed the card. This is where it ends. With a swift motion, the card was flung into the driver, unleashing a torrent of power. Final attack, Ride. Decade. The Electric Knight produced a rider ticket. Let us settle this once and for all. Full charge. The ticket was scanned, flung out, and the proclamation was made. These 3 kicks were of monumental weight, nearly costing the Drought Demon half its life, as its great form was engulfed by the explosive flames. Koine Kick Strike Sekao. Beneath the Witch Knight, a vast fire elemental magic circle emerged. Simultaneously, the clear sky darkened abruptly, with a full moon hanging overhead. Wake up! The Moon Knight and Witch Knight executed a synchronized aerial maneuver. Under the fiery elemental effect, both delivered powerful kicks, causing the Drought Demon's senses to reel. Beep beep. The sound of a car horn blared. The swift knight began to circle the Drought Demon. Full throttle speed. A barrage of 6 kicks ensued, serving the Drought Demon a pedicure package. Attempting to retaliate, the Drought Demon found itself unable to react to the swift knight's speed. Just as it lowered its head to locate the swift knight, an orange symbol appeared above it. Orange sparking. The armored warrior brought down his dual blades with tremendous force. Rider Kick. Exceed charge. The armored fighter and 555 followed closely behind, once again creating a gaping wound in the Drought Demon's chest. Behind this breach stood the Time King and the Creation Knight. Time Break. Vortex Finish. Meanwhile, the elder brother, Kongwa, had been waiting below, with arms outstretched. He crouched down, igniting flames around his right foot. He then took a running leap, spinning in midair, and delivered a powerful kick. This strike formed a pincer movement with the Time King and Creation Knight. The force of this kick even managed to push the 2 knights back. Truly, the elder brother of the Heisei era lived up to his reputation. Leave a conclusion to me. Lu Ming smiled as he pressed the driver. Finish time. Grand Zio. All 20 time break. Boom. No. Amidst the despairing cries of the Drought Demon, its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous explosion, sending flames soaring into the heavens. A line of 21 knights, including Lu Ming, stood resolutely with their backs to the blast, each striking their signature poses. A true man never gazes upon an explosion. Moments later, as the thick smoke dissipated, the Drought Demon was reduced to mere ashes, leaving behind only a solitary Drought Pearl resting quietly on the ground. Remarkably, the Drought Pearl remained intact, having escaped the detonation. Lu Ming approached and picked up the Drought Pearl, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. It was rather unremarkable, lacking any significant allure. He shook his head, dismissing it as no more than a glass bead, and casually tossed it to Tao Cici. Tao Cici caught it deftly, gazing at the Drought Pearl thoughtfully. After a brief silence, she could not restrain her curiosity. Aren't you tempted? This is, after all, a Drought Pearl. Lu Ming, puzzled, replied, Why would I want it? Tao Cece explained, the drought pearl possesses a deadly allure not only for zombies, but also for exorcists like you. It contains the purest energy of the cosmos. Even if you cannot absorb it, keeping it nearby can accelerate your cultivation and prolong your life. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone in need of such a trinket? Tao Cece conceded, it does seem that way. Thank you. She whispered her gratitude, then lightly tapped the drought pearl, causing flecks of golden light to drift from it and merge into her being. Her strength began to recover rapidly. Observing this, Lu Ming chose not to intrude further and moved aside to greet Zhuang Wu and the others. My apologies for summoning you all here at noon, he said cheerfully as he reverted from his transformation. Zhuang Wu and the other knights also returned to their normal forms. Lu Ming, you're being too formal. When you helped us back then, you weren't like this. Don't be shy like Philip, Xiang Taro chided, playfully punching Lu Ming on the chest. Philip rolled his eyes, muttering, who is being shy? I want to say. Kiryu Sento curiously surveyed their surroundings. Is this the new world you've traversed? Fascinating. May I take a fragment of that guy as corpse back for research? Lu Ming jest. You're not contemplating creating a zombie form for Kamen Riders, are you? You could try, but you'll need to let Ryaga be the test subject first. Kiryu Sento chuckled in response. At that moment, Zhuang Wu seemed to recall something and spoke up. By the way, Lu Ming, have you seen Sister Wai Wei? Lu Ming paused. You mean Ling Mo Wei? Isn't she in seclusion? Zhuang Wu's expression turned peculiar. A few days ago, we went to find Sister Wai Wei, only to discover she had emerged from seclusion and left a note at the door saying she was looking for you. We thought she might also be in this world. Lu Ming replied, I genuinely didn't know. Hino Ag expressed concern. I hope she is alright. Enk shot him a sidelong glance. Are you doubting Sister Wei's capabilities? Hino Ag stroked his chin. I'm merely worried about the world she is visiting. Enk, with a mischievous glint, chimed in. Perhaps one day, while I'm traveling the worlds, I'll hear news of one being obliterated. Upon mentioning Ling Mo Wei, a bittersweet smile crossed the faces of the knights. Lu Ming rubbed his temples in exasperation. Ling Mo Wei, his former partner in the last life. The other half of W, and the possessor of Kamen Rider was, though was a gift from the system, distinct from the original was, who often quarreled with her in celebration. Notably, she was not human, but a dragon bestowed with the title of World Destroyer by the system. However, Lu Ming later felt this did not align with his virtuous persona, wishing instead to be a savior, even contemplating naming himself Ancient Kevin, until the system informed him she was a female dragon, forcing him to abandon that idea. Forget about her. If there's real trouble, she'll summon me using the wind memory. Lu Ming sighed, waving his hand with a hint of melancholy. As they chatted, Tao Cece had completely absorbed the energy from the drought pearl and approached Lu Ming, quietly listening to the banter around her. Lu Ming turned to her inquiringly. How do you feel? Barely back to the level of a wandering corpse. I still require a place for quiet cultivation to absorb the remaining energy, Tao Cece replied. Lu Ming asked, so what do you plan to meditate? Though they had collaborated, he was reluctant to let such a human-shaped nuclear bomb roam freely. Tao Cece tilted her head in contemplation. I intend to revisit my former temple, though I'm uncertain if it still exists. Lu Ming, intrigued, inquired, you have a temple? What is it called? I'll look it up. Tao Cece replied. I believe it's called the strongest temple of Tao Cece. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Is there truly such a temple name? He pulled out his phone and searched. Wow, there really is? And it's located in Magic City. Who in their right mind would name their temple that? He continued scrolling, his expression turning odd. I think you might not be able to return. Tao Cece asked, puzzled, why? Welcome, everyone, to the restroom of Magic City, Lu Ming declared as he unfurled the Aurora curtain, leading the group into the Magic City. As for why he chose a restroom as their arrival point, it was rather conspicuous for 20-odd people to suddenly appear on the streets. He had already informed Xiao Long and the others that the issue had been resolved and he would be leaving, so they need not worry about him. The primary reasons for coming to Magic City were twofold. First, to show Tao Cece the current state of her strongest temple. Second, to treat Zhuang Wu and the others to a reunion meal, as they had traveled quite a distance to make an appearance, and it was only fitting to express gratitude. As the group exited the restroom, they found themselves amidst a bustling shopping mall, where a comic exhibition was underway, with various cosplays on display, from Oh God to Otaman, and even Kamen Riders. Hey, Sento, look over there. Isn't that you? Omaziome pointed at a distant Sento cosplayer with a grin. Kiryu Sento nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the cosplay is quite accurate, though the fingers should be positioned higher for greater fidelity. Hyde Naruto asked curiously, does this world also have Kamen Riders? Lu Ming clarified, not exactly. They've merely been adapted into a television series. Kisargi Jinaru cheerily declared. Regardless, as long as you love Kamen Riders. You're my good friend. Naturally, Lu Ming and his companions were also recognized by the crowd. Wow, look over there. Are those Kamen Riders cosplaying as a group? From Jintai Yuzuk to Zhuang Wu, they were all present. It's so realistic. Which store made those costumes? I want to get one too. Doesn't anyone notice that beautiful little girl next to that person? Which character is she cosplaying? Does anyone know? Many people rushed forward to take pictures. And although the group was initially startled, they soon joined in the enthusiasm. Don't push. Take your time. Be careful not to step on anyone. A little one seems to be a bit anxious. That person over there is a pediatrician. You can have him check on you later. You inquired about my thoughts on using a speedy steed for food delivery, a rather intriguing question. I have contemplated it, yet Mr. Waistband disapproves. Alternatively, you might consider consulting the heavens over there. My grandmother once said that a sister reigns supreme over all. If my sister desires it, I would gladly deliver. Young man, I perceive a remarkable potential in your stature. Would you entertain the notion of annihilating the world? Even Tao Cici has garnered attention for her exquisite appearance. Yet only Lu Ming remains. He stands aside like an NPC, his face darkened with displeasure. For heaven's sake, must you be so cruel? Do you dare to challenge me to transform in public? Chapter 71. Is my home gone? After a considerable while, the crowd finally dispersed. Phew! I never anticipated the warmth of these people. Posing for photographs has left my waist aching. Xiong Tao twisted his waist, grinning broadly. Zhuang Wu nodded, saying, Someone just inquired if I had any thoughts about acting. Alas, I must return to school. Otherwise, I would have genuinely considered it. Meanwhile, Min Yashur, with a cheeky grin, remarked, Even I, a world destroyer, have amassed such a following. What an amusing world this is. Perhaps I should settle here and keep you company, Lu Ming. What do you think? Philip stroked his chin. Come to think of it, I share that sentiment. It would be the perfect opportunity to catalog some missing elements for the Earth Library. Kiryu Sento excitedly exclaimed. Do you think that the Kamen Rider energy bottles and cosplay energy bottles could form an ideal pairing? Lu Ming. Tao Cici poked Lu Ming's cheek. Her brow furrowed in confusion. You've been silent since earlier. Do you dislike talking? Lu Ming widened his eyes, suddenly empathizing with the sentiments of the wandering corpse from earlier. Let us go eat. I have already reserved a restaurant in an unnoticed corner. With what seemed like all resistance stripped away, Lu Ming spoke wearily. Xinyigu, one of the finest restaurants in the magical metropolis, boasted a per capita expenditure nearing 1,000, and with the additional costs of private rooms and service fees, Lu Ming's assets dwindled to nearly half. Truly, in the magical metropolis, even scrambled eggs with tomatoes command a price of 60. If I find myself impoverished, I shall still endeavor to establish a restaurant here. Lu Ming glanced at the bill, unable to suppress a soft murmur of discontent. Is 60 expensive? Tao Cici asked. Lu Ming pondered while the prices multiplied several times over. Why? Is there something particularly special about it? Tao Cici inquired, perplexed. Lu Ming chuckled, indeed. It is exceptionally expensive. However, it does have its merits, Tao Cici replied. What merits? It does not exploit the impoverished. Lu Ming gestured with a thumbs up. Tao Cici's lips twitched. She realized her thinking had indeed fallen behind the times. Not only due to her previous encounters at conventions, but also the sight of wheeled metal contraptions racing along the streets, along with the ever-present digital advertisements on towering buildings. And those glowing, talking metal boxes held by humans. So many things were unfamiliar to her. Even upon first seeing a car, she nearly mistook it for a monster. Had Lu Ming not intervened, she might have acted on that instinct. Clearly, if she wished to reintegrate into society, there was much for her to learn. With her head bowed in contemplation, Tao Cici fell silent. Lu Ming observed her with a sigh, realizing he had nearly forgotten that this girl had been detached from society for far too long, akin to a primitive being. Were she an ordinary person, it would be manageable. However, given that she was a drought demon, even a slight motion could yield significant consequences. Anything more could potentially result in a cataclysm. Truly, leaving her alone in the outside world would cause him great concern. Lost in thought, the dishes were soon served. Well then, it is what it is. Let us eat. Lu Ming beckoned, and everyone began to partake. Admittedly, while Xianyaji's dishes were costly, they were indeed worth every penny, boasting flavors superior to those of ordinary establishments. Lu Ming had selected nearly all highly rated dishes, and coupled with the chef's exquisite presentation, it was a feast for the senses. Even the likes of Tendo Suji and Sakeiza Kadoya expressed their approval. My grandmother always said, delicious, remarked one diner. Indeed, it is quite good. I shall attempt to replicate it later. As they dined, the group reminisced about past events, from their initial encounter with Sora, to their companionship with Emu, to their fierce battles against the forces of evil, and the legendary conflicts of yore. culminating in the Reiwa era. Even Tao Cece could not help but listen intently, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Who would have thought that Lu Ming, despite his youth, had encountered such a plethora of experiences? It is no wonder he could stand firm against a drought demon at such a tender age. Across history and geography, it is unlikely anyone has lived a life as extraordinary as his. Feeling slightly bashful, Lu Ming scratched his head. I did not realize you all still remembered these events. These are our most treasured memories. How could we forget? Yuzuk Godei chuckled. Kiryu Sinto nodded in agreement. Indeed, I even pinned our tales into a novel. I believe Ryu should still be selling it. Tokiwa Shaozu patted his chest, saying regardless, good brother for life. What was it you said, Lu Ming? Ah yes. We are all comrades for life. The group responded in unison. Lu Ming turned away. If my uncle asks, do not mention that I taught you. After feasting and resting for a while, they headed towards the location of Tao Cece's strongest temple. According to the treacherous map, the temple was situated 300 meters from the subway entrance. We have arrived, Lu Ming announced as he halted. Tao Cece glanced up at the sign, her eyes widening in surprise. National Forest Park? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Lu Ming nodded in resignation. Indeed, this is the correct location. Upon hearing this, Tao Cece scrutinized the park. Beneath the vast sky, the mountains loomed, their peaks resembling dragon spines, undulating and extending to the horizon. Setting aside other considerations, this was undoubtedly a splendid place for self-cultivation. I remember now, Tao Cece suddenly pointed to a nearby peak. Though it has changed, I can still recognize it. That was my dining spot, and over there, that was where I entertained guests, and the innermost peak was my place of cultivation. Lu Ming stroked his chin. So, this truly was your home? Yes, Tao Cece replied, her tone suddenly tinged with a hint of grievance. But it seems it is no longer my home. Who would be so unscrupulous as to occupy someone else's residence unnoticed, let alone dismantle my sign? Lu Ming responded, well, not to mention, your Tao Cece's strongest temple would likely lead others to think it was merely a child's whimsical endeavor. Hidaka Hitoshi suggested, shall we venture inside to take a look? Lu Ming nodded. Thus far, it appears we have no other choice. However, Tao Cece remained unamused, her already expressionless face now appearing even more frigid. As the group approached the entrance, they were halted by a security guard. Hey, wait a moment. What do you think you're doing? Trying to trespass? Lu Ming was taken aback. What do you mean? Is entry prohibited? The guard pointed to a nearby sign, casting a sidelong glance. Entry requires payment, 50 per person. Do you not see the large letters? Lu Ming, Tao Cece. You mean to say I must pay to return to my own home? Chapter 72. Haunted in the Mountains? Suddenly, Tao Cece felt an impulsive urge to emulate Lu Ming and greet the parents of the other party. However, she ultimately restrained herself. With her large, pitiful eyes, she gazed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head away. Hey, look over there. Didn't something just scurry past? Saying this, he grasped Tao Cece's hand and dashed backward. Although Zhuang Wu and the others were bewildered by what had transpired, they followed suit. The security guard cast a curious glance at the group, but soon lost interest. After all, they had encountered all sorts of peculiar individuals in their line of work. Just days ago, they had encountered someone who had died from being frightened by a ghost. Reaching a secluded corner, Lu Ming finally came to a halt. He then noticed Tao Cece looking at him with a mournful expression. I've lost my home, and now they won't even let me inside. Isn't this bullying a zombie? If it were the old days, I would have, calm down, calm down. I'm here to take you in, Lu Ming quickly reassured, pressing down on her hands before unfurling the curtain of auroras, leading the group into the inner part of the park. As for the entrance fee, do I need a ticket to return home? Nonsense. I won't be buying a ticket. The group began to make their way along the path into the mountains. It was the summer holiday, and many people were out hiking, but a group of around 20 like Lu Ming certainly drew more attention. Especially since everyone present was strikingly handsome or beautiful, and many were clad in cosplay costumes. It would be odd if they didn't attract gazes. In less than half an hour, they had already been asked to take group photos more than 10 times. Of course, Lu Ming was the exception. He sighed. Perhaps it would be better if this world were to be destroyed. As they ventured deeper, the number of tourists dwindled. Lu Ming, is the Kamen Rider so popular in this world? It feels like I could be recognized wherever I go. Jin Shangxiang chuckled awkwardly. The fact that he was recognized so easily made him feel as though he was being watched. The other riders shared similar sentiments. They were not particularly ostentatious individuals. And while they understood that they were being mistaken for cosplayers, it still felt odd. Except for one particular god who had self-destructed at the outset. Lu Ming sighed in exasperation. Now you understand why I said we should keep a low profile, right? This place is different from where you come from. The Kamen Rider series is a blockbuster IP here, and there's no high-tech energy or monsters like you have back home. Just wearing cosplay can attract significant attention, let alone transforming in public. I see. The others nodded in understanding. Tao Cici asked curiously, but didn't you transform in front of those humans before? Lu Ming immediately retorted with righteous indignation. You don't understand. That was a last resort, not for showboating. Oh, Tao Cici nodded, though she was still somewhat confused about what showboating meant. By the way, where you plan to go now? Lu Ming inquired, glancing at the several paths ahead. Tao Cici pondered for a moment. Let us go check out the place where I used to cultivate. If I'm not mistaken, there should still be a statue of me there. You have a statue? Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. Tao Cici nodded at that time. I was one of the few, more personable drought spirits who had helped some people. In gratitude, they set up an altar to worship me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have intervened to help humans suppress that general. Lu Ming frowned. Are you implying that there are other drought spirits besides yourself? Of course. Drought spirits are rare, but that doesn't mean there aren't any, Tao Cici replied. Lu Ming felt a pang of regret. He realized he shouldn't have delved into this journey. The deeper they went, the more complicated things seemed to get. Once you enter the demon-slaying realm, ordinary life becomes a distant memory. Who was it that said this was just an ordinary urban world? System, Ugh, I almost forgot about you. My troublesome system. The system replied helplessly, this system didn't intend for it to be this way. It's just that I lack presence. Perhaps you can negotiate for a few more moments of screen time for me? Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and sign me in. Host, you have signed in for the 7th day and obtained the multiplication table. Lu Ming, what? Is this how you ask me to do things? I may be academically challenged, but I'm not an idiot. What use do I have for a multiplication table? Lu Ming's eyes widened. Upon seeing the various illustrated poses displayed on the System screen, he quickly swallowed back the words he was about to say. So that's the kind of multiplication we're talking about. Writing is also a form of multiplication, right? System, is that acceptable? Lu Ming, absolutely. Meanwhile, Tao Cici noticed Lu Ming's ever-changing expression and assumed he was worried about something. She immediately stated, if we encounter any wrongdoing, I will intervene. Zhuang Wu and the others patted their chests. Lu Ming, just call us if anything happens. Speak up if there are any issues, my friend. My grandmother always said that writers must help each other. You guys. Lu Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly. The group continued along the path. Just as they were about to ascend the mountain, a warning sign suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Wild animals present. Entry prohibited for tourists. Wild animals? Why not capture them instead of putting up a sign? If they escape, wouldn't that endanger people? Lu Ming pondered. At that moment, a few passing Annies shook their heads and said, what wild beasts? It's just an excuse to avoid trouble. They're afraid of making a scene. Lu Ming turned to look. The Annies were chattering away. I've heard there's something unclean inside. Yes, my son works up there, and he specifically warned me not to go in. Indeed, just a few days ago, a thrill seeker went in, and guess what happened? When they found him, his body was already cold, and he had died right in front of that dilapidated temple. Oh dear, the youth of today. They were warned not to enter. Now, they've learned their lesson. Haven't they? Let us go, let us go. I'm afraid of catching something dirty. Young man, you should leave too. The aunties said, swiftly retreating as if fleeing from a plague. Lu Ming scratched his head and turned to Tao Cici. At that moment, Tao Cici's face was as dark as thunder. Not only had her doorplate been demolished while she slept, but her lair had also been occupied. She, Tao Cici, a drought spirit, had never endured such humiliation. Tian Kong Si Zun spoke solemnly. Is another spirit causing trouble again? Minya sure chuckled. This world is becoming increasingly interesting. Shall we go in and take a look? Lu Ming nodded. Unaccountably, he felt a pang of pity for the ghost inside. Why did he suddenly find it amusing to think about what kind of demons and monsters it would face? Chapter 73. The great master Huang seeks a seal crossing the warning sign. The group officially stepped onto the mountain path. It was evident that this path had been repaired at some point, though the work had been left unfinished. One could still see the tools used for the repairs lying beside the road. After exploring for a while, the group noticed that aside from the lush vegetation, there was nothing particularly unusual about their surroundings. The Sky Temple Master also expressed that he did not sense any abnormalities. How peculiar. Could it be that there are no spirits, and we are merely frightening ourselves? Lu Ming scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, Tao Cici's eyes lit up as she pointed upwards, exclaiming, Look, that is where I cultivate. The group looked up to see, nestled among the trees, the faint outline of an ancient temple standing resolutely. Just as they prepared to approach, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby thicket. Who is it? Come out, Min Shishi said alertly. Under the gaze of the others, a plump, glossy-furred weasel emerged from the underbrush, blocking their path. It then stood upright on its hind legs, raising its front paws, its cunning eyes fixated on the group, and to their astonishment, it spoke human language. Fellow cultivators, Do I appear more human or divine to you? Lu Ming. What the hell? Isn't this the weasel seeking a title? To encounter such a creature was quite the surprise. It is well known that when faced with a weasel seeking a title, answering truthfully would not lead to a favorable outcome. To declare human might allow it to transform, but would result in the dissolution of centuries, if not millennia, of hard-earned cultivation and provoke the weasel's wrath. Conversely, to claim it divine would enable the weasel to ascend, yet as a human, one could hardly bear the repercussions, paying a grievous price in the end. Unless, where did this beast spirit come from? Qian Xiao furrowed his brow, preparing to transform with his phone, but was halted by Lu Ming's call. Hey, Xiao. There's no need for that, Lu Ming said awkwardly. He had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. Taoist couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming. Intrigued by his intentions, Lu Ming stepped confidently before the weasel, a grin spreading across his face. I see you resemble. If you dare say I look like a beast-eared lowly, I won't let you off easily. Before he could finish, the weasel interrupted. Lu Ming's smile froze. Wait, how did you know what I was about to say? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming continued. Weasel, I can understand foreign languages too. Your words are meaningless. Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. How the hell did you guess that? Who's been reading you novels? The weasel wore a smug expression, defiantly staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, damn, I think you're an idiot. ZIO, Time King, second stage. Observe my time reversal. The clock effect manifested around the weasel, which began to twitch grotesquely before rapidly retreating into the bushes. Min Shishi nudged Zhuang Wu's arm, teasing, Did you see that, little demon king? This is how the Time King, second stage operates. I don't even want to comment on how you performed. Zhuang Wu's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head, muttering, I'm improving. I'll be more careful next time. Meanwhile, Tao Cc's eyes widened in astonishment. Time reversal? How is that even possible? Lu Ming stored away the watch, perplexed. What's so impossible about it? Don't you all possess these spells too? Tao Cc replied. Are you under some misapprehension about spells? The most we can manage is a slight control over the 5 elements. Anything larger is rare. You, a human, have mastered the power of time? Lu Ming. All right, too many absurd things have happened lately. I almost forgot this is a modern urban setting. As he spoke, the weasel leapt out of the bushes again. Speak. Lu Ming cut off the incantation. The weasel. Hey, buddy, can you not react so quickly? You're starting off at 0 frames. For the greater good, I'll endure. The weasel. Speak. Lu Ming. Speak, your mother. The weasel. Lu Ming, your mother. The weasel, damn. Lu Ming. Damn your mother. The weasel fell silent. Zhuang Wu chuckled. Lu Ming is still so civilized and friendly. Tao Cc. Is this really civilized friendliness? Now, weasel. Lu Ming crouched down, looking at it with a grin. Do I appear to you as the most handsome in the universe or the richest? The weasel's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? I've stumbled upon a human weasel seeking a title. Although I am not human, you truly are a dog. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? The weasel gritted its teeth. Lu Ming blinked innocently. Hey there, human. Dare to ruin my good fortune? Just watch how I handle you. Infuriated and ashamed, the weasel's body began to swell, swiftly growing to 3 or 4 meters in height. Are you scared now, human? It boasted. Lu Ming and the others exchanged glances and then erupted into cheerful laughter. He finally got you. Henshin. All 21 transformed simultaneously, various effects swirling around them. As the Time King, Lu Ming gestured. Hey, Great Spirit, let us discuss this. Could you grow a bit larger? Otherwise, you won't be enough for us to kick. The weasel. Wait, can someone explain why the atmosphere suddenly shifted so oddly? Just because there are many of you. What else with this transformation? Having mingled for hundreds of years, the old spirit had some understanding of the human world, including the concept of Kamen Riders. Yet, it distinctly remembered that Kamen Riders belonged to the realm of special effects. Who could explain why the group before him was adorned in shining armor? Surrounded by dazzling special effects? The weasel felt a twinge of panic, its body involuntarily shrinking back to its original size. I just remember my door at home is still open. I'll be heading back now. I don't want to intrude. The weasel's expression shifted like a page turning, awkwardly chuckling before turning to flee. However, it collided with Tao Cc. Is it you who has occupied my shrine? She asked, a playful glint in her eyes. The weasel's eyes widened in surprise. Just as it was about to retort, it suddenly realized that the strikingly beautiful girl before it bore a striking resemblance to the statue within that shrine. Boom! The aura of the drought demon surged towards the weasel. Oh my god! The weasel screeched in fright, nearly losing control. It seriously doubted whether it had checked the calendar before stepping out today. Having encountered humans, each one was even less human-like than the last. Lu Ming looked at the weasel, a smile on his face. No need to be so agitated, great spirit. By the way, what was it you just said? That you wanted me to look good? The weasel, immediately adopting a righteous tone, replied, Sir, you've misunderstood. What I meant was that I want you to look good. The handsome kind, literally. After all, as you know, we creatures tend to be straightforward. Lu Ming. 6. Chapter 74. The numbers are written this way. Seeing the weasel's sycophantic demeanor, Lu Ming felt a wave of disdain. Can't you uphold some dignity befitting your status as a great spirit? It's just a combination of all the Heisei riders and a faux drought demon. Why be so cowardly? Come on, we want to let you off easily. Lu Ming declared, Great spirit, I'm pleased to see you recognize your mistakes clearly, so I intend to offer you 2 choices. The weasel hurriedly responded, Your Excellency, please. Go ahead. Lu Ming. Naturally, it's either a one-on-one duel or a group brawl. Either you face her in a duel, or we, a group of 21, will assail you all at once. Should you emerge victorious, we shall allow you to depart. What say you? The corners of Huang Pitzi's mouth twitched. Why not simply condemn me to death? With a thud, Huang Pitzi quickly bent his knees, naturally kneeling down, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I truly did not intend to offend any of you. My compulsion to beg for alms is ingrained in my very DNA. It is a habit I cannot amend. Lu Ming shrugged. What you say holds no weight with me. You ought to approach her instead. After all, you have encroached upon her dwelling, while we are merely here for the spectacle. Huang Pitzi hastily waved his hands. Are you referring to the ancestral hall above? I would never dare. The malevolent aura emanating from that hall is far too terrifying. Even with 100 lives, I would not linger there. Moreover, there is already a fierce ghost residing within, making it impossible for me to even consider taking up residence. Lu Ming's eyes widened. So there is indeed a formidable presence? Tao Cici's expression darkened further, as if the great celestial master wasn't enough. Now even a fierce ghost dares to meddle with her ancestral hall? Suddenly recalling that the elderly women below had mentioned a death occurring here, she pondered whether it was also the work of that malevolent spirit. Lu Ming inquired, You mean the young girl who came a few days ago? Huang Pitzi contemplated for a moment. Ah, yes, a pitiful child indeed. I noticed her heading toward the ancestral hall and attempted to warn her of the danger. But she mistook me for a ghost. What baffles me is why that young girl didn't flee downhill, but instead ran toward the ancestral hall, only to be captured by that famished ghost. As he spoke, a look of confusion crossed Huang Pitzi's face. To this, Lu Ming responded with a nod of understanding. After all, this world is not lacking in foolishness. When salvation lies directly before them, some choose to embark on an unknown path. If not them, then who? It is vital to respect the destinies of others and relinquish the urge to assist. Some may be saved, while others need not be. Otherwise, one may find themselves embroiled in trouble. Is that malevolent spirit still within the ancestral hall? Lu Ming asked. Huang Pitzi nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. I shall lead you there at once. Meanwhile, within the ancestral hall, a wraith-like, grotesque figure emerged from the statue of Tao Cici. The scent of humanity still lingers? How splendid. It has been far too long since I have feasted. The last girl's soul was hardly sufficient to satiate my hunger. The ghost cackled as it burst from the hall, driven by its ravenous appetite, neglecting to even glance at the newcomers. Die, humans! As the ghost charged forth, it was met by over 20 figures descending from above, radiating various hues of light. All 20-time break. The ghost, taken aback, barely comprehended the knights before it was sent scattering with a single blow. Boom! The ghost was no more. The ancestral hall vanished. The mountain peak was obliterated. Gazing at the impact site, now resembling a vast basin, Lu Ming and his companions fell into contemplation. Have we perhaps gone a tad too far? The Sky Temple Master queried weakly. Tao Cici's eyes were devoid of life. Everything is gone. I have lost my home. Lu Ming scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. We exerted minimal effort. The destruction should not have been so extensive. The group instinctively turned to look at their elder brother, who shrugged helplessly. I did my utmost, but that is how the numbers are written. Lu Ming clapped his hands together. He then retrieved the second-tier time king dial to restore everything to its original state. Observing the ancestral hall return to its previous glory, Tao Cici smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Huang Pitzi trembled in fear. What manner of demons are these? Thankfully, I conceded early. Otherwise, I would have been caught in that divine retribution as well. Pushing open the doors of the ancestral hall, Tao Cici stepped inside. Due to years of neglect, the hall was in disarray, cloaked in dust, and festooned with cobwebs. Within, an altar stood, upon which was her statue, yet it was marred by cracks, threatening to crumble at any moment. The offerings had long since vanished, and the incense burner lay toppled on the ground. Tao Cici stared at her statue, lost in thought, remaining still for an extended period. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He was no stranger to the sentiment of things once cherished now lost. Let her have a moment, he suggested, and the others stepped outside to wait. As for the great celestial master, he had vanished without a trace, and Lu Ming paid it no mind. That rascal, having disrupted his own path, would likely be reluctant to show his face for quite some time. Half an hour later, with a resounding crash, the ancestral hall, standing for countless years, crumbled entirely, taking the statue with it. Tao Cici emerged, her countenance betraying no emotion. How do you feel? Lu Ming inquired. Tao Cici replied evenly, since it serves no purpose. It is better destroyed. Consider it a return to familiar grounds. But Lu Ming prompted, but what? Tao Cici turned to him. I am now without a home. With this matter concluded, the group descended the mountain, and Lu Ming naturally extended an invitation to the homeless Tao Cici to join them. Passing the gate, she cheekily made a face at the two security guards. The guards, bemused, questioned, how did you get in? By the time the group exited the forest park, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. Seeing the hour was late, Lu Ming decided to treat everyone to dinner. This left Zhuang Wu and the others feeling somewhat guilty. How about this? We'll buy some ingredients and find a place to cook ourselves, suggested Jin Shangxiang. The Sky Temple Master nodded. As my grandmother once said, that is feasible. At these words, the group perked up. The culinary skills of these two were well known, and even Lu Ming found himself swallowing involuntarily. It is often said that one must taste their cooking to truly appreciate fine cuisine. Coincidentally, during lunchtime, Lu Ming had discovered a nearby coastal food stall that could be rented for a small area, allowing them to prepare their own meal. The Sky Temple Master exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us set off. Chapter 75. Beach gathering. As they unveiled the aurora curtain, the group arrived at the coast. Even though it was not yet evening, the shoreline was already teeming with visitors. In the distance, a large cosplay exhibition had been set up, with various characters mingling together, clearly larger than the comic exhibition they had encountered at noon. Gathering the ingredients was no small feat. Lu Ming sighed as they reached the rented area and set down their supplies. Goaty Yasuk patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, chuckling, young man, you must learn to exercise more. Did the journey wear you out? Lu Ming replied with a hint of fatigue. It's not my body that is weary. It's my spirit. Who could have anticipated the whirlwind of experiences he had endured in that brief half hour spent procuring groceries, including, but not limited to, the moment when he earnestly discussed with the tofu vendor how one might achieve the perfect tofu, nearly being thrown out for his troubles by the vendor. With the Sky Temple's respect, one inserted a pinky finger into the fish's mouth, leaving onlookers puzzled, while the boss regarded Sakeza as a fool. Upon spotting a live shrimp priced at 20 and a dead one at half off, Shoiki immediately summoned Tokeru Sogo, employing the power of the Time King to cause all the shrimp to perish, an act of destruction befitting the world breaker, Murasame. Meanwhile, Momotaro, fixated on a child's ice cream, was mistakenly perceived as a thief, prompting the child to flee in search of their mother. Exhausted, Lu Ming sighed deeply. After a brief hesitation, Momotaro offered her ice cream. Would you like to take a lick? Lu Ming, feeling a surge of temptation, replied, what is this feeling? Nevertheless, disregarding the facts, the journey proceeded smoothly. The group promptly began preparations for dinner. With so many present, only 4 chefs, Tendo, Shoiki, Xiaoming, and Lu Ming, were on duty. Yet the rest busily lent a hand. Remarkably, the Time King's style proved advantageous, allowing for significant savings on seafood. Utilizing the Time King's style to resurrect the shrimp, Lu Ming expressed his admiration for Xiaoming's ingenious idea. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Yimu, could you hand me the sugar? No, not that. That has salt. Just a drop of soy sauce. Please, Shoiki. All right, but this soy sauce seems a bit sour, responded one. By the way, are donuts an option for dinner? Tofu and honey. Sounds promising. Is it not a splendid pairing, in a certain sense, to pair cephalosporin with beer? The sounds of the ocean, the beach, and the evening breeze made one long to wear but a pair of shorts. While there may have been minor issues in the preparations, the atmosphere shifted dramatically upon the arrival of the 4 protagonists. Oil sizzled, ingredients were added, and everything was stir-fried in an organized manner. Those unable to assist simply cheered while serving dishes. Chef Sakeza even showcased a dish he had learned that afternoon. Before long, the air was filled with a rich, tantalizing aroma. Sakeza wiped his mouth. It smells divine. I can hardly wait. The delectable scents caught the attention of several nearby tourists. Wow, look over there. It's Tendo cooking in person. Not only Tendo, but also Xiao Ming and Shoiki, though the 4th Dinti seemed to be a cosplayer. Wow, it's not every day you see a chef in action. Look at that, he is so cute. Not at all like a performer. As the crowd gathered, they were startled to find themselves surrounded by a throng of people. Where did all these folks come from? Even those at the nearby convention had joined in. When did so many appear? Shotaro nearly toppled from his chair. Sogo chuckled. They must have been drawn in by the aroma of Lu Ming's cooking. Sakeza, resting his chin on the table, weakly lamented, "I'm hungry." At this moment, a little girl tilted her head and asked, "Big brother, are you hungry?" Sakeza gently ruffled her hair, smiling. Indeed, it's rare to dine on a meal prepared by such esteemed chefs. The girl, seemingly understanding, offered, then, "Big brother, would you like a cookie to tide you over? Mommy said that being hungry can make you ill." "Oh, I couldn't eat possibly." Sakeze scratched his head in embarrassment. However, the cookie did look quite appetizing. The girl beamed, "It's all right, big brother. Daddy always says that good things should be shared, and we must help each other in times of need." "Well, I gratefully accept this. Thank you so much." Sakeza took the cookie from her hand and eagerly tasted it, his eyes lighting up. This is delicious. Mommy said it was brought from very far away." Sakeza remarked, "I bet you were the daughter of Tendo." The girl shook her head. "My mommy likes Tendo, but I like Kamen Rider game." Sakeza then noticed the Q version illustration of game on her shirt and nudged Koda. "Look, you had a little fan." I didn't realize my fame had spread so far." Koda chuckled bashfully and knelt down to greet the girl. "Hello there. I'm Koda, also known as Kamen Rider game. What's your name?" The girl's big eyes sparkled. "Hello, game. Shinanana. But you don't look like you do on the show." Sakeza couldn't hold back a laugh. "Did game get second place in the imitator contest?" "Shinanana is such a lovely name. Did you come alone? Where are your parents?" Koda continued with a smile. "My mommy and daddy are watching over there." Shinanana pointed behind her. There, at the front of the crowd, stood a young couple smiling back. The wife was in a Q version of Kamen Rider game, while the husband donned a Q version of Kamen Rider X8. "Hey, look at my fans." Yuma snapped a photo, grinning. "I'll have to brag to Mikey and Parrot when I get back. They'll all be so envious." "All right, let us serve the dishes," Lu Ming exclaimed, turning to see the crowd had swelled. At that moment, he wished he could produce a meme to express his surprise. So many people. Just then, a little girl in the crowd asked, "Excuse me, is this the snack stall for the Kamen Riders? How much is it per person?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "Well, it actually is." He glanced at Sakeza and the others who were busy behind him. Morrisame shrugged. "I'm fine with it." Tendo raised a finger skyward. "Grandma always said that good food should be shared." Shoiki nodded, smiling. "Since we have plenty of ingredients, why not try some?" Thus, the gathering transformed from diners to servers, as everyone began placing dishes on the wooden tables set up on the beach. The tourists, understanding the effort Lu Ming and his team had put into the meal, sampled the dishes and complimented their skills before wandering off to chat. "Delicious. I haven't had such a delightful meal in ages. It brings back memories." Sakeza blended into the crowd, but before he could take more than a couple bites, Yuma dragged him away. "Come on, we have so many people." Sakeza protested. "But I'm not full yet." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Ming laughed. "I didn't expect such a crowd. Thank you all for your hard work." Shoiki waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. To create food that satisfies everyone is the greatest joy for any chef." Tendo pointed skyward. "Grandma always said this is a joyous occasion." Sakeza, who had been pulled away, asked, "Joyous? What joy? Where's the joy?" Just then, a man wearing a black hat and mask entered, quietly asking, "Which of you is the owner?" Lu Ming, sensing no hostility, stepped forward. "I'm the owner. How can I assist you?" The mysterious man shook his head, ensuring that no one was paying attention, then retrieved an object resembling a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Lu Ming. "Take this and guard it well. It must not fall into the hands of those individuals, or great calamity will ensue." "What is this?" Lu Ming asked, bewildered. Before he could inquire further, the man hastily lowered his head and swiftly departed, as if evading something. Lu Ming, "Who is this riddle maker? Who is that person? Do you know him?" Tao Cece questioned, perplexed. Lu Ming, "I don't know him. It's rather strange." Unable to resist, he scrutinized the jade pendant in his hand, noticing it was still smeared with a bit of mud, as if it had only just been unearthed. "What is this thing that man gave me?" Tao Cece sniffed the air. It carries the scent of death. It is highly likely that it was excavated from some ancient tomb." "So, that fellow is actually a grave robber?" Lu Ming's eyes widened. Nonetheless, he tucked the jade pendant away, for it is wise to remain vigilant in uncertain circumstances. The incident was dismissed by the others, until a convoy of black sedans approached from the distance, encircling everyone. "What is happening? Why are we being blocked in? Who are these people, so lacking in manners?" The tourists furrowed their brows, unable to contain their grievances. Lu Ming, along with the others, stepped out to investigate. They soon observed a group of tall, robust men in suits disembarking from the vehicles aligning themselves in a disciplined formation before the cars, their eyes concealed behind sunglasses, vigilant as if fearful of anyone attempting to flee. The final figure to emerge was an elderly man in his 60s, supported by a steward, who approached the crowd. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat and smiled. Greetings, everyone. My sudden visit is not to be held against me. Noticing the silence from the crowd, the elder felt a twinge of awkwardness. The steward, sensing the discomfort, called out, "Quick, let us welcome him with applause." Clap, clap, clap. The suited men immediately erupted in a synchronized applause, as though they had rehearsed countless times. Morrison crossed his arms. Where on earth did these people come from? Shinjo frowned. It feels like they're looking for trouble. Lu Ming shook his head. Unclear. Let's observe for now. Seeing the tourists still wearing puzzled expressions, the elder continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chui Zuming, from the Chui family in the Magic City." Kui Zuming? Someone gasped. Could it be the head of the Chui family, old Master Chui Zuming? Indeed, it is I. I am surprised that someone recognizes this old man. Chui Zuming chuckled, presenting himself as a benign old fellow. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. What? The old master of the Chui family? Why is he here? Isn't he known for rarely leaving his home? And he has brought so many bodyguards. Something must be amiss. I don't know. It should have nothing to do with us. We are merely nameless NPCs. Shoo. Be cautious with your words, lest trouble arises. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Ahem. Chui Ziming coughed lightly. The steward immediately clapped his hands, commanding silence. Quiet down. Our family head has something to say. The surroundings grew quiet. Chui Ziming smiled. There is no need for everyone to be anxious. You're all well aware of my character, known for my kindness and amicable relations, of course. This is all contingent upon no one provoking me. At this point, Chui Zuming's tone shifted abruptly. However, recently, a scoundrel dared to steal one of my family's ancestral jade pendants and even attempted to flee from me. Tell me, can I tolerate such insolence? Surely not. Thus, I dispatched individuals to apprehend him, and fortuitously, just now, he was captured by one of my bodyguards stationed on the bus. I mentioned earlier that I am a reasonable man. Stealing is merely stealing, not a monumental issue. If he returns the item, all will be resolved. But can you guess what that thief said? He claimed to have lost it. You see, even if I wished to let him go, I had no choice. And thus he ended up in this predicament. Chui Zuming clapped his hands, and immediately 2 bodyguards dragged a bloodied, unrecognizable man from the vehicle and threw him onto the ground. A cacophony of screams erupted around them. Guyi Hungta quickly covered the eyes of a young girl beside him. Such a sight was not suitable for a child. Lu Ming and the others frowned. The battered man was none other than the enigmatic figure who had given them the jade pendant earlier. Chui Zuming smiled. No need to panic. Even though this scoundrel has slighted me, I have still left him with a breath of life. According to my investigation, he had the item on him before arriving here. It was only after leaving the beach that he claimed it was missing. This implies that the item is likely among one of you. I kindly ask that the gentleman or lady who possesses it return it voluntarily, and my Chui family will offer a generous reward. Otherwise, should I uncover the truth, do not blame me for my wrath. The crowd exchanged glances, utterly bewildered, clearly unsure of what Chui Zuming was insinuating. Half a minute passed, and seeing that there was still no response, Chui Zuming clapped his hands. Excellent. It appears that no one is willing to admit to it. Or perhaps they simply do not possess it. Although it is not my intention to resort to such measures, the jade pendant is a treasured heirloom of my family, exceedingly valuable. Therefore, I kindly ask for your cooperation in allowing my subordinates to conduct a search. Immediately, the surrounding bodyguards closed in, though the tourists were reluctant. They feared the repercussions from the Chui family and reluctantly permitted the bodyguards to search them. The bodyguards were unceremonious, rifling through their bags and belongings, and proceeded to conduct personal searches. The men fared slightly better, but the women found themselves in exceedingly awkward situations, as none of the bodyguards were female. They even intended to search the children. One bodyguard approached, intending to search the young girl, who was frightened and quickly hid behind Guyi Hungta. Hey brother, that's excessive. You're not going to search a child, are you? Guyi Hungta interjected, blocking the bodyguard's hand with a calm demeanor. The bodyguard frowned. Who do you think you are? Can't you see we are conducting business for the Chui family? The little girl peeked out, defiantly asserting, Brother Kamen is not just anyone. He is Kamen Rider Game. Kamen Rider? Huh, you expect me to believe such nonsense? The bodyguard scoffed, reaching to shove Guyi Hungta aside, only to find he could not budge him at all. With a swift motion, Guyi Hungta retaliated, sending the bodyguard flying with a kick. Is there trouble? Go see what is happening. The steward called for assistance. Guyi Hungta crouched down to ruffle the little girl's hair, smiling. Wan, you are right. Brother is indeed game, Kamen Rider game. One blinked her large eyes. Then, can Kamen Rider brother chase away the bad guys? Of course, we Kamen Riders exist to punish evildoers. Gui Hungta replied with a grin, standing up, and to his surprise, he found an orange energy lock seed in his hand. So, please witness my transformation. Orange. Chapter 77. You all truly know how to create a spectacle. Seeing Gui Hungta suddenly produce a toy, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Has this guy been rendered speechless? Your transformation is indeed remarkable. Do you truly believe they regard you as Kamen Rider game? However, when they behold the spatial gateway to the underworld manifesting atop Kaota's head, they become petrified in place. No way, buddy, this must be a special effect, right? Indeed, it must be, correct? Ignoring the bewildered gazes of those around him, Kaota nonchalantly inserted the lock into the Sengoku driver, LOCK on. A colossal orange armor descended from the underworld, landing upon Kaota's head, and then the armor disassembled and reassembled around him. Orange arms. No, wait, orange arms. Flourish on stage. With a flourish of his game sword, the stage is now mine. Can he really transform? Among the crowd, a cosplayer dressed as Kamen Rider game couldn't help but glance at the Sengoku driver at his waist, instinctively pressing a couple of buttons. Damn, why can't I transform too? Even with the same Bandai official product, Kaota is still as reckless as ever. Lu Ming sighed, rubbing his forehead. Although he had ascended to divinity, he still had to create such a commotion. The bodyguards around them appeared somewhat apprehensive. They were following orders, but they were not fools. This individual before them was clearly not ordinary. Even if they all banded together, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Housekeeper. The steward momentarily found his mind unable to comprehend the situation, instinctively glancing at Chui Zuming. Chui Zuming, gripping his cane, wore a solemn expression. He, as the head of the Chui family, had traversed the south and north for most of his life. What scenes had he not witnessed? Although the spectacle before him surpassed the bounds of scientific understanding, he did not believe in the existence of Kamen Riders. With current technology, it was impossible to develop such an otherworldly phenomenon. Stay calm. It's merely a sleight of hand. Do you truly believe it? Chui Zuming smirked disdainfully. I, Chui Zuming, have lived for most of my life and am not easily frightened. Such trivial tricks cannot deceive my discerning eyes. Hearing this, the surrounding bodyguards found it somewhat reasonable, and they continued their assault. It seems something interesting is about to unfold. Madoy Sho commented, already brandishing the decade card. How could I miss such an intriguing event? Bro, who are you? A young man beside Madoy Sho asked in confusion. Madoy Sho chuckled. Who am I? Remember this, I am merely a passing Kamen Rider. With a swift motion, he inserted the decade card into the driver. Madoy Sho unleashed a powerful transformation Henshin Kamen RID. Decade. In the blink of an eye, the magenta armor of Decade enveloped him, a flash of purple light shimmering across his forehead. Beside them, another young man, Oki Kasuk, adjusted his collar. It appears it's time for me, the righteous officer, to take action. Mr. Belt, let us take a spin. The Belt responded. You really want to transform in front of everyone? Very well. Okay, start your engine. Whoosh. A red sports car sped in from the distance. Oki Kasuk inserted the gear shift into the shifting ring Henshin. The red armor emerged, and then a tire flew from the car, assembling onto Oki Kasuk's body drive, TYP speed. Witnessing the deep tire marks on the ground, the bodyguards fell silent once more. This surely couldn't just be special effects? Ahem, I too shall join the fray. Ryoto Otaka approached, unable to miss out on the excitement, and loudly proclaimed. Alright, everyone, focus your attention on me. Watch how cool I am. He then produced his belt for all to see. Behold, my magnificent transformation. Henshin. The ticket scanned, sword, FORM. The knight has arrived. Dino struck a pose, then rubbed his head. I'm just too damn handsome. The crowd exclaimed. The universe has arrived. Noticing the commotion, Erita Gentru, without anyone noticing, had transformed into Kamen Rider Force, raising his hands and shouting, startling the surrounding tourists. Force pointed at the black-clad figures. Anyone who dares to bully my friends is bullying me. Kisaragi Jinaru, watch as I teach you a lesson. Even the little demon king, Zanjutsu, couldn't resist joining the fray. I feel capable. Zio. Others eagerly pulled out their drivers, Cyclone Joker, Takatora Basia. Turn up. A cacophony of sound effects filled the air. One might mistake it for a grand celebration. Lu Ming remarked. Youth truly is invigorating. Yuzuki Godei sighed enviously. Lu Ming chuckled. Aren't you going to join on the fun, big brother? No, I've outgrown that phase. Yuzuki shook his head. Lu Ming stroked his chin. Or perhaps you fear that you might accidentally cause a nuclear explosion. Yuzuki replied. If I truly did, you wouldn't be pleased either. In the blink of an eye, 19 uniquely styled Kamen Riders appeared on the scene. Ryaki glanced at the surrounding bodyguards. I want to hold back. Brothers, I'm charging in. The riders responded, let us go. The scene descended into chaos. A group of mere mortals could hardly contend with the Kamen Riders. Even if a champion fighter were present, they would only end up on the ground, whimpering. Within minutes, the bodyguards lay on the ground, crying out for help. Chui Zuming was understandably alarmed, as he found himself encircled by the riders. Trembling in fear, he thought, so, you are the head of the Chui family, are you? You think you can bully people? You dare disturb my meal? Shall I pull your hair out? Rider Shin pointed angrily at Chui Zuming's head. Having finally secured his meal, how could he not be furious when this man brought trouble? Chui Zuming trembled. Is it too late for me to apologize now? Zio shot him a sidelong glance. Apologize and take your people away quickly. You're not welcome here. Yes, 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 Chui Zuming hastily agreed. At this point, who still cared about face? Surviving was what mattered. With the stewardess support, though the stewardess' legs trembled more than his own, they approached the crowd. Bowing deeply, we sincerely apologize for disrupting your gathering. Silence enveloped the crowd. From the Kamen Riders to the head of the Chui family, personally apologizing to them. It was all so surreal that they had yet to recover. Can we leave now? Chui Zuming timidly inquired. Zio nodded, yes. With a sigh of relief, Chui Zuming swiftly led his bodyguards away. Nice. Lu Ming, was I not incredibly handsome just now? The Time King approached Lu Ming, snapping his fingers. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, helplessly responding, you all have a knack for pulling off such tricks. He then produced the second-tier time dial. Zio, let us reverse once more my time and space. Chapter 78, The Elixir of Immortality? As the second-tier dial spun, the surrounding time and space appeared to be frozen. Except for Lu Ming and his companions, everyone else was immobilized in place. Even the waves ceased their tumultuous dance. After a few seconds, time resumed its flow. The visitors exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting utter confusion. Huh, why am I here? One questioned. I distinctly remember drinking over there just moments ago, another pondered. How strange. Could it be that we've all forgotten? This is truly a supernatural event. Who knows? Let us move on back to the music and dance. Go. One. A young couple clad in chibi armor and Excalibur approached Wan, taking her tiny hand and asking with a smile, what are you looking at, Wan? Wan shook her little head. Nothing, I'm not looking at anything. Oh really? Wan, where did you get that toy orange hanging around your neck? This. Wan held the orange lock, beaming, it's a secret. In that familiar mall restroom. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. Yi Hungta scratched his head sheepishly. Lu Ming sighed. You, having become a deity, still act like a child, performing these public transformations. Yi Hungta replied earnestly, becoming a deity is one thing, but being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Besides, there's that fellow over there who gave up godhood for food. Sky Temple's master. I feel unsated, he remarked. Lu Ming, well, that makes sense. Noticing the time, the knights prepare to take their leave. It's a pity I couldn't enjoy your donuts, but I truly appreciate your hospitality. Next time, visit me, and I'll treat you to donuts, said Suma Haruto with a smile. Mitsuya took a magenta camera and snapped a photo of Lu Ming, teasing, world destruction, missing one. When your luck runs out, come find me with this photo for a complimentary world restoration. I don't think that will be necessary. Lu Ming replied awkwardly as he accepted the photo. Zhuangwu approached and gave Lu Ming another hug, saying, if you encounter any issues, remember to call us. Also, do come back to visit. Uncle misses you. Lu Ming nodded. Don't worry. I'll make time to return. All right, we're off then. Take care, Zhuangwu waved. And with that, the knights transformed into golden light and vanished. After watching them leave, Lu Ming exited the restroom. Where did they go? Tao Cece inquired. Lu Ming chuckled. They returned to their own world. His gaze then fell upon the man slumped against the restroom wall, unconscious. He was the thief who had been brutally beaten by the Chui family. When the Chui family departed, they had left him behind, and Lu Ming had casually brought him back, using the Time King's dial to heal his injuries. Considering the time, he should be waking soon, for he had quite a few questions for this individual. Moments later, the man stirred. After a few movements of his fingers, he gradually awoke. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to attempt to flee, only to be swiftly grabbed by Lu Ming. Hey, don't run. After all that effort to bring you back, why would you still want to escape? Lu Ming said, exasperated. The man was startled, clearly not anticipating anyone would be there, but quickly realized his surroundings and stared blankly. You're not the shopkeeper. Wait, wasn't he at the bund? Why am I suddenly here? Lu Ming replied with utmost seriousness. I saw you collapse by the roadside, so I brought you here. Is that so? The man murmured, not doubting Lu Ming, and hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. Otherwise, I fear I would have stopped. Let us not discuss that for now. I brought you here because I have questions for you. Lu Ming interrupted, signaling for a pause. What was the jade pendant you gave me in the shop? Also, why were you being pursued? The man sighed. Sir, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I fear you might become embroiled in this matter as well. Lu Ming produced the jade pendant and tossed it to the man. In that case, I'll return this pendant to you, keeping it as a risk. The man accepted the pendant, falling silent for a few moments before suddenly asking, Sir, if you had the opportunity for eternal life, but the cost was unleashing a heinous monster, what would you choose? Eternal life? Lu Ming shook his head. Such things are fanciful. Anyone who believes in them is a fool. But what if it were true? The man fixed his gaze on Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming shook his head again. Not interested, nor do I need it. The man, with newfound determination, stated, I hope this one tea lead to further sin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lao He, a tomb feng shui master, specializing in examining tomb feng shui or locating grave entrances. Lu Ming stroked his chin. So, essentially, you're a grave robber? The man replied, I'm merely an accomplice at most. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let us set aside the accomplice discussion. What does this have to do with the jade pendant? Lao He sighed, his thoughts returning to the past. About 2 weeks ago, I received an order. Several prominent families from Magic City and Kyoto discovered an ancient tomb in the Chujing Mountains and requested that I, along with other experts, investigate. Initially, I was reluctant to interfere with the affairs of these families, fearing repercussions, but the offered price was too tempting and I ultimately succumbed to the allure. Taking my tools to the Chujing Mountains. As those families had claimed, the tomb in the Chujing Mountains was an exceptionally rare one, its scale unprecedented. Even with many top experts from our industry working together, it took us half a day to breach the tomb. Once inside, we spent 3 full days there, during which many perished, and finally reached the main tomb chamber. After deciphering the ancient texts on the tomb walls, we uncovered a startling revelation. Someone was using the corpse of the tomb's owner to concoct an elixir of immortality. The elixir was located within the coffin. However, it also mentioned that once the coffin was opened, a zombie would be released from within. This zombie had already cultivated into a corpse demon, and if unleashed, it would wreak havoc, causing rivers of blood to flow. Though we were grave robbers, we still had our conscience. Yet, the elders of those families were blinded by the allure of that so-called elixir of immortality, disregarding the lives of others, only wishing for us to open the coffin. Having been a grave robber for many years, I, Lao He, wanted to perform a good deed before I died, to accumulate some good karma. So, while they were distracted, I stealthily took the key to the coffin. As for that key, Lao He glanced at the jade pendant in his hand. It is this. Chapter 79. Acquiring Human Knowledge, the Elixir of Immortality. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and called out to the system. System, do you think there truly exists an elixir of immortality in this world? The system replied, this system believes you'd be better off asking that individual beside you than inquiring of me. Damn, what use is this system then? Top-tier professional companionship at Delta. Then it's of no concern. Lu Ming reluctantly forgave the system for its ineptitude. Old He continued, those families have set their sights on me. This object cannot remain in my possession. Hence, I wish to entrust it to someone else for safekeeping. Why choose me? Lu Ming inquired. Old He, with a hint of resignation, replied, given the circumstances at that moment. Who else could I possibly turn to? Lu Ming remarked. He thought there might be some underlying significance to this, but is it really just this? Old He once again produced the jade pendant, asking, so, do you still wish to safeguard this item? In the end, did you not accept this thing? Observing the jade pendant that Lu Ming was tossing in his hand, Taoist inquired, are you also interested in that elixir of immortality? Lu Ming scoffed, am I insane? Seeking immortality? I've had my fill of the mundane life. Moreover, I possess the power of the Time King at the 2nd tier, which is far more reliable than that fictitious elixir of immortality. Let us go, it's getting late. We should find a hotel to rest and return to An City in the morning. Exhausted from the day's labor, Lu Ming felt utterly drained. Tao Cece followed him in silence. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lu Ming approached the front desk. Hello, I would like to book 2 rooms. The attendant was momentarily taken aback by Tao Cece's beauty, but soon replied, certainly, please present your identification. Lu Ming retrieved his ID, instinctively glancing at Tao Cece, only to find her gazing at him with a pair of innocent and unblemished eyes. Lu Ming thought, I nearly forgot this girl probably doesn't possess an ID. Forget it. Let us just book a double room. All right, please provide both IDs. She doesn't have an ID. That's fine. A phone will suffice. Ultimately, Lu Ming had to change to another hotel. After securing a double room for himself, he used the Aurora curtain to usher Tao Cece inside. Finally, he could lie down. Lu Ming collapsed onto the bed, weary and exasperated. Suddenly, Tao Cece asked, Lu Ming, what are identification and a mobile phone? Lu Ming regarded her thoughtfully. If she were to remain in human society, he would need to teach her some fundamental human knowledge. However, observing the mixture of innocence and a hint of foolishness in her pure, university student-like gaze, Lu Ming surmised her intellect was likely on par with his and Longmo's. It was challenging. Lu Ming pulled out his phone, found educational videos for human children, and handed it to Tao Cici. You can learn from these videos at your own pace. I'm too exhausted to teach you now. We'll continue in the morning. He then proceeded to take a shower and went to bed, leaving Tao Cici to ponder on her own. He slept deeply, unaware of when he had drifted off. He only remembered a fragrant scent, reminiscent of peach blossoms, wafting beside him in his drowsy state. A night of silence passed. Oh, what a refreshing sleep. Fully revitalized. Lu Ming stretched his limbs, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the time. He adored such leisurely days. No worries about the world's end, no fears of monster invasions, and no concerns for his own safety. What is this? His hand brushed against something soft, akin to a small cushion, gently squeezing it. He found it to be warm and delicate. Turning slightly, he locked eyes with Tao Cici's pink irises. Lu Ming exclaimed, "Bro, I feel like I've overstepped my bounds." Can I get an explanation first?" Lu Ming implored sincerely. "I was merely being playful. I didn't intend to search for my phone. And please don't hover. I believe we still have room for understanding." Lu Ming wanted to slap himself. System 666, you've completely spilled your thoughts. Haven to you? Tao Cici looked at him quizzically. What are you talking about? Lu Ming was taken aback. You're not angry? Angry about what? Here, that's the phone you wanted. She handed the phone back to him. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, is this the difference in thought processes between humans and zombies? In that moment, he had mentally prepared for being slapped, accused of being a rogue, and dragged to court for an $800,000 compensation claim. He sighed in relief, unlocking his phone. Wow, it's fully charged. Impressive. This little drought spirit has learned to charge it without any guidance. Why are you lying on my bed? Lu Ming shot back. Weren't there beds over there? Tao Cici sat up, her expression innocent. Why can't I lie down? The phone said that married couples should sleep together. Lu Ming, wait a moment. I can't wrap my head around this. He pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming and asked, when did we become a married couple? Just last night, Tao Cici stated earnestly. Lu Ming's heart sank, and he hurriedly threw off the blanket. It's quite dry and neat, no signs of anything. He breathed a sigh of relief. Who told you we were married? The phone did. Tao Cici pointed at it. You asked me to learn about human knowledge, so I did. It stated that when a man helps a woman, she develops feelings for him, and they eventually marry. I thought it was too tedious and wanted to skip straight to the end. Lu Ming, what kind of nonsense is this? Is this truly human knowledge? Lu Ming skeptically opened his phone. I have been reborn, back to my senior year. Lu Ming's lips twitched. No wonder it felt so familiar. It's the damned narrative explanation. Tao Cici. So, I was wrong, was I? Lu Ming sighed. You're not wrong. It's the world that's misguided. For a fleeting moment, Lu Ming felt a sense of relief. Let us go home. Okay, husband. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt exhausted. Forget it. System. Check me in. System. Host is checked in on the 8th day, gaining proficiency in the gold shovel auto chess. Lu Ming. Not a single worry-free moment. After returning the room, key downstairs, Lu Ming activated the Aurora curtain and brought Tao Cici back to City. By the way, do not mention that you are a drought spirit, and don't speak carelessly about what has transpired over the past 2 days. Do you understand? Lu Ming cautioned repeatedly, then retrieved his key to open the door. WBX, to his relief, Ning Yuxiu and Song Xinyu were still lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. Upon hearing the sound, they immediately sprang up to investigate. Lu Ming, you're back. Finally, you're back. Compared to Song Xinyu, Ning Yuxiu was evidently more animated. Do you know how I spent the last 2 days? Do you have any idea? I was dragged out for morning runs every day, forced to develop the bad habit of eating breakfast, all because you gave that damned key to Sister Xinyu. Lu Ming awkwardly replied, I can't be blamed for that. We were blocked during the evacuation. Ning Yithue blinket. Chapter 80. An exciting and thrilling game despite the chaos and complaints. The 2 girls were genuinely delighted by Lu Ming's return. They welcomed him into the house, only to realize that Tao Cici was trailing behind him like a little shadow. What a beautiful girl. This is Lu Ming, and this is Tao Cici, who took a step forward and slightly bowed to the 2 girls. Hello? My name is Tao Cici, and I am Lu Ming's wife. The 2 girls exclaimed, what? Wait a moment, you're married? Ning Yuxiu, taken aback, exclaimed, aren't you still underage? Isn't that illegal? Lu Ming, rubbing his temples in frustration, replied, this is a bit complicated to explain. She is a friend I met at the orphanage, and she has some cognitive difficulties due to a head injury that caused her amnesia. She just recovered a few days ago, so I brought her to Ankin to stay for a while. I will arrange a place for her. You need not worry. She lost her memory. How pitiful. Ning Yugs, you said sympathetically, gazing at Tao Cece. Tao Cece, confused, looked on. Song Xinyu immediately suggested, there's no need for all that trouble. I have an empty room. Let Cece stay with me. Oh, that would be wonderful. I will pay rent, Tao Cece said. Lu Ming did not refuse. Song Xinyu rolled her eyes and replied, don't be so polite. I'm not lacking in a few coins. Lu Ming chuckled. Then I shall not be courteous. By the way, since this girl has amnesia, her intellect is roughly that of a 3-year-old child. So I would greatly appreciate it if you could teach her some daily life knowledge. The two girls readily agreed. Come on, Sister Cece, let me show you Kamen Rider. It's so entertaining. Ning Yugs exclaimed, pulling Tao Cece toward the sofa to watch the show. As Tao Cece observed the battle between W and the monsters on screen, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. She seemed to recognize this monster. By the way, Xinyu, could you come here for a moment? Lu Ming called out to Song Xinyu, who was about to head back. They stood on the familiar balcony of the landlord's house. Lu Ming briefly explained Tao Cece's background to Song Xinyu, omitting the fact that she was a drought demon, merely stating that she was a zombie. Wow, you can even tame a zombie. I must say, you are indeed impressive. Song Xinyu was astonished, but upon recalling the Fui's blaster in Lu Ming's possession, it seemed quite ordinary. Lu Ming shrugged. It must be my charismatic charm. Didn't you mention that you are an exorcist? Could you possibly help her establish a household registration? It would make things much easier for her. Song Xinyu gave an okay gesture. Leave it to me. It's quite simple. True to her word, Song Xinyu acted swiftly. By the afternoon, after discussing it in the morning, Tao Cece received her identification card. Holding it in her hands, she looked at Lu Ming and asked, does this mean we can go to a hotel together now? Ning Yugs widened her eyes in disbelief. What kind of knowledge have you been teaching Sister Cece? Lu Ming helplessly glanced at Tao Cece. While that is true, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. Perhaps we should phrase it differently. Tao Cece pondered for a moment. Does that mean I can sleep with you outside? Lu Ming surrendered, thinking, well, that wording is quite acceptable. This girl still had much to learn. The three then took Tao Cece out for a stroll, bought her a new phone, and arranged for a phone card. Subsequently, they were pulled by Ning Yugs to shop for several outfits for Tao Cece. The trio's beauty undoubtedly turned heads in the mall, while Lu Ming could merely serve as a luggage-carrying NPC. Why does this familiar and frustrating scene feel so recognizable? Observing the gazes of those around him, Lu Ming couldn't help but smirk. Just wait until I wear my gold watch. Then we'll see who shines brighter. Hey, Sister Xinyu, look over there. There's an exhibition next month. Ning Yugs suddenly pointed at a poster on the mall wall, her excitement palpable. Song Xinyu's eyes lit up as well. It's quite close. If we have nothing else to do, we should definitely check it out. Ning Yugs giggled. Finally, I can wear my cosplay outfit that has been gathering dust at home. Let's all dress up together. Song Xinyu nodded, of course. Suddenly, Tao Cece pointed at the poster featuring Kamen Rider, saying softly, I have seen these people before. Ning Yugs exclaimed, Sister Cece has watched Kamen Rider before? That's fantastic. We can watch it together tonight. Tao Cece tilted her head. She still didn't fully comprehend what Ning Yugs meant, but nodded, yes, together. Behind them, Lu Ming wondered, is it possible she isn't referring to the television? As night fell, after finishing his shower, Lu Ming found Tao Cece already lying on the bed. What are you doing here? He asked. Tao Cece gazed at him. Isn't it normal for married couples to share a bed? But we're not actually married. He protested. Did you just divorce me? No, but never mind, go ahead and sleep. Lu Ming said, feeling too lazy to argue further. After living 3 lifetimes, how could he still feel shy about such matters? The first warning was a nudge. The second a caution, but the third time, Lu Ming slid under the covers, staring intently at Tao Cece. She returned his gaze. You should know what can happen when a man and woman share a bed, right? I haven't been human for many years. I've forgotten, she replied innocently. Huh. Forgetting is good. Forgetting is beneficial. Now, take off your jacket. I'll introduce you to a game. What kind of game requires taking off your jacket? Tao Cece asked, confused as she removed it. A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. A thrilling and exhilarating game that will leave you sweating and filled with excitement. Once you enter, it will be an endless abyss. Do you really dare to play? Tao Cece straightened her back, yes. Haha, little girl, you have guts. Hand over your phone. And don't shout stop. All right. And thus, a night of intense battle ensued. The next morning, when Song Xinyu and Ning Yugs came to rouse Lu Ming for their morning run, they found him languidly sprawled on the bed, while Tao Cece, full of energy, opened the door for them. Not a single drop left, Lu Ming croaked. The two girls exclaimed, what on earth did you two do last night? The system was exasperated. I am truly at my wit's end. Even with the lock and the ability to see through things, I can't keep up with you too. She's fine. She's not human. But how can your performance be worse than hers? To this, Lu Ming could only lament without tears. I hate rats. Chapter 81. Now, the moment of fantasy. You two didn't, did you? Ning Yuxu's face flushed crimson, her imagination racing with various H scenes from anime. Song Xinyu beside her stroked her chin, astonished. Can even a zombie be seduced? Truly remarkable. Are you alright? Do you need some medicine? Song Xinyu asked. Lu Ming turned his head away, weakly replying, No, it's too late. Not even a trace remains. Who could have anticipated the events of the previous night? It was either a retreat due to traffic jams or being overwhelmed by rats, occasionally interrupted by a burly man charging forward with a shield. No matter how formidable the system was, it could not match the strength of four hands, especially when burdened with Lu Ming and Tao Cici, two faux humans. He lost an unquantifiable amount overnight. Even his underwear was gone. Tao Cici seems to have become quite enamored with this game, dragging Lu Ming and the system along for an entire night of indulgence. At this moment, Lu Ming feels an overwhelming desire to summon Xiao Ming to create a world reconfiguration device, crafting a realm devoid of Ratman. Observing Lu Ming's half-conscious state, Song Xinyu ultimately relinquishes her intention to rouse him from slumber. After toiling throughout the night, he surely deserves a proper rest. Why is it that he can be lazy while I cannot? Song Xinyu responds, Do you wish to stay up all night as well? The three girls exit the room, while Lu Ming, harboring his disdain for the Ratman, gradually drifts into the realm of dreams. In his slumber, the relentless assault continues, with the same Ratman still haunting him. However, this time, Lu Ming is no longer the hapless figure fumbling for timing as he gallops to his grandmother's house. Instead, he wields a magnificent golden watch, embodying the omnipotent king, Kamen Rider Grand Zio. Transforming into the Grand Zio, he effortlessly shatters the shield of the shield dog with a mere flick of his finger, while the onslaught of bullets from the Ratman merely tickles his skin. Prepare yourselves. Ratman, for your king has arrived. Lu Ming bellows with laughter, then activates his driver. All 20-time break. This move rivals a nuclear explosion. After a considerable time, as the smoke clears, the entire aerospace base, along with a multitude of Ratmen, is utterly obliterated. Hearty laughter echoes in the now desolate surroundings as Lu Ming covers his face and laughs skyward. Do you see this? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes the back of his head. Lu Ming jolts awake, realizing he is sprawled on the floor of his own room. Damn, it was merely a dream, he sighs. System, I observed your maniacal laughter. Did you dream of your own grave being disturbed? Curse you. My delightful dream was interrupted before it could reach its climax. Lu Ming rubs his eyelids. Little system, check me in first. Host signed in on the 9th day, gaining a memory enhancement of 10. Memory enhancement? What does that entail? Lu Ming is taken aback, discovering yet another new attribute upon signing in. The system explains, in simple terms, it improves your memory. Oh, so it essentially means an eidetic memory? Lu Ming's eyes gleam with interest. This indeed proves to be a valuable asset. He promptly retrieves a book, flipping through a couple of pages, absorbing the content with remarkable speed before closing it. What did I just read? Lu Ming begins to question the system's reward. Is your claim of an eidetic memory a bit exaggerated? System, I never claimed it to be photographic memory. I merely enhanced your memory a tad. Achieving photographic memory is still a distant prospect. That's nothing impressive. Lu Ming rolls his eyes. You might as well have given me mastery over firearms. That would actually be useful during combat. The system immediately protests. Lu Ming blinks in surprise. Why not? The system, sounding quite pitiful, responds, This is the only enhancement I can provide that holds any utility. If I were to grant you firearm mastery, I would merely become a mascot appearing in the opening credits. Lu Ming retorts, You certainly have your work cut out for you as a system. After completing his morning routine, Lu Ming opens the door to find the three girls lined up in the living room, engrossed in a drama. They appear to be getting along quite well. Lu Ming secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Initially, he feared that Tao Cici would struggle to integrate into human society, but it seems he was overthinking it. Upon noticing Lu Ming's awakening, the three girls greet him warmly. Finally awake. We thought you had passed out. Good evening. Would you like something to eat? Are we playing that thrilling game again tonight? Lu Ming reclines on the sofa, waving his hand dismissively. Let us just say I'm somewhat revitalized. Last night was exhausting. Young man, moderation is key. Song Xinyu teases with a smirk. Lu Ming replies, What do you want about? By the way, aren't you all starting training soon? Song Xinyu inquires abruptly. Lu Ming is taken aback. What training? Song Xinyu looks puzzled. Haven't you received Any notifications? I don't think so. Lu Ming scratches his head, realizing he's been so busy lately that he hasn't checked the group chat in ages. He finally opens the messaging app, only to be greeted by a staggering 99 unread messages, along with a new group chat, 91 Ankin branch, 15. Lu Ming exclaims, "Hey, you truly have a knack for naming things." Upon entering the chat, he discovers extensive discussions have already taken place. The gist is that, in preparation for the exam 3 days hence, Jingyue has scheduled a 3-day theoretical training for the new students, commencing tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., akin to attending classes. Lu Ming hastily skips over the details. There's no chance he would attend. It's far more enjoyable to sleep at home. He then glances at the group members. Aside from himself, Xiaolong, and the 5 others, there are also 5 unfamiliar members. Presumably the other new recruits Jingyue had mentioned. "Hey, Brother Lu, do you need me to pick you up for training tomorrow?" Someone from their small group asks. Lu Ming checks the message, realizing it's Gu Teng trying to be funny. Xiaolong chimes in, "Clown Gu, back at it again. Yi Yuxiu adds, "You should have let a zombie take a bite out of you back in Fengmen Village." Lin Yi quips, "That would have been quite the sight, my friend." Gu Teng retorts, "Damn, you guys are savages." Lu Ming interjects, "Are you all still hanging out together?" Xiaolong explains, "We initially planned to return, but upon seeing the training announcement, we decided to come to Ankin with Gu Teng." Gu Teng offers, "Brother Lu, where are you staying? I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow morning." Lu Ming declines, "No, you all go ahead. I have no interest in that." Xiaolong and the others respond with a chorus of 666. It's understandable. This training is primarily for beginners, and Lu Ming, who has already torn apart a drought demon, has no need to waste time there. The next morning, outside the Ankin Mental Hospital, Xiaolong and the others spot Lu Ming standing at the entrance from a distance. "Hey, brother, didn't you say you and T come?" Gu Teng asks, puzzled. Lu Ming yawns and replies languidly, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I came to catch a few ZS during the lecture." Xiaolong and the others remark, "Just like you." As the 5 enter the mental hospital, they find themselves in the same dilapidated elevator, the well-worn 749 elevator number. "Ah, you all made it." Upon exiting the elevator, they encounter Li Xinlu, who is engrossed in her computer, reviewing materials. "Good morning, Lu Jia. Why are you here alone? Where's everyone else?" Gu Teng chuckles. Li Xinlu replies, "Wang Shuai and the others went to handle a supernatural incident. They'll be back shortly. The captain is preparing in the lounge. You all should hurry over. The others have already arrived and are inside waiting." "Wow, they all got here so fast." Xiaolong and the others express their surprise, thinking they had arrived early. Li Xinlu gazes at her computer screen, displaying 7:59, falling into silence. Is your perception of time significantly different from that of an ordinary person? After bidding farewell to Li Xinlu, the 5 individuals entered the lounge, the clock striking 8. Report. The 4 members of Xiaolong stood in perfect unison at the door, exuding an air of familiarity and confidence as if they had performed this ritual countless times before. Inside, Jingyue, who was preparing the lesson, was taken aback, momentarily stunned before regaining her composure. "Oh, you all have arrived. Please come in. We're just about to begin." As the 5 entered the room, they found that the other 5 newcomers had already settled in, 3 males and 2 females, all in their 20s, with one male, slightly older, appearing to be in his 30s, yet his haggard visage suggested the weariness of a man in his 50s. Notably, to create an appropriate teaching environment, Jingyue had meticulously transformed the lounge to resemble a traditional classroom, with its monotonous, rustic hues, modern desks, and a podium equipped with a half blackboard and half projector. Even Jingyue had donned work attire and glasses, holding a teacher's stick, fully embracing the role of an educator. Due to their late arrival, the front row was already occupied, leaving only the back row available for them. Habitually, they took their seats against the wall, and Lu Ming took a deep breath. Suddenly, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia. Yes, this was the right atmosphere. The familiar sensation of drowsiness as soon as he settled onto the bench. He knew he was in the right place. Clap, clap, clap. At the podium, Jingyue adeptly rapped on the desk. "All right, students, settle down. We are about to commence our lesson. The topics covered over the next 3 days will be crucial for the upcoming examination, so please pay close attention and take diligent notes." Lu Ming felt his eyelids growing heavy. Jingyue continued, "Everyone, please take out your materials. We will begin with Chapter 1, which covers the fundamental method for unlocking the heavenly eye." Lu Ming's thoughts began to drift. Jingyue instructed, "When we make this gesture with our fingers, observe. We can use it as a dividing line." And then Lu Ming started a deep conversation with Zhuang Gong about life. Impressive. Noticing Lu Ming dozing off, Xiaolong and the others expressed their astonishment. Lin Yi, seated in front, even leaned slightly to the side, shielding Lu Ming from Jingyue's view. "Lugo, Lugo, wake up, it's time for lunch." In his dazed state, Lu Ming was roused by Xiaolong's call. I already had breakfast at home. You all go ahead. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Having just engaged in a serious discussion with Zhuanggong about how to navigate an encounter with the Six-God Shield Mountain while evacuating with the Time King's watch. He needed to return to his dream. Xiaolong timidly remarked, Lu Ge, are you a bit confused? It's lunchtime. It's noon. What? Lu Ming's eyes widened as he checked his phone. Good heavens, it was 11:45. No wonder he'd slept so soundly. All right, since it has come to this, let us eat first. As for Zhuanggong, he could stay on the bridge for now. Lu Ming stretched, sitting up from his seat. By the way, were we eating lunch? Jing Jie mentioned they have prepared lunch. We can eat in the cafeteria, Gutung replied. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. That sounds splendid. They're even providing meals during class. The five departed the classroom. Wang Shui and the others had already returned. Hey, good afternoon, brothers. How was class? Wang Shui approached with a cheerful grin. Xiaolong stroked his chin. On a general rational basis, it felt average. Yu Yuxiu chimed in, quite simple, just requires hands. Gu Tung added, if that is all there is to it, my evaluation would be as real. Lin Yi remarked, oh, is that so? Wang Shui nodded, then turned to Sun Luo beside him. I bet these guys didn't listen. Sun Luo replied, let us test you. Wang Shui raised his hand, pointing at Lu Ming and the others, then at himself, followed by gesturing upwards, finally mimicking a throat-slitting motion. This is our most fundamental gesture. Translate its meaning. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. I am about to kill you. Wang Shui's mouth twitched. Sun Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, great translation. I have high hopes for you, kid. Wang Shui facepalmed. Go away. Remember this. It means we're going to flank and encircle the opponent. Understood? The five of them responded. Oh. Suddenly, a component fell from Wang Shui's pocket. Wang Ge, you dropped something. Oh, this seems to be. Before Wang Shui could react, a chopstick whizzed past his scalp, embedding itself in the wall beside him. What the heck? Everyone jumped in surprise, and Wang Shui couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Turning around, he found Li Xinlu glaring at them, clutching a nearly broken machine with an air of menace. She pointed at Wang Shui, then at herself, raised her hand towards her head, and finally made a throat-slitting gesture before turning to leave. Gu Tung, intrigued, asked Wang Ge, does that mean she wants to flank you? Wang Shui replied, no, she means she's about to kill you. The group made their way to the cafeteria. Unlike the large communal meals outside, every dish here was personally prepared by Chef Li Xinlu. Is that takeaway from some delivery service? Lu Ming noticed a takeout order in the trash and was momentarily taken aback. Li Xinlu shrugged, I've been so busy lately, I hardly have time to cook. Ordering takeout is already a blessing. Lu Ming inquired, I'm just curious how your delivery person dares to come here. Li Xinlu blinked, simple, just pay extra. Impressive. Lu Ming expressed his admiration. As they gathered around the table, having barely taken a few bites, the phone on the adjacent table rang. No way again? How many times has it been? Wang Shui hastily shoveled some food into his mouth, his tone filled with exasperation. Chun Sijian answered the phone, responding a couple of times before hanging up. Let us go, New City Street. I knew it, Wang Shui sighed, casting a longing glance at the food before departing with Chun Sijian and Sun Luo. Wang Fatty, if you break anything else, I swear I'll knock you out when you get back. I know. The three exited the underground base. Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, is there a lot of trouble now? Jing Yue nodded with a headache. Previously, there were hardly any supernatural incidents, but in the past 2 months, we've been receiving calls sporadically, sometimes even in the middle of the night. Li Xinlu added, it's not just in Ankin. Other cities are facing similar situations. When things go awry, there are often underlying issues. Who knows what other troubles await us?